Bro's girl did him dirty in the absolute worst way possible. Seriously, check this out. Imagine your entire city suddenly freezing over, the temperature dropping by 100 degrees Celsius, and 90% of humanity just wiping out. Frozen solid. After weeks of pure ice, the survivors are stuck inside with no power, no running water, and zero food. Everyone is starving to death. But our main character? He is the only one who actually prepared for this frozen apocalypse, living a totally cozy life. Sure, if you can afford it, he might spare you some scraps, but his price is insanely steep. Man, things did not start out this easy. Back in the year 2050, a massive stellar explosion plunged the Earth into an ice age. Our guy, Jang Yi, was just working a Walmart warehouse job, which allowed him to hoard a massive mountain of food. But during the freeze, his crush literally broke into his shelter with a mob of greedy neighbors, stealing every single bite. She ruthlessly admitted she only played him to get the door unlocked. As he lay dying, Jang Yi swore he would drag her to hell for revenge. Suddenly, boom, he wakes up 3 months in the past, right before everything went down. Shocked but ready, he vows to never be her little simp again. This time, he is getting sweet revenge, watching those trash neighbors suffer, and loving every single second of it. There are only 3 months before the deep freeze hits. His ultimate mission? Stockpile supplies like crazy and build an impenetrable fortress. But while figuring out the first step, a strange, blinding light flashes in his eyes. Instead of going blind, he unlocks a pocket dimension, basically a broken game inventory. His master plan? Cram an entire supermarket's worth of food inside. Realizing he won't taste gourmet food in 3 months, Jang Yi hits up a luxury restaurant to pig out. He drops 50,000 won, putting it all on his maxed-out credit card because, hey, in 3 months, money is literally worthless. Suddenly, his longtime crush, Fang Yuqing, the girl he simped over for years, shows up. The exact same girl who brutally betrayed him in his past life. She and her gold-digging friend spot him living it up. The friend whispers how lucky she is, since this absolute loser would do anything for her, thinking he must be loaded. Jang Yi remembers how, in his past life, she played the innocent angel while taking everything from him, leaving him to freeze. He wants to end her right here and now, but that would put him behind bars. He has to wait for the world to collapse. Smiling, Jang Yi flashes his card at the two girls and asks, "Hey, want to go shopping on my tab?" He uses them as free pack mules while flexing his cash, and these greedy opportunists happily agree, hoping for a free handout. They ask why he is buying so much food, and he just laughs. You never know when the end of the world might hit, right? Better be safe than sorry. The two girls start whining that he is not carrying anything, claiming they are doing him a massive favor. They demand a luxury dinner as payback. Jang Yi just smiles coldly, thinking about how he is going to treat them in the frozen future. Honestly, I cannot wait to see that payback either. At the exit, his annoying Aunt Lin and her spoiled grandson block him. She demands some food, claiming he cannot eat it all. Right then, the 5-year-old brat literally steals his cart. Jang Yi snatches it right back. Sorry, auntie, but I am eating every bite myself. The kid throws a wild tantrum and starts cursing at him. Jang Yi warns, quiet down or I will knock your teeth out. Aunt Lin loses her mind, screaming about an adult fighting a kid, and offers to buy the chocolate, promising to pay later. Jang Yi whips out his QR code. No later, old lady. Pay up or back off. Pay up now or go buy your own stuff. He walks off, leaving her completely furious. Back at his apartment, Fang Yuqing winks, telling him not to forget them. He literally slams the door in their faces. Absolute savage. With those gold diggers gone, Jang Yi dumps all the food into his pocket dimension to test if it goes bad. He has a massive checklist, like building a literal fortress with heavy heating, medical stockpiles, and hopefully, some weapons. There are only 3 months until the world freezes solid, so he needs to cash out all his assets as fast as possible to buy more. The next day, he checks his inventory. Good news. While living things cannot be stored inside, the food stays absolutely fresh, frozen in time from the moment he put it in. Armed with this knowledge, Jang Yi orders 500 premium meals from the finest restaurant in town, lying that he is hosting a huge 3-day, 3-night party. Next, he grabs his apartment deed and heads straight to the bank. Since money will be completely useless paper soon anyway, he decides to secure a massive loan, using his home as collateral. He has exactly 3 months before his first payment is due. The loan manager warns him that the interest rate is insanely high, but Jang Yi does not care at all. He rubs his hands together, telling them high rates are perfectly fine. He walks out with 9 million, owing 30 million in 3 months, or risking foreclosure. He is playing them so hard. Next stop, the absolute best security company. A manager approaches to help, and Jang Yi casually explains his vision of building an ultimate, apocalypse-proof safe house. The manager shows him some standard blueprints, But Jang Yi rejects them all. He demands the entire apartment be fully reinforced with actual military-grade aviation materials. The balcony needs bulletproof glass, a state-of-the-art air filtration system, and a 360-degree camera setup. The front door? Made of pure bank vault steel. On top of that, he casually asks the manager to hook him up with some serious weapons. The guy is totally stunned by these crazy renovations and the gun request. He can secure all the upgrades, but the weapons are a no-go. Jang Yi is fine with that. This place will still be a fortress. The price tag? 8 million. He pays up immediately. He orders them to start construction right away. For self-defense, he hits up a local hunting club owner, scoring some powerful tactical crossbows. Back home, things get even better. Those 500 five-star meals arrive in a fleet of delivery trucks, immediately catching the neighbor's attention. We are talking luxury catering trucks parking right outside. This feast easily cost over 1,000,000 won. Once his apartment is packed to the ceiling with delicious food, he instantly sweeps it all into his infinite inventory. Just like that, he is set on food for years. The next morning, the heavy construction crew arrives to build his fortress. The neighborhood clowns gather around to mock him, asking if he forgot to take his meds. Jang Yi could not care less. When the world freezes solid, these idiots will realize exactly who the joke really is. Next, he visits the medical supply manager at his job. He offers double the market rate for bulk medicine, paying extra to steal orders that were already sold to other companies. He sneaks the meds back home in small batches. Naturally, his massive spending spree catches the eye of Fang Yuqing, who reaches out, acting all concerned and sweet. She claims she has been thinking about him lately. Jang Yi ignores her fake texts entirely, leaving her absolutely raging. The former simp who used to obey her every command is now giving her the cold shoulder. Her friend just laughs it off, claiming that if the apocalypse were actually real, the government would have warned them by now. She thinks she just needs to sweet-talk the newly rich Jang Yi to secure their spot. Weeks fly by, and Jang Yi's high-tech bunker is officially complete, with heavy security and cameras monitoring every single floor. He is thrilled with the result. Now, only one final delivery remains. A massive convoy of trucks carrying pure drinking water arrives outside. One of the drivers turns out to be Uncle Yu, a relative living nearby. The man is incredibly nosy, asking why on earth he needs this much water. See, in his past life, let's check out one of the delivery drivers, Uncle Yu. He was quite curious why his nephew ordered so many gallons of water. In his past life, he was actually a decent guy. Jang Yi wanted to look out for his uncle, so he whispered a warning. This winter is going to be brutally cold. You need to stock up on everything right now. But Uncle Yu just did not buy it. Still, seeing the kid look so dead serious forced him to think twice. No time to waste. Over the next few weeks, our boy went on an absolute shopping spree, blowing all his cash. He hoarded food, grabbed gear, and literally practiced archery every single day. Fast forward to 3 days before the freeze. The sky looked creepy. It was go time. And our main character? He was still working as a warehouse supervisor. So he brewed some special tea and invited his coworkers for a drink. An hour later, boom, out like a light. Then he cut the cameras. Now came the fun part. Time to empty out the entire storage facility. Gas, groceries, high-tech gear. He swept it all clean. But then, one specific container caught his eye. Premium extreme cold survival suits. They could survive -100 degrees. Talk about a jackpot. To make his alibi completely airtight, he drank some of that sleepy tea himself. He passed out right next to his colleagues. 2 hours later, he woke up to sheer panic. Boss, we are ruined. The entire place got cleaned out. Hearing this, our master actor acted shocked. Oh my gosh, how could this happen? Then, the big boss called, demanding answers about the massive heist. Since the entire inventory vanished without leaving a single trace, the boss smelled a rat. He accused Jang Yi of running an inside job with a whole gang. Our boy just gave a nervous, totally innocent smile, claiming he was way too dumb to pull that off. The cops hauled everyone in for questioning, but obviously, they found absolutely zero clues. I mean, how do you investigate a warehouse that was literally teleported into an alternate dimension? Before letting them go, the cops warned them not to leave town. Everyone was on the suspect list. Jang Yi just smiled internally, promising he would stay locked inside his house. By December 10th, the mysterious heist was all over the news. Tons of gear vanished in under 3 hours. Wild. But right on cue, that very same day, the snow started falling. The winter apocalypse had officially arrived. 3 days later, a massive supernova shockwave slammed into Earth, triggering a global disaster. Overnight, the temperatures plummeted into a deep, freezing nightmare. Staring out his window at the blizzard, he smiled. This life things would be different. Meanwhile, the neighborhood chat group was blowing up with people stressing over the insane snow. They had never seen anything like this in their city before. Watching them panic in the chat, he knew the grim truth. For most of these people, this beautiful snow would be their grave. In his previous life, this killer blizzard raged for 3 straight months. The cold got so bad that anyone who failed to hoard food beforehand simply froze to death in their homes. By day 2, the snow outside was already over a meter deep. People were blasting their heaters on high, but they were still shivering under blankets, absolutely freezing. But our boy? He had loaded his place with premium heating gear. He was sitting there in short sleeves, totally cozy, enjoying the warm vibe. After a peaceful sleep, his phone started buzzing. It was his gold-digging ex, Yu Qing. She demanded to know why he hoarded tons of supplies without telling her, his supposedly favorite girl. Now she was freezing, crying over a bowl of basic instant noodles. Hearing her whiny voice, he burst out laughing and slammed the phone down. Instant disconnect. Talk about a reality check. She was absolutely fuming. But her pride did not last long. She shamelessly texted him, begging for food. Seeing this, he decided to do a little bit of high-grade trolling. He sent her a crisp photo of a juicy, high-grade Wagyu steak paired with expensive French wine. Her mouth immediately watered, and she instantly started begging to come over and share it. His reply? If you want some, go buy it yourself. Boom. She was furious, but she swallowed her anger. She knew she had to play nice if she wanted to survive. He completely ghosted her and finished his luxury steak. Later, while checking his security cameras on his iPad, he saw the neighborhood drama unfolding. It was Aunt Lynn, the building manager, who was posting in the group, telling everyone to stay calm and not fight over food. This storm will only last a few days, and the committee will take care of us. She even warned that anyone caught hoarding food would be reported immediately, but some guy instantly called her out, asking how she could possibly know when the storm would end. Other neighbors jumped in, demanding to know who would feed them if they ran out of food. If they starved, was Aunt Lynn going to take full responsibility for them? She claimed the committee had it all under control. Then, to shift the blame, she pointed her finger at Jang Yi, telling him specifically not to cause any trouble. He completely ignored her empty threats and chilled inside his fortress. A week flew by, and the blizzard only got worse. Suddenly, Aunt Lynn targeted our guy in the group chat. Since he was young, she ordered him to shovel the building entrance. He shut her down, saying shoveling now was like trying to empty an ocean with a spoon. No way. He told her to go ask the wealthy residents for help instead. This made her blow a fuse. Realizing he was just messing with her, she claimed she was ordering him to do it. Anyone defying orders would be held responsible for the disaster. Jang Yi clapped back, asking why she was not calling the rich elite to do the heavy lifting. He suggested she ask Chen Jiang, a major construction boss with actual workers, or Xing Sung, a wealthy guy who could easily pay to have the snow cleared for them. Her authority in the group chat was completely shattered. Fuming and cursing at her phone, she decided to drag both wealthy targets into the argument, tagging them directly. This immediately backfired. Chen Jiang saw the tag and lost his mind, raging at both Aunt Lin and Jang Yi for starting this annoying drama in the group. Meanwhile, Xing Sung sent a voice note claiming he was buried in hard work, attaching a picture to prove it. Aunt Lin was angry but did not dare argue with the rich guy. Instead, she turned around and blamed Jang Yi for starting this whole mess. He just shrugged it off, completely ignoring her. This pushed her over the edge, and she called him. She started screaming, but he coldly threatened her. "Keep bothering me, and I will end you." Terrified and shaking, she hung up and did not type another word in the chat. Later, as he was enjoying his meal, a loud bang rattled his door. Chen Yung was outside, screaming, "You think you are tough in the chat, setting people against me? Open up. I'm going to end you today." Calmly, our boy grabbed his bow and walked over while the thug kicked the door. Aiming through a gap, he coldly asked who was dying first. Thwack. An arrow pierced straight through Chen Zhang's shin. Peeking through the peephole, he watched the big bully writhing on the floor in agony. Nobody expected this quiet kid to fight back. Little did he know, this was only phase 1 of the payback. In this freezing cold, a wound like that is a death sentence. Without quick medical care, infection would finish him. The cold would freeze him solid. Dragging his bleeding leg to the elevator, he could not believe this quiet neighbor had just crippled him. The terrifying truth was, Jang Yi actually wanted him dead. Realizing this, absolute terror set in. He grabbed his phone and dialed emergency services. But with the massive blizzard blocking every road, help was not coming. He was completely on his own. Using the freezing cold to numb his leg, he ripped the arrow out himself. Then, he got back on the group chat, typing angry threats, warning our boy that his days were numbered. "Zhang is going to end you." Sassy and completely unfazed, Jang Yi fires back. Try me, and I will put you down myself. Everyone in the neighborhood group chat is officially shaking in terror. After all, nobody around here has the guts to mess with Chen Jiang. This is literally the first time someone called his bluff. Absolutely livid, Chen grabs his phone and rallies his crew. Within minutes, mob of armed thugs shows up at the building. Led by a bald lackey, they march straight to Jang Yi's apartment. You messed with the wrong boss, kid. Today, you pay. He swings his sword at the wooden-looking door, only for the blade to shatter as he goes flying back. Terrified, the bald guy gasps. This door is solid metal. I mean, how many enemies does this guy have? His apartment is safer than a central bank vault. Watching everything on his security cameras, Jang Yi just laughs, thinking these clowns look weak and probably need a snack. As the mob gets more frustrated, our boy gets a brilliant idea with a kitchen water hose hooked to his faucet. Outside, the thugs see a tiny slot in the door open up. They are totally clueless, thinking it's not a weapon, so there is no real danger. Big mistake. The hose starts spraying, freezing water directly at them. Instantly, half the mob slips and collapses onto the icy floor, while the lucky ones scramble away. Jang Yi watches the chaos with pure satisfaction. In this kind of weather, freezing water is deadlier than any blade. Back at Chen Jiang's place, the three lucky survivors are shivering uncontrollably under blankets. Furious, the boss demands answers. How could a whole squad fail to catch one single teenager? The shivering henchmen explain that Jang Yi is a tactical genius. He installed a heavy-duty, military-grade steel door and blasted them all with ice water through a tiny peephole. Chen Jiang growls that the brat cannot hide in there forever. He orders his men to camp outside the door, 24/7. The second he steps out, grab him. Meanwhile, down at the lobby, Uncle Yu gathers a group to shovel snow, hoping to clear a path to the supermarket for some much-needed groceries. But just as Jang Yi predicted, they cannot shovel faster than the blizzard can pile it up. Before long, cold and exhausted, they throw in the towel and head back inside empty-handed. Watching them struggle, Jang Yi notes that mere humans cannot compete with Mother Nature. Even though the TV news is desperately claiming the government has the winter crisis completely under control, our main character is the only one who knows the grim truth. 95% of humanity is about to freeze to death. Suddenly, his lifelong crush, the ultimate gold digger, texts him to check if he is alive. If only she knew the actual situation, she could be living in absolute luxury right next to him. Jang Yi casually replies that he is doing great. She complains about running out of food, hinting that he has plenty of supplies to share, and promises a future date. Jang Yi, being the master troll, just sends her a picture of a massive lobster he is having for dinner. Annoyed, she thinks this is exactly why he is single. His chance with her is officially ruined. Her best friend tries to back her up, texting, "How could you upset our poor girl like that?" Seeing this, Jang Yi rolls his eyes. This pathetic guilt trip is too weak to work on him. The friend keeps pushing, claiming the storm will pass soon and asking why he cannot support his neighbors. He might even win her heart. But Jang Yi completely ignores the lecture and replies with a simple letter O. This absolutely triggers both of them. How did this former simp suddenly transform into a savage, red pill king? She gives up trying to understand his new attitude and decides that if one simp is broken, they can just exploit another poor soul. She calls up another backup admirer, Joe Pong. Eager to please, the guy runs over, bringing every single ounce of his food, just to impress her. But the moment she gets the bag, her friend slams the door right in his face. She doesn't care about him at all. She's purely focused on getting even with Jang Yi for bruising her ego. Thanks to this new batch of food, 5 days pass while the blizzard outside worsens. As Jang Yi happily munches on fried chicken, waiting for the real show to start, the entire neighborhood suddenly plunges into total darkness as the power grid fails. Panicked residents rush into the hallways, asking if anyone has power. With water and electricity officially dead, the heaters are gone, and everyone is shivering under their blankets. Unfazed, Jang Yi finishes his meal, picks his teeth, and fires up the backup generator he cleverly hoarded from the warehouse before the crisis hit. Downstairs, neighborhood committee leader Aunt Lin shivers while clutching her grandson. She never expected this storm to last so long. Suddenly, a message pops up in her private official group chat. A researcher warns that this is a once-in-100,000 years ice age. Humanity is facing potential extinction, and several major cities are already wiped out, so everyone needs to stockpile immediately. Terrified by the grim news, Aunt Lin realizes how bad things actually are. But instead of helping, the greedy old lady immediately cooks up a selfish plan to trick the residents into surrendering their food before they find out the truth. She posts in the building group chat, claiming the situation is temporary and telling everyone not to panic, since crews are already fixing the power grid. She claims the authorities have put the committee in charge due to the emergency, and warns that anyone who resists will be arrested by the police. Naturally, the residents are furious about this sudden power grab, especially Chen Jiang, but even a local thug boss has to play cool when the police are mentioned. Taking advantage of the silence, Aunt Lin doubles down, declaring that due to the crisis, all residents must turn in their food to her for equal distribution. Seeing this, Jang Yi smirks, remembering how this exact same trick got him starved to death in his past life when she hoarded everything for herself. To make matters worse, the old lady targets him directly, sending a private text reminding him that she saw him buying 3 truckloads of goods from his warehouse and demanding he hand it over. Laughing at her audacity, Jang Yi fires back with a savage voice note, calling her a hypocritical liar and telling her exactly where she can shove her demands, claiming he already ate everything and is currently starving. He even asks her to bring him some food when she collects it. The old lady nearly has a stroke from pure rage upon hearing this, wondering how this kid dared to ruin her perfect plan. But knowing she needs to stay on his good side to get his stash, she forces herself to reply with a fake motherly tone, explaining it is a direct order from the government, promising to reward his generosity later. If Jang Yi had not already lived through her betrayal in his previous life, he might have believed her, but he knows better. Picking his teeth, he writes back, "Auntie, I am telling the truth. I am starving here. Why don't you send some instant noodles my way?" Hearing this, Aunt Lin loses her mind, snapping that defying her orders is treason, and that she will make sure he gets severely punished. Jang Yi just laughs her off, completely unfazed by her empty threats, knowing she has zero power now. Fuming with rage, the old lady throws her phone against the wall. Since she cannot break Jang Yi, she decides to focus her manipulation on the other clueless tenants to gather whatever she can. 2 days later, her lies actually pay off, and several naive neighbors deliver their remaining food to her apartment. Watching this from his cameras, Jang Yi just laughs at how gullible people are in a literal apocalypse. By now, society is completely collapsing, food is running low, and humanity has to choose between starving or hunting for survival. Eventually, restless neighbors start tagging Aunt Lin in the group chat, demanding their fair share of the food. They complain that their families are starving and they need answers now, or they will come for her. But the corrupt old lady drops the act, smugly replying that since she worked hard to collect the supplies, she has no intention of sharing them. Just then, her phone rings with Chen Jiang's caller ID, making her break into a cold sweat. "What does a big boss want with an old lady?" she asks. He replies coldly, "Aunt Lin, you really scammed everyone out of their food." She plays dumb, claiming she was only doing her duty for the community. But Chen Jiang laughs, telling her that this little game is officially over. Look at this mess. 10 hungry neighbors are waiting for Aunt Lin to hand out the goods. She tries to stall them, arguing that the food has not been sorted yet and some people still haven't contributed theirs, so she cannot start distributing yet. But Chen Jiang and his starving mob do not care. They storm her apartment. With no law left in this frozen apocalypse, he just straight up slaps the old woman, right in the face, claiming he is delivering justice today. Meanwhile, our main character Jang Yi is watching the whole drama on his security cameras, casually chewing on a sausage. He even decides to record the show and post it right into the building's group chat for everyone to see. Realizing the mob is going to plunder every single crumb, the old lady tries to block Chen Yung, screaming that some of this food is hers, food she bought with her own money, and without it, she and her grandson will starve. Chen Yung basically tells her to get lost and kicks her. Terrified, the young grandson grabs a bread knife to protect her, and he actually stabs one of the thugs right in the crotch. Doubled over in pain, the angry thug kicks the kid in the chest while the rest of the gang just laughs. Chen Yung does not care at all. He claims the old lady deserved it for lying to everyone, calling his robbery sweet justice. Shockingly, the neighbors watching the video in the group chat actually cheer them on. They love seeing the old liar get what she deserved. They even thank Chen Yung for his service. Reading this, Jang Yi just shakes his head. These fools do not understand the real danger here. Today, Chen Yung breaks into the old lady's place. Tomorrow, he will be breaking into yours. But since this is not his problem, Jang Yi does not care. His reinforced steel door is completely impenetrable. Meanwhile, a battered Aunt Lin is begging for help in the chat. She needs wound medicine, pain relievers, and antibiotics. Her grandson was badly hurt during the raid, and Dr. Xiao urgently needs these medical supplies to perform surgery on the poor kid. Hearing this, Jang Yi's eyes widen. Dr. Xiao was actually a decent, kind-hearted doctor in his past life. Talk about a rare find in this brutal world. Still, Aunt Lin continues pleading for any kind of help. He promises to reward anyone who steps up. But the group chat goes completely silent. Nobody wants to risk their own skin or share their stash. Watching the silence, Jang Yi figured this was just instant karma. Outside, the relentless blizzard has raged for over a week, burying the entire ground floor of the building in deep snow. Even if the doctor manages to save the kid, how is he going to survive without food? By now, the news has confirmed this is a once-in-100,000 years ice age. The entire planet is being swallowed by frost. Up north, temperatures have plummeted to a lethal -100 degrees. Anyone who tried fleeing south simply froze to death along the highway. Back in the building group chat, Aunt Lin is back at it, desperately begging for mercy once again. Her grandson hasn't eaten in 2 days. He's just a little boy, she says. Are they really going to let him starve? She even offers to pay cold hard cash, which gets the greedy neighbors interested. Suddenly, they're selling single packs of instant ramen for $2,000 each. Jang Yi watches the bidding war, highly amused by their sheer stupidity. These people clearly do not understand the scale of this apocalypse. Pretty soon, cash is going to be completely worthless. However, one smart rich guy in the building, Xing Zhang, starts quietly buying up all the food he can get his hands on, regardless of the absurd prices. He knows damn well that paper money can't keep you alive when the world ends. Meanwhile, another single mother posts a desperate cry for help, begging for scraps to save her starving little daughter. Jang Yi doesn't stress over it. He remembers that in his past life, this mother-daughter duo actually managed to survive for a very long time, so they'll be fine. 10 days have passed, and Jang Yi is living like a king. Suddenly, his phone rings. He smirks when he sees the caller ID. Answering the video call, he teasingly asks his gold-digging ex if she's lost weight. But once she spots his roasted chicken, her mouth starts watering. She and her friend are practically drooling through the screen, demanding to know how he still has fresh meat. And why is he sweating in this freezing weather? Mockingly, he boasts about his cozy, warm fireplace. He even jokes about going for a light jog outside just to get some fresh air. Yu Qing, completely desperate now, tries to flirt, calling him amazing and asking if she can come over for a warm bath. Naturally, he shuts her down instantly with a savage comeback. The gold digger gets highly offended, whining that while he doesn't have to help, mocking them is just plain cruel. Jang Yi just laughs and asks her a simple question. Do you still think I am just some worthless loser? If you want dinner so badly, why don't you go beg one of your rich boyfriends? Then he hangs up, leaving a furious Yu Qing to smash her phone in rage. The guy she used to look down on is now living the dream. To make matters worse, her friend starts praising Jang Yi, saying he is actually a total catch and way better than those broke rich guys they used to leech off of. The two girls end up throwing hands because Yu Qing cannot handle being called stupid. Meanwhile, the government finally stops downplaying the disaster and issues an emergency broadcast. To preserve what is left of the grid, electricity will only be available during the night. Even then, the voltage will be kept extremely low, barely enough to run small appliances. Most major power plants have already collapsed. People are ordered to limit usage to just phones and a single light bulb. No heating, no hot showers. Everyone finally realizes there is no end in sight. After a quick 10-minute brawl, the two friends make up and plot a new plan. Yu Qing calls up her ultimate simp, Zhou Peng, spinning a fake sob story about how Jang Yi is trying to take advantage of her, demanding she give up her purity in exchange for a little food. Absolutely furious, the loyal simp declares that Jang Yi is a total scumbag who needs to be taught a serious lesson. Sensing his rage, Yu Qing manipulates the idiot into suggesting they go rob Jang Yi's apartment right now. Before long, the three of them are standing at his doorstep, hiding kitchen knives behind their backs. Monitoring everything on his high-tech security feed, Jang Yi just laughs at these clueless amateurs. They knock on the door, putting on sweet voices, asking if they can trade some medical supplies for food. Annoyed by their pathetic attempt to scam him, Jang Yi decides to play a little game. He initially grabs a water hose to freeze them out, but then he spots his full trash can. Suddenly, using a custom high-pressure pump, he blasts the trio with a disgusting torrent of liquid sewage and rotting garbage, laughing that this is the exact kind of food they deserve. Covered in filth, an enraged Zhou Peng punches the door with all his might, only to break his own hand without leaving a single scratch. Jang Yi mocks them through the intercom, reminding them it is solid steel. Eventually, he gets bored of their whining and goes to bed. But in the middle of the night, a sharp gunshot rings out. Even though he knew the law of the jungle was inevitable, the sound still startles him. Grabbing his tablet to check the live security feeds, he sees Chen Yung and his armed thugs raiding apartments one by one, forcefully plundering everyone's food and supplies. Seeing the helpless residents, Jang Yi remembers his own dark fate from his past life. Meanwhile, Chen Yung starts posting photos of his victims in the group chat, declaring himself the ruler of the building. As the reign of terror continues, some of the terrified neighbors secretly form a new group chat to coordinate a counterattack. Jang Yi is quickly added to the group and watches the chaos unfold. He reads through the panic with pure amusement. Suddenly, a retired military veteran steps up, offering to lead an armed assault to take down Chen Yung. The old soldier demands they gather young volunteers and pool their weapons together. But a skeptical woman sends a voice note, questioning if they can even trust this old veteran with their guns. Just like that, the chat is split down the middle. Half want to fight, while the rest are too paranoid to trust him. Jang Yi just munching on snacks, enjoying the free theater. But as he watches Chen Yung plunder more apartments, Jang Yi realizes he needs to intervene. If these amateurs try to fight, they will all just end up with bullets in their heads. And that would ruin his peaceful show. Early the next morning, one of the neighbors who strongly opposed fighting Chen Yung sends a desperate, frantic SOS message directly to the main group. The door was being forced open, and she was clearly next. In no time, they dragged her out, and things got ugly. Terrified, Yu Qing and her friends realized they desperately needed a plan to avoid being the next victims. This manipulative girl suggested spreading rumors that Jang Yi had a massive stockpile of food, rallying the neighbors to raid his home. They even added him to their new chat group to threaten him, but Jang Yi did not care at all. When they insisted he must team up with them to survive the tyrant Chen Zhang, our main character simply responded by leaving the chat entirely. This cold response left Yu Qing and her crew absolutely speechless. How did the simp they walked all over 3 months ago become so ruthless? They immediately began plotting to break into Jang Yi's heavily fortified home and steal his shelter. The smart-looking glasses guy bragged that his friend was a master lockpicker. Armed with umbrellas to block any water or trash attacks, they moved in. Watching them through his security cameras, Jang Yi casually turned on his high-voltage defense system. Just as the locksmith realized this high-tech lock was completely unpickable, things took a shocking turn. Burglar was instantly electrocuted and fell dead on the spot. Watching the monitor, Jang Yi felt absolutely zero remorse. Horrified, the smart guy with glasses pointed at the door, cursing him out. Calling him a ruthless monster, they screamed at him to face them. Jang Yi just chuckled, loaded his deadly crossbow, and shot right through the door peephole, piercing one of the thugs in the arm. The other two rushed to help, only to get shot as well. Panicked, Yu Qing and the remaining cowards abandoned the wounded and fled. The 3 bleeding thugs were left behind, groaning on the cold floor. Back in safety, one girl furiously slapped Yu Qing, blaming her for the entire disaster. She screamed that Yu Qing never warned them about the deadly crossbows. Crying, the gold digger claimed she had absolutely no idea. Since he only threw trash and water before, she thought he was harmless. Zhou Pong, being the ultimate simp, immediately defended her. Meanwhile, the glasses guy realized they needed to treat the bleeding wounds first. They desperately called Dr. Zhou Kier to examine the injuries. Shocked by the deep gashes, she bluntly explained that without professional surgical gear, their survival rate was less than 20%. Worse, the rusty iron arrows meant infection would set in. Without strong antibiotics, they were practically dead. Hearing this, a sobbing relative wailed that Jang Yi was a cruel, heartless demon. The doctor still did not know who this mysterious neighbor was. Leaving them with a stern warning, she told them to find antibiotics immediately. Removing those arrows now would only cause them to bleed out. Driven mad by pain and panic, the glasses guy demanded that Jang Yi provide the medicine. For once, Yu Qing actually used her brain, remembering how Jang Yi had suddenly started stockpiling supplies weeks ago. She told the group that he definitely had medical supplies. After all, they had only tried to rob his home, not actually harm him. Since they failed and got hurt, she claimed it was his fault. Listening from the corner, Dr. Zhou Kier was utterly disgusted by their toxic entitlement. While she did not know Jang Yi, she silently agreed that these greedy freeloaders absolutely deserved to die. The other girl blamed Yu Qing for the mess, and forced the gold digger to figure out a way to get the medicine. Even her loyal simp, Zhou Pong, agreed this time since his own life was on the line. Desperate, Yu Qing called Jang Yi, who surprisingly picked up right away. Sobbing over the phone, she begged him to save the dying boys. Jang Yi simply asked why he should care, since everyone dies eventually anyway. An angry sister snatched the phone, screaming that it was his moral duty to help since his rusty arrows caused the infection. Jang Yi coldly laughed, admitting he chose those rusty arrows specifically so they would die. Adding insult to injury, he refused to help them but offered to let Yu Qing move into his warm home. Without hesitation, the angry girl snatched the phone back and offered Yu Qing to him on a silver platter. Telling him to do whatever he pleased with her, Yu Qing's greedy friend begged to be taken in too. Jang Yi agreed, telling them to come over immediately. Hearing this, the gold digger instantly bolted for the door. When her friend tried to stop her, Yu Qing shoved her aside, screaming at her to back off. Infuriated, the angry cousin slapped her across the face again, calling her a manipulative snake. Panicking, she turned to Zhou Pong, begging the ultimate simp to save her. She told him to convince the others to let her leave. She cruelly added that while he was a nice guy, he was just too poor and weak to make her happy like Jang Yi could. As Jo Pong collapsed in emotional and physical pain, Yu Qing made a desperate run for Jang Yi's apartment, but the furious neighbors quickly tackled her, refusing to let the girl who caused their misery escape to safety. They yelled that she had no right to escape and live in luxury. Dr. Jo Kier coldly warned them one last time about their imminent deaths and left. Desperate, the injured glasses guy proposed a plan. He insisted they leak the news about Jang Yi's massive food supply to the entire building. His brilliant idea was to let the brutal Chen Zhang raid the apartment, allowing them to steal the medicine during the chaos. Yu Qing protested, trying to protect her potential ticket to survival, but the other girl threatened to knock her teeth out if she spoke. Even her simp, Jo Pong, agreed that betraying Jang Yi was their only choice. They quickly posted the photos and videos of Jang Yi's loaded pantry into the building's main chat. Seeing the incredible feast, the local tyrant, Chen Zhang, drooled, realizing this was his chance to get revenge for his broken leg. The group chat instantly exploded, with shameless neighbors begging Jang Yi to share his food. Some begged for just a single meal. Aunt Lin demanded her share, and one mother even offered her child's godfather status for some soup. Amused by their pathetic begging, Jang Yi sent a savage voice note to the chat. Chewing loudly, he bluntly told them he had no intention of feeding useless animals and mocked their desperation. Leaving the chat in a frenzy, Jang Yi stared out at the freezing snowstorm. Feeling a bit cooped up, he thought it would be a perfect day to take his snowmobile out for a spin around the frozen city. Suddenly, he received a direct message from Dr. Jo Kier. She confessed she was out of food and medicine, proposing a negotiation. In his past life, this kind-hearted doctor had starved to death after donating her last meal. Jang Yi remembered her as a genuinely decent person. However, he also knew that in an apocalypse, an intelligent woman could be incredibly dangerous, and he was not about to risk his survival again. Determined to leave nothing to chance, he replied that while he could easily provide food, she had to offer something valuable in return. Reading his text, Dr. Jo Kier proposed offering her professional medical consulting. She thought her medical skills would be enough to win him over, but Jang Yi had a different deal in mind. He promised to supply her with unlimited food and medicine under one specific condition. He demanded that she act as his personal spy, reporting all the secret plans of the desperate neighbors. He left her with a brutal choice: stand by his side and live, or follow the brainless crowd to their graves. Though conflicted, she chose survival and accepted his terms. Just like that, Jang Yi secured a brilliant ally inside the enemy camp. Meanwhile, the angry glasses guy decided to send one final, desperate threat. He demanded to know if Jang Yi was going to hand over the supplies or face the consequences. Seeing the message, Jang Yi decided to troll the group chat, casually lying that he had just run completely out of food. The wounded bully spat more empty threats. Soon, Chen Zhang created a secret group chat excluding Jang Yi, gathering all the desperate neighbors to launch a massive, coordinated raid on his safe house. But Dr. Jo Kier immediately forwarded the plan, proving her loyalty. Knowing they were coming, Jang Yi assured her that his defenses were ready, advising her to stay far away from the mob tonight. At 2:30 a.m., an armed mob of angry neighbors marched to his door, chanting death threats against him. Armed with heavy tools, they began hammering on the steel door with all their might. Watching them on his monitors, Jang Yi flipped the switch on his high-voltage defense grid. The front raiders were instantly fried, dropping dead on the spot. Terrified, the remaining crowd turned to flee, but as they spun around, they ran straight into Chen Zhang's armed thugs. The tyrant blocked their escape, ordering them to keep breaking down the door or get slaughtered right there. To motivate them, the glasses guy yelled, screamed that they needed to kill Jang Yi to avenge their fallen neighbors, promising a warm fireplace and endless food waiting inside. Driven by greed and desperation, the brainwashed crowd prepared to attack again. They grabbed a massive wooden log and kept slamming the door. Meanwhile, Jang Ya was just chilling, drinking fine wine. Deciding to help them out, he blasted epic action music from his speakers, saying this was to motivate them. Fueled by the music and pure rage, they pounded away. But 20 minutes later, the door barely had a scratch, and the exhausted, starving neighbors were ready to collapse. They did not even realize the door was solid steel. Completely baffled, one guy inspected it with a magnifying glass. He gasped, saying it was bank vault material, and that not even a tank could blast through this door. Meanwhile, Jang Ya was waiting on the other side. Aiming his crossbow perfectly, he shot one guy right through the throat. As the man choked, the terrified neighbors scrambled away, screaming that he had weapons. Somehow, his shots hit people who were not even looking at his door. Truly a magical angle. Behind that steel barrier, Jang Ya felt zero guilt, just pure self-defense. Suddenly, the smart guy with glasses calmed everyone down and announced a brilliant plan. The door is bulletproof steel, sure, but the walls are just cheap cement bricks. The desperate neighbors instantly got the idea and started hammering away at the concrete. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, but then clang. A heavy metallic ring echoed. Forgetting his fear of flying arrows, the glasses guy rushed forward to inspect what they had hit. The walls were completely lined with steel plates, too. Talk about a brutal plot twist. Who put steel inside their walls unless they knew the apocalypse was coming? They frantically tried hammering other spots, but hit solid metal every single time. They even checked the apartments directly above and below him. Yep, steel everywhere. This guy did not just build an apartment, he built an impenetrable fortress. Without heavy machinery, drilling through was completely impossible. The reality finally set in. Jang Yi must have known the apocalypse was coming to build something this insane. Right on cue, everyone else sank into absolute despair, cursing him for being a selfish hoarder. Two starving neighbors stared at each other with literal hunger, briefly contemplating cannibalism before shaking it off. Then, one of them remembered that Jang Yi had a glass balcony. Suddenly, hope was reborn. They laid wooden planks from the neighboring balcony to bridge the gap, while Jang Yi just watched calmly from inside. The angry mob crowded onto the ledge, but bad news, guys, the glass was heavy-duty bulletproof. They could not even scratch it. Feeling helpful because of the freezing cold, Jang Yi decided to light up a Molotov cocktail. He tossed it through a gap in the outer wall, sending the fiery bottle crashing right onto their heads. For the neighbors, it was 1 second of pure shock followed by agonizing heat. Screaming in pain, one burning neighbor jumped off the balcony. The flames quickly spread, keeping everyone nice and warm while Jang Yi enjoyed the show. Terrified, the remaining survivors tried to scramble back to the next apartment, but the neighbors inside blocked them, terrified the fire would spread. Some fell off the wooden planks, while those who survived the chaos just huddled near the warmth. Eventually, the weeping survivors crawled back to his glass balcony, begging for food. But after how they betrayed him in his past life, zero pity. Instead, he decided to have some fun. He flaunted a steaming plate of hot pasta, making them drool, and placed it right before their eyes. Then, Jang Yi made an offer. Bring me the head of Chen Zhong, and you eat for an entire week. Every single set of eyes turned hungrily toward Chen Zhong next door. The message was loud and clear. His head was a golden ticket to a week of survival. Terrified, Chen Zhong quickly locked his door, but the angry crowd was held back by Chen's armed thugs and the pistol in his hand. Stoking the fire, Jang Yi posted the bounty directly in the building's chat group, a week of food for Chen's head. By the next morning, starving residents were lying in wait, desperate to secure their food supply. Pistol or not, they planned to take him by surprise. But as Chen Zhong and his thugs walked out, they were suddenly ambushed from behind. Unfortunately, the attackers were easily overpowered and ended up dead on the floor. Chen Zhong coldly ordered his men to butcher them for meat, but then noticed he was bleeding from his back. He summoned our favorite doctor, Juar, to patch him up. As she bandaged him, she made it clear her services were not free. Chen Zhong casually offered her a share of their meal, but when she saw what was in that soup, she flatly refused, saying she would rather starve to death. Laughing it off, Chen Zhong told her not to worry. She would be the absolute last person they ate. Disgusted by the threat, she tried to walk out, but Chen blockaded her, barking that she was staying until his wound fully healed. Trapped, she sat in the corner as the thugs continued planning their next assault on Jang Yi. It is wild how far people will go when they are desperate. If Chen had not been wounded, he definitely would have done worse to her. After memorizing their attack strategy, Juar excused herself to the bathroom. In reality, she was secretly messaging Jang Yi to leak their entire plan. Shortly after, Chen's goons raided a neighboring apartment to scavenge. The innocent couple inside let them in, having no idea that they themselves were the prize. Suddenly, the thugs brutally struck them down from behind. To secure his turf, Chen Yong justified the murders to our doctor, claiming he could not allow other predators to live near him. Our good doctor, Jor, was finally realizing just how monstrous this man really was. Meanwhile, in Yu Qing's apartment, her friends were desperately pulling out crossbow arrows without any anesthesia or medicine. Severe infections were already setting in, and only the freezing cold kept them from completely losing their minds. Zhou Pang begged his cousin to beg Jang Yi for help one more time, but she snapped that it was pointless. He was done with them. As days passed, Jang Yi feasted in luxury while watching Chen Yong live in constant terror of another ambush. Enjoying his warm meals, Jang Yi decided to call Juar for an update. She whimpered that Chen Zhong had completely lost his mind. Their food supply was empty, and they were actively hunting down neighbors who were breaking into homes, slaughtering everyone in sight, and storing the bodies for meat. Starving for days, she begged him to save her. Jang Yi paused, weighing his options carefully. A skilled doctor is worth her weight in gold during the apocalypse. He agreed to let her in, but on one condition: she had to pull off one final task for him first. A bit later, a desperate Jotpong pounded on Jang Ya's door. He practically wept, begging for food to save his precious Yuqing, the very girl who had used and discarded him like trash. Jang Ya just sighed, pointing out that the guy's tetanus infection was too advanced for medicine anyway. Walking back, the tragic simp realized he had never even held her hand. Refusing to die alone, he charged into Yuqing's room. He dropped to his knees, begging her to marry him. Repulsed, she kicked him away. In a mad fit of rage, he grabbed her throat, snarling that they would marry in hell. She slapped him, screaming that she belonged to Jang Ya. Yongpong snarled that he would gladly drag her to hell with him. Meanwhile, back at Chen's hideout, Jor offered to cook a special feast. She promised they would not even notice it was not normal meat. Delighted, the goons figured she had finally swallowed her pride to survive. Feigning cooperation, she told them she wanted to live just as badly as they did. After letting them help prep, she insisted on finishing the cooking alone. Left alone, she slipped a heavy dose of drugs into the pot, fighting back tears and vomit as she stirred. Later, she served up the delicious-looking soup to the hungry crew. To completely gain their trust, she even poured herself a small bowl before retreating to her room. She had dumped an entire bottle of sleeping pills into that broth and prayed it would work. Within minutes, the heavy sedatives knocked everyone out cold. With everyone snoring, she breathed a sigh of relief and messaged Jang Ya that the job was done. When she asked for next steps, Jang Ya, who was watching from his window, ordered her to drag everyone out to the balcony. Shivering, she asked if he planned to execute them. In response, he threw a heavy rope across and told her to tie every single one of them to the balcony railing. When she complained, he coldly reminded her this was her test. After securing the sleeping thugs to the railing, she spotted Chen Zhong's loaded pistol and picked it up. Watching closely, Jang Ya immediately ordered her to remove the ammunition clip and toss the weapon over to him. She hesitated, asking if she could actually trust his word. But knowing she had absolutely zero other options, she obeyed and tossed the gun across the gap. Jang Ya caught it, examining the pistol to confirm it was indeed Chen's weapon. Once satisfied, he disappeared back inside his apartment and grabbed a high-pressure water hose. Without warning her, he began blasting freezing water all over the sleeping men on the balcony, forcing Juar to scramble back inside. Cold water rains down. Within seconds, Chen Yung and his boys wake up screaming. Staring at his bound hands and feet, the guy finally realizes he has been drugged. Too late now, buddy. All he can do is shout a few useless curses at Jang Ya. After another icy blast, Chen Yung is officially a human popsicle. Dr. Joyer, barely able to stand, calls her boss and says it is done. Minutes later, our gorgeous doctor arrives at his door while he watches her on security cameras. Sure, everything went smoothly, but he is not taking any chances. He tells her to unlock the heavy door. He aims his gun as she pushes the door open and collapses onto the floor. Honestly, just the warm air inside his place is heaven to her. Sneaking up behind her, Jang Ya whispers that they are not done. He needs to know she is not hiding any weapons. She knows exactly what that means. Blushing hard, our lovely doctor starts peeling off her layers until she is standing there in nothing but her underwear. Now that he is sure she is completely clean, Jang Ya smiles and points her to the bathroom to wash up and change out of those filthy clothes. But as soon as he hears the shower running, he raids her medical kit and confiscates every single item. Hey, safety first, right? A little while later, Joyer steps out of the bathroom wearing a cute pair of pajamas, completely melting our main character. He tells her to sit down and dry her hair. He explains that she is only here because she is useful, but if she ever breaks his rules, he will kick her out without a second thought. That guest room is hers now, no wandering around without his permission. She nods, fully aware of what happens if she messes up. Jang Ya reminds her that in this brutal, frozen world, sticking with him is her only ticket to survival. To secure her absolute loyalty, he decides to show her something mind-blowing. As she looks around, she notices there is absolutely no food in sight. That is because he possesses a secret power. Right before her eyes, he pulls a fresh loaf of bread out of thin air. He warns her that if she ever betrays him, her food source disappears. She will literally starve to death without him. Seeing this spatial magic, she finally understands his cozy lifestyle. She stuffs her face, crying tears of joy and almost choking because she is eating so fast. Now that she is safe, warm, and fed, she has to earn her keep by doing all the chores. But before she can agree, our sneaky host asks what else she can bring to the table. Being a smart woman, she gets the hint immediately. Jang Ya's eyes go wide at her sudden bold move. Besides cooking and cleaning, they are basically a couple now. And you know what that means, some intense nightly exercise in exchange for all the food she wants. The next morning, Jang Ya looks at his sleeping beauty and chuckles, thinking she must be completely exhausted from last night's workout. Having a gorgeous woman around during lockdown is not a bad deal at all. She gets dressed and they enjoy a lavish breakfast, living in more luxury than they did before the world ended. He tosses her one of his special high-tech cold coats and takes her outside. Jang Yi hands her a baseball bat, reminding her that since she helped freeze those thugs, she needs to finish the job. Her task? Smash those human popsicles into pieces. Without asking any questions, our doctor walks over and starts swinging that bat. Meanwhile, Jang Yi happily records her hard work on his phone. She does not even care that she is on camera, she just keeps bashing away. Jang Yi's plan is to post this video to the building group chat, showing everyone that their terrifying bully is now ice cubes. Nobody in the chat even questions why the doctor is doing this. They are all just cheering and celebrating the bully's demise. Just as Jang Yi is enjoying his victory, his phone rings. His Yuqing, his crazy ex. Jang Yi acts surprised she is even breathing. With a psychotic look on her face, she says she heard Chen Yung is dead, so she is ready to be his woman now. You and I both know she is completely unhinged. Her desperate friends are screaming in the background, ready to murder her. Jang Yi decides this is the perfect moment to absolutely crush her spirit. He sends her a photo of Joir, bragging that she is his new fiancée. Seeing the message, the ex breaks away from her angry friends and rushes to the screen, only to see him with his gorgeous girlfriend. The girl goes completely ballistic, screaming that she loves him more than anyone, but Jang Yi cold-heartedly tells her she is trash compared to his new girl, and hangs up. The poor ex is devastated. Her friends are too tired to even beat her up anymore. They are just furious that she tried to ditch them for a cozy life with Jang Yi. Well, guess what, ladies? You are all freezing together. Satisfied with his trolling, Jang Yi asks his cute doctor if he was too harsh. She smiles and says it does not matter. He must have his reasons. Besides, she knew those girls were completely nuts anyway. If Jang Yi did it, it was the right call. Meanwhile, across the street, some poor guy decides he cannot take the cold anymore and takes a flying leap off his balcony. Honestly, neither of them is even shocked by the suicide. Just then, Jang Yi's phone rings again. This time it is his Uncle Yu. A relieved Jang Yi tells him how glad he is that he survived. Turns out, Uncle Yu hoarded supplies thanks to his nephew's early warning. But here is the catch. He is currently sheltering Za Mei, that single mother, and her sick kid who desperately needs medicine. Of course, Uncle Yu is the only person on Earth our selfish protagonist actually cares about. He tells him to come grab the medicine. Later, while telling Joyer about his uncle, there is a knock. Checking the cameras, he spots his uncle and that greedy woman. No way is he opening the door. He simply slides the medicine through the mail slot, letting it drop to the floor outside. His uncle is grateful. But the woman immediately starts begging for more. She knows he has a working fireplace and begs to come inside to warm up her baby. At this point, Jang Yi sighs. He does not want to hurt his uncle, but safety always comes first. He lies, claiming he ran out of coal, and that he and his girlfriend are wearing 7 or 8 coats just to stay warm. The uncle does not want to press him, but the woman keeps demanding entry, asking why the doctor gets to be inside. Jang Yi shuts her down, claiming she is his fiancée, so she belongs here. Hearing this, Joyer blushes bright red. Finally, Uncle Yu snaps at the woman to drop it, thanking his nephew again for the medicine and noting they still have plenty of food left. After sending them away, Jang Yi is totally exhausted. That annoying woman in his past life was a real parasite. Needing a break, he lays his head in his gorgeous girlfriend's lap and enjoys the view. He knows that selfish woman is trouble. Sure enough, once they get back to their apartment, Uncle Yu confronts her, demanding to know why she is trying to abuse his nephew's kindness. She plays the victim card, claiming she did it for her baby. But Uncle reminds her that they owe Jang Yi everything. Without his warning to stockpile food, they would already be dead. Instead of showing gratitude, Za Mei sneers, calling Jang Yi selfish. She claims he only gave them medicine so he could hold it over their heads later. Hearing this, Uncle Yu completely loses his temper. He yells that enough is enough. He is old, but he is not an idiot. If she badmouths his nephew again, she can freeze outside alone. Realizing she pushed too far, she shuts up. The next morning, thugs from a neighboring building dig a snow tunnel straight into Jang Yi's territory. They treat everyone they meet as hostile, and the first poor fool gets shot and drops dead. Knowing he has a steel door, these bandits brought dynamite to blow it wide open. They light the fuse and run, setting off a massive blast. The deafening noise wakes Jang Yi instantly, and he rushes to check. Checking his monitors, he spots a group of local construction workers. They step forward, fully expecting his door to be in pieces, but it does not have a single scratch. Needless to say, our boy is furious. To punish them for touching his home, Jang Yi serves up a spicy retaliation. He drops a grenade, giving them some explosive warmth. He then pulls out his Glock, putting several of them to sleep permanently, but his ammo is running low. This attack proves that other buildings know about his treasure trove. You and I both know this is just the beginning of a brutal war for survival. Those gunshots absolutely terrified our beautiful doctor. Too embarrassed to show it, she played it cool and went back to work. Meanwhile, Jang Yi realized it was finally time to make his move. In the building chat, everyone was panicking over that massive explosion. Jang Yi, playing the genius as usual, lied and said outsiders tried to blow up his place to rob everyone, but he bravely fought them off and kicked them out of the building and a few straight out of this life. Naturally, everyone praised him. He then called his uncle for intel. Turns out, this enemy gang is from Building 26, led by a guy named Hang Tanfang. Uncle reveals this thug did exactly what Chen Zhang did, taking over his entire building by force, stealing all the food, and ruling with an iron fist. Jang Yi explained to his uncle that since they wiped out the scouts, the gang would definitely return for bloody revenge. They needed to unite the weak neighbors as shields. Then, speaking privately, with Joy, he warned her that these desperate neighbors would gladly stab them in the back. So, he tasked her with gathering secret intel on the rival building gangs, working closely with Uncle Yu. 2 days later, she shows up dressed in a cute maid outfit, ready to report her findings. Hey, stop staring at the outfit and pay attention to the details. Joy explains that the true powerhouses around here are the gang from Building 26 who attacked earlier, and another dangerous faction over in Building 21. Plus, a couple other buildings might have some muscle, but they are staying quiet. Hearing this, our smart lead immediately deduces that the other buildings are already tearing each other apart instead of joining forces, making them zero threat. Pleased with her great work, he orders her to keep spying. For some sweet reason, she blushes madly, probably imagining something much more romantic was about to go down. But reality hits hard when that same gang from Building 26 returns. This time, they start brutally dragging people out of their apartments and leave a terrifying threat until Jang Yi surrenders. Everyone in the building dies. This terrible news quickly spreads, totally ruining our lovely couple's workout session. The panicked neighbors start demanding that he step up. Hearing their demands, he gets incredibly annoyed. He fires back savage voice notes, telling them their lives mean absolutely nothing to him, so they should handle it themselves. But right after, he rings his uncle, letting him know it is finally time to play his part. The uncle posts in the chat, claiming the Building 26 gang has only 20 men, so a united front could easily crush them. Desperate, the neighbors actually agree. The uncle then points out that they are all starving, while the young, athletic, and extremely well-fed Jang Yi is the only one strong enough to lead. Seizing the moment, our clever protagonist messages the group, offering to help them defeat the rival gang, but only if they promise to obey his every command. The cowards agree, as long as it is safe. Sitting comfortably in his warm home, eating way better than you and I do, he scoffs. He tells them they must take risks, or wait for Building 26 to slaughter them all. With Uncle Yu playing the hype man and urging them to fall in line, they finally submit. To sweeten the deal for the starving crowd, he reveals he has vehicles that can run in the deep snow. If they fight the gang from Building 26, he will bring them food. Desperate, they agree to any dangerous task, just to get some food and avoid getting killed by their own. Just like that, they officially crown him their supreme leader. Now seen as their grand savior, he prepares for his very first expedition outside. Packed with his high-tech thermal gear, the freezing cold is nothing to him. When Joy offers to tag along, he firmly tells her to stay safe inside, assuring her he trusts her completely. But the moment he steps out, this absolute troll snaps his fingers, making every single food supply in the apartment vanish instantly. Sarcastic much? He heads down to the 4th floor and leaps right out of a window. Yep, the snow is literally 4 stories high now. Anyone trying to walk out here normally would instantly sink and freeze to death. But our guy simply pulls a high-powered snowmobile straight out of his massive dimensional pocket space. A neighbor nearby actually spots him, though we are not sure if they saw him materialize it or just riding it. Cruising easily, he soon arrives at his destination, the Tianhui City Police Station. He smashes a window and slips inside without any trouble at all. His main mission? Stocking up on serious weapons and ammo. Exploring deeper, he finds the frozen bodies of the officers, who had no heat or warm gear. That first deadly cold night was their end. He pays his respects, acknowledging them as true heroes who once protected the city. While covering their bodies, he spots a ring of keys. Now, he can unlock absolutely every room in here, especially the armory. Stepping inside, it is an absolute paradise. Racks of guns and piles of ammunition are everywhere. Without wasting a second, he sweeps everything into his dimensional storage space. With that done, he decides it is time to grab some cheap food for his beloved cannon fodder. Jumping back on his ride, he travels to the snow-covered shopping mall and starts digging down. Reaching the glass skylight, he shatters it to drop inside, looting every useful item in sight. Over in the supermarket section, he finds all the fresh fruit frozen completely solid. Same goes for the meat. But honestly, this frozen junk is a 5-star feast for his starving neighbors. He bags up the edible loot, gets back on his snowmobile, and speeds home. Back at his place, the boss of Building 26 spots him with the fresh haul. He is absolutely green with envy, instantly plotting to steal that sweet ride. Plus, the noisy engine alerts all the neighbors, who look out in shock. Uncle Yu is absolutely thrilled to see his genius nephew return with actual food. However, Jang Yi quickly warns them how deadly it is out there in the freezing wasteland. Uncle Yu immediately hypes him up as their ultimate hero. Holding a gun and some frozen groceries, our main character issues a strict threat. Want to eat? Then prepare to obey. Right on cue, the thugs from Building 26 show up, demanding they hand over all the goods or die. His very first order is pure chaos. Go out there and wipe them out. Anyone who secures a kill gets food for 5 full days. Hearing that glorious offer, the starving residents go absolutely feral and charge the rival gang from Building 26. The thugs are completely stunned by how these weak, cowardly neighbors suddenly turned into bloodthirsty beasts. From the balcony, Jang Yi and his girl watch the easy victory. The survivors flee back to Building 26, leaving behind several wounded allies. Our sweet doctor knows she could easily save them, but wasting precious medicine on pure charity is out of the question. Besides, she knows Jang Yi would never allow it. Now, let me ask you guys, is our protagonist a cold villain, a ruthless anti-hero, or just a guy doing what it takes? Because from here on out, he starts using everyone like chess pieces. He gathers the crowd and smiles, rewarding the top fighters who got the most kills with special food bonuses. It is a genius, calculated move to keep them working for him. They have no choice but to bow to the guy holding the gun and the food, even with miserable faces. But when he notices a slacker, he scoffs and casually kicks a single piece of candy toward him. The guy whines that it is unfair to only get this. Jang Yi coldly asks if he actually has the nerve to complain. After all, the slacker did absolutely nothing but shout from the back. Suddenly, the other sad neighbors feel great, knowing someone has it way worse. Trying to argue, Shua claims the crowd was too thick to find an opening. Our lead simply shrugs, only results matter here. Furious, Shua yells that this is a personal target. So, with a simple nod, 2 strong neighbors grab the shouting rebel. Jang Yi casually asks the crowd what happens to people who dare to disobey their supreme leader. Time to teach, to silence the complainers. Our main character, Jang Yi, stomps on a guy's candy, rubs the leftovers into his hair, and drops a cold, hard truth. No work, no food. Period. With everyone fed, he tells Joe to lock up the remaining supplies. But right on cue, a familiar, annoying voice echoes from the crowd. It is his gold-digging ex, Fang Yuqing, and her parasite bestie. They crawl forward, whining that they haven't gotten their shares yet, hoping dear big brother Jang Yi did not forget them. And our main character, being the humble king he is, says he absolutely did not. In fact, he hid the food specifically because there was not enough for them. Talk about savage. Fang Yuqing starts crying, asking why he does not love her anymore, only to get slapped right across the face. Jang Yi tells her he never loved her, and he is now happily engaged to the lovely Joe. A woman in the crowd calls Yuqing a gold digger, and Jang Yi happily agrees, exposing her past scams. Even her former victim chimes in, admitting she used him for cash. Other guys start mocking her, joking that if they knew she was that cheap before the world ended, they would have taken advantage too. Utterly humiliated, the gold digger flees. Meanwhile, 2 shady guys grab her parasite friend, muffling her mouth and dragging her away. Judging by their creepy faces, they are definitely not taking her out for dinner. As for Shu Hao, his loyalty paid off. Jang Yi rewards him with high-grade food, making the guy swear eternal loyalty to his new master. Drama over. It is time for Jang Yi to organize the building's defenses. Out of 47 survivors, excluding Jang Yi, Joe, and Uncle Yu's family, 42 people are divided into 6 groups of 7. They will take turns guarding the building's entrance 24 hours a day. Their job? Shout and make noise the second they see trouble. Luckily, Uncle Yu is a seasoned military veteran, making him the perfect guy to whip these squads into shape. Back in his cozy apartment, Jang Yi is reviewing his plans. Joe asks what will happen if the heavy snow starts up again. Pulling a weapon from his pocket dimension, he gives her the grim reality. They will be snowed in for at least a month. But in this frozen hell, weather is not the real threat. People are. Fortunately, with his high-caliber sniper rifle, he can eliminate enemies from his living room. Peering through his scope, he spots some thieves sneaking toward the garage. They are hunting for the snowmobile Jang Yi deliberately left out as bait, which is actually safe inside his pocket dimension. Just then, Uncle Yu calls, confirming the defense teams are ready. He apologizes for his wife's annoying chatter during their previous medical run, begging Jang Yi not to take her words to heart. Jang Yi brushes it off, but drops a heavy question. Does Uncle Yu really want to raise another man's kid? In this apocalypse, capable men are rare assets, and they can have any woman they want. Sensing the older man's awkwardness, Jang Yi chuckles and says his wife is actually a decent partner. He jokingly suggests Uncle should just get her pregnant instead, but Uncle Yu sighs, dismissing the idea entirely. In a frozen wasteland, kids are the last thing on his mind, so he goes back to guarding. Jang Yi turns to Joe, saying starting a family is something they should consider very carefully. Meanwhile, in the tunnels, thieves from Building 26 sneak back through the dugout tunnel to steal supplies. But the first intruder gets immediately cornered. The guards scream out in alarm, and a massive brawl erupts on the stairs. Intruders did not expect Jang Yi's building to be this heavily fortified, and they quickly run for their lives. Watching them scatter from his cozy balcony, Jang Yi decides he is in the mood for target practice. Pulling his legendary sniper rifle from his dimensional storage, he aims with absolute, chilling calmness. He already knows exactly what will happen the very moment his finger squeezes the trigger. Boom! One runner gets headshotted instantly, sending the rest into a wild, screaming panic. Jang Yi smiles to himself, loving the sheer rush of power, and decides to keep the party going. Every single shot is surgical, snapping onto targets like an aimbot. 7 spent shells hit the ground, and 7 cold bodies drop into the snow. That ought to send a clear message to the neighbors. The message is loud and clear. Do not mess with Jang Yi, the undisputed boss of Building 25. He has sniper support, and resistance is suicide. The next morning, Joe brings him a fresh meal. She happily tells him she is working on her cooking skills, then casually asks about the loud bangs on the balcony last night. Jang Yi bluntly admits he sniped 7 people. Her reaction? She simply smiles and calls him amazing. Jang Yi asks if she is not even curious why he used a heavy sniper rifle. Joe shrugs, saying his reasons do not matter. She is on his side. Living with him is infinitely better than freezing to death outside. In short, she does not care what happens to anyone else. Jang Yi praises her intelligence and lack of annoying curiosity. He really likes her style. Meanwhile, the desperate residents of Building 26 stare at the frozen corpses. One of the dead was actually the boss's relative. They are starving, and now they are running out of manpower. Furious, the boss orders his men to bring in the bodies of his relative and the others, to use them as meat. Yes, they went there. Meanwhile, Jang Yi decides to head out for a scouting run. The survivors fear and respect him now. Connected to Uncle Yu via earpiece, Jang Yi confirms the building's defenses are solid before heading out. Over in Building 26, their leader is absolutely seething with rage. If he could just get his hands on that snowmobile, he could scavenge for food and cigarettes. Too bad his previous scouting party found nothing in the garage and got sniped for their troubles. Jang Yi rides his snowmobile to his true destination, an industrial district packed with heavy machinery and imported cars. The massive warehouses are so tall, the roofs are still free of snow. Breaking through the ceiling, he rappels down and begins hoovering every luxury vehicle into his endless pocket dimension. Sure, supercar collections are worthless right now, but they might be valuable bargaining chips later. His next stop is a local gas station. He desperately needs fuel to power his generators, machinery, and snowmobile. But to his dismay, the entire station is completely buried under a mountain of snow. Digging down 10 meters by hand is impossible, and for the first time, his plans are halted. Frustrated, he collapses into the snow, desperately brainstorming how to extract that precious fuel. That is when it hits him. He has a massive excavator stored in his pocket dimension. Using his remaining fuel, he fires up the machine and starts digging. Soon, he carves a path straight down. He reaches the underground storage tanks. Best of all, the fuel is not frozen. All he has to do is seal up the massive tanks and store them directly inside his pocket dimension. With this heavy excavator and endless storage, he can dig up any buried resource on Earth. He is officially unstoppable. Meanwhile, back in the building, a neighbor's toddler comes down with a dangerously high fever. Joe rushes over to help, but her hands are tied since Jang Yi keeps all the medicine locked up. Luckily, Uncle Yu brings some leftover meds from his partner's young son. He reassures the frantic mother, and soon, the child's fever begins to break. But before leaving, Joe warns her to keep a close watch. They barely step outside the door when a blood-curdling scream rings out. A crazy old lady, Aunt Lin, lunges to attack the baby. The mother jumps in to protect her son and gets shot. Joe manages to grab the infant and shield him with her own body. Aunt Lin is completely unhinged, screaming that since nobody saved her grandson, no one else's kid deserves to live. Determined to protect the baby, our brave Dr. Joe runs down the stairs, but the crazy old lady grabs her leg, tripping her. Just like the mother, Joe shields the baby as Aunt Lin lunges, determined to kill. Suddenly, Uncle Yu charges in. With a powerful kick, Uncle Yu sends Aunt Lin tumbling down the stairs, arriving just in time to save Joe. He could never live with himself if he let Jang Yi's partner get hurt. Aunt Lin is furious, but Uncle Yu snaps back, reminding her that Jang Yi is the only reason they are safe. Joe then reveals a dark secret about the old lady's dead grandson. Joe actually tried to deliver medicine, only to discover that Aunt Lin had already killed her own grandson to eat him. Leaving the monstrous old woman screaming in denial, they walk away. The guys with Uncle Yu agreed that Aunt Lin had to pay for her crimes. They even joked that fat burns nicely, making it perfect for a bonfire. Meanwhile, let's head back to Jang Yi, who was currently camping outside in a tent at a gas station. He decided it was time to explore more, taking an excavator to dig his way into the city's old military post. He got inside, but realized the military supplies were already cleared out. He figured the armed leaders who took everything would definitely try to rule over whatever was left of society. To protect himself from those elite forces, he knew he had to keep arming himself. Suddenly, while digging around, he broke through a hidden camp wall, revealing a massive shocker. Turns out, the army left a massive jackpot. He found a ridiculous pile of weapons and ammunition, instantly packing it into his spatial inventory before riding back home on his snowmobile. But he returned completely empty-handed. The starving neighbors noticed he didn't bring any food and immediately began whining. But Jang Yi snapped back that he found absolutely nothing today. He told them that if they weren't happy, they could go brave the freezing cold to scavenge for themselves. He called them ungrateful freeloaders, realizing they felt entitled to his protection. Just because he missed one day of food, they acted like victims, forgetting that he was actively defending their lives. Even after he tore them down, a few sneaky neighbors approached him. They proposed joining him on his next run so he could rest. But while they talked, a shady guy crept up with his hand hidden behind his back. Nobody saw him coming, not even us. With a simple wave of his hand, the sneaking rebel took a devastating hit to the skull and collapsed. The other traitors scrambled to apologize, but Jang Yi made it clear there would be no mercy. He opened fire, taking down at least 4 of them permanently, while the survivors desperately jumped out the window. Hearing the gunfire, Uncle Yu and Joe K rushed over in absolute panic. Jang Yi calmly explained they were traitors and that shooting them was actually a mercy. Uncle Yu agreed, noting these fools had gotten way too comfortable. Then, he just headed back inside. Juar stayed behind, realizing that his so-called mercy was actually a brutal warning. Since no one dared to speak up, they all went home, leaving Jang Yi thinking his cannon fodder was running out. Back in his warm, safe house, he asked Juar if anything notable had happened. She mentioned that Aunt Lin had completely lost her mind over her grandson's death, even attacking another mother. Fortunately, that issue was already settled. But more importantly, a woman named Chen Lingyu from Building 9 wanted a word with him, though she didn't specify what she wanted to talk about. She only mentioned wanting to cooperate. Not knowing what she could offer, Jang Yi couldn't care less. He had everything he needed, while everyone outside was just waiting to freeze and starve. Intrigued, but cautious, he decided to pull up her files to see who she was. Juar explained that Chen Lingyu used to own a massive cosmetics company and now ruled Building 9. Jang Yi was genuinely surprised that a woman had managed to seize absolute control over an entire building. Amused by this, Joe K suggested he should hear her out and chat. He checked his phone and saw messages from her and another faction leader. He messaged Chen Lingyu directly, demanding to know her business. She immediately requested a voice call instead. Jang Yi bluntly replied that he had zero patience for talking and ordered her to text. On the other end, Chen Lingyu realized this guy who conquered Building 26 was extremely tough. She mentioned hearing rumors about his snowmobile and rifle. Cut to the chase, he asked what they could offer. She proposed sending 76 workers to scavenge for food using his vehicle. Basically, she wanted his snowmobile and demanded he feed her workers first so they'd have the energy to search. She also warned him that the entire neighborhood was turning against him. Having allies, she argued, was his only smart move. Annoyed, Jang Yi asked what would happen if he said no, mocking her because he had never seen beggars threaten their way to food. Chen Lingyu stayed calm, explaining that Jang Yi was already public enemy number 1. She warned him that if he didn't cooperate, all the buildings would soon unite to crush him. To buy some time, he told her he'd think about it. Hanging up, he stared at the other buildings. He knew his base was impenetrable, but a massive, united assault could still be bad. A coordinated siege could actually breach his defenses. As he was brainstorming a strategy, his phone rang again. This time, it was a call from Li Jian, who wanted to make a deal. Li Jian explained that Building 18 was completely peaceful, with everyone sharing resources fairly. His main goal was to preserve humanity and look out for one another. He offered to back Building 25 in the upcoming war, promising his services in exchange for a few supplies. Jang Yi immediately turned to Juar to ask about the truth behind Building 18. She reported that Li Jian indeed unified everyone, but keeping so many people alive meant his resources would run dry incredibly fast. He told Li Jian he needed to think it over. More messages from various leaders flooded his inbox. Jang Yi looked at Juar and casually suggested they might just have to kill everyone. Hearing this, the doctor felt incredibly glad she joined him, so he decided to ask his girlfriend for some advice. But the hilarious thing is, while asking her if they should cooperate or destroy everyone, she was way too busy with him to think straight. Yeah, she couldn't even give him a proper answer because her concentration was completely broken. You know what I mean, right? After their little session, he had her cut up a bulletproof vest to protect his legs. With his prep done, he executed a genius plan. He messaged the building's group chat, claiming the neighboring buildings were threatening to steal his snowmobile. He warned that if they attacked and took it, everyone would have to scavenge in the freezing cold themselves. Just like that, the residents got fired up and ready to fight. They were fully prepared to follow him into war. Shortly after, Jang Yi was added to a new chat containing only the leaders of the rival buildings. They gave him a harsh ultimatum. If he refused their demands, they would declare his building public enemy number 1. They smugly laid out all their terms, but Jang Yi had a much better, devious plan brewing. He pretended to cooperate and agreed to meet them face to face. His real plan? Assassinate every single leader. Without their bosses, the remaining residents would never be able to coordinate an attack. With the meeting spot locked in, he rallied his followers inside the building. To boost their morale, he fed them top-tier, luxury food. When someone asked if they could finally hope for peace, Jang Yi smiled, promising that if things went well, food shortages would be gone forever. Hyped and fully motivated, everyone now idolized him like a savior, willing to die for his sake. Slipping out secretly through the tunnel instead of the windows, they all marched toward the rendezvous point. Even from a distance, Jang Yi sensed a trap. There were way too many hostiles waiting, so he ordered Uncle Yu and the others forward while he stayed hidden behind with his rifle. At the meeting grounds, Uncle Yu and his group stood face to face with the heavily armed rival leaders. One of our guys whispered that these leaders didn't look like they came to talk. Another added that they looked ready to slaughter them all. Outnumbered, they wouldn't stand a chance. But Uncle Yu kept his cool, noting their only goal was forcing Jang Yi to cooperate. Killing his shields wouldn't help. The building leaders of 9, 18, 21, 26, and 5 were arrogant. They knew Jang Yi was tough, but against an army, he stood no chance. They think they have the power to face anyone. Since Jang Yi is missing, these clowns assume he ran home crying after seeing their numbers. Feeling completely invincible, Tianfeng starts screaming for him to stop hiding. Time for negotiations. Uncle Yu warned the crowd that only the top bosses get a meeting, but Chenling and her crew immediately pushed back, asking if he had a death wish. Seeing the trap, Jang Yi rang Uncle Yu, telling him to back off. The clever old man immediately played it cool, telling his guys to take a few steps back. With enough distance secured, Jang Yi whistled to gather the crowd. Suddenly, boom! Nobody knew where he was hiding, let alone where the grenade he just tossed into the mob came from. A massive blast ripped right through the crowd behind the leaders, leaving nothing but a smoking crater. Right then, Uncle Yu put Jang Yi on speaker, asking if anyone had questions. A terrified Wang Chung asked why he was being so violent. Jang Yi countered, asking why they brought over 1,000 people for a chat. Walking back inside, he warned them they had 5 minutes left. Meet him at building 25, or else. Terrified, Chenling spoke for the group, frantically agreeing to his terms. Already in his secure apartment, Jang Yi smiled. One blast, over 20 people vaporized. That should teach them. Now, only 20 of them remained. Soon, the surviving leaders scrambled up the endless stairs of his building. No elevator meant they arrived completely out of breath. Jang Yi casually asked if everyone was present. The meeting kicked off with the leaders smugly demanding his full cooperation. Annoyed by their audacity, Jang Yi pulled out his Glock and slammed it on the table. Instantly, everyone froze. Our boy trolled them, claiming the gun was just hurting his waist. He told them to carry on, but they warned him that united, they could easily crush him. So, Jang Yi took complete control. First off, no way he was feeding everyone. That was impossible. His final offer? Just 10 meals a day for each building. Period. They could divide it however they liked. Chenling lost her mind, complaining her building had 76 people. Jang Yi gave them a simple choice: take it or choose war. With no other choice, Tianfeng stepped in, claiming Chenling did not speak for them. They wanted to agree, but starving people would never cooperate. Hearing this, Jang Yi cocked his pistol, asking if they wanted to negotiate with lead instead. Li Jian, playing the peacemaker, begged to keep talking since words beat a bullet to the skull. At this point, Jang Yi threw his foot on the table, warning that scavenged food would eventually run out. He then pulled a handful of seeds from his pocket and tossed them down. His genius plan? They needed to start farming their own food. Tianfang scoffed, asking how anyone could plant crops in frozen ice. But pointing his gun, Zhang Yi explained that soil lay beneath the snow, and water was everywhere. His deal was simple. Every building must send men to dig and farm daily, and they would get their 10 meals. Plus, he would throw in medicine, drinks, and cigarettes. Hearing the word cigarettes, the two heavy smokers instantly folded, willing to agree to anything for a smoke. Zhang Yi pulled a fresh pack from his dimensional space and tossed it over. While they puffed away happily, he asked if they were on board for a daily pack. Li Jian tried to object, but the nicotine addicts cut him off, instantly agreeing to everything just for their daily fix. The remaining 3 leaders sat there in stunned, terrified silence, completely intimidated by the gunmen who already bought off 2 of their own. The smokers started pressuring the others to sign, eager to please their new boss. The others wanted to negotiate a better deal, but the addicts shut them down. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi walked to the window and noticed the mob outside beginning to advance. Instantly, he aimed his Glock at the room, demanding to know what was going on. A bought-off leader quickly swore they were all here and had no clue why. Li Jian chimed in, saying the mob must be acting on their own. Zhang Yi ordered his men inside, effectively trapping all the leaders in the room. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi pulled out his sniper rifle from thin air, completely baffling them. Peering through the scope, he easily spotted the instigators leading the mob and began picking them off. One by one, the rebel ringleaders dropped dead. The captured bosses in the room shivered in absolute terror. Minutes later, a perfectly calm Zhang Yi turned around and announcing the threat was neutralized. He asked if they agreed to his deal now. The smokers enthusiastically nodded, forcing the reluctant ones to follow suit, leaving only the honest Li Jian. With everyone on board, the work would begin tomorrow afternoon. Leaving the room, he patted Li Jian, telling him to do a good job while he watched. The terrified leaders left the building looking pale, leaving his own residents curious. Zhang Yi explained how he handled the crisis, but mentioned he had to negotiate a massive 300 meals a day for them. Before they could complain about giving away food, Zhang Yi dropped some classic manipulation on his people. If he didn't, they would have to fight over 1,000 angry neighbors, causing endless deaths. He claimed he sacrificed the food solely for their safety. Hearing this, his residents were moved to tears. They praised him as the ultimate leader who truly cared for his people. Once the crowd dispersed, only Uncle Yu remained, looking slightly embarrassed about how things went. The old man admitted things did not go as planned. Zhang Yi pulled his uncle aside and whispered the truth. He wanted to wipe out all the apartment leaders at once, but only the top 5 showed up. Killing them now would just allow more aggressive replacements to take over and launch a full-scale assault on Building 25. Uncle Yu finally got it. There was no bloodbath today, because a much bigger storm was brewing for later. He smiled, deeply impressed by his nephew's absolute big-brain calculations. Now, it was just a waiting game. The exhausting labor would slowly break the neighbors down, and fighting over those measly 300 meals would destroy them from within. He warned his uncle to keep this quiet, then headed back to his luxury shelter where his gorgeous wife was casually doing yoga. Talk about a hard life in the apocalypse. He asked how the negotiations went, but instead of explaining, he gave her a wicked grin. Tossing her onto the bed, he told her they would not be leaving the room for the next few days. After an incredibly spicy night, a freezing morning arrived, forcing everyone out to dig. Their goal was to clear 10 meters of thick snow just to plant. Zhang Yi supervised the progress briefly, before heading off to retrieve his hidden snowmobile. Some nearby leaders tried to track it, but found absolutely nothing. Talk about a ghost ride. Today, Zhang Yi was hunting down a veterinary clinic. He wanted to scavenge the lethal poison used to put down sick animals. With enough of this stuff, he could easily wipe out 300 people with zero hope of a cure. He smiled, knowing exactly when to use it. Back home, he loaded up on supplies for his loyal residents. Everyone was amazed by his massive haul. With a quick call, he told the rival buildings to send representatives to collect their meals. The paranoid leaders sent exactly 3 people each, terrified of getting ambushed. One by one, all 30 neighboring buildings collected their first shipment, and the starving survivors were thrilled to finally eat. Overhearing the exhausted workers praise the deal, Zhang Yi smiled. Everything was falling perfectly into place as he headed back to his talk about living the dream. Our main character had a cozy, spotless place with hot showers daily. Meanwhile, over in the freezing ruins, Wang Chen watched his shivering subordinate roll up and the absolute first thing he demanded was a pack of smokes. His crew literally begged, claiming they would drop dead without a single puff. Once they lit up, the panic finally died down, and only then did they actually remember food. He let them dig in, but stayed completely paranoid until he proved the soup was poison-free. His crew was stuffed, but the starving neighbors outside were left freezing, waiting for a share that was never coming. That night, our main character stepped out of a hot bath, listening to the neighbors screaming over scraps while he and his wife happily stuffed their faces. The next morning, the neighbors were digging through snow, and as the main character geared up, he dropped a sneaky warning about the extreme food shortages, raising everyone's anxiety. He then zoomed off on his snowmobile, supposedly hunting for supplies. Hours later, he returned practically empty-handed. Jang Yi warned them that finding food out there was pure luck, so they should be grateful for scraps. His real plan? Fuel their desperation and watch them tear each other apart. Sure enough, things quickly escalated to tossing weak residents into the snow just to cut down on mouths to feed. While the neighborhood burned, he was chilling indoors, blasting tunes and prepping his gear. By morning, he saw the grim results. Dozens of frozen bodies littered the ground, with bullet holes scarring the buildings. When terrified survivors asked if they still had to shovel snow today, Jang Yi walked past the corpse pile, noting that if they wanted to live, they better start digging. Naturally, everyone frantically grabbed their shovels under his watchful eye. Still, Uncle Yu pointed out how empty the workspace looked today. With so many dead, only Jang Yi's inner circle showed up. But he knew tomorrow would be different. This was a brutal lesson for the block: no labor, no food, and definitely no cigarettes. Sure enough, the workforce doubled the next day. Uncle Yu was totally baffled as to why they came back when they knew there was barely enough food to go around. Jang Yi smiled, knowing desperation drives people anyway, while yesterday's frozen bodies slowly vanished beneath the snow. As he walked off, Chenling approached him, looking completely disheveled and frantic, to address this nightmare. At this rate, the starving crowd would soon butcher each other for crumbs. She proposed that they pool their brilliant minds together to find a real, scientific solution to feed everyone. They could even conquer adjacent territories, joining forces to build their own empire in this frozen wasteland. But as she spoke, Jang Yi's expression darkened. He saw right through her, calling her a manipulative politician whose stupid ideas had already gotten half her building killed. Her cheap mind games wouldn't work on him. Jang Yi shoved her aside, warning that naive idealists like her are always the first to die, so she shouldn't expect a single handout. Left in the cold, she could only beg him to reconsider and let her become his second-in-command. Surprisingly, though, Leon's building had 0 casualties. Everyone there was alive, well, and working, which made Jang Yi highly suspicious. He paid Leon a visit to ask how he kept his people fed and peaceful. Jang Yi strongly implied that Leon was running some shady operation behind closed doors, while every other building was self-destructing. Li Jian's answer was surprisingly wholesome. He claimed he was completely honest with his group, shared every detail of their deal, and split their tiny rations equally. Jang Yi laughed, joking that they were basically just starving together. Amused, Jang Yi turned to leave, but Li Jian stopped him, begging for help for his struggling neighbors. That's when Jang Yi proposed a darker path: use his authority to discard the weak, feed only the strongest, and survive. But Leon refused, choosing to stay honorable and try to save everyone. Even if it meant they all starved, Jang Yi walked away, leaving a heavily conflicted Lion wondering if absolute selfishness was indeed the only way to stay alive. Next, Jang Yi visited the 2 greedy bosses who were perfectly happy with their private food stash. He told them to just ask if they ever needed favors. In that dark moment, his true nature became crystal clear. Our main character favored ruthless exploiters while looking down on honest saints. Later, several other neighborhood leaders approached him, desperate for the same sweet perks that Wang Chen and Tianfang enjoyed, especially those premium cigarettes. Since they had just enough food, all they wanted now was something to smoke. Jang Yi easily agreed, promising they would all be on his payroll starting tomorrow before sending them off. His companions asked why he let these greedy freeloaders demand so much. The main character smirked, explaining that some people deserve more than others, intentionally sowing seeds of jealousy. Back inside his warm house, he collapsed onto the couch with a grin. Everything was playing out exactly as he designed, and soon the rest of them would end up frozen in the yard. It was time for Phase 2. Bright and early the next morning, he headed out, returning with an absolute mountain of food. To exploit their desperate hunger, he quietly laced the supplies with his stored poison. Everything was perfect, but would the rival bosses rebel? No way they would sit back and let one guy control their lives. They had to be plotting a coup. Even though his massive weapon arsenal made him untouchable, Jang Yi decided to strike first. Bringing home a massive haul of food, he gathered Uncle Yu and his loyal guards to watch his back. Soon, the eager bosses arrived to claim their rations, but their shifty eyes gave away their bad intentions. As the representatives from Building 21 stepped up, Jang Yi briefly turned his back to grab their package, only to be met with a sudden yell. They pulled out guns, opening fire. In that split second, a loyal ally leaped in front of him. It was the one person he actually trusted, taking the bullets to save his life. Sensing an easy kill, the rest of the mob rushed forward to finish him. Thinking he was totally defenseless, a thug tried to sneak up from behind. But instead of running, our main character revealed his overpowered inventory, whipping out a massive machine gun and unleashing absolute hell. No matter how many rushed him, they were no match for a hair trigger and infinite ammo. The shattered traitors immediately scattered, realizing they messed with the wrong guy. But running was useless, as every single runner got a precise bullet to the dome. Out of ammo? No problem. He drew dual pistols. Leaders Wang and Tianfang fell to their knees, crying that they were innocent. Too bad, because mercy is for the weak. The only survivor left standing was Chen Ling, who frantically claimed she had nothing to do with the plot, begging for her 13-year-old daughter's sake. Showing zero hesitation, Jang Yi put a bullet right between her eyes. With the mob wiped out, and standing over a mountain of corpses, he offered a cold apology, noting he could never leave dangerous enemies alive. But wait, someone was actually still breathing. Uncle Yu. Jang Yi grabbed an adrenaline shot from his storage, stabbing it directly into the old man's chest. Spotting two hidden survivors from Building 25, he forced them to carry Uncle Yu straight to Zukir. There, Zilame saw her bleeding partner and panicked. What if he died? How was she going to make it alone? Realizing this selfish lady was only mourning her meal ticket, our protagonist got so annoyed he snapped at her to shut her mouth. Her tone instantly shifted, crying that without old Yu to shield her, she would starve in this brutal world anyway. She demanded that if her partner died, Jang Yi had to adopt her kid, otherwise she would jump off a cliff. Jang Yi blinked, totally confused why she was already planning the old man's funeral. Did she actually want him dead? Zilame sobbed dramatically, screaming that she wanted her husband to live. Sick of her whining, Jang Yi ignored her to check on Uncle Yu. Meanwhile, in her head, Zilame, Uncle Yu is her golden ticket to survival, and she is not letting go. At the door, Jang Yi tells everyone to beat it, but she loudly insists her dear husband needs her right now. Since Uncle Yu actually likes her, Jang Yi decides to let her stay. But the moment he opens his front door, it is like entering a whole different world. The air inside is incredibly warm, and Zilame literally starts crying tears of joy. This luxury shelter is her ultimate dream home. While Jang Yi and Zukir carry Uncle inside, Zilame immediately sneaks into the kitchen to grab a free drink. She does not even bother to ask first, which instantly annoys the couple. A moment later, she cheerfully struts back and asks for powdered milk, immediately setting off Jang Yi's anger. She claims it is for her baby, knowing Uncle Yu adores the kid. Ignoring her nonsense, Jang Yi makes it clear that Uncle Yu is the only priority here. He steps into another room and pulls a full-sized hospital stretcher straight out of his pocket dimension. Zilame is dumbfounded, wondering if she just saw a magic trick, but he totally ignores her to ask Zukir if she needs medical supplies. To save Uncle Yu, Zukir cuts off his shirt. The bullet went deep, suggesting severe internal organ damage. Under these harsh conditions, saving him seems almost impossible. Hearing this, Zilame starts wailing and causing a scene. Furious, Jang Yi points a finger at her, warning her to shut up or face the consequences. Terrified, she decides to back out. She slips out, thinking about all the food and warm water waiting outside. Why stay in a depressing room when she can explore? But realizing her greedy plans, Jang Yi immediately blocks her path. He demands she stay right there and help. Since she used Uncle Yu to get inside, she is not leaving his side until Zukir finishes the surgery. With that settled, Jang Yi heads out. Leaving the women behind, he rushes down to the lobby and gathers the building's residents. He tells them they have been betrayed. Uncle Yu is dying, and it is time to strike back. Unsurprisingly, most neighbors hesitate. Those other buildings have over 1,000 people, while they are just a handful. But Jang Yi tells them to just keep watch outside. Anyone trying to escape is dead meat, and he will handle the rest. Anyone who refuses to help will be treated as a traitor and end up like the frozen corpses outside. To seal the deal, he hands out warm gear for them to wear. Soon, his group arrives outside, Building 21. Looking down, the residents realize Jang Yi is leading an armed mob. Those who know what he is capable of are instantly paralyzed with pure terror. While they only have simple bats and pipes, this guy can pull a machine gun out of thin air. Yet, some idiots still feel safe hiding inside. Jang Yi tells his crew to lock down the exits. While they cover the windows, he steps inside Building 21. In the lobby, he dumps a massive pile of firewood and old clothes from his storage space, then pours gasoline over every single inch. He links the entire pile with long trails of fuel. Flicking open his lighter, he chuckles, playing the nice guy by offering to help them warm up in this brutal, freezing apocalypse. He drops the lighter. Boom! Fire sweeps through the lobby as he casually walks away. Thick black smoke begins billowing up the stairwells, choking everyone on the upper floors. Panic erupts as they scream to open the windows before they suffocate. But the brutal cold has frozen the windows shut. Without any heavy tools, they cannot even break them. Walking out of Building 21 as smoke pours from the roof, Jang Yi points back and tells his group, "The rest is up to you. Do not let a single person escape." The flames roaring, desperate people start jumping from the upper floors. If the fire did not kill them, the fall shattered their bones. Watching them crawl in pain, one of Jang Yi's neighbors feels absolutely zero pity. She calmly walks over and plunges her knife into those on fire. Even the tough guys nearby are creeped out by her cold blood. Her boyfriend, shaking, asks if she is all right. She spins around looking like a sweet angel, chirping that she is just doing her job. Whenever someone falls and survives, she kindly steps in to put the poor souls out of their misery. Within minutes, Building 21 is completely wiped out. Next, Jang Yi leads his group straight to Building 26, run by Tianfeng. Having just watched Building 21 burn, those residents are in absolute panic. They scream from the windows that they never supported Tianfeng and are totally innocent. Laughing, Jang Yi tells them it does not matter. They are all going to burn anyway. Soon after, this building also goes up in flames. By the end, 5 entire buildings are turned into giant bonfires. Deciding that is enough heat for one night, he tells the terrified survivors of another building not to worry, because he knows who is actually innocent and who is not. Some weep with relief, but others scream insults, telling him he must be exhausted after burning down 5 buildings. Ignoring the noise, he calls it a night. After freezing for so long, his neighbors decide to stay outside to warm up. After all, they have plenty of human fuel to keep the fires going. Next, he approaches the corpses of his 2 most loyal guards. Their betrayal made absolutely no sense, since he always treated them so well. Curious, he decides to dig into their phones for answers. Sifting through their chat history, the ugly truth finally becomes clear. With the rebellious buildings thoroughly dealt with, Jang Yi heads back to his warm shelter to check on Uncle Yu. Steady beeping of the monitor shows Uncle Yu is finally out of danger. Relieved, Jang Yi praises Zukir as the absolute best doctor in the city. But as they talk, Zilame approaches them, begging for food for her and her baby. Glaring at her with disgust, he pulls a pack of instant ramen out of thin air and tosses it to the floor, saying he is not letting them starve. But the ungrateful woman complains that it is not enough, claiming she saw eggs and chicken in his kitchen. At that exact moment, Jang Yi's temper reaches its absolute limit. Even Zukir is shocked by her sheer audacity. Complaining about free food in the middle of a literal apocalypse? Annoyed, he snaps that she either eats the ramen or gets nothing at all. Leaving her to whine, Jang Yi heads back to his room with Zukir. Exhausted, he starts massaging her legs, which quickly leads to a passionate kiss before he goes back to the massage. Later, Zukir mentions that Uncle Yu's recovery is completely abnormal. His wounds actually began closing up rapidly during surgery. Hearing this, Jang Yi has a sudden revelation. He deduces that the supernova unleashed gamma rays that gave select humans supernatural powers. It seems Uncle Yu has awakened some sort of self-healing ability, much like Jang Yi's own pocket dimension power. But why only the 2 of them? He realizes the key must be experiencing a near-death state. He was dying when his storage space awakened, while Uncle Yu was shot 3 times before his regeneration kicked in. He tells Zukir to keep Uncle Yu heavily sedated for now. He needs to wake up at the exact right moment, and they cannot take any chances. Stepping into the living room, Jang Yi catches Zilame hunting for food. He coldly snaps at her, revealing that everything is locked away in his personal space, so searching is completely pointless. He commands her to nurse Uncle Yu around the clock and obey every single order. Grudgingly, she complies and heads to the room. Now, it is time to hunt down the next traitor. Holding a heavy tactical shield, he marches up to the top floor, blows the lock off the door, and kicks it wide open. Fang Yuqing lunges at him with a knife, slamming straight into the shield. The impact knocks the knife from her hand, sending her sprawling backward. Jang Yi smiles, noting it has been a long time since they last spoke. Glancing at her dead best friend on the table, he smirks, finally understanding how a useless girl like her survived so long. Blinded by hysterical rage and madness, she screams, "Why is it so hard to kill him? If only he remained a pathetic loser, she gladly would have stayed by his side." Jang Yi has zero interest in her excuses. Swinging a bat directly into her leg, he shatters the bone, then starts dragging her away. Grabbing her by the hair, our main character tells her this was long overdue. She screams in absolute denial, begging for mercy. Fang Yuqing regrets everything now, but Jang Yi feels absolutely zero pity. He simply lets her drop from the rooftop, watching her fall straight into the deep snow. He looks down with pure satisfaction at her frozen body. The next morning, back at his house, Jang Yi checks on Uncle Yu in his room. Surprisingly, the old man has superhuman healing speed. In just one single day, his bullet wound is completely closed up. Jang Yi instructs Joker to keep a close eye on him until he is completely stable. After she gives the uncle his usual sedative, Sheila May approaches our main character with a small favor. She asks him to swing by her old place to grab her phone charger and the baby diapers. Looking at the comatose uncle, Jang Yi remembers that unconscious people can still hear everything, so he acts super sweet to her, promising to handle it after finishing a quick errand. But once he steps outside, his nice guy act drops. It is time to burn down more buildings and eliminate the remaining threats in the area. That is when Zhu Hao, who had already taken a massive beating from him earlier, runs up begging for mercy, claiming he has highly valuable information to share with his big brother. Jang Yi just laughs. He already has everything. What could possibly be that important? But then the guy asks if he knows Wang Simon, the richest tycoon in the city, who built a $200 million underground shelter called the Doomsday. Since this actually catches our main character's attention, Zhu Hao suggests finding somewhere completely private, talk without any eavesdroppers. They head over to a nearby apartment, where the guy spills all the secrets. He explains that Wang Simon's shelter is tucked away inside a luxury-gated community. Jang Yi is not impressed, asking why he should even care. Zhu Hao quickly explains that the place has endless food, and he wants to help our main character raid it. Honestly, this sounds like a terrible plan to Jang Yi. Why risk raiding a fortress? But Zhu Hao drops a bomb, claiming that Wang Simon already knows all about him, and even tried to hire thugs to steal his snowmobile. Hearing this just pisses Jang Yi off. He asks the terrified guy how he wants to die. The guy frantically screams that he is on his side and only wants to help. To show he is not playing around, our main character fires a warning shot right past his ear. "Give me one good reason to let you live," he demands. Zhu Hao stammers that the place is loaded with food, and he just wants to survive. Plus, he used to be friends with that spoiled brat, Wang Simon, who constantly humiliated him in front of girls. He wants sweet revenge. Now, if there is one thing Jang Yi loves, it is a good revenge plot. So he decides to give him a chance. He demands to know about the security setup and how many enemies are inside. Spillage time. But a terrified Zhu Hao insists he will only share the details if they strike a deal first. Our main character smiles, offering to just split his skull open instead. But Zhu Hao stands his ground, knowing that Jang Yi always disposes of useless people. He refuses to speak without a guarantee, since the outcome is the same anyway. Chuckling, Jang Yi admits the guy is smart and agrees to negotiate. Zhu Hao is thrilled, but there is a catch. 2 conditions must be met. First, he needs him to take care of an annoying pest. Bringing him to a quiet apartment, Jang Yi claims he has a secret to share. He pulls out a mysterious briefcase, leaving the guy completely terrified and confused. Still, Zhu Hao knows that teaming up with this monster is his only shot at survival. Anything is worth the risk. That is when our main character pulls out a syringe, lying that he was a professional hitman before the collapse. This is just a little insurance policy. It is a slow-acting poison that will end him in 1 week. Antidote comes later. Once they take over Wang Simon's fortress, he gets the cure. After injecting the terrified guy, Jang Yi tells him their target for today. He needs to go wait inside her apartment right now. Once alone, Jang Yi smirks. It was just harmless saline. Talk about a brilliant mind game to prevent betrayal. Back home, he finds Sheila May sitting by Uncle Yu's bedside. He steps in to tell his uncle how relieved he is. From now on, they are going to live together right here as one big happy family, he promises. Hearing this, Sheila May is absolutely thrilled, thinking she is locked in. A promise is a promise, she beams, handing over her infant. She leaves to pack up her belongings from her old place, convinced he would never kick her out now. But, little does she know, Jang Yi is already texting Zhu Hao that she is on her way to the trap. While our main character casually cradles the crying baby, the unsuspecting mother heads home, planning her bright future. But as she unlocks her front door, a dark shadow is already waiting inside. Terrified out of her mind, she does not even get a chance to scream or defend herself. Zhu Hao brutally beats her down without hesitation. Grinning, he texts Jang Yi that the trash has been successfully cleared out. She will definitely not be returning to either apartment ever again. Back at the safe house, Jang Yi warmly tells his uncle that he and his wife will be living here comfortably. But unlike his greedy wife, the old man feels incredibly guilty, protesting that they are imposing far too much. Just then, the baby lets out a loud wail. Confused and annoyed, Jang Yi shoves the kid into Joker's arms, telling her to figure it out. Back in the room, Uncle Yu mentions that his wife is taking way too long and he is getting worried. Jang Yi sighs, telling Joker that he will head out to search for her. First, he gears up in his room and sends a broadcast message to the entire building group chat. He invites all the neighbors to apartment 1301, promising free food and rewards. He then sends a private warning to Ju Hao, telling him to stay far away if he wants to live. Soon, the greedy neighbors gather, thrilled that the rival buildings are gone. They think they are finally getting their big feast. Standing outside the door, Jang Yi hears the crowd inside. Instead of opening it, he tosses in 2 live grenades and locks them in. 1 second, they are celebrating, and the next, absolute horror. Before anyone can even scream, a massive explosion rips through the apartment, blowing the door right off its hinges. Armed with his bulletproof shield, Jang Yi steps into the smoking ruin to inspect his work. Amidst the charred bodies, a bloodied survivor weakly asks why he did this after they all helped him. Coldly, Jang Yi replies that he is the only reason they survived this long anyway. Their lives belong to him, and he is just collecting. With that, the entire building is cleared. Our main character reflects that almost all of his past life enemies are dead now, except for Chen Zhang, whom he spared for Joker's sake. Returning home, he lies to Uncle Yu about a tragedy. He claims the neighbors rebelled and murdered Sheila May while plotting with other blocks to wipe them out. He handled the threat, though some escaped. Breaking down in tears, the uncle blames himself. In frustration, he punches the bedpost, shattering it. Jang Yi realizes the old man's mutation includes super strength alongside fast healing. Patting his shoulder, he tells him that the world is simply cruel, but promises to find him a gorgeous new lady soon. This completely flusters the grieving old man. However, they still have one major issue, the crying baby. Joker says nothing is working. Jang Yi suggestively glances at her chest, asking if she tried using her own assets. Blushing furiously, she snaps that those are reserved for him only. Sighing, our main character decides to search for a nursing mother. Without explaining his plan to Uncle Yu, he takes the infant and heads over to Li Jian's territory. This seems to be the only building our ruthless protagonist spared from his fiery wrath. Summoning their leader, Li Jian, Jang Yi demands his assistance. Curious, he asks if the man is terrified of him. Li Jian admits he is, but running away is totally pointless. Walking in with a baby in his arms makes it pretty clear he is not here for a massacre. He just asks them to find a mother to nurse the kid, offering some free food to sweeten the deal. Jang Yi promises not to touch anyone in the building because, let us be real, they would not dare cross him anyway. Li Jian, looking 0% grateful, agrees to take the poor kid in. He runs over to a woman, hands her the baby and the food, and tells her they share everything here. Looking at all the survivors, our main character asks how they even plan to stay alive. Once their food runs out, Li Jian proudly claims they will simply die with dignity. Our main character points out their starvation issues could easily be solved with the supplies he burned earlier, but Li Jian firmly refuses. Despite all of Jang Yi's attempts to corrupt this guy, he never bends. Honestly, our main character actually respects that, while Li Jian respects his power to keep his people alive. Sensing an opening, Li Jian tries to ask him for a quick favor, but Jang Yi shuts him down instantly. Too bad for him, because this stubborn leader just keeps talking anyway. He points out that our main character used to deliver food to everyone. Since this is the only building left, why not help? Naturally, Jang Yi just says no and walks away. But after taking a second, he reconsiders. Handing them free meals will just ruin them and lead to another disaster like the other blocks. So instead, he decides to give them some hope. He tosses them all the seeds he has. If they can grow these, they can feed themselves instead of begging. This is their absolute final handout. For once, our guy is actually helping out of pure kindness. For the first time since the frozen apocalypse started, he is being nice for absolutely no reason. Li Jian asks if these can grow, and an old biology teacher says it is not completely impossible. There might be a tiny chance of success. Back in his warm mansion, Jang Yi celebrates that the neighbor drama is finally over. Now, as you and I can guess, his next big goal is to seize a new fortress. That is when Joker gets back and asks if he is done with his chores. He is. Slipping off her coat, she asks what he wants to eat, totally oblivious to his real hunger. As she heads to the kitchen, our mischievous guy pulls her close and tells her to guess what is on the menu. Flustered, she mutters that her uncle is literally in the next room, but Jang Yi just laughs it off, bragging about his solid soundproofing. Cut to the next day, and she is completely knocked out from all that exercise. Meanwhile, our guy texts Shu Hao to get over, He arrives in no time. The exact same guy who was getting beat up on Jang Yi's orders is now sitting inside his ultra-warm house. Out of respect, he sits right on the floor instead of the couch. He waits quietly for the boss, who immediately asks for details on his dealings with Wang Min. Before the guy can even explain, Jang Yi tells him to shut up and hand over his phone. Xu Hao absolutely freezes. Why does the boss want his phone? Jang Yi demands he hand it over right now so he can read his chat logs. Terrified, the guy stammers that it is a bad idea. Suspicious, Jang Yi grabs him by the collar, asking what he is hiding. After a few threats, the phone is delivered. Xu Hao quickly warns him that he talked mad, trash, but only for the act. Looking through the texts, Jang Yi sees that this dude leaked all his details to the enemy. They were literally planning a raid on him. Xu Hao swears up and down it was just to build trust. Realizing how deep this goes, our guy notes that the enemy now knows about his weapons, his snowmobile, and his bunker. But instead of panicking, he decides to play this to his own advantage. He orders Xu Hao to spill absolutely everything about the enemy base. If he leaves out a single detail, he is dead. Xu Hao quickly starts listing everything about their insane underground base. It is built with rocket-grade steel, boasting knockout gas and massive flamethrowers right at the front door. Basically, it is an impenetrable fortress. The only way inside is if they literally let you in. So, our guy needs a way to bypass those gases and flame traps. Xu Hao suggests a risky move. He pretends to capture Jang Yi, tricking the enemy boss into opening up the doors. That plan sounds incredibly sketchy to our main character, but choices are limited. Suddenly, a wild idea hits him. What if he can use his dimensional pocket in a completely different way? Jang Yi smiles like a maniac, plotting out the insane possibilities. He kicks Xu Hao out, telling him to wait 2 to 3 days for the call. But the guy panics, asking about his antidote. Our guy casually tells him not to worry, since the poison takes 7 full days to end him. There is plenty of time. He slams the door right in his face. Now, it is testing time. He needs to know how else he can break reality with his broken ability. Sitting down, he brainstorms. Suddenly, he lights a fire right inside his living room and tries to suck the flames in. If energy can be preserved just like his food, this is going to be absolutely massive. He vacuums up the flames completely unharmed. And then, boom, he fires it back out like a literal flamethrower. Talk about being absolutely overpowered. He is thrilled. If this fire trick worked, what else can he pull off? He wonders if he can suck an actual living human into his spatial void. To find out, he grabs one of Li Jian's starving residents to act as his guinea pig. Handing the guy a thick wooden stick, Jang Yi promises him a whole loaf of bread if he can hit him. Naturally, the dude is highly suspicious. Why would the god-tier overpowered boss want to get beaten with a stick? Is he a masochist? Still, the promise of food is just too tempting to pass up. The guy leaps forward, swinging the stick with everything he has. Boom! Just as he hoped, the portal opens up and starts dragging the poor guy into his pocket dimension, but extremely slowly. Once the last foot disappears, Jang Yi checks inside his space. The guy is completely frozen in place, utterly motionless, looking like a literal statue. Checking him over, there is absolutely no heartbeat or breathing. Honestly, it makes perfect sense. This is why his food never rots. Inside this dimension, time is completely stopped. He pulls the guinea pig back out, and to his absolute shock, the guy is still kicking. Dropping the stick, he asks the guy what he experienced in there. Shaking with absolute terror, the victim says he felt dead. He was trapped in a vast, white void, surrounded by piles of supplies. This completely blows his mind, though he casually gaslights the poor guy, telling him it was just a hallucination. But inside our main character's twisted head, he is celebrating. Time operates differently in there. Living creatures can actually survive in his void, at least temporarily. Stay too long, though, and the isolation will drive them completely insane, leading to a mental collapse. But there is another catch. Can living things be stored as easily as inanimate objects? To test this theory out, our ruthless protagonist decides to slice off some of the guy's fingers for a quick experiment. Amazingly, the severed fingers vanish into his storage void with absolute ease. They are perfectly preserved. Let me know down in the comments how you think his broken powers actually work. After mutilating the poor guy, he generously tosses him some bandages. What a saint. In the end, the victim is actually happily munching on his bread while missing a couple of fingers. So here is what you and I should take from this. He can easily launch inanimate objects, but living people can only enter if they actively jump right into the portal. On the bright side, being able to absorb and redirect elemental attacks like fire gives him the ultimate weapon. He is fully prepared to destroy his rival now. He heads back to his test subject. He thanks his loyal guinea pig, who is actually grateful to trade 2 fingers for food, even joking that he has 8 more left. Suddenly, Jang Yi strikes him right in the neck. The poor man collapses, utterly clueless. Our ruthless villain calmly tells him his usefulness is officially over. and since he finished his reward meal, it is time for him to go. As his vision fades to black, the poor guy actually smiles, happy to finally escape this freezing hell of a world. Back home, Jang Yi decides he needs more test subjects. After 3 straight days of brutal combat practice, Jang Yi finally calls Xu Hao over. But before they can even talk, the poor guy is begging for the antidote. His poison is kicking in fast, or so he thinks. Jang Yi notes he is eating great, but looking worse. Turns out, it was just a fake injection. Talk about absolute psychological warfare. Our main character hands over a temporary cure to stop the symptoms for now. Xu Hao begs him to hurry, claiming he is dying. Once taken, Jang Yi warns it only buys him time until they raid Wang Simon's underground bunker. Relief washes over Xu Hao, who thanks his savior and immediately calls the wealthy target to set up their big meeting. You and I both know Jang Yi has got a trick up his sleeve. Next, he packs up and tells Joy he is heading out. She is confused, since the neighborhood is totally peaceful now. Why leave? He promises to explain everything soon, but for now, she and Uncle Yu must stay inside. He even leaves a month of food. Still, his sweet girl, Joy, is to block the door because the frozen wasteland is too dangerous. But our guy just pulls a full Walter White and says he is the danger. One sweet kiss later, she lets him go. That calmed her down nicely. Now, off to the bunker. But wait, why is Xu Hao tied up like a hostage behind him? Simple. Jang Yi says they need to make this look realistic, so the duo heads into the city on foot. Eventually, they reach the ultra-rich luxury condo district. Jang Yi points out that since this is the highest ground around, the massive snowdrifts actually missed the houses here. Don't ask me how the science of that works, it just does. Leaving their snowmobile at the gate, they proceed on foot. They cannot risk bringing the noisy vehicle directly to Wang Simon's mansion. Meanwhile, a starving woman spots them from her window. Looking at her empty kitchen, she hopes they bring salvation. But our boys have other plans. Night falls just as they reach the massive estate. Standing by the gates, Jang Yi forces his hostage to go call the wealthy target. Terrified of getting shot, the guy runs to the intercom and screams, "Oh, legendary, handsome, ultra-rich Wang Simon. It is your boy, here to negotiate for the snowmobile." Inside, the rich brat is annoyed. Why are they showing up today instead of tomorrow? And where is the actual snowmobile? Xu Hao quickly pleads with his brother Simon, "Please, just let us in. This is a golden chance to get exactly what you wanted." Simon warns them that any funny business means instant death, then unlocks the gates. Stepping inside, Jang Yi realized his own apartment is basically a trash bin compared to this luxury mansion. Xu Hao walks ahead, acting as a human shield, as they continue inside. Suddenly, the wealthy Simon presses a single button on his console. Instantly, the security corridor seals shut, and toxic gas floods the entire hallway. On the cameras, thick smoke spreads. Desperate, agonizing screams echo through the intercom. Once everything goes dead silent, Simon smirks, thinking it is time to collect his new toys. But there is a huge catch here. Inside that thick gas cloud, Jang Yi is wearing a mask, casually vacuuming all the toxic smoke directly into his pocket dimension. Genius, right? Now, they wait for the door to open. The plan was to jump him, but the paranoid rich kid does not show up. Change of plans. Jang Yi plays dead, while mentally cursing Xu Hao for his bad intel. Instead, a heavily armed guard kicks our main character to confirm he is out cold, then drags him inside. Looking closely, Jang Yi recognizes this guy as a famous television celebrity. He must be Simon's bodyguard friend. He dumps our duo on the floor like sacks of trash and ties them up, praising the absolute genius of the mansion's defense system. Simon brags that a $1 billion bunker better be perfect. Believing they are fully secure, the guard heads outside to search for the hidden snowmobile. But as soon as they leave, Jang Yi releases that stored toxic gas right back into the room. Simon and his buddy get dizzy fast. "Bro, why are you falling?" "I'm not. Why are you shrinking?" Boom, down they go. Jang Yi easily slips out of his ropes. While Xu Hao and the two rich hosts are knocked out cold, our protagonist takes charge, tying up the villains and stealing their weapons. These guys had literal gold-plated desert eagles. Our boy immediately redistributes the wealth to his own pockets. He then explores the massive estate, finding a high-tech indoor greenhouse. That is his now. Upstairs, he finds luxury gaming rooms, and there they are, the beautiful models Xu Hao talked about. Strangely enough, they are all completely passed out. In a highly disturbing room labeled pets, he sees tied-up cosplayers with clothes scattered everywhere. One awake girl is sobbing, begging for mercy from the cruel master, Wang Simon. She grabs Jang Yi's legs, crying that they only wanted to step outside for a minute, promising to do anything, but showing zero mercy. Our protagonist kicks her off him. He now fully understands the sick reality of this mansion. A few silenced gunshots later, the room goes completely quiet. Moving to the command center, he locates the main control room. Everything is monitored from this hub. He tries exploring the rest of this massive bunker, but with countless doors locked behind security codes, he gives up and heads back down. Time to wake our hosts up with a cold splash of water. Simon wakes up absolutely terrified, demanding to know how this happened. Jang Yi just smirks like a magician. Magicians do not reveal their secrets, especially when there is business to discuss. He asks Simon if he wants to cooperate. The terrified rich kid agrees, begging for his life. Jang Yi claims his only demand is to move in. Simon is shocked. Wait, you just want to live here? You are not going to slaughter us and steal my mansion? Our boy acts innocent, saying this place is way too big to live in alone. Simon is thrilled, thinking they can be buddies. But Jang Yi has a different perspective on things. He points out that once the snow melts, having a wealthy elite like Simon as a friend is a huge win. Simon happily agrees, secretly mocking Jang Yi for being too soft to kill. Before setting him free, Jang Yi demands a complete walkthrough of the security system, along with every password. Desperate, Simon begs him to promise he won't hurt him afterward. Our protagonist looks him dead in the eye and promises, "I do not kill innocent people." Seeing no other way out, the rich kid finally agrees to help him. Inside the main control room, Simon hands over every access code and system manual. With this, our guy officially has absolute control over the entire billionaire fortress. Simon asks to be freed. Jang Yi smiles and agrees. But then, he pulls a blade and slices the rich kid's vocal cords, telling him to breathe slowly. He gently reassures him that the pain will pass, easing him into his final sleep. Simon, unable to scream, can only stare in pure, silent horror at this absolute monster. Reading his dying eyes, Jang Yi whispers that there is zero point in keeping trash like him alive, especially after seeing those poor girls upstairs. You and I can definitely agree he had it coming. After finishing off the duo, Jang Yi mops up the room. Now, he faces a dilemma with Shu Hao. The guy was actually super helpful throughout this whole run. Just then, Shu Hao groggily wakes up and spots Jang Yi in the middle of cleaning up the blood. Once freed, Shu Hao does not care. He is just thrilled that the scumbag Simon is dead. Jang Yi then hands him a huge bag of food. Talk about a reward. Hearing the word food, this guy instantly sprints over and starts stuffing his face. The catch? Jang Yi points out that the mansion's power won't last long with these basic generators, and food is quickly running out. This cheap meal is literally all the reward he is offering for conquering the bunker. Hearing this, Shu Hao completely loses his mind, refusing to believe his own ears. The main character confirms it. He explains that Wang Ximon lived here with a massive crowd of people, and they devoured every single scrap of food in the mansion, mostly because of all those women. Makes sense, right? But Shu Hao is not buying it. He accuses Jang Yi of hoarding all the premium supplies for himself. Absolutely furious, he kicks the food backpack away, screaming that he refuses to accept this trash. After all, he handed over the secret intel and risked his life for some measly leftovers. Declaring that Jang Yi is a liar, Shu Hao stomps forward, eyes full of pure hatred. He tells the main character that if he wants to play this way, he better kill him now. Otherwise, he will expose Jang Yi's massive hoard of supplies and powers to everyone. If he cannot defeat Jang Yi, some heavy hitter certainly will. Annoyed by the empty threats, Jang Yi casually shoots Shu Hao straight in the chest. Down he goes like a total clown. Jang Yi coldly notes that throwing a tantrum doesn't make you strong, only weak. If you lack power, do not pick fights with the strong. Picking up his backpack, Jang Yi sighs. He was actually going to let the kid live and even fed him. Why choose death so eagerly? Later, our main character paces around his massive living room, his mind racing. It would be amazing to have his girl, Zhou Ke, here with him. But what about Uncle Yu? He can't just leave him behind. Maybe Uncle Yu can stay in the secure apartment while he moves into this luxury villa with Zhou Ke. Checking out the home bar, he realizes only one thing is missing. He promised a cute girl to keep Uncle Yu happy. How will he pull that off? Who knows? Shrugging it off, he grabs a drink and turns on the TV. Shockingly, global cable channels are working perfectly. Curious, he tracks the signal to a high-tech network room. This mansion has its own private servers hooked up directly to Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. This means Jang Yi gets instant access to unrestricted global news. Sifting through the files, he stumbles upon shocking intelligence reports from various countries. They are all about people who have awakened bizarre super abilities. Some can manipulate fire, others turn into green monsters, but most just mutated into useless, deformed shapes. Either way, Jang Yi realizes one thing. If crazy superpowers are real, then staying cozy in this heavily fortified bunker is his safest bet. His immediate priority? Go pick up his gorgeous woman and bring her here. But just as he is starting up his snowmobile, a sweet, soft voice calls his name. Instinct kicks in, and he draws his gun, aiming it instantly. Turns out, it is the stunning redhead he spotted when he first arrived. She nervously asks for a small favor. Jang Yi blinks, instantly recognizing her gorgeous face. Wait, is that Yang Mi, the nation's #1 superstar actress? Literally every guy in the country is obsessed with her. She reveals she hasn't eaten a real meal in days and begs to join him. Jang Yi scoffs, noting that the apocalypse doesn't spare the wealthy. But if she wants in, she needs a very convincing reason. Yang Mi seductively whispers that for some hot food, she is down for absolutely any conditions he has. She even drops a very suggestive gesture to prove she means literally anything. Jang Yi immediately blushes, practically drooling at the offer. Our boy is completely hooked. Quickly keeping his cool, he smugly tells her to follow him. Reaching the shelter entrance, she curiously asks if this is actually Wang Ximan's villa. Jang Yi smirks, claiming the fortress now belongs to him. Stepping into the warm luxury, she happily sheds her heavy winter coat, thanking him while asking about his connection to Wang Ximan. Ignoring her, Jang Yi flips the question, asking how she knows him. Do all wealthy elites know each other? She smiles, explaining that in high society, everyone crosses paths at exclusive parties and luxury events. Hearing this, Jang Yi casually tells her not to worry about the old owner, as he is gone forever. Pouring hot tea to warm up, she sweetly asks for a hot shower before they negotiate further. Jang Yi naturally agrees. She steps out of her clothes and runs the water. Mind your thoughts, guys. Standing there, she notes that Jang Yi is surprisingly charming. If it guarantees her survival, a little sacrifice is totally fine. Her plan is to leech off him until this apocalyptic winter ends. Picturing what she must offer, she blushes madly, telling herself it is just a business transaction. She simply needs a strong protector. Stepping out wrapped in nothing but a towel, she seductively approaches Jang Yi in the cozy living room. She cuts straight to the chase, pleading to stay there. A fragile woman stands zero chance in this brutal frozen wasteland. Unleashing her ultimate feminine charms, she adds that if it is just a temporary arrangement, nobody back home will ever know. Jang Yi smoothly holds her hand and pours them some premium wine, casually asking if she honestly believes this ice age will eventually pass and things will return to normal. Desperate, she says it must. Jang Yi agrees to the deal, but she lays down strict terms. He must promise never to leak their relationship once the ice melts, because as a top superstar, her career would be ruined. He easily agrees, but instantly drops his first absolute rule. She must obey him. For starters, her first duty is to burn some calories through intensely pleasurable private exercises. They end up working up quite a sweat. After some intense cardio, Jang Yi flexes his spatial storage power by manifesting a brand new outfit for her. Absolutely stunned, she asks if he is some kind of god-tier wizard. She is eager to talk deeper terms, strategically staying wrapped in that towel to keep her upper hand. To showcase his absolute dominance, Jang Yi decides to summon an entire feast out of thin air, complete with hot pizza and roast chicken. If she plays nice, this extreme comfort can be hers. All she has to do is obey. The poor girl is literally salivating over the food. Jang Yi tells her to stop playing hard to get and accept her new reality. She hesitates, thinking that as a superstar, getting caught in bed would destroy her pristine reputation, so she demands further terms. This transactional deal ends the moment the frozen apocalypse melts away, and everything that happens here must remain a total secret. Staring at the beauty, Jang Yi admits she is breathtaking. Blushing and fidgeting nervously, she states her next condition. She cannot be forced into any extreme kinky play. He must accept this limit if they are going to enjoy a colorful friendship. Jang Yi steps close, whispering that she is the one begging for shelter, so she cannot make demands. Besides, if it feels good for him, she will love it, too. Despite her initial hesitation, she finally caves and accepts all his terms. Safe in her new home, Jang Yi then announces he has to go out to find another person to join them. But, first, he asks if she knows other wealthy elites still holding out in this luxury community. If these high rollers had millions, they probably had the prep resources to survive the apocalypse this long. What he really wants is a fine lady to hook up with his buddy. She shrugs, warning that most wealthy neighbors here are older. Does his friend mind? Jang Yi grins. Perfect. His buddy is 40. Yang Mi nods, recalling Zhou Haimi, a legendary beauty once worshipped as a literal goddess by millions. Jang Yi immediately commands her to make the call. She dials the goddess, explaining the situation to get her over. Within minutes, the legendary Zhou Haimi arrives. To seal the deal, Jang Yi summons high-quality food out of nowhere and offers it to her. After all, that is why she came. He gets straight to the point, asking if she understands the terms. It is simple. Premium food in exchange for keeping his buddy happy. Jang Yi sternly warns that if anyone leaks info about this secure bunker, they both end up dead. Meanwhile, near the border of this luxury resort in Chu province, a group of survivors is gearing up to brave the freezing cold. Equipped with heavy gear, they start digging through the deep snow. These hardy survivors have learned to break thick ice in perfect spots to fish. But as they cast their lines, they spot something. Out of nowhere, a crazy snowmobile zooms by, carrying one absolute stunner of a woman. But that loud engine? Yeah, it just triggered a bunch of local wolves to chase them down. Suddenly, some local caveman tries to skewer our main character with a trident. The girl, Jo Heim, falls off the bike in panic, so he steps up to shield her like a total boss, points his gun and asks if they realize he's loaded. These overconfident idiots just laugh, asking how many bullets he actually has. They are literally willing to die for a snowmobile. Honestly, Jang Yi tries to be nice, warning them he really doesn't want to paint the snow red today. But the leader tells him to leave the sweet ride and the girl behind to live. Poor Jo Heim is shaking, thinking he might actually trade her away. But our boy just looks at them like they are absolutely brain dead, asking if they have completely lost their minds. The thugs refuse to let this jackpot walk away. So, Jang Yi pulls out his trusty Desert Eagle and starts blasting. First idiot takes a massive bullet straight to the forehead. The loud gunshots start attracting wild wolves, but Jang Yi has a cheat code. He literally vacuums them into his pocket dimension storage, jumps back on the bike, and zooms away. Later, the rest of the tribe shows up only to find their buddies frozen dead. Even weirder, their entire pack of wolves has vanished without a single trace. Talk about a magic trick. This mysterious outsider just slaughtered their family and pocketed their wolves. No way they can let this slide. Swearing bloody revenge, they carry the bodies back to their castle headquarters. And who is running this castle? An absolute legendary otaku, hugging his anime body pillow. Be honest, some of you watching probably have one too. Anyway, the survivors go straight to his room. The warriors are totally disgusted by his anime setup, begging him to choose a real woman over his flat 2D waifu. To get his attention, they literally have to rip his blanket off. The world is ending, but this guy is too busy virtual dating to notice his guests. He literally tells them to wait outside because he is busy, before finally leaving his anime wife. They tell him about a rival with a sweet snowmobile and a gorgeous 3D woman. They want the ride, the girl, and revenge. And they need this chubby gamer because of his powers. Since the outsider has superpowers just like our resident otaku, they need him to crush the guy. The gamer proudly claims his abilities are divine gifts, meant to make him the strongest around. This Chun decides to accept the quest and hunt him down like a high-level boss. The tribe elders are thrilled, cheering him on because their village apparently relies on a basement-dwelling gamer. With the village putting all their hope in young Chun, we cut back to our main characters arriving at their cozy safe house. But Jo Heim looks surprisingly down in the dumps. Turns out, she's sad because survival means she has to become some random stranger's woman. But when they step inside, they are greeted by Jang Yi's actual girlfriend, who looks ready to murder him. She welcomes her supposedly cheating boyfriend back with a sweet smile, but as soon as she spots the new girl, she casually roasts him for apparently being into older women. Jang Yi tells the guest to sit, pulls his girlfriend aside, and explains she got it all wrong. This lady isn't for him. She is actually a special present for Uncle Yu. He reassures her that older women are great, anyway. He then asks how Uncle Yu is doing. Shockingly, the old man healed in just 1 week instead of the usual 3 months. They had him drugged up to keep him calm, but now it is time to release the beast. Jang Yi knows other superhumans are out there, so he needs powerful allies on his side. Teamwork makes the dream work in the apocalypse. Inside the room, Uncle Yu is absolutely thrilled and incredibly grateful for everything his nephew has done to save him from the brink. Not only is he fully alive, but he also looks weirdly handsome and feels insanely strong. To show off his brand new power, he literally tries to smash his own bed in half. An impressed Jang Yi tells him to chill out. He explains that Uncle Yu isn't a mutant monster he just awakened. He went from being a helpless little tadpole to a fully grown frog. To make him feel better, Jang Yi reveals his pocket dimension cheat code, finally explaining where all their massive food supplies come from. Uncle Yu gets so hyped he accidentally smashes the bed anyway. After checking if he is alright, Jang Yi drops a massive bombshell. He asks the old man if he wants a wife, then leads him to the living room for a surprise. He presents his absolute masterpiece of a gift. Uncle Yu immediately recognizes her as Jo Heim. Just look at the pure excitement on this old man's face as they introduce themselves. Jang Yi tells them the house is theirs to get cozy in, while he and his girl move to a new spot. As a parting gift, he hands Uncle the keys to the snowmobile. He wants his uncle to use it to scavenge for food, but the old man insists it is far too valuable. That is when our main character casually flexes his massive new armored snowmobile car. Now his cheat powers are out in the open, leaving everyone utterly jaw-dropped. The happy couple drives off to their new mansion, with Jor eagerly asking if their new place is beautiful. He promises her it is a massive upgrade from their cramped old apartment. But then, he drops a little warning that there is already another resident living there. Talk about awkward timing. Jor immediately starts sulking, knowing deep down it is probably another girl. Jang Yi quickly backpedals, swearing she is just a live-in maid to help around the house. He looks her in the eyes and promises she is the only queen of his heart. That completely wins her over. Jang Yi sighs in relief. He definitely does not need a disobedient housewife, but their romantic drive is cut short by a monstrous snow tornado slamming straight into their vehicle. Acting fast, Jang Yi uses his pocket dimension storage to vacuum the entire vortex away. Just as he clears the path, a second tornado spawns right in front of them. This is no natural disaster. Jang Yi instantly realizes another superpower user is gunning for them. He pulls a quick U-turn to flee, swallowing every incoming tornado with his broken spatial storage. And who is the mastermind behind this storm? Our favorite basement-dwelling castle king. Turns out, spamming elemental magic drains your stamina fast, and the gamer is already completely out of breath. His buddies ask if he is alright, but he desperately needs to recover. Seeing the tornadoes stop, Jang Yi parks the car and pulls a massive rifle from his inventory. He correctly guesses the enemy mage is currently on a cooldown, meaning it is time to strike back. He steps out and blindly fires into the snowbanks. A loud scream rings out as one of them gets sniped right in the leg. The otaku is completely baffled how they got spotted. Jang Yi unloads a few more rounds. Chun desperately tries throwing another tornado, but it gets casually swallowed up. He is completely shut down. How on earth is our MC this overpowered? Seeing them freeze in fear, Jang Yi knows he won. But since fighting here puts his girl in danger, he boldly challenges the cowards to follow him back to his own territory. It is time to fight on his terms. Jumps back in the car, and his girlfriend instantly calms down, asking if he slaughtered them. He says no, expecting them to hunt him down later. She asks because she knows her ruthless boyfriend too well. They drive off, leaving the shivering losers in the snow. Hey, at least they got to live to fight another day. Back at the safe house bunker, his fiery red-haired girl has been patiently waiting for his return. The moment Jang Yi walks in, he tells her to come downstairs and meet his new lady. She immediately asks if this new girl is another fiancé. He basically says yes, hands over some fresh clothes, and tells her to hurry up. And trust me, she looks absolutely stunning, looking great in that outfit. Determined to mark her territory, Yang Mi puts on her best makeup to meet her rival. As she walks down the stairs, Jang Yi gets hyped, followed closely by the stunning redhead. Once these two make eye contact, sparks fly. Joy steps up to Yang Mi with clenched fists, ready to throw hands. Jang Yi quickly jumps in to ask if they actually know each other. Turns out, Joy is her cousin. A shocked Jang Yi steps in the middle, trying to de-escalate. Yang Mi quickly begs him not to let her cousin find out about their secret romance, making Jang Yi wonder if they even have a real relationship. She nervously questions if their deal is just temporary. After all, they are cousins from a prestigious medical family. Joy secretly despises her cousin, claiming Yang Mi is a total disgrace to their legacy. Apparently, high society mocks them endlessly just because Yang Mi chose showbiz instead. Joy rants that the absolute worst part is her cousin's terrible acting. Jang Yi asks why that even matters. Well, it's because Yang Mi relies solely on her looks to get famous, which Joy thinks is cheap and embarrassing. Jang Yi steps in again, reminding them that the old world is gone and high society doesn't exist anymore. From now on, they must live in peace. He takes them on a house tour to explain their duties. The moment they see the crop room, they get super excited to manage the plants, since gardening is now their job. Yang Mi quietly thanks Jang Yi for keeping her secret, suggesting they keep their romance alive but completely hidden. Jang Yi nods, totally respecting her choice. But honestly, he is already stressing over how to balance this three-way dynamic. Eager to show her thanks, Yang Mi offers to cook and heads straight to the kitchen. Sadly, she realizes the pantry is completely empty. While she is searching, Jang Yi creeps up behind her and whispers in her ear, making her blush. She nervously asks what he is doing and what happens if his fiancée catches them. Ignoring her, he pulls fresh food from his dimensional pocket, telling her that they will feast like kings. Though she knows about his magic powers, she is still incredibly impressed, and let us be real, so are we. He gives her a cheeky pat and waits. Soon, dinner is served and the feast begins. Nervous about the taste, Joy takes the first bite and immediately complains it is way too salty. Flustered, Yang Mi admits her mind was elsewhere. Sensing the heavy tension, Jang Yi decides to play it to his advantage. He gets extra close to Joy, feeding her himself, and she happily plays along, acting incredibly sweet to gloat in front of her rival. Although Yang Mi tries to act unfazed, the silent warfare continues all through dinner. Later, cuddled up in bed, Joy asks him who is better. Jang Yi strokes her hair and sweet-talks her, saying she is easily the best. Since Joy is his personal doctor, she is obviously his favorite. Plus, she is absolutely gorgeous. He kisses her forehead, holding her close as they fall asleep. Despite the cozy vibe, our main character secretly thinks love is total garbage. It is all about personal gain. Over the next few days, he practices his archery skills daily. Suddenly, his phone rings. Without even checking who it is, he declines the call and instantly blocks them. Honestly, nothing outside his sanctuary matters to him anymore. But somehow, the blocked number rings again, making him rage. How is that even possible? He rejects and blocks it again, but it rings a third time, completely driving him insane. Suddenly, the phone answers itself. A voice asks why he keeps dodging their calls. Jang Yi listens in shock as the caller starts listing off his private info, including his birthday, identity number, and top secret details. Finally, they bring up his luxury mansion. The caller keeps it simple, demanding food, clothes, and drinks from Jang Yi in exchange for silence. Our main character scoffs, asking if the guy really thinks that data is worth anything. But the heavy-set hacker on the other end claims he has solid proof that Jang Yi looted the local Walmart warehouse. If that leaks, every powerful faction in the city will hunt him down, knowing he is sitting on a mountain of supplies. The hacker then reveals his name and his old job before the apocalypse. Jang Yi actually recognizes the tech firm he used to work for. If he is that skilled, he could easily have taken over the mansion's entire security system. Jang Yi tries to bluff, claiming he does not have much food, but the hacker doesn't buy it. Furious about being blackmailed, he listens to the commands anyway. This house relies completely on cameras, alarms, and smart locks. The hacker threatens that if he shuts those down, Jang Yi could be ambushed inside his bunker at any moment. He orders Jang Yi to drop the requested loot off at Villa 302. He warns that if Jang Yi tries to play smart, he'll leak every single secret instantly. Slamming the phone down, he fumes with rage, heading to the living room for some water to cool off next to his girl. Joy asks him what is wrong and why he looks so incredibly stressed. Jang Yi lays out the whole situation, explaining that a hacker found their location and is threatening to leak everything. They are basically sitting ducks. She points out that rumors about celebrities are usually ignored as fake news. But when it's highly specific data about a random survivor, the threat becomes extremely real. Jang Yi admits he wanted to take the guy out immediately, but the data might leak anyway even if the hacker dies. Brainstorming a fix, Joy recalls how tech companies used to hire mercenaries to deal with hackers and secure their systems. But those hackers always set up a deadman trigger to release the files automatically if something went wrong. Jang Yi is certain this guy has the exact same failsafe, meaning a simple assassination will just trigger the leak. Their secret is bound to get out. He sighs, saying they have overthought this enough and should relax. But deep down, he knows this can't wait. Just then, Yang Mi walks by on her way to the garden. Since she knows all about fame, the main character explains their dilemma to get her thoughts. Yang Mi notes, this is just like when trolls spread fake gossip online. Hearing that, a brilliant idea strikes Jang Yi. What if he manipulates the situation so that when the truth leaks, people dismiss it as a stupid internet rumor? The girls look lost, but he tells them he needs to prepare. Heading to his server room, the hacker dials in, asking if the loot is packed. Jang Yi growls, warning the guy that he would be dead already if not for that stolen data. The hacker just laughs it off, warning that if his pulse stops, the secrets go out to every phone in the city within 24 hours. He tells him to choose wisely. Jang Yi now knows he has a 24-hour window to make his move. He pretends to yield, praising the hacker's smarts, and promises to deliver before hanging up. His master plan is to flood every digital channel with crazy rumors about the Walmart heist. By drowning the truth in a massive sea of lies, nobody will believe the real leak. Once the fake news is live, Jang Yi stretches, grabs his bag, and gets ready to take out the trash. He drops the backpack at the drop-off spot and retreats to a safe distance. Snuggling behind a tree, he aims his sniper rifle right at the target zone. He texts the blackmailer, confirming the delivery is made. Time passes, but there is complete radio silence, and nobody steps out to claim the bag. After waiting forever with zero movement around the drop-off point, he considers calling or texting the guy to check if he retrieved the supplies. But he stops himself. Asking about the bag would make him look way too eager. Leave bait out too long and people get suspicious. Hours drag by, but then click. The door swings open, and a hand reaches for the backpack. Jang Yi aims, his finger trembling with absolute, lethal determination. Boom. A laser beam instantly burns right through the guy's skull. Jang Yi sprints over, and just to make absolutely sure his target is dead, pumps a few more rounds into him. Safety first. Stepping inside to loot the place, he spots a mysterious notebook. His first instinct is to burn it. But wait, this thing probably has some incredibly juicy secrets he can exploit later. So, into his pocket dimension it goes. Looting complete, he heads out. Back at his cozy fortress, Jang Yi stretches out, completely relaxed. Bonus? Today, Joier was the one doing the cooking. Pampered by his two beautiful housemates, he casually asks if they've gotten any weird texts. They show him alerts about a massive Walmart warehouse heist. Jang Yi smiles. Yep, that was all him. He flooded the network with dozens of fake reports. That way, even if the truth actually leaks, it gets completely buried in a sea of lies. Masterclass in internet trolling, the system is set to spam these daily. Yang Mi is totally swooning, calling him a genius. She remembers how celebrities cover up their dirty scandals by leaking even bigger gossip. Same energy. To her, he is not just incredibly handsome, but a complete mastermind. But then Joe Kier chimes in with a reality check. What if people still track them down here? Isn't it dangerous? Jang Yi goes quiet. Joker quickly clarifies she isn't doubting him, but points out that Tianhui City is crawling with tech experts. Hackers could easily breach their security system. Jang Yi actually agrees with her. Unless humanity magically regresses back to the Stone Age, there's always going to be a risk of some nerd hacking their high-tech home. Hearing they aren't totally safe even inside this fortress sends a shiver down the girls' spines. But our main character has a backup plan. Still, the thought of being caught off guard annoys him. So, time to upgrade this cozy bunker into an absolute death trap. Jung Yi reassures the ladies that while he can easily defend the place, they can't just lounge around doing nothing. Hearing that, the gorgeous redhead blushes, clearly letting her mind wander to some wild places. Jang Yi, spotting her naughty thoughts, gives her a playful smack on the head. Back to reality. They are going to build low-tech, physical traps instead. Jang Yi explains that while this shelter can survive actual airstrikes, it's lacking simple anti-personnel defenses. They need to stop ground intruders dead in their tracks. Hearing this, the two beauties get super excited and declare they'll do absolutely anything he wants. Jang Yi smiles and gets to work. He summons a massive pile of wood and rusty nails from his inventory. Step 1, hammering spikes into boards and burying them deep in the snow. Classic, painful, and highly effective. But then he realizes that smart invaders might just bring tools to dig up the spike traps. No worries, our boy has a truly devious countermeasure ready for that exact scenario. Next to the spikes, Jung Yi buries active explosives. Try to dig them up? Boom. Instant deletion. He also rigs tripwire grenades everywhere to blow up anyone trying to clear a path. After hours of hard work, they've turned the mansion's perimeter into a literal minefield. Heading back inside, Yang Mi excitedly asks when the bad guys will show up so she can watch the fireworks. Jung Yi looks at her like she's lost her mind. Ideally, they never want to trigger these. Relaxing on the couch, he explains that sane people won't recklessly raid an obvious fortress anyway. He finally gets it, deterrence is key. But before she can even process that, Jung Yi is already busy building another level of defense. There is no stopping this paranoid king. Digital locks are great, but he wants heavy-duty mechanical locks too. That way, if the power goes down, the door stays sealed shut from the outside. No hacking this physical deadbolt. Now, their front door is 3 times more secure. Yang Mi watches him work, totally convinced that joining this guy was the single best decision of her entire life. Talk about cozy safety. Life here is going to be incredibly safe. And, honestly, quite fun. Still, Jang Yi admits they really need a top-tier cybersecurity expert to lock down their digital defenses for good. Young Mi sighs and says it would be amazing if Shinshin were here. Joker immediately asks if this Shinshin girl is still alive and in the city. Turns out, she's Young Mi's younger cousin. She's a complete tech prodigy who uses a wheelchair, spending her life mastering computers. It's no wonder these gorgeous girls look alike. They're actually cousins, and she's another genius family member. This tech wizard cousin sounds like the ultimate addition to their security team. But of course, the very first thing Jang Yi asks is the absolute most important detail. Is she as breathtakingly pretty as they are? The wheelchair? Doesn't matter to him. As long as she's gorgeous, he's more than ready to invite her to join his cozy harem. Jang Yi asks how they can track her down. Yang Mi sighs, explaining they lost contact ages ago. She won't answer calls, but she prays her sister is safe. Jang Yi playfully teases them. Maybe she's just too smart to want to talk to you guys, he jokes, earning an instant glare. He keeps trolling, asking if everyone in her family is a genius except her. Yang Mi pouts, totally mad at our master-level troll. He laughs, telling her it's fine, she's super pretty, and that's a superpower in itself. But seriously, they have bigger things to worry about. Over the next few days, Jang Yi focuses heavily on training his new archery skill. Now, he can infuse his shots with energy and hit targets with absolutely insane, pinpoint accuracy. He can even apply this energy enhancement to his own body. After testing, he feels practically invincible. But there's a catch: even a tiny test of this power makes his stomach growl. High-tier powers require a ridiculous amount of physical calories. It makes you wonder how much energy his pocket dimension consumes. If power scales with food, our boy is basically a god. Since he has an infinite stash of food, he can spam his broken abilities forever. Meanwhile, everyone else starving in the apocalypse will barely be able to use their powers. Talk about a massive cheat code. Meanwhile, at a secret military shelter, the base commander is stressing over major power shortages. His secretary walks in with reports on the latest intel they managed to decrypt. She reveals they found multiple reports about a major supermarket heist from months ago. But hidden among the spam messages, there's one specific file that caught her eye. It explicitly names a guy named Jang Yi as the culprit behind the massive warehouse robbery. The file shows he was the warehouse supervisor and the primary suspect. Hearing that some low-level manager managed to pull off a heist that baffled the entire police force, the commander scoffed. He immediately starts dismissing our main character as a nobody. He's convinced this is just more fake news, but his secretary insists it's worth checking out, so he finally agrees to send a squad to investigate Jang Yi's coordinates. Elsewhere, in a luxurious castle, the cringy otaku who got absolutely wrecked by Jang Yi is sobbing over his crushing defeat. Chun really thought he was a literal god in this world, but nope, he just realized he is not the main character of this story. He's just side character trash. While he laments his fate, Chun's phone buzzes with the same leaked warehouse report. The file details how Jang Yi pulled off that massive warehouse heist. Highly intrigued, Chun does some quick research and connects the dots to Jang Yi's shady past. Remembering their battle, Chun realizes those space-bending powers must have been used to rob the warehouse. He deduces that Jang Yi has a broken pocket dimension ability. Realizing just how cheat-tier and unfair that power is, Chun falls into a deep depression, crying on his bed like a total loser. Whining to his wife, he complains. So Chun is over here wondering if Jang Yi is the actual main character of this world. Is he the villain or just a background extra? Either way, he knows he stands zero chance. He figures making nice is way better than getting pulverized. Totally pleased with his genius plan, he runs to warn his grandpa, screaming that their target is way too overpowered to fight. He spills everything about how this guy nullified his skills like a total cheat code. Plus, he definitely has some crazy secret powers up his sleeve. His advice? Do not pick this fight. They need to steer clear of his territory completely. Our resident otaku also mentions a leaked rumor that their target was a former Walmart manager who basically swiped the entire inventory. Apparently, he can store everything in some magical pocket dimension. But instead of scaring the old grandpa, this news just makes him drool. The greedy old senior is thinking one thing: if they rob this cheat code of a guy, they will be set for life. Chun is shaking, calling them all insane, but grandpa completely underestimates our main character, calling him a nobody. Just a retail worker, right? What could he do against the entire Shu family? Meanwhile, inside his warm, cozy paradise, Jang Yi is enjoying a lovely dinner with his wives. While Young Mi is chatting, a weird sound taps on the window. Jang Yi tells her not to worry and heads over to investigate. Peeking through his binoculars, he spots a whole crowd approaching. He grabs his rifle to get a clearer view, but honestly, he is just going to let his home security do the work. Sure enough, some idiot steps on the very first trap. The others scramble to drag their screaming buddy away. The old village chief yells a warning about hidden traps, telling everyone to watch their step. Armed with wooden sticks, they start poking around. Slowly, they creep closer to Jang Yi's base. It seems like their stick method is actually working quite well. But then, one genius trips a hidden wire. Boom! A massive blast hits them. Everyone is stunned. Even the guys who survived the blast get shredded by flying shrapnel. As they roll around screaming in agony, they end up triggering even more hidden mines nearby. It is a total chain reaction of explosions and nail traps. Panic sets in, and the survivors start running for their lives. How are they supposed to get past this deadly defense system? The terrified men turn on their leader. How can they win without his gifted grandson? There is no way they can beat this monster alone. Where is the kid anyway? He has actual powers. He should be out here helping them. Meanwhile, Jang Yi is watching the comedy show unfold through his high-tech scope, enjoying every single second. That is when Grandpa remembers the warning. He should have listened to his grandson. Desperate, the old leader yells at his clan, asking why a whole army cannot take down one guy. They have gotten way too lazy relying on others. If they want to survive, they need to fight for it. All those rich rewards inside that house are waiting for them. He hands over a telescope so they can see the prize themselves. They can see piles of delicious gourmet food waiting for the taking. It looks absolutely mouth-watering. But even with their stomachs growling, the men still hesitate to move forward without their supernatural savior. The old man snaps, calling them a bunch of useless cowards if they give up now. Driven by shame and hunger, the men decide to trigger the remaining bombs from a safe distance. Surprisingly, their clever little trick actually starts working. Slowly, they creep closer to Jang Yi's fortress, feeling pretty confident. Back inside, the girls are watching the whole thing with absolute dread. Yang Mi feels a bit sorry for the fools about to die, but Joey just laughs. She knows these idiots are no match for her powerful boyfriend. Right on cue, Jang Yi presses the detonator, triggering a massive, coordinated explosion. Unlike the messy grenades, this is a calculated sweep, instantly wiping out almost the entire crowd. Staring coldly at the carnage, Jang Yi notes they should have turned back at the first warning. Since they chose to press on, he feels absolutely zero pity for his fallen enemies. The sheer brutality of the scene makes even the cheerful Joey feel a bit sick. As for Yang Mi, she is completely traumatized by his ruthless side. Seeing the carnage, she literally vomits. Jang Yi just watches with cold detachment, mentioning that the ones who died instantly were the lucky ones. The survivors at the back are absolutely petrified. Nearly everyone lies dead or dying. The old village chief falls to his knees, screaming that Jang Yi is a literal demon. He weeps in pure despair, realizing his greedy orders just led his entire family to their graves. He just wanted to feed his people. It was never supposed to end like this. Meanwhile, Jang Yi swaps his rifle for a bow and arrow to test his newly trained skills. Tapping into his power, he lets fly 3 arrows at once, scoring a clean triple headshot. Talk about aimbot. He keeps firing, sniping fleeing enemies with terrifying precision. Seeing the slaughter, the old chief slaps himself, sobbing that this is all his fault. He begs Jang Yi to just end his life next. Our main character is happy to oblige, but then, a sudden icy blizzard blocks his shot. Unbothered, Jang Yi simply picks up his rifle to handle things at long range. Meanwhile, the otaku yells for everyone to run while he holds the barrier. The survivors scramble to retreat with their wounded. Chun stands his ground, but Jang Yi has a better plan. He grabs his tactical vest, telling his wives he will be right back. Chun thinks they are safe, but suddenly, a snowmobile roars up with a literal madman firing wild shots from the driver's seat. The fleeing villagers do not stand a chance, and even Chun is targeted. Someone drags the panicked otaku along to keep up with the retreat. Jang Yi keeps up the chase, pulling close and firing directly from the window. Cold dread washes over Chun. Is anyone surviving this? He screams at them to dump the corpses they are carrying so they can run faster. Though discarding their dead is a massive taboo for their traditions, they realize they have no other choice. They reluctantly drop the bodies onto the snow. Even though Jang Yi has to swerve to avoid the obstacles, he still easily catches up, scoring effortless double headshots on the runners. Terrified out of his mind, Chun realizes he needs to stop that vehicle. Unleashing his ice power, he cracks the frozen ground right in the vehicle's path, trapping it in the ice. Jang Yi fires a few more parting shots until the survivors slip out of range. He smirks, knowing they now understand just how powerless they are. They will never dare to return. He frees his ride from the ice and drives home past the carnage. Back inside, Yang Mi is completely speechless, but Joey calmly asks if he managed to deal with the superpowered kid. Jang Yi explains that the slippery little genius managed to escape with a handful of survivors. Speak of the devil, Chun finally makes it back to the village with the lucky few. But instead of a warm welcome, his own tribe starts blaming him for not fighting. They complain that if he had helped, they would be drowning in stolen goods right now. Talk about ungrateful. They drag our poor otaku toward the chief's house. Before he can even step inside, a crying woman points a finger at him, shrieking that her husband would still be alive if he had fought. An elder steps in, telling everyone to stop arguing. He ushers Chun inside, explaining that his dying grandfather wants to see him. The weak old chief beckons his grandson to come closer. The old man admits that this tragedy is entirely his own fault. The blood of the fallen villagers is on his hands, not Chun's. After all, his grandson did warn him, but in his pure arrogance, he marched everyone straight to their deaths. If anyone deserves the blame, it is him. Weeping, the old leader officially hands over the Shu family legacy to his grandson. He sighs, stating he is just so tired, and finally draws his last breath. Right then, the villagers burst in, mourning the loss of their beloved chief. As he leaves, Chun remembers his grandpa telling him to protect the family. But the guy can barely feed himself, let alone a whole clan. Totally lost and utterly confused, he spots a girl leaning against the wall. He walks up, and she asks if he is the legendary brother Chun. Blushing like an absolute idiot, he stammers out a yes. Her name? Shu Lily. She thanks him because her father actually made it back from that brutal battle alive because of him. Shyly, he waves it off. But this little moment changes everything. He realizes he should stop carrying all that guilt. He is not a villain, he is a straight-up hero who saved lives. Her dad was too weak to come, so she showed up instead to honor him. Tells her they are neighbors and should always have each other's backs. She walks away, leaving him behind with his heart hammering. Wait, has our resident otaku finally fallen for a 3D girl? In his completely delusional mind, he is already naming their future kids. Bro, are you insane? But heading home, he realizes he needs a plan to defend his town from the main character. Chun finally understands that Jang Yi is a walking natural disaster. Brainstorming like crazy, our gamer boy cooks up a plan to save his neighborhood and his future girlfriend. Time for action. Meanwhile, the main character is busy crafting even deadlier traps to replace his spent ones. His goal is simple. The moment he gets an opening, he is wiping out his enemies. Exhausted from all that manual labor, Jang Yi heads inside to rest. Lucky for him, two beautiful girls are right there to help our legendary main character relax with a massage. Honestly, I have no idea what kind of massage she is giving him, but it looks amazing. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. He grabs his Xiaomi, wondering who is calling. Hello, who is this? The caller introduces himself as Chun Chunlei from Shu Town. He explains that thanks to the main character, he actually found his true love, so he wants to talk peace. Jang Yi asks if his people were the ones who raided him earlier. Chun admits it. So our boy mocks him. Now that you know you cannot win, you want peace? Yotaku humbly owns up to the mistake. His people were way too hasty. So, as an apology, he promises to grant Jang Yi absolutely any favor he wants. That gets his attention. But our main character demands to know who this kid is to speak for the whole town. Does he actually represent them? And if so, how can he prove it? Chun speaks up confidently, revealing he is the superpowered guy who clashed with Jang Yi twice. Surprised, our guy agrees to talk terms, but first, he confirms. Can I really ask for absolutely anything? Chun says yes, anything. So Jang Yi drops the bomb. I want you, Chun. Now, our hero wants to recruit the guy. But in our degenerate otaku's filthy mind, he thinks it is romance. He thinks Jang Yi wants his body. Big brother, I do not like men. No, you idiot. He is only after those powers. But if Chun wants to protect his town, he has to prove he is actually worth making a deal with. That means meeting face to face. The gamer boy is terrified, but Jang Yi threatens to wipe out his entire village otherwise. Chun begs him to reconsider, arguing that keeping his villagers alive means they can team up against outside threats later. Please, can we just make a deal without me coming over? But Jang Yi snaps back that Shu Town is his biggest threat right now. Standing up from his sofa, he warns, either you show up, or you die. It is up to you. He demands the otaku arrive at his place by 2:30 this afternoon, then hangs up instantly. Chun falls to his knees in despair, realizing his life is basically over. He is going to die young, right when he finally got a shot at real romance. Meanwhile, Jang Yi realizes this gamer's spatial ability has insane, limitless potential. He could do so much. It is easily way better than Uncle Yu's power. Once they meet, he will decide whether to recruit this kid as a powerful ally or just eliminate him on the spot. Still any more those massive traps. He heads to his bedroom falling asleep while reading. Later, Yangmi sneaks in, sweetly offering to keep him some company. A bit flustered by her offer, Jang Yi playfully claims he just needs a better pillow. A few peaceful hours later, he is at his sniper post, watching Chun walk up alone. He has a perfect shot. But watching the kid trip and faceplant all on his own, he realizes this guy is zero threat. Seeing this hilarious display, Jang Yi decides the guy is worth a chat. But when our otaku friend gets to the front gate, he stops and calls. Why? There are too many deadly traps waiting for him. One wrong step and he is history, so he begs Jang Yi to come out instead. Once they meet, the chubby guy introduces himself as Chun, claiming he is here to negotiate peace. But Jang Yi wants answers. He gets straight to the point. Your people attacked me first, so you guys owe me big time. Surprisingly, Chun agrees with him. He is actually here to beg for forgiveness on behalf of the village. Jang Yi demands to know who ordered the hit. No deals until that mastermind is dead. Chun casually drops a bomb. It was his own grandfather, the old village chief. And he already kicked the bucket. Talk to him about an easy resolution. Suspicious, Jang Yi asks if Chun wants revenge for his grandfather and the other fallen villagers. But Chun is completely unbothered. He explains that his parents died when he was young. His granddad was his only family, And honestly, the old man brought it on himself. As for the rest of the dead villagers, Chun does not feel a single shred of sadness or anger about them. He spent his entire life locked in his room with a computer, completely ignoring society. Then, suddenly buzzing with hype, Chun confesses his deep admiration for Jang Yi. He thinks the guy is legendary. Seeing him take down the whole squad alone was pure gold. Jang Yi listens to this bizarre story and gets it. Still, he makes one thing clear. He is not just handing out free forgiveness. If Chun wants to survive, he has to work for him now. Overjoyed, Chun tries to go in for a hug, but Jang Yi shuts that down immediately. First, we need some ground rules. Absolute, unquestioning obedience. Naturally, our perverted otaku asks if Jang Yi wants his body in exchange. Please, stop being weird. Rolling his eyes, Jang Yi pulls a rare anime action figure from his dimensional pocket. Say hello to your payment. Work hard, and there is plenty more where that came from. Besides keeping his remaining family safe, Jang Yi knows exactly how to bribe this nerd with what he loves. Time to put him to work. Buckled up in the car, Chun starts geeking out. Can your inventory space freeze time? Is your ability really that overpowered? This actually gets our hero thinking about his own mysterious powers. Could returning 3 months into the past be a subskill of his space manipulation? Maybe he is a true master of time. Soon, they zoom past endless snowy plains, arriving at Chun's first testing ground. It is time to see what this kid can do. Grunting with maximum effort, Chun uses his ice powers to excavate a path to a gas station buried deep under the snow. Jang Yi is highly impressed. With this guy clearing the way, looting frozen supplies is going to be a breeze. He tosses Chun a chocolate bar, knowing ice magic drains a lot of calories. Then, Jang Yi heads inside the station. He cleans the place out and walks back to the car. Chun is in absolute awe. Having an infinite inventory in a frozen apocalypse, that is basically a cheat code. But Jang Yi points out something else. Chubby guy's snow shoveling ability is pretty top tier too. Jang Yi admits he never thought of using cryomancy for excavation before. Walking back, Chun admits he rarely even ventured outside his gaming room. He was way too busy romance-simming his virtual wives. Fair enough. Jang Yi hands over a backpack loaded with food as a bonus. Keep up the good work, and you will live like a king. Clinging to the food, a tearful Chun vows to follow his new boss to the ends of the earth. On the drive back, things get a bit more casual. Jang Yi asks how he even awakened his powers. Blushing hard, Chun confesses that after losing his parents, he drowned his sorrows in anime and self-pleasure. One legendary night, after 26 consecutive rounds, he literally felt his soul leaving his body. Yet he survived and woke up with ice magic. Jang Yi facepalms in pure secondary embarrassment. Who on earth awakens powers like that? Shaking his head, he tells the kid to walk back to his village. The heavy car cannot cross the frozen lake ahead safely. Before they split up, Jang Yi tells him to watch his back. In this harsh winter wasteland, the most dangerous monsters are often other humans. Watching the nerd waddle away, Jang Yi smiles, realizing the kid has a good heart. But back at the village, the newly appointed chief is already waiting to scream at Chun for his solo mission. Despite Chun explaining that he had everything under control, the petty chief is furious. When he hears that Chun secured a peaceful alliance instead of blood-soaked vengeance, the old man completely loses his mind. He points a finger, blaming Chun for the village casualties, accusing him of cozying up to the enemy just to look like a hero. He claims the kid is trying to steal all the glory. Chun desperately explains he was just keeping his promise to his late grandfather to keep everyone safe. Striking a deal was the only way to stop Jang Yi from wiping them off the map. New leader does not care. He is the boss of the clan now, meaning Chun needs his permission to even breathe. No more rogue missions or acting on his own. He plays the savior card, claiming Chun would have been exiled if not for his protection. You owe me your life, kid. It is time to start paying back that debt and making up for your mistakes. He screams at him, demanding absolute submission. Terrified, Chun quickly nods and agrees to everything. The old chief orders him back to his room to rest and wait for his next command. Once the kid is gone, the old hypocrite immediately whips out his phone and texts the village group chat. Relax everyone, I have personally negotiated with Jang Yi to guarantee our absolute safety. Instantly, the villagers shower him with praise, calling him a genius leader who should have been in charge from day one. The smug old man laughs, thinking that nerdy shut-in could never compete with him. Back home, Jang Yi fills his two lovely ladies in on the details. With Chun under his thumb, the village is no longer a threat. Young Mi is relieved, calling it a brilliant move. Jock teases her, asking if she is just a scaredy cat. Young Mi sighs, explaining she simply wants to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. If they kept fighting, things would have definitely spun out of control. Jock scoffs at her caution, wrapping her arms around Jang Yi instead. She purrs about how strong and unbeatable her man is. There is absolutely no reason to worry when he is around. Jang Yi, however, looks at the bigger picture. Having allies in the village is perfect for when tougher enemies inevitably show up in the future. With that headache solved, it is time to relax. Jock suggests a celebration and heads over to grab some alcohol. Jang Yi warns her that he is a lightweight, so keep it light. Meanwhile, Yang Mi offers to whip up a delicious feast. Soon, the food is served, the drinks flow, and after a while, both girls are completely wasted while our lightweight protagonist is somehow perfectly sober. Suddenly, the girls get very clingy and affectionate. Yang Mi flutters her eyes open as he leans in, kissing her lips and trailing down to her neck. She weakly protests, whispering that Jock might wake up and catch them, but Jang Yi keeps going. The next morning, the romantic mood is violently shattered by a text from our resident otaku. Check out this ridiculous selfie, guys. Chun complains that he is bored and wants another epic mission. He even suggests they recruit 3 more members so they can wear color-coded suits like the Power Rangers. Jang Yi facepalms, seriously questioning his life choices and this bizarre new alliance. Annoyed, he texts back, asking if the kid has literally anything else to do. Chun proudly replies with a big fat nope, proceeding to spam his inbox with over 200 messages a day. Jang Yi quickly switches to dry, one-word replies. Later, while browsing on his computer, he spots Yang Mi tending to the greenhouse garden beautifully. Everything seems peaceful on the surface, but a dark thought keeps nagging at him. What if their system gets hacked again? Security is a major issue, and he needs a solution fast. Meanwhile, our 2 lovely ladies are whispering in the other room. Yang Mi desperately wants to help Shinshin, who is currently wheelchair-bound. However, Jock points out that Jang Yi is a pragmatist. He would never put himself in danger for 0 personal gain. Determined, Yang Mi smiles and reveals her secret plan. She will use her ultimate weapon to convince him her own gorgeous body. Jock laughs, calling her out for just wanting an excuse to seduce him. She is totally making up excuses for her boyfriend. Jay is not buying it. She corners her cousin, saying she knows exactly what dirty secrets they are hiding. Does she have no shame at all? Before things get too heated, our main character Jung Yi suddenly pops in. He wants to know why there is a party on the bed without him. Family matter? He does not care. He sits right down, reminding them they share everything now, no secrets here. When he asks if they are worried about family, Juko admits she lost contact when the massive blizzard started. She does not even know if they are still alive, but Youngmi says her family actually called her. Our guy asks if they wanted to rescue her, but nope, they left her behind, basically abandoned her. It turns out the relative who called is actually in deep trouble, so the girls were secretly plotting a way to make Jung Yi save a total stranger. Youngmi starts begging him to help. After all, this is their only living family. Juko agrees it is not his problem, but if her cousin dies, they will carry that guilt forever. And hey, isn't his wife's family technically his family too? Young-yi needs to hear them say it clearly. Are they seriously asking him to risk his life for a random stranger? He reminds them their base is compromised. People know he has massive stockpiles of food and gear, making this mansion a prime target. If he leaves, they are totally defenseless. He says no and turns to leave. But the girls crawl over, begging him to reconsider. Juko drops the ultimate card. If he does this, he can ask for absolutely anything he wants. She whispers a spicy promise in his ear. Anything. Even a package deal with her and Yangmi. Gentlemen, you and I already know Jung-yi changed his mind instantly. Is she absolutely sure? Flushed and embarrassed, both girls nod. Yangmi sighs, crying that in this brutal blizzard, her poor cousin in a wheelchair cannot even move. It breaks her heart just thinking about it. Jung-yi realizes who they mean. Is this Shinshin, the tech genius? The 18-year-old girl who is paralyzed but a wizard on a computer. If she is that important to them, then she is his top priority too. Juko is touched. Does her boyfriend actually have a heart of gold? He must really love them. Youngmi squeals with joy, thanking him endlessly. She claims people judge him too harshly. He is not a bad guy, he just treasures his girls. Still, they tease him, saying he usually acts like an unfeeling ice king. Youngmi decides to pay a little down payment on that debt. She gets close, slides her hand exactly where he likes, and whispers a promise. The next day, after a very wild night, they get back to business. Jung-yi asks for details about the wheelchair girl. Juko lets Youngmi explain. It turns out Shinshin is trapped inside the prestigious Tan King Academy. It is the elite college where students attend from kindergarten, a breeding ground for geniuses. Jung-yi has one major question. How did a disabled girl survive there alone for months? Youngmi explains, the campus is like a self-sustaining town with massive supply stores. Young-yi narrows his eyes. If she has been there the whole time, why did she only call now? Youngmi has no clue, so she tries calling her back. But of course, the automated voice says the number is unavailable. She tries again and again, but gets absolutely nothing. Juko jokes that maybe the girl realized her sister is a total airhead and changed her mind. Jang Yi ignores the banter and asks how far the academy is from their base. Maybe the signal is just dead. The school is over 22 kilometers away. With this crazy blizzard roaring outside, it is a miracle she even got a single call through. Jang Yi agrees Juko might be onto something. He leads them straight to his high-tech control room, hoping they can hook up to the internet instead. He pulls out a special military-grade phone. On the very first try, the call connects. But the audio is pure static and terror. They hear frantic screaming in the background, warning that something extremely dangerous is happening right now. Jung Yi asks what is so dangerous. The response? Shrieks of monster, monster, followed by a bone-chilling roar that sounds like an absolute beast. Then, the line goes completely dead. This was supposed to be an easy grab-and-go mission. Now, he knows some terrifying creature is waiting out there. Going to that school might be a massive mistake, but the girls hold him to his word. No backing out now, especially after the payment he received last night. Jung Yi smirks, claiming he never breaks a promise. But he is not going alone. He needs his crew. With Uncle Yu, the weaponized otaku, and their crazy arsenal, they can handle any beast. He dials his buddy for backup. He offers him a rescue gig, and the bored otaku instantly signs up. Later, while fueling up on food, Jung Yi balances his meal perfectly so he stays fast and energized. He locks in his top weapons, prepping to face this mysterious creature. He also tells his wives that, for their own safety, they are staying in the underground bunker. Youngmi asks why they have to hide, but Juko shut her down. She knows how her man operates. When he gives an order, you do not ask questions, you just obey. He is leaving, and if rivals raid the place while he is gone, they must be secure. The underground bunker is the safest spot in the entire mansion. Nobody is getting through those doors. Juko kisses him goodbye, wishing him luck, while Youngmi pleads with him to bring her sister back safe. Jung Yi nods smoothly. He promises to bring her back, wheelchair and all. In this apocalyptic frozen hell, he cannot afford to be sloppy, especially when it comes to keeping his girls safe. His buddy shows up way too early. Jung Yi is confused since they agreed on a later time. Chun admits he was terrified of disappointing his boss, so he rushed over. They jump in the car. It is freezing. Jung Yi explains the mission is to save a girl at a distant campus. Chun asks if this girl is super special to him. Jung Yi gives a vague nod, but let's be real. You and I know his true motivation. It wasn't just the sweet talking from his wives, but because he desperately needs a genius hacker to secure his base. They speed off into the snow. Along the way, Chun starts rambling about some village girl who is secretly in love with him but too shy to confess. Jung Yi is instantly annoyed. Chun asks if he should make the first move. Desperate to change the subject, Jung Yi asks how the village feels about them working with their sworn enemies. Chun hesitates. It is a touchy subject. Jung Yi knows the villagers despise him for dealing with the monsters who wiped out half of their population, but he stays quiet. Soon, they meet their third teammate. Uncle Yu rides up on a snowmobile, shouting about how long it has been since he saw his nephew. The old man looks incredibly fit. He brags about working out with his wife daily. Jung Yi introduces the two strangers, highlighting their unique powers. One possesses super strength and insane healing, while the other manipulates snow itself. The vibe is incredibly awkward. We have a battle-hardened veteran, a shut-in otaku, and our cheeky young main character. Talk about an unlikely squad. They would never hang out in normal life, but now they are a team. Uncle Yu asks what the gig is. Summoning 3 awakened warriors means it is serious. Jung Yi downplays the whole thing. It is just a basic search and rescue. Well, except for the massive, flesh-eating mutant monster roaring the school grounds. Our chubby otaku friend instantly panics. Terrified, he stammers, asking what they are up against. Jung Yi reminds them that if humans got special powers, the local wildlife definitely mutated into killing machines too. Are these things humans turned monsters or monsters acting like humans? Nobody knows. But Uncle Yu trusts Jang Yi. If Jang Yi says we can do this, then we can. Uncle Yu totally agrees, and claims that with their dream team assembled, nothing can stop them now. After hitting the frozen roads and driving for a bit, they finally spot the ruins of Tian King Academy. And soon, we see the surviving students. They are trapped inside a cold gymnasium. The students are literally rioting against Jinshin, demanding to know how a girl in a wheelchair survived when so many others died. She is apparently dragging everyone down as a total burden. They scream about having to protect her. Some only care about their own survival, while the rest are crying over the classmates they already lost. One student notices that Jinshin is not even crying for the dead. Pointing a finger, she demands to know why this girl is still breathing. The teacher should stop helping her. She is just dead weight. The students literally start plotting to sacrifice her to the next monster. The guy with glasses agrees, claiming they have already done more than enough to protect her. Another student shuts them down, saying that is not the real problem. Their teacher refuses to abandon anyone, so arguing is pointless anyway. She is their shield. But then, one of the girls walks up to Jinshin, who is sitting alone in the corner. She coldly tells Jinshin to just go to hell by herself if the teacher won't dump her. Nobody else should suffer this heavy burden, while crying dramatically. Jinshin stays silent. The angry mob behind her shouts in agreement, telling her to do it. The only one standing up for her is her loyal best friend, who steps forward to defend her. She yells that nobody else ever helped. She was the only one pushing that wheelchair. But the mean rich girl argues that her friend should just shut her mouth because her status. To her, this girl is just a poor scholarship student who does not belong here. Her friend argues back that everyone is equal and has rights. However, the arrogant bully insists they will never be equals. She has wealth, she has power, making her far more important. Jinshin only had value back then because of her wealthy, influential family. But now that she is paralyzed, she should be stripped of everything because she is just a burden. The bully then accuses the friend of only helping Jinshin because of her past wealth, hoping for some massive reward once this apocalypse ends. Hearing these toxic accusations, Jinshin finally starts crying. But amidst all this hate, another girl steps forward to fake befriend Jinshin. Yes, this opportunistic snake is only thinking about how to exploit her connections when society recovers. But their pathetic drama is cut short when a window shatters. Suddenly, a massive, furry paw reaches inside, grabs one of the screaming students, and yanks them right out. The paw is so gigantic that it easily wraps around their entire body. Outside, a colossal cat is casually licking its new toy before stuffing them whole into its mouth. Inside, everyone is screaming in absolute terror. They run for their lives, leaving Jinshin and her friend completely behind because of that wheelchair. They desperately try to open the exit door, but it is locked. The giant cat shatters the wall and leaps inside, with half of its victim still dangling from its mouth. It casually bites off and swallows the head, discarding the headless torso like trash. Then it blocks the students, staring them down. To save themselves, one coward actually pushes Jinshin out of her wheelchair, leaving her face to face with the beast. Her terrified friend hesitates, wondering if she should risk her own life. Now, Jinshin is inches away from becoming a cat snack. Seeing the monster distracted, another student tries to make a break for the exit. But the feline notices the sudden movement and immediately shifts its focus, slamming the runner into the floor. The student desperately tries to crawl away, begging for mercy, but the cat turns back to the crowd. Meanwhile, Jinshin's friend rushes to help her. From behind, someone yells that the monster only targets things that move. Since Jinshin is playing dead, the cat ignores her. That same student screams that the cat is distracted and tells everyone to run for the exit. Looking back, they see their crushed classmate begging for help, but they basically say some sacrifices are necessary for survival. As they flee, the abandoned student growls that if he is going down, he is taking everyone with him. Hearing this, the cat pivots to the fleeing crowd and begins stomping them into pancakes. As the beast toys with its victims, its massive tail whips around, crushing even more students. Amidst the screaming and absolute despair, their teacher finally returns to the doorway. This immediately grabs the cat's attention. Sensing that her glowing sword is extremely dangerous, the beast backs off. The teacher lunges forward, and the smart feline instantly decides to flee. It knows she is a threat, so it quickly grabs a snack and bolts out of the building. The teacher watches the exit, seeing only massive paw prints left behind in the deep snow. Clearly, the monster feared her, showing that this teacher is built different. If she stayed inside, they would be perfectly safe, but she constantly has to venture out to find food for them. And the second she leaves, this mutant feline attacks. Surrounded by the dead and injured, the toxic bully starts complaining again, demanding to know why the useless girl in the wheelchair didn't die. She asks how it's possible that this useless girl survives every single time. A boy steps in to calm things down, reminding everyone that the teacher brought back food and the cat is gone. He tries to offer food to Jinshin, but the bully snatches it away, claiming dead weight doesn't deserve to eat. The exhausted teacher, completely drained from hunting in the freezing cold, ignores the drama. As long as they do not literally murder each other, she refuses to care. They can fight all they want, she just needs sleep. Meanwhile, another student completely loses her mind, screaming that the world has ended, making their petty fights totally pointless since everyone is doomed anyway. But another guy objects, claiming his wealthy and powerful father will easily rescue them all. Meanwhile, our main character and his crew finally arrive near the coordinates. Looking around, they see nothing but a massive white wasteland. How are they supposed to find the school? Everything is buried under meters of heavy snow. He tries to call the girl, but there is absolutely no cell service, meaning they will have to search the old-fashioned way. Our hero suggests that splitting up is faster, but since a killer beast is roaming around, staying together is much safer. Out here, a monster could easily pick them off one by one. Besides, the girl has already survived 2 whole months out here. She can wait a bit longer. Getting back into the car, they drive deeper into the frozen campus until they spot a partially exposed building. Maybe they can find a way underground from here. The GPS shows this is the astronomy center, but the dorms and cafeteria are actually further north. While it is not their final destination, they could navigate underground. But with the constant threat of frozen structures collapsing on their heads, it is way too risky. Before he can even finish warning them, Chun is already squeezing inside, with Uncle Yu hilariously pushing him from behind. Luckily, Chun is too thick to fit. Suddenly, Jang Yi spots something. He raises his gun, only to find a colossal cat staring back at him. Despite having a barrel aimed at its head, the beast doesn't attack. Jang Yi wonders if it is actually intelligent. But the moment Uncle Yu and the chubby guy walk over, they instantly choose violence and attack the beast. Naturally, the cat gets mad and launches a counterattack. With no other option, Jang Yi joins the fray. Activating his body reinforcement, he leaps over the giant feline, shoots it in the skull, and lands with absolute main character energy. Yet, even after taking a bullet, the beast keeps charging. Uncle Yu steps up to shield his chubby friend, unleashing his own reinforcement skill. Wrapped in a yellow aura, he unleashes a massive punch to the cat's face, shatters the ice below them. As the giant furball stumbles back, Jang Yi just stares, casually asking if this monster is just a regular house cat that grew up. He whips out a high-powered precision rifle, shooting the beast right in the face. Furious, the cat curls into a giant, angry ball of fluff and rolls straight toward him. Talk about a terrifying, deadly lint roller. Jang Yi decides his best bet is to suck it into his dimensional storage space, hoping its crazy speed will carry it right in. But this smart kitty senses the trap and swerves at the last second. It dodges the trap, sprints toward the snowy mountain, and disappears with a loud crash. But a second later, it pops out of another hole nearby, keeping its distance and glaring daggers at them. It lets out a roar, and then, in the ultimate act of disrespect, flashes its butt at them before escaping. Uncle Yu and the chubby guy seriously wonder if this cat just insulted them. It behaves almost too human. They cannot comprehend how a cat this massive can dig tunnels so fast. The otaku group member chimes in, pointing out that if this beast is actively hunting, there might not be any survivors left at school. But Jang Yi points out something interesting. The cat was actually pretty chill when it first approached them. It only went wild and aggressive after Chun and Uncle Yu started blasting it. He deduces that this beast is some kind of highly intelligent mutant. It clearly knows what it is doing, proving that it is not just some brainless monster. Staring down the freshly dug tunnel, they decide to head inside. If this massive kitty is hunting the remaining students, following its trail should lead them straight to where the easy prey is hiding. At the bottom of the pit, they hit a maze of split pathways and mysterious holes leading to who knows where. One wrong turn, and they could end up hopelessly lost in the dark. To avoid wandering forever, Jang Yi pulls out markers from his dimensional storage to map their trail. Suddenly, a metallic scent hits their noses. Blood. They instantly know which direction to take. Jang Yi jokingly asks Chun if he is scared. Come on, it is 3 of them against one single kitty. The cat has 0 chance. To prove his point, he whips out a sleek desert eagle. Now that is a weapon. Uncle Yu, a seasoned veteran, admires the beautiful gun. Showing off his years of experience, he steps ahead to take the lead. Meanwhile, back in the gym, the local teacher is on high alert, waiting for the beast. She is completely running on fumes, having gone sleepless for days just to guard and feed her students. But despite her obvious exhaustion, these ungrateful kids complain that the food is gone again. They demand she go back out to scavenge. She asks them what they really want. If she leaves, the cat might breach the gym and slaughter them. The students, totally missing the point, tell her to just run faster and bring back the snacks. This woman is about to lose her mind. Biting her tongue, she controls her anger and agrees to go out one more time. The moment she leaves, they lock the heavy doors, leaving the students alone inside the quiet gym. Outside, the teacher resolves that if she spots that cat, she will fight it to the death. Meanwhile, inside, Karen asks Shinshin if she is okay. Shinshin smiles, thanking her friend. Of course, the local rich girl has to chime in, calling Shinshin a useless burden. Karen snaps back, reminding the brat that she was the one who pushed Shinshin during the last attack. She demands an apology, but before a catfight can break out, the actual giant cat smashes through the gym window. A massive paw crashes down, instantly flattening another student. The cowardly student who bragged about saving everyone literally shoves a classmate backward to use as bait. Another casual swipe from the beast, and that poor soul is turned into paste. As the students panic, the teacher rushes back in. She has a clear shot to shove her sword up the cat's backside, but opts for the head instead. A fierce, bloody duel begins. While the teacher and the beast are locked in a deadly stalemate, she spots three figures emerging from the tunnel. Jang Yi and his squad have arrived, watching the chaos unfold. Seeing potential backup, the exhausted teacher screams for help. Chun is ready to charge in, but Jang Yi quickly holds him back. He notes that this woman is insanely skilled to keep this beast at bay with a single blade. She is definitely an overpowered mutant, and they have no idea if she is friendly. Rather than risking it, Jang Yi decides to let the two monsters tear each other apart. He tells his crew they are sitting this one out, opting to take a detour to the gym. Uncle Yu agrees, noting that the sword-wielding lady is extremely dangerous and best avoided. They quietly slip back into the tunnel, leaving the screaming teacher behind to deal with the cat alone. They ignore her desperate pleas for teamwork and navigate another route to slip into the gym. Walking past the terrified students, our main character scans the crowd. Spotting a wheelchair and a flash of red hair, Jang Yi immediately spots Shinshin. He is relieved she is alive, but before he can reach her, an annoying kid blocks his path, asking about some mountain base. He asks if Jang Yi knows his father. A confused Jang Yi demands to know what mountain base he is talking about. The smug kid introduces himself as the class representative, Shen Yu. Since he is from a wealthy family, he expects immediate respect. Jang Yi just nods along, purely interested in finding out more about this mysterious mountain shelter. But the kid gets suspicious. He wonders why these strangers do not already know about the closest sanctuary. This slip of the tongue confirms Jang Yi's theory that there are multiple survivor bases nearby. When pressed for more info about these other bases, the kid reveals he is actually clueless. He only knows what his dad told him about their existence. Shrugging him off, Jang Yi heads straight for Shinshin. Meanwhile, the other students swarm Uncle Yu and the otaku with questions. I wonder what these desperate kids are begging them for. Jang Yi kneels by the wheelchair, confirming she is indeed Shinshin. He introduces himself, explaining that her sister, Yangmi, sent him on a rescue mission to bring her home. He asks if she is ready to leave, and she agrees without hesitation. But just as Jang Yi grabs her wheelchair to make their quick escape, she suddenly hesitates. She begs him for a favor, asking him to break up the brutal fight outside. Jang Yi realizes this is the perfect chance to put her in his debt. He calls Chun and Uncle Yu over to handle the situation. As they head toward the clash, Jang Yi notices severed cat claws scattered on the floor and quickly pockets them. They might be useful later, so into the dimensional storage they go. On command, Chun activates his power, bringing the ceiling crashing down directly on the teacher and the cat. The cave-in successfully separates them, but the teacher is absolutely livid. She did not want the fight interrupted. She wanted them to help her kill the beast. Jang Yi jokingly tells her she should thank them, but she aims her blade at him instead. She fumes that she finally had the beast cornered, and they ruined everything. Our boy casually replies that he was just trying to help, not kill the cat. Besides, he only stepped in because her beloved student asked him to. Furious, the teacher curses him and lunges. Jang Yi casually leaps back, drawing his Desert Eagle and firing a shot directly at her forehead. But he is in for a shock. This crazy lady literally slices his bullet in half mid-air. Realizing she is a major threat as she closes in, Jang Yi activates his dimensional space power to suck her in. He swallows her whole into his pocket dimension, falling backward from the strain. Knowing how risky this is, he warns his team to stay back before spitting her out. Dimensional storage, totally exhausted after just a few seconds inside. Our main character mocked her, calling her reckless and dangerous for immediately attacking the very person who had just saved her. Jang Yi confiscated her sword. An awesome blade that can slice through bullets is way too valuable to give back. When she demanded it, he refused instantly, ordering a nearby student to go help their exhausted teacher rest. Once she was settled, Jang Yi made it clear to the group. He was only here to rescue one specific person, the girl in the wheelchair whom he was hired to retrieve her. Instantly, the teacher begged him to rescue the other students too. The spoiled kids immediately chimed in, bragging about their wealthy families and offering insane amounts of cash if he got them out alive. But Jang Yi just laughed. He told them he could not handle such important people, sarcastically adding that their rich families would surely send rescue teams anyway. Annoyed by this, a student who hated Shinshin decided to take matters into her own hands. She and some other kids grabbed the girl, holding her hostage and threatening to let her die unless everyone got rescued. Terrified by their stupidity, the teacher yelled at them to stop. They were classmates, after all, and there was extreme danger right outside. But the desperate students refused to back down. If they were not leaving together, then nobody was going anywhere. Totally losing his patience, our main character drew his twin police pistols and ruthlessly shot down every single student holding Shinshin hostage. The teacher watched in absolute horror at his brutal, instant reaction. They were just kids, after all. But Jang Yi calmly replied that if teenagers are bold enough to take a hostage, they must be prepared to face the consequences. His only real surprise was that Xin did not look scared by the bloodshed at all. Walking over, he checked if she was okay and asked if she was ready to go. She agreed. On one condition, her friend, Karen, had to come along too. Jang Yi silently groaned. Why should he babysit another random girl? He kept his thoughts to himself, but the observant Xin quickly caught on to his reluctant expression. She quickly explained that Karen would be incredibly useful because she was a genius. You see, this elite academy only had two kinds of students: useless, rich kids who paid to get in, and highly talented scholarship kids. Karen was a brilliant mind who mastered mechanics and engineering, making her the perfect choice for building things and fixing any broken equipment. Karen proudly patted her chest, confirming she really did possess those skills. Sold on the idea of having a handy mechanic, our main character agreed, taking Xin while gesturing for Karen to follow. Eager to prove her worth, Karen immediately offered to push her friend's wheelchair. Seeing them leave, the remaining students began desperately shouting that they were highly competent too. They bragged about driving luxury cars, managing wealth, and bossing employees around. Hilarious. Then, the girl who previously tried to act friendly with Xin stepped forward, warning that if the beast returned, they would all die. She even blamed Jang Yi for distracting their teacher, claiming they would have slain the creature otherwise. Therefore, she argued, it was his absolute duty to protect them. Sure, her logic was amusing, but our badass main character did not care at all. He made it clear he was leaving, even if he had to shoot his way through them. As they started walking, Xin thanked Teacher Leon, calling her the only person who had ever treated her kindly here. Ignoring the emotional farewell, our hero kept moving, prompting the teacher to order her students to follow them closely. When his companion asked what they should do about the trailing crowd, the main character coldly noted that he could easily wipe them all out. With his gravity powers, collapsing the entire tunnel on their heads would be effortless. The terrified otaku beside him prayed he was just joking. Once outside, our hero did not bother hiding his secret and instantly summoned his customized car and snowmobile from his dimensional space. Uncle Yu and Chun grabbed the motorcycle, while he carefully lifted Xin and placed her inside his comfortable car. With the two girls safely inside, Jang Yi slammed the gas pedal, leaving the rich kids coughing in his exhaust. Terrified, the remaining students begged their teacher for a plan, fearing the giant cat monster would attack them. Right then, a wealthy student realized his phone finally had a signal, allowing him to call his powerful dad. Meanwhile, inside the warm and cozy car, the girls were finally relaxing. To help them recover, Jang Yi pulled fresh food and hot water straight out of his dimensional space. Stunned and grateful, the girls ate happily, calling their cool savior absolutely incredible. But Jang Yi replied that Xin was the one who was truly amazing. Confused by his sudden praise, she wondered why this stranger thought so highly of her. After all, she believed she was just a useless burden who only survived because Karen fiercely protected her. Our hero shook his head, pointing out that survival in this frozen hellscape required more than luck. Xin was exceptionally brilliant, and a wheelchair user surviving this long meant she possessed a massive secret. Karen listened in total confusion, having no idea what they were talking about. But Xin just smiled, her expression shifting slightly. She praised Jang Yi for being incredibly sharp to figure it out. Our protagonist had already connected the dots, noticing far too many weird coincidences around the girl, especially regarding that giant cat monster. As she watched him with admiration, Jang Yi pointed out her strange plea to stop the fight between the beast and her teacher. It felt like she was trying to protect both of them. Why save a creature that was slaughtering everyone else? Admiring his sharp mind, the adorable girl in the wheelchair confessed that he was actually quite close to the truth. He got about 60% of it right, but she insisted she was not a villain and never ordered the cat to attack. Before the world froze over, she simply used to feed a cute stray cat. Hearing this, a shocked Karen asked if Blossom, the stray they fed back then, was actually that giant monster. Yes, indeed. That was exactly why the beast never laid a claw on either of them. Since they showed it love and kindness, Blossom remembered them even after mutating. Karen finally realized why they had survived so miraculously. But Jang Yi wanted to dig deeper into this feline relationship. Was it just gratitude, or something else? After all, the beast viciously attacked all the other students, yet it completely backed off when encountering our main character. The beast was surprisingly intelligent. Smiling, Xin praised his intellect once more. She confessed that she had secretly told the cat to ignore anyone entering from outside, assuming they would be a rescue team sent for her. Hearing this, Jang Yi asked if she ever ordered her pet to kill the students who bullied her. She shook her head, explaining she would never do that. The cat was just hungry, and those students were the only available meat. She playfully asked him if she was too cold-hearted for that. Amused, our protagonist thought to himself that they actually shared the exact same mindset. He did not care about those dead students either. Only those who proved their worth deserved to survive in this brutal new world. Shinshin had already proven her value, and now her smart friend did, too. Shinshin knew she was valuable, which is why he crossed the frozen wasteland to save her. But as he negotiated a sharp turn, our hero asked why she only decided to contact her sister now. Smiling, Shinshin dropped a bombshell. She never cared about reaching her sister. Her ultimate target from the very start was actually him, which is why she specifically reached out to Yang Mi. This caught him off guard. How could she target someone she had never met? She proudly bragged that she was the absolute best hacker in existence. Even before the freeze, she got curious about a massive Walmart heist and tracked down the warehouse supervisor behind it. When the world froze, she knew he was the one with all the supplies, which recent leaks finally confirmed. Using her sister as bait, she masterminded a flawless plan on a simple phone to force him into rescuing her. She already had complete files on everything Jang Yi had done before and after global freeze. She even hacked his shelter security cameras, watching him wipe out his neighbors. This girl is definitely dangerous, but incredibly useful. Building a literal fortress put a massive target on his back. This crazy news leaves our main character and Yang Mi completely shocked. Turns out, this hacker chick has been stalking him since the Walmart heist. He casually brags that even without his girls, she would have lured him there anyway. But hey, she is glad he showed up. Jang Yi is mentally sweating, realizing this girl is absolutely dangerous. He needs to watch his step. But speaking of weird things, a little stray cat named Blossom has been chasing their car this whole time. If he can tame this furball, he will be unstoppable. The girls adore the cute kitty through the glass. They finally pull up to his high-tech fortress. Even Uncle and Chun make it back safely to the sanctuary. Our main character hands them a solid reward and sends them packing. Stepping inside, the cozy warmth immediately relaxes the girls. Jang Yi makes it clear, follow the rules and they will survive. Blushing, Shinshin asks if he needs help with, adult duties. This completely catches him off guard, leaving him speechless, while innocent Karen has absolutely no clue what is happening. Jang Yi tells the bold girl she is way too young for that. Her only job is hacking. From now on, the entire security of the sanctuary is resting entirely on her shoulders. Sure, she is adorable, but his hands are already full with Yang Mi and Joey. However, the young girl starts overthinking, wondering if he is rejecting her as a woman because of her wheelchair. Before things get too dramatic, Joey comes rushing in to greet her, and right behind her is Yang Mi, looking incredibly worried about her little sister. Shinshin reassures everyone she is totally fine. She only reached out because she knew her sister was with Jang Yi, the main man she was actually interested in meeting. As the girls bicker, our main character just kicks back and enjoys the view of two sisters competing for his attention. One is a gorgeous star, the other a genius hacker. Talk about opposite ends of the spectrum. Joey gets curious and asks how she even knows Jang Yi. The hacker girl happily explains her stalking methods and introduces her best friend. Meet Karen, her school friend and a total genius when it comes to mechanics. After Yang Mi gushes over how cute she is, Jang Yi orders dinner to be prepped immediately. The girls finally sit down to a massive feast, their first real meal after surviving months of college starvation. With full bellies, Jang Yi pulls Karen aside for a special request. Her mind instantly goes to a dirty place, and honestly, she does not seem to mind. But he shuts that down, asking if she can manufacture heavy weapons and ammo instead. Give her the right tools and materials, and she can build anything. Grinning, Jang Yi takes her to his secret stash, pulling out high-end industrial machinery out of thin air. Karen is stunned. These machines are worth millions of dollars. She quickly notes what is missing, and he promises he can fetch whatever else she needs. Now they just need raw materials. He offers to help set things up, but she confidently tells him to step back. She can handle this solo. So, what can she build? To test her, Jang Yi pulls out Miss Liang's legendary sword from his pocket dimension. Karen is completely awestruck by the craftsmanship, feeling honored just to hold it, but she delivers some bad news. This is a priceless historical relic, not some mass-produced blade. Replicating a masterpiece that can slice through literal diamonds is basically impossible. She hands it back, explaining that Miss Liang received this blade for protecting a massive, important leader. She cherishes it more than her own life, which gives him a plan begins to form in his mind. Shaking it off, they head back to finish eating and discuss Karen's duties before turning on the television. A critical broadcast flashes on screen. The frozen apocalypse has no end in sight, and the damages are catastrophic. Millions are already dead, and the global society is officially falling apart. Total anarchy has taken over. With the government gone, laws simply do not exist anymore. Might makes right, and armed factions are moving incredibly fast to seize remaining territories. They are using raw military force to hoard resources. Watching the other girls crowd around Jang Yi, Xin burns with jealousy. Meanwhile, Yang Mi asks if the news is accurate. He nods, warning them that ruthless warlords will rise up as their biggest threats. The upcoming bloody wars for survival are going to get insanely brutal. Xin chimes in, predicting massive global territory wars. She warns that it is only a matter of time before desperate scavengers try to raid this luxurious mansion. Taking no chances, Jang Yi rolls her right to his supercomputer room. Armed with a blazing fast internet connection, she is ready to work her digital magic. In seconds, her fingers are flying across the keyboard like a blur. After tearing through the mainframe, she finishes her analysis, and he asks for her expert opinion. She admits the security setup was top tier 10 years ago. It is tough, but seriously outdated. What was unhackable back then is child's play for modern hackers. They can easily exploit its hidden bugs. In fact, she detects multiple breach attempts over the past few weeks, warning that hackers could have seized control within a month. Hearing this, Jang Yi is incredibly relieved. He went out of his way to rescue this genius girl. He immediately asks if she can patch up these massive security holes. He laughs it off, saying it is a piece of cake. Within mere minutes, her fingers dance on the keys, and she proudly announces the system is secure. Jang Yi is highly impressed, praising her brilliant mind. Smirking, the hacker decides it is time for payback. She is going to reverse hack the idiots who targeted them. He worries about the risk, and warns her not to leave any digital footprints. She simply scoffs, telling him only amateurs get caught, and she is a professional. Just as he is feeling smug, Joey bursts in with a panic attack. A massive monster is literally standing at their front door, and yes, it is the giant cat. Knowing the beast, he asks Xin for help. The cat followed them because it cares about her safety. Hearing this, Jang Yi decides they are going to tame it. He wheels her out, calming the panicked girls. Xin approaches the glass, and seeing the massive predator acting surprisingly chill, Jang Yi scoops her up to head outside. He announces they are going to hand-feed this giant beast. They step out, but the moment Jang Yi gets too close, the cat glares at him with murderous intent. Our guy actually tries to bribe a mutated monster with premium meat from his inventory. He sweet-talks the beast, but the smart cat just looks at him and refuses. Xin laughs, pointing out that street cats are notoriously paranoid. You cannot buy them easily. Sighing, our main character offers a different deal while handing over the food. He promises the feast is hers if she agrees to stop hunting the nearby villagers across the lake. The genius cat actually nods, digging into her meal and accepting the terms. With a peace treaty signed, he brings Xin back inside. But then, Joey points out the window, completely losing her mind at what is happening outside. The giant beast suddenly shrinks down to normal size. The mutation did not permanently make her giant. It gave her size-shifting powers. That explains how she snuck around the academy. She would shrink to hunt her prey easily. Xin adds that this explains how she could suddenly vanish and reappear without anyone noticing. Talk about the ultimate stealth weapon. She vanished, leaving the teacher completely clueless. But Jang Yi noticed something else about this massive, stealthy furball. The kitty was actually pretty banged up from her recent battle. Not that she cared, of course. Still, he figured a little first aid might help him win her trust down the road. Meanwhile, night falls, and the two girls head off to sleep. Aaron whispers that it feels like a total dream. Just this morning they were freezing and starving at school. Now, warm beds, full bellies, and absolute comfort. A bit embarrassed, Xin points out that it is all thanks to Jang Yi. The guy is seriously smart and reliable. Honestly, staying close to him is their safest bet right now. They definitely need to upgrade their arsenal and reinforce the bunker. They spend the whole night brainstorming ideas to secure their cozy home, and before they know it, morning arrives. Karen runs to show our main character her plans, eager to help. But while life is sweet in this mansion, let us check in on the poor souls left back at the college. The wealthy, spoiled kid somehow reached his father, but everyone else got radio silence. Their families were probably gone. Luckily, the giant cat left them alone while the boy begged for help. After a few agonizing hours, a rescue team actually shows up. Hearing the noise, everyone rushes outside only to freeze a squad in sleds pulled by massive wolves had just arrived. The teacher immediately identifies them as military, loaded with top-tier winter gear. The rich kid eagerly asks if they are his daddy's rescue team, but the soldiers just whisper among themselves. Then, one soldier removes his helmet. It is his dad. But wait, the once chubby father is now incredibly thin, gaunt, and completely drained. Still, the boy hugs him, asking what took so long. But before his father can even answer, the soldiers demand to know where the school stores its food and gear. The teacher gets a bad feeling. Is that really their first question? Without thinking, the rich kid immediately blabs that the frozen market is packed with goods, but warns them that a massive, terrifying beast is guarding the area. The commander laughs it off. No big deal, they can kill any monster, but the boy must guide them there. Hearing this, the cowardly kid immediately throws the teacher under the bus. He claims he has no idea where anything is, so she should go instead. Seeing this coming, the brave teacher steps up and offers to guide the armed squad to the stockpile. The squad heads out, confirms the loot, and returns with a command. The students are ordered to haul the heavy crates, and honestly, nobody dares to argue with armed military men. Soon, they are carrying every single crate from the market. After some back-breaking work, they finish, and the arrogant rich kid starts bragging that his dad saved the day. Too bad for him, because once the supplies are loaded, the soldiers start packing up to leave. Terrified, the students ask how they are supposed to get to the base. The soldier tells them they are running. When they complain about the lack of rides, mentioning it is over 10 kilometers to safety, the soldier threatens to punish anyone else who whines. Any complainer will be branded a deserter and dealt with. Period. They must shut up and keep up. Sensing their despair, the kind teacher shares her last chocolates with the exhausted kids. With that tiny boost, they trek through the freezing cold until nightfall, finally reaching a massive underground base. They are ordered to march down a dark, high-tech flight of stairs. The empty facility feels eerily quiet. While the teacher tries to soothe their panic, a squad in full hazmat gear suddenly appears and sprays them with a strange, thick gas. Next, a rather large, suspicious-looking woman appears, telling them to behave. She claims it is just a routine disinfection to keep the base safe, so they all line up like sheep. They undergo full medical scans, blood tests, and even stool samples. After waiting around, they get served a mysterious white yogurt. Surprisingly, it is delicious, and they gulp it down. Honestly, would you even dare to eat that? Moments later, the woman demands to know where the dad's son is. The terrified father points him out, and she orders them separated. The kid is directed to a different VIP room. Before leaving, he smugly tells his classmates that he is different from them. He is important here because of his daddy's high status. His dad desperately whispers a final warning: follow the rules no matter what. As the boy is escorted away, the other students glare, complaining about this ridiculous, unfair VIP treatment. They arrive at a private room, where the massive woman tells the boy to take a hot bath. Not complaining, he jumps right in. It has been 3 whole months since his last shower, but when he steps out in a towel, his jaw drops. The lustful lady is waiting, ready for some extreme physical activity. She slams him onto the bed, while we check on the classmates. The other students are forced into matching uniforms. An armed guard bluntly announces they are heading to their new job, leading them into a bizarre, sterile, industrial chamber. Inside are rows of strange, giant gear-linked exercise bikes with people pedaling like crazy. This is their new life: pedal all day, or freeze and starve in the wasteland. Turns out, this human hamster wheel powers the entire base. If you do not pedal, you do not eat. Hearing this, the pampered students break down, crying in pure agony. They are elite college kids. How could they do manual labor? Panicking, they beg their teacher to save them, but the guard coldly tells them they can cry while they pedal. The teacher sighs, advising them to stay calm. At least they have food and shelter here. For now, survival means obeying the rules, and even she has to get on a bike. Meanwhile, in the VIP suite, the rich kid is physically and mentally shattered. Outside the door, his gaunt father is waiting anxiously, asking the massive lady if his son performed well. She grins, calling the boy a natural hard worker, just like his dad. Yes, my friends, the father's survival job was keeping this giant lady satisfied. No wonder he is so thin. She leaves, hoping the boy keeps up the grueling shifts for the good of the base. The kid lies there, completely traumatized, while his dad quietly asks if he is all right. He asks if anything is broken. Sobbing, the boy asks why his dad never warned him about this nightmare, and how his high-ranking career devolved into literal bedroom slave labor. The dad explains that when the Ice Age hit, society crumbled fast. They thought the snowstorm was temporary, but it changed everything, completely flipping the global hierarchy upside down. Mutant humans with crazy superpowers emerged, claiming the top spot. Meanwhile, normal, low-level politicians like him lost all their influence and were cast aside. To stay alive in this bunker, he had to keep that massive boss lady happy, but his old body cannot take it anymore. Now, it is his son's duty to take over. Back in the dusty dorms, the students nurse their incredibly sore legs. Desperate, They ask the teacher if this daily grind is really going to be their new normal. She tells them yes, and to stop whining. Normal people work to survive, too. But they protest we are the elite. Since when do VIPs have to sweat and do manual labor? Why should they suffer? They beg her to find a way out of this chore. Right then, their rich savior walks back into the dorms, looking completely hollow and defeated. They swarm him, hoping his family status can get them off the hook. But he mutters that things are different here. There is no special treatment, only obeying orders. Everyone has a role to play. The teacher gently asks where he was all this time and what his job is. Glancing down, the shattered boy replies that he was just getting familiar with his duties. He finally got how this place worked. Let's look at how he broke the news from now on. They were strictly on their own. And as he laid out the new social hierarchy, the teacher realized her school credentials meant absolutely zero now. Luckily, being a strong mutant who could actually fight made her actually useful. So she decided to ask the real scoop on this base. He explained that a guy named Chen Xinning was running the show, backed by awakened mutants, making him the absolute dictator of the zone. The elites and cronies got to live like royalty in Layer 1. Basically, the whole place was split into 4 tiers. Naturally, the Supreme Leader and his family occupied Layer 1. Level 2 was for smart scientists and techs who kept things running. Level 3 had the combat mutants. And down at the very bottom, in Layer 4, were the miserable souls forced into hard labor to generate power. Terrified, the kid stammered that he had zero plans to rebel. After all, the Tier 3 mutants handled security, meaning any troublemaker would be wiped out instantly. Hearing this bleak reality, one angry student grabbed the guide by his collar, screaming that this nightmare was entirely his fault. After all, he promised them safety and a sweet life. But the guide snapped back, asking if they would rather starve back at the college or get eaten by giant cats. He let go, pointing out that their only hope for a better gig was Teacher Ling. Right on cue, the students turned on her, whining that they were her responsibility now. They absolutely could not handle manual labor, so she had to secure them easy desk jobs. Exhausted by their childish entitlement, she ignored them to get some rest. Morning arrived, and everyone was marched out in single file. A supervisor barked over the mic that today was a special day to praise their savior, Chen Xinning. Turns out, this propaganda, where workers had to stand and glorify the big boss, was a regular thing. While the mindless crowd drank the Kool-Aid, the teacher was the only one who saw right through its creepy cult dynamic. As the loudspeaker blasted more praise for their supreme leader, she cringed at the obvious brainwashing. Then came the next awkward phase. Everyone was ordered to step up, grab the mic, share their names, hobbies, and state how incredibly blessed they were to be in this family. After that bizarre bonding ritual, they were served sad porridge. The teacher noticed her students were actually settling in and looking surprisingly cheerful. Just then, the leader's secretary strutted in with armed guards and boomed over the mic, asking if Liang was present. If so, she was to fall in line immediately. She complied, while her gullible students cheered, thinking their teacher had secretly pulled strings to get them all promoted. But a single death glare from the secretary shut them up, sending them scurrying back to work. To Liang, however, she was surprisingly polite, escorting her deep into the facility until they reached the Supreme Leader's luxurious office. He greeted the teacher with grand respect, offering her a seat before launching into a passionate speech about his glorious ambitions for the base. Playing along with his fake kindness, she listened patiently. As a reward, the secretary escorted her to a posh Level 2 apartment, appointing her as a military officer due to her powers. Meanwhile, over at the absolute lap of luxury, Jang Yi was busy playing cat butler. After endlessly pampering the massive beast and offering the most premium gourmet treats in his stash, our main character slowly managed to win over the giant blossom cat. Seeing her buddy Shinshin totally relaxed around him, the cat figured she might as well give this human a chance. He thought he finally made a breakthrough, but she strolled past him, walked right inside, marked her territory, and shredded an expensive sofa. Our cool protagonist just smiled and took the loss. Joke here even joked that thank goodness she wasn't a human woman, or he'd be wrapped around her finger forever. After doing whatever she wanted, the massive kitten finally curled up on an armchair for a nap. He tried for a sneaky pet, got rejected, but after some persistent bargaining, she let him. The ultimate trust had finally been unlocked. Once she was fully tamed, Yangmi even took baths with her. You and I know exactly what those floating plot points were. Joke here and the others loved the cuddles too. Meanwhile, Shinshin was flexing her hacking powers to master the mansion's tech. She quickly pinpointed a sneaky group trying to breach their security firewall, easily tracing them back without them ever realizing she had compromised their network. Creepily enough, the signals came right from the military base where Shinshin's former teacher was staying. It was only a matter of time before they launched an attack, but our overly confident main character just smirked, promising to wipe out any invaders. Next, he checked in with Karen for security updates, only to find she had custom-built him a silencer. His rifle was deadly, sure, but way too loud. This handy little attachment would keep his stealth kills totally quiet. Absolute top-tier waifu behavior right there. She modestly claimed she would do anything for him. Cozying up next to her, he rested his hand on her shoulder and asked if she could whip up some grenades and landmines. Talk about a romantic conversation starter. Blushing or just highly offended, she pouted and accused him of severely underestimating her skills. She expected some insane request, but basic explosives? Total piece of cake. Still, our hero acted like she was a genius. She laughed, pointing out that humans had done this since the Dark Ages. Give her the raw materials, and she could craft them completely blindfolded. With that settled, Jang Yi warned her that a heavily armed group of dangerous mutants might try to raid them. Panic started to set in, but our hero smoothly shut down her worries, promising he had everything under control. Then, turning up the charm, he whispered that from the very moment they met, he felt an undeniable, special connection. She looked up, hopeful, asking if he was serious. He smirked, asking when he had ever lied, before delivering the ultimate blow. She felt exactly like a sweet little sister to him. Absolute friend zone. Talk about devastating. Her romantic hopes were officially crushed. Jang Yi gently caressed her face, reminding her that as long as she stayed useful, she would always have safety. Miraculously, she perked right back up, promising to obey his every single command without question. Master manipulator tactics achieved. Jang Yi left her to work, secretly smirking because his reverse psychology had secured her total, unquestioning devotion. He needed a steady supply of explosive gear to wipe out his rivals. Next on the checklist, he rang up Chun and Uncle Yu to warn them about the newly discovered military threat. Explained that armed soldiers were already scouting the area, and they absolutely had to keep their powers a secret. Uncle Yu and the otaku agreed to play it very safe, but after hanging up, Jang Yi realized the otaku was in serious trouble. His village sat directly in the middle of the path between the mansion and that shady military base. It would definitely be the first target for an interrogation. Jang Yi told Chun to run straight to the mansion if things went south, because a useful tool like him was too valuable to lose. Meanwhile, Chun was foolishly optimistic, convinced nobody would bother harmless farmers. Why would a major military faction care about a simple village growing crops in the middle of nowhere? Boy, was he wrong. Over at the West Mountain Base, exactly 27 kilometers away, 2 scouts were already packing up, ready to investigate the mysterious luxury base. As a guy and a girl prepped their gear, he sighed and asked if she thought this endless blizzard would ever stop. She gave him a grim look, stating that this biting cold was here to stay. She dramatized it as a cleansing divine act to wipe out human sins. With that, they jumped on their sled, heading right toward Jang Yi's base. All right, you and I are about to see a wild journey. To get there, they find a safe route around a frozen river, arriving at Chun's village. Behind the humble houses, something incredible looms. A giant ice castle towers over the simple homes. An incredible sight. They cause a scene at the gates, drawing out the wary residents. After all, during an apocalypse, everyone is a threat. Trust does not exist. The female soldier is shocked at how well prepared these villagers are. When confronted, she claims they are government envoys on an official state mission. To prove it, the village chief checks her credentials. Satisfied, the old man welcomes them warmly. He immediately commands his people to treat their prestigious guests with absolute respect. They are then shown around the village's key locations. However, one uneasy villager pulls the chief aside, questioning this sudden hospitality. It is obvious these soldiers want their resources, but the old leader simply smiles, countering by asking what matters most right now. It is not their stash of food, it is securing influence with the military elite. He convinces his followers that sharing some food is a tiny price for a powerful military alliance. To seal the deal, the chief hosts a grand feast. The female soldier admits she is amazed by their survival setup in this brutal weather. They have limitless food and stay warm. The chief proudly brags that it is all his doing. He claims he commissioned the ice castle and single-handedly organized the entire agricultural system. Talk about a massive ego. He claims he runs everything here. The soldiers are genuinely impressed by his apparent competence. But in the background, a villager knows the truth. This old fraud became leader just a week ago. He is stealing all the credit from the previous chief. Meanwhile, the female soldier keeps digging for intel. She is highly curious about their massive agricultural output. So, the old man explains that before the apocalypse, they supplied 30% of the city's fresh vegetables. Miraculously, even during this brutal ice age, they manage to keep their crops growing. Mid-sentence, the old man suddenly realizes he is oversharing. Giving away their survival secrets to military agents might backfire. He quickly backtracks, claiming the process is actually incredibly difficult. In fact, food production is rapidly declining. This lavish feast is just a rare exception to honor such distinguished guests. He quickly pivots the conversation back to his grand ice castle. The old man insists that the military would benefit immensely from aligning with a genius like him. He calls for more food, telling them to feast without limits. Watching this display of limitless food, the female agent is convinced they have major secrets ripe for the taking. The chief then asks if the government knows when this freezing blizzard will finally end. He wants to know if there is a plan to fix the weather. The woman smiles, whispering that this is highly classified information. But since she is in such a great mood, she shares a secret. She says, the state has a massive plan to reverse the ice age very soon. The villagers are absolutely thrilled, and she assures them everything is under control. But then, she drops a question. She asks if they have noticed anyone in town acting weird or exhibiting strange powers lately. The old man plays dumb, pretending to have no idea. The female agent explains that the military is recruiting these special individuals to rebuild civilization. Anyone reporting a mutant will get massive rewards. However, the old fox is not about to sell out his trump card. Without seeing real benefits first, he refuses to mention Chun, their resident mutant. Instead, he asks for her contact details, promising to call the moment he hears anything useful. Her face turns cold. She looks him dead in the eye, accusing him of keeping secrets from his superiors. Shaking with fear, the chief plays innocent. But she steps closer, insisting she knows he is hiding vital intelligence. Withholding info from the military is a capital offense. Terrified by her threats, the old man folds instantly. He leans in, claiming he only hesitated because his people barely know the guy. Naturally, she is intrigued. The chief reveals the target is a man named Jang Yi, living in a massive mansion across the river. This instantly electrifies her. That is the exact high-value target they were sent to investigate. She demands every single detail. She wants to exploit this chance for maximum intel. The villagers quickly pipe up, describing this mysterious figure as an absolute monster. They claim they only went to ask for food, but he ruthlessly slaughtered their entire group. Half of their village was wiped out trying to breach his lakeside fortress. The chief nods, and the sheer rage on the villagers' faces makes the agent realize this is the real deal. Jang Yi is definitely the powerful mutant on their radar. She just needs to know his face and specific abilities. But there is a huge catch. Anyone who saw his face is dead. Anyone who saw his powers is also dead. Ultimately, she gets zero actionable tactical details. Realizing they have hit a dead end, the soldiers prepare to leave. She orders the chief to report any new leads immediately. As they walk away, her priority is clear. She contacts headquarters, reporting a massive supply of food that they can exploit in the near future. Her partner wonders why she fed the villagers so many lies. She scoffs, explaining it was the only way to get treated like royalty. Without those promises, they would have gotten zero cooperation or food. You and I both know they would be furious if they found out, but she does not care. Survival of the fittest, right? Suddenly, they spot the main character's massive luxury mansion, sitting in a gated community across the frozen river. Her partner points out that keeping a place that huge, fully heated and stocked during an ice age means this guy is on another level. She is now convinced this mysterious owner is the one who looted the military warehouse. Recalling their briefing, they get ready to move. Her partner's mutant power is super jumping. With her on his back, they leap high into the air, landing directly inside the perimeter. It is a high-end luxury fortress, but no matter how thick the walls, this woman can phase through absolutely anything. Her partner asks if going solo is safe. Shouldn't they call for backup first? She refuses to wait, eager to scout inside. After all, he is probably just a regular guy with a few powers. Plus, her stealth ability makes her completely undetectable. Phasing straight through the heavy bunker walls, she steps inside. Instantly, she finds the entire mansion fully lit and warm. A sudden dread hits her. This guy lives in more luxury than the top brass at her own military base. Could this Jang Yi actually be more dangerous than the entire army? Terrified, she decides to pull back and call for reinforcements immediately. But as a final touch, she leaves a knife behind as a warning, then retreats. Slipping outside, she tells her partner this place is deeply unsettling and they need serious backup. This target is vastly more prepared than they are. Even the elite of their mountain military base cannot maintain a fortress. This guy has to be packing some serious heat. He likely possesses multiple dangerous powers and hidden resources. Her phasing ability is useless in direct combat. If she gets caught, she is dead. She climbs onto his back, and they flee. But during their brief intrusion, a clever cat in the bedroom noticed a disturbance and woke Jang Yi. Weapon ready, he checks his security feed on his phone. Strangely, the cameras show absolutely nothing. His cat insists on leaving, so he opens the door. She leads him straight to the strange knife left on the floor. Realizing an intruder was here, he immediately scrubs back the footage. Sure enough, someone phased inside using a spatial ability. He is absolutely furious. His ultimate safe haven has been breached, and his hoard of supplies is at risk. A threat like this cannot live. He looks at his cat and declares they are going hunting. Strapping on his bulletproof vest, he checks the outer feeds. They only left a moment ago. Meanwhile, the two soldiers speed away on their snowmobile, heading back to base with this massive scoop. The woman smiles, saying she is in a great mood, so she will let him in on one last secret. Jang Yi is highly suspected of possessing. Heading back to the base to deliver the info, this lady claims her scoop is a total secret. But since she is feeling generous, she spills that Jang Yi is suspected of having. So, someone literally stole an entire Walmart warehouse. She has no idea how one guy did it, but she suspects he has some crazy pocket dimension power to store and grab items later. Having a personal spatial dimension would explain all his crazy stunts. An unprecedented, absurd power like that? She realizes that if this is actually true, it is the most broken ability ever. The ultimate survival cheat. Her team will get a massive reward for reporting this. She can't wait to run back to base and tell their leader. But her happy moment is cut short. A sudden bullet drills straight through her brain. Our main character, Jang Yi, is as deadly accurate as ever. Her panicked partner points toward the gunshot, but Jang Yi has already vanished. Another sniper shot rings out. The surviving soldier flees, dragging his partner's lifeless body. Annoyed by the miss, Jang Yi quickly cools his head. He leaps off his giant cat to take control. He decides these two intruders cannot leave alive. Ordering his trusty pet to charge, the remaining soldier huddles in hiding, desperately trying to identify the attacker while panicking over what to do next. Suddenly, a giant fluffy ball of doom comes rolling right at him. He shields his friend's body and barely dodges. The massive trench left behind proves just how terrifying this pet is. The Blossom cat misses but instantly spins back, claws bared. Desperate, the soldier pulls a pistol out of nowhere because he was unarmed earlier. Meanwhile, Jang Yi keeps firing from afar. His rifle shots force the soldier back before Jang Yi leaps high into the sky. Floating midair, our hero is absolutely certain his target won't escape this next bullet. The soldier manages to survive the cat and somehow shifts his body to dodge the incoming sniper round. He successfully avoids the bullet, but the Blossom cat's follow-up strike is unavoidable. She chomps down on his arm, pinning him in place. Seizing this perfect window, Jang Yi fires a clean shot straight through his skull. Now, both soldiers lie dead in the snow. The cat tries to tell him something, but Jang Yi doesn't speak feline. Suddenly, he notices a weird yellow energy radiating from the girl's corpse. Intrigued, he approaches to investigate this anomaly. Could this be her power? As he reaches out to touch her, the yellow energy flows directly into him. Realizing he just absorbed her ability, he excitedly plants a kiss on his cat. He scoops up the girl's body for research and stuffs it into his inventory. Hey, since they are dead, it's totally fine. Later at home, Shinshin announces she finished his request. By analyzing the dead soldiers' gear, she discovered they belong to the Shixian refuge. Their base is hidden inside a mountain, roughly 27 kilometers from their current location. It's a 4-layer underground fortress housing a massive military force and multiple powered mutants. Getting all this intel from so little gear proves once again that Shinshin is a total genius. Just then, Jody arrives with a crucial discovery of her own. Leading them to the lab, she reveals that the deceased girl's brain cells look completely different from a normal human's. It seems mutants have physically altered brains, which might be the source of their superpowers. However, the dead male soldier was a completely different story. His mutation wasn't in his brain at all, but rather in his leg muscles. Jody deduces he wasn't born this way. He is an artificially modified mutant. With artificial enhancements in his legs, he was built for speed. Inspired by this, Jang Yi heads to his training ground to test his newly acquired phasing ability on his bullets. He thought he'd turn into a power-stealing beast, but he actually ends up keeping the wall phasing ability in reserve. Meanwhile, back at the military base, a chaotic situation is unfolding. An urgent distress call comes in from the team scouting Jang Yi's mansion. The captain immediately demands backup, but his request gets flat-out denied. To deploy troops, he needs the Supreme Leader's direct approval. But when he rushes to the office, the secretary blocks him, claiming the boss is in a highly critical meeting. The captain argues it's a matter of life and death, but the secretary fires back that the leader is currently dealing with an emergency of his own and cannot be disturbed. Now, you and I are about to see this supreme emergency. Inside, the leader is having a very intimate, private meeting with some pretty schoolgirls from the elite academy. They shower him with praise to butter up the most powerful man in the base. After playing doctor, the girls finally get dressed to head back to their dorms. With his business finished, the leader casually asks about the commotion outside. The secretary explains that the captain is requesting heavy reinforcements for a mission near the mansion. Since it involves the Walmart thief, the leader is dismissive. He only approves sending low-ranking grunts, refusing to waste elite forces on a minor threat. After keeping them waiting, the secretary delivers the authorization for the low-tier backup. The annoyed captain gathers his weak troops. Meanwhile, a schoolteacher is walking by. She spots her own students wandering around the prestigious first layer. Confused about how they got access, she questions them, and the two girls give her a sly look. They smugly boast about having special talents of their own. Turns out, their unique superpower is fighting extremely hard in leader Chen Shixian's private bed. The teacher looks at them with pure disappointment. The girls know deep down it's shameful, but they defend themselves, claiming they had no other choice to survive. With their bedroom battle finished, they must return to their elite dorms on the second layer. Before they leave, the teacher asks why the other classmates are missing. They reveal that while she was away, many students were dragged off and never returned. One girl breaks down, crying that those missing classmates are likely dead. They did what they had to do just to survive. Stunned, the teacher realizes dark secrets are lurking in this base. She heads down to the fourth layer to investigate. In the hallway, she runs into a male student who gained status by pleasing the fourth layer supervisor. He offers to show her exactly where the missing students end up. He leads her to a hallway where scientists are carrying body bags, explaining that these are the failures of a secret, twisted experiment being run deep underground. His own close friends are vanishing too, but his father ordered him to stay silent and obey. Horrified, the teacher decides she must investigate this facility in complete stealth. She corners a lone scientist and knocks him cold, stealing his hazmat suit. Disguised, she slips past the guards and gains access to the morgue to find real proof. As scientists complain about another failed test subject rejecting the mutation, they peel back the body bag. The teacher gasps in horror as her worst fears are confirmed. The poor souls forced to generate power on the fourth layer are subjected to brutal human experiments, then discarded like garbage. They toss them into a massive processing machine. The machine blends the bodies into a white paste. Confused and disgusted, she overhears the scientists discussing what artificial flavor they should add to the next batch of food. They joke about how tasty and nutritious this human recycling yogurt is. Since they do not know the source, they eat it guilt-free. Overcome with nausea, she runs to a bathroom. She violently throws up, realizing the nutrient paste she has eaten for days is made of dead humans, including her own students. This base isn't a safe haven, it's hell. Where can they run? You and I will have to find out next time, as she vows to rescue her remaining students from this nightmare. Will she actually take these students in, or let them freeze and starve out there? Honestly, keeping anyone alive in this brutal, frozen hellscape is basically impossible. Meanwhile, that very same night, reinforcement soldiers gather right outside of Jang Yi's house. One idiot wanders off, trips a wire, and instantly turns into human confetti scattered across the snow. Talk about a warm welcome. The captain is absolutely furious, instantly blaming the fortress owner. Inside, the loud blast and sudden gunfire warn our main character that uninvited guests have arrived. Time to boot up the security. He orders Karen to activate her new force field defenses. With his absurd powers and two literal geniuses backing him, Jang Yi just watches from the highly amused. His new playthings have finally arrived. The soldiers start sweeping the snow to disable the traps, doing the exact same stupid thing Chun's villagers tried before. And yep, they get the exact same result. Jang Yi hits the remote detonator, sending another batch of soldiers straight to the afterlife. The captain is losing his mind. His men beg him to call for backup since they are dropping like flies without even seeing the enemy. But for the captain, that would be an absolute career disaster. Imagine being the backup team and immediately calling for your own backup. Embarrassing, right? So he ignores them, ordering everyone to push forward because he refuses to go home empty-handed. As they push on, Yang Mi worries they might have bypassed their security somehow. But Zhang Yi just laughs it off. He inspects this place daily, meaning there is absolutely zero chance of a loophole. Still, she asks a fair question. Why not just wipe them out while they are busy struggling with the traps? Our main character simply replies that he wants to see what these guys can actually do first. Meanwhile, the soldiers realize this insane fortress was built specifically to keep humans out. They assume the owner must have predicted the apocalypse. Refusing to back down, The captain decides to use heavy explosives to blast a way in, sending a soldier to plant them. Jang Yi just watches the guy do it with supreme calm, muttering that it is time to teach these fools a lesson. The soldier runs back, and boom, the explosives detonate. A massive blast rocks the area. But when the smoke clears, nothing. Just some melted snow. The shelter's walls do not have a single scratch on them. If this fortress is truly indestructible, their only option is to dig. Giving up on taking him alive, the frustrated captain orders his sniper to eliminate the target immediately. Jang Yi is still standing right by the glass, completely unbothered. The sniper fires, but not only does he miss, the bullet just bounces off the unbreakable window. Not even a tiny scratch. Honestly, Jang Yi is extremely disappointed. Are these the supposedly terrifying mutants from the West Mountain military base? The soldiers notice his mocking smirk. One soldier literally cries out that it is not fair. How does a random guy have better gear than the actual government? Finally, the captain accepts they cannot win. He orders an immediate retreat, but seeing them run, Jang Yi decides to join the party and opens fire. The soldiers turn back to shoot at him now that he is completely exposed. But wait, this was no mistake. Jang Yi effortlessly absorbs their bullets into his pocket dimension and sends them right back at his attackers. The captain screams to keep firing, thinking they have him cornered. Big mistake. He catches every single bullet with one hand while returning fire with the other. He is like an invincible cheat code, casually picking them off one by one. Panic sets in, and the captain screams at everyone to run. That man is not human, he is a demon. His powers are way too terrifying. The enemy mutants use their speed abilities to escape, but one takes a bullet to the leg, getting left behind while the others hide behind a snowbank. They toss a smoke grenade to block the demon's vision and tell the wounded guy to stay put. Little do they know, Jang Yi has a whole avalanche stored in his inventory. He dumps tons of heavy snow directly onto their smokescreen, burying almost all of them alive. Hours later, back at the military base, the leader receives the devastating report. His elite reinforcement squad was practically wiped out. The arrogant leader, who previously dismissed Jang Yi, is suddenly paying very close attention. His secretary reveals some vital intelligence about it. That fortress is actually a super-protected survival shelter built 10 years ago by a wealthy millionaire named Wang Simon. Channeling his inner Sherlock Holmes, the leader starts connecting the dots. How did a former warehouse supervisor end up living like a king inside an impenetrable base with infinite luxury? He has way more resources than the military itself. And remember those 2 stealth soldiers who tried to leak info? Jang Yi hunted them down instantly to silence them. This proves he is hiding a massive secret. The military leader now convinces himself that the kid must have hoarded all the massive supplies from the local Walmart. He thinks the kid's superpower is literally a walking inventory, making him an endless goldmine of fresh food. In his mind, this stash is even bigger than the missing warehouse. Blinded by greed, he decides to deploy his entire army to seize these resources. The secretary warns that their own base is running dangerously low on food anyway. Plundering the boys' stash could feed everyone in the military base for over 10 years. Because of this, hundreds of heavily armed troops are deployed, marching straight into Chun's, where the resident otaku immediately rings up Jang Yi to warn him. But before he can even speak, our main character casually guesses that an army just marched in, aiming to cross the frozen lake and attack the shelter. Once confirmed, Jang Yi warns Chun to keep a low profile since the army will definitely raid the village for supplies. They will strip the village clean of food and draft workers. He tells Chun that if things get too dangerous, he should pack his bags and run straight to his mansion, but Jang Yi also keeps it real. If the army discovers Chun's mutant powers, they will treat him like royalty. Of course, that means they would officially become enemies. Still, he tells the kid to do what is best for himself. Touched by this, the shy otaku declares he would never betray him. He is a loyal follower for life, and respects Jang Yi way too much. Back in the village, the corrupt chief welcomes the military, having ordered Chun to stay hidden out of sight the entire time. But our chubby friend ignores the order. He tells the chief that hiding is a massive mistake. The army will find out eventually, so it is better to just come clean. So, the chief reluctantly introduces Chun to the military as their resident mutant. Curious, the captain asks about his powers, and Chun happily puts on a little show of controlling snow right before their eyes. Impressed by his unique skills, the captain promises him a glorious future and pulls him aside to pitch the sweet benefits of joining them. Later that night, Chun calls Jang Yi to leak all the army's secrets and powers. Our main character thanks him, but jokingly asks one more time if he is sure he does not want to join the military instead. The otaku's dramatic refusal reassures Jang Yi that this guy is 100% loyal. The kid says his gut tells him to always bet on Jang Yi. Armed with this critical intel, our hero calls a meeting with his lovely harem, warning them that the enemy army is heading right. If they did, they would just head underground to stay safe. That subterranean bunker is completely impenetrable, so nobody needs to stress. Even if those guys were 10 times stronger, they still wouldn't stand a chance. Next, he asked Shinshin how the mansion's cybersecurity was holding up. She shrugged and confirmed they tried hacking the network countless times, but she easily blocked every single attempt. With her on watch, breaching their security systems is completely out of the question. He thanked her, feeling incredibly lucky to have such brilliant and trustworthy allies right by his side. After that, he paid a visit to Karen in her workshop. He greeted the genius girl and asked how an outside force would realistically go about trying to break into their bunker. She gave it some thought and said the most obvious strategy is simple. They would have to blow the place up, using heavy explosives, just like a standard building demolition crew. But destroying a base like this requires an absolute mountain of C4. So, unless the enemy has some ridiculous stockpile, there is nothing to worry about. Oh, and about his previous request, Karen had already prepped those special explosives he wanted. She even modified a heavy bulletproof vest to perfectly match the high-ranking soldier uniforms worn by the mountain-based military. Naturally, Karen is dying to know what he is planning with all this gear, but Jang Yi just smiles and says she will understand soon enough. Meanwhile, over at the village, more mutant soldiers are assembling to help launch the big invasion on our main character's mansion. The elite forces are all gathered, and they even introduce a powerful new mutant recruit. Professor Ling, who is part of this squad, immediately recognizes the otaku. He was with the guy who rescued her student, Shinshin, back at the college and ran off with her precious sword. He despises these soldiers for abandoning their own students, but she wisely keeps quiet. Meanwhile, the others ask about Chun's power. He boasts that he controls ice, even building these structures himself. With that, the captain rallies his troops for an all-out assault. Watching the security monitors, our main character spots gas grenades filling the yard, so he quickly gears up in his combat uniform. He orders the girls to head to the bunker immediately, just like they planned. Peering through the window, he gets ready to wipe out the intruders as they crawl closer to plant explosives. The overeager captain triggers a massive blast, clearing out all the defensive traps. Believing the coast is clear, the soldiers rush the front walls to stack an absurd amount of C4. They are ready to bring the whole place down. But while they stack the charges, our guy is quietly watching and already has a brilliant plan. Just before hitting the trigger, the captain laughs. He mockingly shouts that he expected way more from Jang Yi. No retaliation, caught completely off guard, not even a reaction to this perfect ambush. With a smug grin, he presses the detonator. But wait, absolutely nothing happens. The soldiers are completely baffled. Looking through their binoculars, the massive pile of explosives is just gone, leaving only a tiny scuff on the ground. Talk about a major fail. Inside the luxury mansion, the protagonist heads down to check on his girls, reassuring them with a big smile that everything is completely under control. The underground bunker is their strongest shield, so they are perfectly safe. Turns out, he used his pocket space to instantly absorb the entire pile of C4 before it could even detonate. Talk about an ultimate counter. The immediate danger is gone, and his lovely ladies can finally relax. Right then, he gets a ping on his phone. It is a text from Otaku-chun, who heard the distant blasts and wanted to make sure his buddy was still alive. Jang Yi texts back that he is fine and asks what the soldiers are up to. Turns out, they retreated. They are calling in reinforcements and even more explosives to try again. Our main character warns Chun to keep his eyes open. Sitting back comfortably with his two gorgeous girls, Jang Yi smiles. He is absolutely certain that Chun's village will soon clash with these annoying military freeloaders. True enough, back at the camp, a soldier demands immediate rations to feed 65 hungry men. Chun starts sweating, realizing that hosting this massive group for too long is going to wipe out their entire winter food supply. The village elder agrees but asks how long this raid will take. He already failed once, after all. The touchy soldier snaps at the question, claiming the timeline is strictly confidential. The old man quickly backs down and apologizes to keep the peace. He then tasks poor Chun with building ice shelters for the visiting troops. By the next morning, the fresh explosives arrive. A massive mutant with giant power steps up alongside the captain. They combine their freakish strength to hurl a massive crate of explosives directly at the mansion. Seeing the package flying through the air, our hero decides to release the stored energy from earlier. The unleashed blast acts like a massive shield, reflecting the flying crate of C4 straight back at the attackers. The terrified soldiers dive face first into the dirt, trying to find cover. Boom! A colossal explosion rips through their ranks, instantly turning dozens of soldiers to ash. Our protagonist is highly amused, while the shocked captain can only stare in disbelief. How could a single guy do this? While the captain is busy crying about it, a sniper bullet barely misses his head. He barely manages to dodge 2 consecutive shots from our hero. Jang Yi shrugs off the miss and takes another shot, hitting a nearby soldier right between the eyes. Fortunately for him, his mutant power gives him a ridiculously thick, bulletproof skull. The bullet literally bounces right off. Spotting movement, Jang Yi sees muzzle flashes from 2 different directions. With a calm smile, he uses his storage ability to absorb both incoming rounds. Too easy, honestly. He instantly spits the bullets back in the exact direction they came from, sending both snipers to an early grave. Talk about instant karma. Everything is going perfectly. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire mansion, almost knocking him out of his window. The furious captain decides to take matters into his own hands and personally smashes the structure. Glaring at our hero, the captain realizes he still cannot smash through these reinforced walls. This battle is postponed again, but he loudly vows to bring the mansion down even if it kills him. Jang Yi admits the guy is insanely fast and strong. Definitely a threat, but only if he can actually get inside. Once again, the military forces shuffle back to the village defeated. Super annoyed, the squad leader snaps at the complaining villagers. They demand even more rations to recover their energy for the next round, and the captain wants their absolute best food. The villagers are totally done with supporting these freeloaders. Watching this, one of the giant soldiers suggests they should teach these ungrateful locals a harsh lesson. The captain agrees he would love to, but until they crush Jang Yi, they need these peasants for food and free labor. Plus, once the job is done, they have other plans. They will be dragged to the mountain base to pedal bicycles for power. Back at the mansion, our hero checks himself over. Not a scratch. Young Mi arrives with a hot meal for him. As he eats, he asks Karen about the outer wall damage and if she can patch it up. She explains that it is easy as long as she has the right materials, but it requires going outside. Right now, stepping outside is way too dangerous. He nods, saying there is no rush as long as it is fixable. He takes a sip of his drink, and the girls join in for a celebratory toast. Cheers to another win. Later at dinner, Shinshin tells him that Professor Ling is trying to get in touch. She hands him the phone, showing a direct message from her former teacher. The professor wants to make a deal. Before calling back, our main character asks Shinshin if the woman can actually be trusted. Shinshin nods, confirming she is someone who always keeps her word. When they connect, Liang explains she has successfully infiltrated the Western Mountain Base forces and wants to trade favors. Her remaining students there are in serious danger, leaving her with no other choice. Alright, you and I know she has no choice but to cooperate here. She can be super useful inside, and all she wants is safety for her students. Our main character basically says, "Do not call me, I will call you." After hanging up, our protagonist gives the girls the lowdown on that Western Mountain Base. Hearing what happened to her old college classmates, Karen instantly gets hit with a wave of sadness. Sure, she was not exactly best friends with any of them, but she definitely did not want them dead. Meanwhile, Jang Yi asks if Shinshin's crazy Trojan horse plan can actually work. The wheelchair girl just smiles and says, Professor Ling just needs to sneak in and plug a flash drive into their system. Easy, right? Jang Yi calls the teacher back, telling her that this little flash drive is his exact price. She has to stick it in a base computer. Surprisingly, she trusts him. She figures any guy willing to risk his life for an important student must have some decent morals. Little does she know our guy is just playing chess. Cut to the military captain giving a massive speech to the villagers. He lies through his teeth, claiming the army is there to protect them from the terrible demon next door. He rallies them to unite and destroy this supposed monster. Behind closed doors, the captain warns his team that they are running out of time before the villagers revolt. He admits some locals will definitely die, acting as meat shields for revenge. Talk about a top-tier leader. This heartless plan triggers Professor Ling's inner saint. She protests, saying she cannot stand by and watch innocent civilians get sacrificed for their selfish goals. The captain challenges her to find a better way. Then, another officer steps in to calm her down with a classic guilt trip. He explains she needs to cooperate so they can steal Jang Yi's resources, which is the only way her students survive. Realizing these guys are completely hopeless, Professor Ling decides to play along. Her students' lives come first, so she fakes her loyalty, putting on a perfect show of obedience to keep them safe. She agrees to help, begging them to at least not work the villagers to death. The captain immediately orders the locals to start digging tunnels, hyping them up to get rid of the demon Jang Yi forever. But the villagers are not completely stupid. They hesitate, terrified of the consequences. Even when their old village chief tries to convince them that killing Jang Yi is their ticket to peace, they still refuse to dig. After all, Jang Yi had never broken their peace treaty or attacked them. Fearing a massive blowout, The worried teacher secretly calls our protagonist to leak the entire plan, desperately asking what his next move will be. Jang Yi, being the ultimate chill mastermind, tells her to just let them dig. He has everything under control. The teacher, clearly looking for a way out, asks for his address, wondering if he will rescue her. He smoothly replies that everything will happen in due time. The next morning, the enemy officially launches their tunnel attack on his bunker. Jang Yi just watches the live feed like he is enjoying a movie, but Yang Mi is incredibly confused. How can he be this relaxed while people are literally digging into his base? He tells Shinshin to explain his secret defense layout to his worried girlfriend. She explains they have advanced underground sensors, tracking every single vibration. Letting the enemy waste all their energy digging is actually brilliant. Out in the freezing cold, the overworked villagers start dropping like flies. Anyone who tries to rebel gets brutally executed by the military. They are not letting anyone back out of this deal. Days pass, and a panicked Professor Ling calls Jang Yi to report the mounting deaths. Jang Yi tells her his master plan is about to start, but he needs some intel first. He asks why the mutant attacks on his bunker have suddenly stopped. Ling reveals the truth. Only the elite leaders are guarding the front lines, while the rest are stationed in the village to suppress any potential rebellions. Jang Yi smirks. That is exactly what he wanted to hear. Time to move out. He slips out through a hidden escape tunnel, hops on his snowmobile, and rides toward the base disguised in a high-ranking military uniform. The guard salutes, thinking a boss arrived, but gets instantly sliced. With the first guard down, the village dogs start barking frantically. The other soldiers smell blood and rush out to hunt the intruder, who is still wearing their high-ranking commander uniform. They engage him, but it is a total slaughter. Our protagonist unleashes his broken dimensional space powers and razor-sharp blade, easily wiping out the entire squad. The elite mutants far away suddenly get the alert signal. They rush back to the village as fast as possible, but Jang Yi is already done slaughtering hundreds of soldiers. He grabs Chun, tosses her onto the snowmobile, and heads straight back to his mansion. Now, you and I can only imagine the captain's face when he returns to a village covered in corpses. He immediately realizes there is a rat among them who leaked their plans and the tunnel location. Furious, the captain vows to hunt down the traitor no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, the old village chief is panicking, having absolutely no idea how to explain all these dead bodies to the angry locals. They suffered so much with zero reward. Back at the cozy bunker, Jang Yi is busy playing the ultimate romantic host, showing Chun to her brand new room. Naturally, she is so thrilled she immediately hugs her boyfriend. Talk about building a harem in the apocalypse. Leaving her to settle in, he heads to the command center to meet Ling and Shinshin. The teacher has safely arrived and officially joined the team as a defector. Shinshin starts bragging about her hacking skills. Using the access codes Liang brought, she completely infiltrated the enemy's network, entirely cutting off all communication between the military base and the captain's strike team. Our main character is incredibly pleased with his genius little hacker. He turns to Liang, promising that once he handles the enemy leaders, rescuing her students is next on his to-do list. But their chat gets cut short. The remaining military units have arrived at the bunker's emergency exit. Jang Yi just smiles, saying he has been waiting for this. Time to start the real war. In a flash, he teleports right outside to face them. Seeing him standing alone, one of the hot-headed enemy leaders laughs, thinking the target is totally exposed. He charges forward, completely blinded by rage. His teammate yells at him to wait, warning him how reckless this is, but the guy refuses to listen. Just as he thinks he is about to land a fatal blow, Jang Yi casually steps on a button. Boom! A massive explosion detonates, burying the idiot under tons of heavy snow. Meanwhile, Captain Fun spots Liang in the distance. He screams at her, demanding she pay for her ultimate betrayal. But Liang snaps back that she was never on their side to begin with, launching an attack on the captain. Nearby, one of the elite mutants tries defending with a thick ice wall, but gets shredded by the giant killer cat. Seeing his teammate get turned into cat food completely breaks the captain's focus. He barely recovers in time to block Liang's next strike, while Jang Yi's endless explosives keep detonating all over the battlefield. With the elite mutants getting wiped out one by one, our main character starts snipe shooting relentlessly with his rifle. The surviving soldiers desperately group up, trapped between Jang Yi and Chun, who is blocking their escape. They unleash their powers all at once, triggering a massive avalanche to bury them. Professor Ling quickly escapes with her giant cat, grabbing the otaku kid on her way out. The captain can only watch in total despair. The remaining troops are completely cornered by the massive wall of snow, forced to face the final boss, Jang Yi. He mocks them, saying he will show them how real weapons are used. They totally fell for it. Our protagonist pulls a massive pile of explosives right out of his dimensional inventory and fires it directly at the trapped crowd. The resulting blast instantly vaporizes almost everyone, The few survivors are left completely dazed. Before they can even stand, they look up to see a massive wall of snow rushing down. In seconds, the entire military force gets buried deep under several meters of solid ice, unable to move a single muscle. Talk about a cold grave. Jang Yi rings up Shinshin, praising her for those genius calculations. The strike zone and the avalanche timing were absolutely spot on. With the threat gone, it is time to head home. The teacher suggests digging out the captain to confirm the kill, but Jang Yi just laughs. He is confident the guy will slowly freeze into a popsicle under all that snow. With that settled, they head back to the shelter. Our main character kicks back with his beautiful wives, pouring some fine wine. Jang Yi smiles at Joe, teasing that she is incredibly lucky. You and I would probably agree. Getting to sip premium wine in a warm bunker during a frozen apocalypse? She really is living the dream. And just like that, our happy couple starts their cozy new life together. Boom! That is a wrap on Season 1 of our Freezing Overlord's chaotic story. But hey, if you want your own happy ending, hit that like button. Seriously, the internet gods will personally bless you with a waifu. Now, back to business. Out of all the elite soldiers who got completely wrecked by Jang Yi, only one lone survivor crawled back Captain Fun. Their leader was absolutely losing her mind over losing half their forces. We are talking about 50 elite, super-powered fighters gone just like that, leaving the base defense totally crippled. Guilt was eating Captain Fun alive. Those dead soldiers were not just troops, they were his brothers. Broken and humbled, he dropped to his knees to beg his commander for forgiveness. He offered his own life to pay for this massive failure, but deep down, he was desperate for one more shot to prove he is not completely useless and avenge his fallen squad. He wanted payback against Jang Yi for ruthlessly wiping them out. Meanwhile, the boss was seriously debating executing Fun right there to teach everyone else a lesson. But there was a catch. She literally could not afford to throw away her strongest mutant. So, she locked him in a dark cell for a week to think about his life choices while she figured out their next move. First order of business, stop throwing soldiers at Jang Yi like meat. They desperately needed to rebuild their ranks before doing anything else. After all, the boss knew they were not alone out there. Other rival bases were just waiting for a sign of weakness to pounce. Panicking, she called in her secretary to get an immediate update on the villagers they captured. The secretary reported they were still running medical tests, but the test subjects were healthy and actually showed high potential for awakening some serious powers. The boss ordered immediate testing. If they could not awaken naturally, she wanted them pumped full of Captain Fun's mutant cells to force the upgrade. The scientist warned that 90% of these people would likely die. But she did not care about peasant lives, she just needed warm bodies to replace her dead soldiers. She needed an army if she wanted to rule the entire city of Tianhai. Without raw numbers and brute power, that dream was dead. But then, a sneaky new plan started forming in her mind. She decided to put the missile threat on hold and try a different approach, negotiate with Jang Yi to join her base. So, Leader Chen ordered her staff to get him on the line. They set up the laptop and headphones for the call. But make no mistake, Chen decided that if our boy Jang Yi said no, she was absolutely going to blow him off the map with those missiles. Jang Yi picks up, casually teasing her about how Professor Liang praised her amazing leadership. Chen could instantly feel the dripping sarcasm, and her temper started flaring up. Annoyed, she warned him that playing games was a bad idea, but Jang Yi just laughed it off, basically calling her a coward who was too scared to face him directly. He kept trolling her, asking how she planned on killing him when 50 of her best elite troops just got absolutely wrecked by him earlier. That comment pushed her right over the edge. Fuming with rage, Chen threatened that she would not send soldiers next time she would rain down enough missiles to vaporize his entire bunker. Jang Yi acted shocked, but called her bluff. He claimed she was lying because there were no missile silos left in Tianhai. But Chen countered, saying she had deep connections with a military base in the next city, the very ones who bombed them. Chen added that she did not actually want to blow him up because she respected his skills and wanted him on her side. Jang Yi was starting to wonder if she was actually telling the truth. Still, he needed real proof. He mockingly asked her to launch one nearby just so he could watch the fireworks. Chen called him an absolute idiot. You do not waste high-grade missiles for a flex. Her sheer confidence made him realize she might not be bluffing, but he still could not fully trust her. So, our cunning protagonist decided to play for time and asked for a few days. Chen only gave him 24 hours. Once she hung up, she could only pray that Jang Yi would actually fall for the scare tactic, so she would not have to waste such a precious weapon. Back at the bunker, our resident troll wondered if it was time to pack up and run. Xin was highly skeptical, arguing that if they had rockets, they would have used them already. Jang Yi pointed out that the military base next door was definitely real. If they gambled wrong and a rocket actually hit them, it would be game over for good. The dog, Joker, barked as if asking if they could just return to their old home. Jang Yi agreed going back was the safest option. Protecting his gorgeous harem was his absolute top priority. Chen was devastated because she had just started enjoying this warm paradise. Meanwhile, Professor Liang reminded him of his promise to rescue her students. She was not about to let him forget. Staring at his screen, Jang Yi pulls out a tiny microchip and hands it over. He tells Liang that saving her precious students is entirely up to her now. All she needs to do is plug it in. Once she slips it into the main computer, they can make their move. Since she still had her old executive keys, Liang easily sneaked back into the base, completely undetected. But as she walked, she spotted two researchers chatting. Hiding nearby, she overheard them gossiping about her, calling her a traitor for abandoning her own students. They had no idea she was right there. Worse, they revealed that Leader Chen was preparing to use those very students for his horrific mutant experiments. Once the gossiping scientists walked away, Liang quickly contacted Jang Yi. She whispered in a panic that they needed to rescue her students immediately. Jang Yi reminded her to stay focused, plug the chip into the central mainframe, and he would handle the rest. He promised that if she pulled this off, he would give her kids safety and food. Liang was incredibly nervous. She knew the computer lab was heavily guarded, but she had no choice. It was a suicide mission, but saving her kids and taking down this evil base was worth the risk. Hanging up, she steeled her nerves and headed straight into the lion's den. Meanwhile, Jang Yi was driving his gorgeous girls over to Building 25. He told Xin that if the professor succeeds, they can finally plan their counterattack on the military base. She agreed, noting that any stolen intel would be pure gold for their survival. Jang Yi nodded, admitting that hidden threats are always the scariest. Knowing your enemy is half the battle. But their strategic planning was cut short by Karen. The poor girl was absolutely terrified that Professor Liang would get caught and beaten to death by the base guards. Seeing her teary eyes, Jang Yi just smirked internally. To him, Karen was adorably naive. He did not care whether the professor lived or died, as long as he got his data. But being the ultimate hypocrite, he patted her head and smiled, saying good things happen to good people. Karen totally fell for it, wiping her tears and nodding happily. Inside, our main character was absolutely cracking up. What a scammer. Soon, they pulled up to the old neighborhood, where Uncle Yu was waiting with his brand new wife, ready to help. Meanwhile, Chen was sobbing in the back because she had to leave her beloved blow-up doll behind. Tragic. Jang Yi scanned the eerily quiet streets. Realizing the neighborhood was completely deserted, he assumed everyone was dead, but his thoughts were cut off by his uncle's loud, jolly voice, welcoming the gang back. Stepping back into their old stomping grounds brought back a rush of memories. Jumei welcomed everyone inside, telling them to make themselves at home. It was going to be a tight squeeze with so many people, but they were used to getting cozy together. Yang Mi was super excited about the crowd, suggesting they have a massive game night. Meanwhile, Jang Yi pulled his uncle aside in the living room to get the real scoop on the area. Let's check if they were still alive, if everyone had already kicked the bucket, or if desperate neighbors had tried to raid them for resources like old times. Uncle Yu explained that at first, those hungry neighbors just came begging for food. But after getting rejected, they tried to get aggressive, so the old man had to teach them a lesson. Even so, surprisingly, a whole group of people has managed to survive until now. Hearing this, Jang Yi was shocked. He immediately peered out the window, even though he knew there was nothing but snow to see. Uncle Yu kept going, explaining that the miraculous survivors were actually the residents of Building 18. Jang Yi was completely taken aback and asked if he knew any details about how many survivors were still hiding inside. But Uncle Yu replied that he had no real clue since he never talked to them, though he occasionally spotted them wandering around the frozen streets. This news got Jang Yi super excited, and he wanted to uncover their survival secret and visit them immediately. But first, he updated the old man about the terrifying missile threat coming from the leader of the Shan mountain base. Seriously, our main character just wanted a simple life of lazy luxury and endless food. Is that too much to ask? Once done complaining, he added that he doubted Xenon actually had real missiles. Uncle Yu sighed, reminding him that hoarding wealth always invites trouble. Even he, with way fewer resources than Jang Yi, gets constantly raided by desperate scavengers wanting his supplies. Our selfish hero decided he would lay low away from his main base until he gathered enough power to completely obliterate this new threat. Afterward, Uncle Yu continued to warn him about a bizarre group that recently showed up in the area without attacking anyone yet. They call themselves the Servants of the Snow, all while the girls happily played with Xin. The uncle admitted he initially dismissed them as just a bunch of crazy cultists, but they actually offered to boost and train his powers. Naturally, he was suspicious and turned them down. so the weird group moved on to other neighbors. As they chatted, Jang Yi glanced out the window and spotted some highly suspicious movement in Building 18. To figure out what was going on, he decided to investigate personally. When the uncle offered some backup, Jang Yi declined, saying these people were way too weak to be any threat. Our protagonist then told his girls he was going to visit an old buddy and not to worry. Heading over to Building 18, he casually fired a shot into the air to get Lin Jian's attention. Seeing this literal demon back in his life, Lin Jian was absolutely terrified. The monster had returned. He rushed to his wife and son, completely panicking. Learning who was outside, the son asked why they even had to fight him, while his furious wife urged him to rally everyone and fight back. But Lin Jian kept a cool head, knowing that even if the entire neighborhood teamed up, they would get absolutely slaughtered. He told his wife to hide and guard their last hope. When Jang Yi finally spotted him, he casually joked about how much he missed him. Meanwhile, curious residents began peering through their windows to see the commotion, which shocked Jang Yi, since he had no idea so many of them had survived. He walked right up to Lin Jian and demanded to know how. Lin Jian replied that it was all thanks to the seeds our protagonist had left behind. Stunned, Jang Yi asked if he was playing some sick joke, since there was no way crops could sprout and harvest in less than a month in this freezing, post-apocalyptic wasteland. Suddenly, Jang Yi flared his power, sensing another mutant hiding nearby. But it turned out Lin Jian's sheer panic was actually about something else entirely. He begged Jang Yi for forgiveness, saying he could execute him right there to punish them for their failure. Just then, residents began pouring out of the building in massive crowds. Seeing their savior on his knees, they started screaming in protest. They refused to let the man who kept them alive all this time be executed. Desperate residents even stepped in front of him, offering their own lives instead if someone had to die. Jang Yi was completely shocked by this intense loyalty to a man he previously considered a total weakling, but their devotion was real. Now, you and I know our main character can be ruthless, but even he was curious, so he asked why they expected him to kill them. They confessed that the baby he left with them had died. It turned out their terror was over Sheila May's kid, whom Jang Yi had actually wanted to abandon anyway. They assumed the child was deeply important to him. Jang Yi scoffed and cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining that a baby surviving this frozen hell would be a miracle anyway. He knew very well the kid's death wasn't their fault. He was just there to investigate their miraculous survival. He wanted to see those fast-growing seeds with his own eyes. Lin Jian quickly gestured for him to come inside so he could show him. As they walked, Lin Jian explained that they had tried planting those seeds multiple times before, but they failed completely and withered away. However, everything changed when that weird snow cult showed up and offered to help in exchange for worshipping their snow god. That's how Lin Jian gained his bizarre mutant power. Though the process was incredibly painful, he managed to survive and unlocked the ability to grow crops directly inside his own flesh. Now, they call him the Plant Man, and the food his body produces is packed with super high nutrients and grows lightning fast in the cold. A highly intrigued Jang Yi asked what on earth he used as fertilizer, because a human body alone couldn't fuel all that crop growth. Lin Jian warned that the sight might be a bit too graphic. Naturally, a cold-hearted Jang Yi didn't care and walked right in, instantly spotting a pile of corpses, literally sprouting plants. Lin Jian explained that they used dead bodies as fertilizer, since there was an endless supply of frozen corpses in the surrounding buildings. Sensing an opportunity, Jang Yi asked how many rooms they had turned into human farms. Lin Jian replied they only had 3 rooms active, which was enough for now. This dark self-sufficiency is clever, but Jang Yi bluntly warned that pushing his body like this would eventually kill him. Lin Jian sighed, completely accepting his fate. Channeling his mutant ability caused him agonizing pain, yet he was ready to suffer anything to keep his wife and kid alive. While our ruthless protagonist found self-sacrifice totally stupid, he couldn't help but respect the man's sheer guts. So he asked for a live demonstration. See, our calculating hero wanted to analyze if this power was naturally awakened like his, or artificially engineered like the guys at the military base. Plus, he needed to see if Lin Jian's power was strictly for farming, or if it had some dangerous combat potential. Lin Jian obliged. Gritting his teeth and straining with massive effort, one of the seeds embedded in his arm rapidly erupted, sprouting through his skin. Watching this grotesque display, a disgusted Jang Yi told him to stop. This single act completely drained poor Lin Jian, who leaned against the door to catch his breath. Analyzing the situation, Jang Yi realized this power was incredibly convenient for food production in an apocalypse. But here is the catch. If this ability posed even a slight threat to him, our merciless hero would have slaughtered Lin Jian and the entire building without hesitating. Having gathered all his intel, he left them to their fate. Watching the dangerous tyrant walk away, the leader of Building 18 breathed a sigh of relief. Their lives, however, still hung entirely on Jang Yi's whims. Returning home, you and I are left waiting to see how the missile threat unfolds. He would only plan an assault if his hacker managed to plant a spy chip inside the military base's mainframe. Meanwhile, over at the base, the newly enslaved survivors were being marched off to hard labor. Tensions were rising fast. This poor dad was literally crying, sobbing that these military thugs stole their food, took their homes, and killed his family. Honestly, they make our resident bad guy Jang Yi look like a saint. Anyone who complained got sent to a permanent nap. Talk about brutal. Now, if the villagers want to stay alive, they have to work to repay the soldiers' so-called sacrifice. Now, you and I might feel a tiny bit bad for these folks, but remember, they tried to pull this same stunt on Jang Yi. Talk about instant karma. Meanwhile, Liang was watching from the shadows. He knew those dead villagers would literally end up as zombie food or yogurt. Weird, I know. But she locked in on the mission and sneaked up to the second floor. This place has 5 main sections, including a food zone. Luckily, security here was super lazy because their big boss Chen was way more obsessed with the 4th floor. Sneaking into the control room actually looked like a breeze. She crept forward, scanning the area, when suddenly, bam! A mysterious hand lands right on her shoulder, freezing her in place. She spun around instantly, ready to throw hands, but the guy immediately started screaming for mercy, pleading that he was friendly. Turns out, it was just her own student, Tan. The kid was shocked, wondering why she returned after escaping. She told him she was there to rescue him and his friends, then asked how he even joined the military. He spilled the tea. The base was running horrific experiments on people, and he was the only one who actually survived. The process was so brutal it made him cry. Sure, survivors got a better life serving the base, but using their new powers literally drains their life force. Liang was stunned and asked what he planned to do next. Tan declared he did not just want to escape, he wanted sweet, sweet revenge on his torturers. She comforted her student, promising they would save the others and get payback. With a plan locked in, Tan went to the other soldiers, tricking them into guarding the control room so she could have some alone time with the computers. Meanwhile, Liang got to work plugging the spy chip into the system. Cut back to our favorite villain. Today was the deadline set by that arrogant base leader, Chen Xinan. During their high-stakes call, Jang Yi basically told him to get lost. He refused to ally, showing zero fear. Chen Xinan absolutely lost his mind and threatened to blow him sky high. Blow up his bunker and his family? Jang Yi just laughed, told him to try his best, and hung up like a boss. Though deep down, he knew those missile threats were totally real. There was no way he was bowing down to that tyrant. He was already planning to pack up and move when a sudden message from Leng cut his thoughts short. She texted, saying the spy chip was officially in the system. Now, it was his turn to play the hero and help get her beloved students out of that scary military base. Jang Yi rushed over to Shinshin with the good news. Our favorite wheelchair girl got so hyped she practically drifted over to her computer setup to start cooking. Within literal seconds, using a basic computer, she bypassed all their high-tech firewalls and accessed the entire base database. Talk about hacker power. Nobody could stop her now. He leaned in to see the loot, and she was practically sweating from the rush. He immediately asked the million-dollar question, can we find out about those missiles? She intercepted the chat logs between the top brass. They were literally planning a massive missile strike on their bunker. Yeah, that threat was 100% real. Jang Yi was genuinely bummed about potentially losing his ultra-luxurious bunker. But then, our resident hacker genius smiled and asked if he wanted to have some real fun. Her insane plan? Redirect the missile coordinates straight back to the military base itself. Jang Yi was deeply impressed by her genius but wondered if they would catch on. Shinshin just smirked. She explained that she would modify the target data so seamlessly that those clowns at the military base would not suspect a single thing. The enemy's allies would launch the strike, thinking they were blasting Jang Yi. To seal the deal, she would jam their communications right during the launch. Her villainous lead then asked her to pull up the base blueprints to see if the blast would wipe them out. But she had some bad news. The fortress was built like a tank, extending 100 meters underground. Not even a direct missile strike would completely crush it. Naturally, Jang Yi was not satisfied. He still wanted his revenge. He told her to initiate the missile redirect anyway, while demanding a full report on all their security systems and high-tech weapons. Once she agreed to handle it, Jang Yi quietly walked out of the room, leaving her completely baffled about what crazy scheme he was cooking up next. Was he seriously planning a solo raid on a military fortress? He was cautious, sure, but sometimes a villain just has to take a massive leap of faith. He knew surviving so far did not make him invincible. But this missile chaos was the perfect cover, his absolute best shot to breach their defenses. Even if the missile strike did not vaporize the base, It would trigger pure, unadulterated panic. If he snuck in with those stolen explosives, he could blow it up. Using their own half-ton of stolen explosives to blow them up from the inside? Talk about poetic justice. Fueled by pure spite, he was absolutely ready to end them for good. Our favorite petty king returned and told Shinshin to pull up the intel. He needed to study their defenses and, more importantly, the powers of their local mutants. He believed in taking calculated risks, but he also knew his limits. If the power gap was way too massive, this suicide mission was going straight to the trash. The hacker girl just grinned, recognizing the classic, paranoid Jang Yi. Now, you and I are about to see the absolutely insane military roster she uncovered. There were 521 armed soldiers on site, along with 16 mutant leaders and 50 superpowered troops. Plus, that S-tier captain, Fang, whom Jang Yi already clapped. Aside from him, there was only one single B-tier mutant on the list, with the rest sitting at A-tier or lower. Hearing this, our main character was not even sweating it. He knew those official power rankings were mostly garbage anyway. The military's intel was severely outdated, and real power levels can shift in the blink of an eye. Since things could get wild in the future, he compiled files on their heavy hitters and printed them out, just like his brilliant hacker friend suggested. He felt pretty confident his crew could counter these mutant threats. He called a family meeting in the living room, announcing they needed to plan an attack. He wanted their honest thoughts before doing anything. He turned to Uncle Yu, the wise veteran of the group, and asked for his tactical opinion on the whole situation. Uncle Yu pointed out that since the military took massive losses during their last raid, peace was never an option. They would absolutely never leave Jang Yi alone. So, instead of waiting like sitting ducks for an attack, they needed to strike first. He declared he was ready to ride or die with his leader until the bitter end. No regrets. Then, Jang Yi asked our favorite chubby guy, Chun, for his thoughts. Unsurprisingly, the poor guy was sweating bullets thinking about fighting an entire army. Jang Yi tells him not to sweat it. Sure, they are outnumbered, but he will easily handle the grunt soldiers and weak mutants solo. Then, he asks if Chun seriously doubts that he can pull this off. Wiping out all these enemies at once is his specialty. Plus he asks if Chun wants payback for his captured fellow villagers. But our embarrassed otaku admits he does not give a single damn about those people. He barely knows them anyway, so why bother fighting? This total lack of backbone actually makes our main character wonder if he is the cautious one here. Turns out, this chubby guy takes the crown. Still, Chun promises to do whatever he can. After all, thanks to his boss, he has got good food, a cozy shelter, and a room full of wives. For his bro, he is ready to risk it all. He is putting his life on the line. Jang Yi is thrilled, and the three of them team up. When the otaku asks about the battle strategy, Jang Yi whips out a board showing the elite mutants they must crush. Old Uncle Yu picks out his ideal target, while Jang Yi directs Shinshin to bring up the military base's layout. The moment the other two head out, our main character pulls out his phone to send a quick text. He messages Ling, telling her to lie low in a safe spot until noon tomorrow. They are clearing the area, and they might need her to run some interference from the inside when the chaos starts. Liang texts back, promising to hide and offering to help with whatever he needs. Jang Yi tells her he cannot share the details just yet, simply because the master plan is still coming together, but he promises to keep her in the loop. Shortly after, Shinshin successfully hacks and alters the coordinates, proudly announcing that the missiles are locked onto Jashin base for a high noon strike. He praises his favorite hacker girl for her stellar work, getting hyped for the upcoming clash. Just then, Karen shows up to explain that while the missiles won't completely level the facility, they will trigger a massive shockwave strong enough to rattle everyone inside, mimicking a magnitude 8 earthquake. Jang Yi points out that during the panic of this violent shaking, everything changes. Shinshin will completely cut the power. Since their defenses rely entirely on electricity, slipping inside will be a breeze. But Shinshin warns that this total blackout will only be temporary. They will probably switch to manual backups to get it running again. Still, Jang Yi is not worried. That window is more than enough for Ling and her students to slip away. Right on cue, Chun raises a question. What exactly is the plan to demolish the base once they are inside? The room stays dead silent. Chun presses on, asking, if we only take out the boss, won't another bad guy just take over? The only real way to end the threat is to wipe out every single soul inside that facility. He says this half-joking, thinking it is overkill, but his boss's cold reaction makes him sweat. Our chubby friend immediately fears the worst. Seeing the confusion and shock on their faces, Jang Yi calmly explains that he has an absolute mountain of high-grade military explosives sitting in his storage, and since Fun's thugs tried to bomb his sanctuary, he had completely restocked his arsenal. Karen steps up to detail what exactly happens when 1,000 kilograms of raw demolition fuel goes off. The blast will destroy their oxygen filtration, making the air unbreathable. Anyone lucky enough to survive the initial shockwave will literally suffocate in the dark. Chun worries they will be caught before they even step inside. Jang Yi shrugs it off, telling them to memorize the bomb points, plant the charges, and get out of there fast. A few stolen lab coats should serve as the perfect disguise. He stresses that every charge must be placed perfectly to ensure the entire base collapses from within. Speed is everything, because 1,000 kilograms of live ordnance scattered around is no joke. Jang Yi maps out their entry points and explains how they will slip inside undetected. Everyone has a role to play, but remember, completing the mission is only secondary. Surviving and coming back alive is the ultimate priority. You and I can definitely respect a leader like that. Meanwhile, inside the mountain base, Professor Ling gathers her surviving class for tomorrow's grand escape. For this to work, they must follow her lead blindly. The students eagerly agree. They are deeply grateful she didn't abandon them. Morning comes, and our strike team is charging up their mutant powers while running through the final details. Jang Yi reviews the bomb locations. With Chun and Uncle Yu locked in, our attentive lead takes a quick break to feed his battle kitten. He has a very special surprise waiting for those 6 mutant bosses. Those 6 are the strongest, so caution is key. Night falls, and the strike squad prepares to launch. Uncle Yu has his beautiful lady, Jang Yi has his harem, and Chun has his obesity. The combat dog wants to join them too, but that is a hard pass. Driving toward the mountain base, they must stay totally alert. Once they get close, Jang Yi hands them a special gift. He hands over powerful adrenaline shots to turn them into absolute fighting machines. He warns that the side effects will only hit once they are safely back home cuddling with their wives. The biohacking power kicks in instantly. Rolling up to the base entrance, Jang Yi smiles, eager to deliver this massive surprise. Meanwhile, the professor gathers her group for the fateful escape. One nervous girl is highly unsure if they are actually going to escape right now. The maid who served that greedy lady is also there, warning everyone to stay quiet and obey their teacher. Liang keeps a low profile, even though she has no clue what the master plan actually is. She just waits for the signal to start. Meanwhile, Chen is in his office, ready to trigger his threat. He authorizes a missile strike right onto Jang Yi's bunker. Sure, it is a massive waste of precious assets, but totally worth it to keep his supreme authority intact. Just then, Fun enters. The chief cuts him off, boasting that if he is here about Jang Yi, he already has a scheme to kill that demon. Fun is stunned, completely unaware of the launch. He is deeply impressed. His boss has a solution for a person that an entire army could not manage to defeat. Fun doesn't want to doubt his words. But how does he have that power? Chen smugly explains that no mutant is invincible. Ultimately, human superiority lies in heavy artillery. He pulls up a tracking map pinpointing the sanctuary they struggled so hard to breach. He is going to turn that frustrating sanctuary into total ash using a single missile. Fun is utterly amazed, praising his leader's brilliance. Only he could have contacts to pull this off. Without a doubt, Jang Yi is going to die this time. The leader says they can watch the destruction of his refuge together, awaiting the massive blast that will bring their sweet revenge. Looking at the incredible mansion, Fun mutters that blowing it up is such a shame. Chen agrees it is wasteful, but insists there can be no peace while a threat like Jang Yi exists. The only catch? Once this enemy is dead, Chen wonders if his backing general will still have a use for him. Meanwhile, right at midnight, Shinshin readies her legendary hacking tool. She holds her legendary hacking weapon in hand, waiting to strike. Meanwhile, the great general in the neighboring city presses the button, and the launch operation from Zasha base officially begins. As the heavy missile hurtles straight toward their base, the surveillance crew completely loses their minds, shouting to sound the alarms and evacuate immediately. But it is far too late to react. In a heartbeat, the once quiet base transforms into an absolute sea of roaring flames. Nobody nearby is crying about the freezing snow anymore, and Jang Yi is grinning ear to ear. He lets out a huge laugh, telling his hacker girl that their plan worked perfectly. With just one keystroke, she cuts the base's power, leaving the enemy soldiers terrified and completely clueless. They have no idea how their communications got shut down so fast. Chen collapses in sheer terror, completely paralyzed. But before he can even process his doom, his security phone begins to ring. You and I know he is in deep trouble. Talk about a terrifying wake-up call. Poor Chen literally collapses to the floor in absolute panic, totally clueless. But right then, his phone rings. It is the security department calling, with news that the base just got blasted by missiles. He absolutely lost it, instantly blaming his neighbor general ally for the ultimate betrayal. After fuming for a second about the Fursang Brannises, real culprit, he realized he needed to fix this mess and reboot the base systems. He jumped up, ordering Fang to round up the super soldiers and lock this whole place down, made it clear that their top priority was the 4th floor. That is where the workers were kept, and they would definitely try to use this chaos to make a run for it. Meanwhile, the guards at the south entrance were frantically radioing in, trying to figure out what caused the massive earthquake. But our main character, Jang Yi, was not about to give them any time to chat. He literally rammed right into them with his vehicle, charging straight for the entrance. Since these were just regular soldiers with zero superpowers, they got completely wiped out. Taking the entrance was a total breeze as they used their crazy abilities to crush the defense. Now, everything rested on Ling pulling off her part of the escape. She needed to get her students out for phase 2 of the plan. Inside, the teacher finally realized why she had to wait until midnight. If they had left any earlier, they would have been completely vaporized. She yelled at her students that it was go time, and they sprinted toward the main hall. With the power cut, they were running in pitch blackness. The guards could hear footsteps but were totally blind, terrified of shooting their own allies. Sensing their hesitation, our brave teacher successfully guided her class right past the clueless guards. But once they crossed, sudden gunfire erupted right behind them. Anyone who lagged behind had clearly been targeted by the trigger-happy guards. Ling quickly scolded the remaining kids, telling them to keep moving and never look back if they wanted to live. The road to the exit was still long, and she knew they were bound to run into more patrol units. Just like that, 2 squinting soldiers blocked their path. Even in the dark, they realized these kids were hostile. Too bad for them, because those soldiers immediately lost their heads. Absolutely sliced. She rushed her students up the stairs while they celebrated. But as you and I know, nothing is that easy, and their joy was cut short as they ran face to face with the secretary, backed by a massive squad of heavily armed troops. True to form, she started sucking up to her boss, bragging he was right about the escape plan. They knew the new peasants would try to rebel, but she never expected Ling to actually sneak back into this hellhole just to rescue a bunch of pathetic students. Liang tried to play nice and talk things out, but this loyal secretary was having none of it. Betrayal was unacceptable, and she made it crystal clear that a traitor is always a traitor, meaning zero mercy. But before she could open fire, a sudden bullet blasted right through her soldier's brain. Talk about a mind-blowing surprise. Those helmets were totally useless. Jang Yi showed up and started blasting, prompting the secretary to scream at her men to focus all fire on him. Meanwhile, Liang told her students to stay put while she went to back him up. Channeling her inner League of Legends challenger rank, she charged the guards to rack up her kill count. The poor soldiers got completely sandwiched between Jang Yi's elite squad and one angry schoolteacher. Honestly, it was a total bloodbath. Ling thanked him for the backup, but Jang Yi just shrugged and said, she earned it. Even though he acted cool, he knew clearing this room would have been a massive headache if Ling hadn't flank attacked them from behind, wiped them out. He yelled at everyone to fall back immediately. The kids were absolutely traumatized by the violence, while Secretary Julie tried to play dead with her eyes squeezed shut. Hoping they wouldn't notice her, she heard Ling speak and immediately started squealing that she was just an innocent secretary following orders. But young Tian was right there to cut her off. She kept begging for mercy, but her excuses only made the boy furious. Calling herself innocent was a joke. So, he decided to perform a perfect, non-consensual surgery on her vocal cords while his teacher watched with pride. Talk about a star student. With that settled, Ling thanked Jang Yi and asked about the next phase of their deal. Our totally generous main character mentioned the entrance guards were permanently asleep. He pulled out food and gear from his handy dimensional space for their escape, but warned that the teacher had to stay behind to help raid the rest of the facility. The kids had to go solo, which obviously terrified them since they were losing their main shield. But Jang Yi pointed out that all the external soldiers were already dead. He warned them that the base leader would definitely send hunters after them if they didn't act now. Ling got super anxious, but she couldn't deny his logic. This was their golden ticket to wipe out this threat for good. So, Ling officially joined the strike team to wreck the facility from the inside. She paused, thinking about his plan. Wiping out the entire base meant leaving all the other captives here to perish as well. Even though she hated sacrificing those innocent prisoners, there simply was no other choice. She ordered Tian to take charge of the class and keep them safe until her return. The kids safely escaped to freedom, but back inside, Jang Yi warned her that they were on a tight clock. He pulled out a map pointing out the strategic points to plant bombs. Disguised in stolen helmets, they walked right past clueless guards without raising any alarms. Once they reached the first target zone, they immediately got to work. Ling wondered how they could actually blow up such a heavily reinforced fortress. Jang Yi just smirked, pulling out dozens of heavy explosives from his pocket dimension. Talk about hoarding. He never lets anything go to waste, proudly noting the base itself supplied these handy boomsticks. Moving to the next spot, Jang Yi kept dropping charges like breadcrumbs, while Liang pleaded with him to just assassinate the boss, Chen Xinan, instead of deleting the whole base and everyone in it. Clenching her sword in frustration, she said, she could not stand murdering innocents. Jang Yi stopped and bluntly shut her down. If they only take out the boss, some other tyrant will just take his place. The entire system was rotten. She knew he was right. Destroying everything was the only permanent fix. But their heavy chat got cut short when a group of patrol guards demanded to see their IDs. One guard spotted a pet with them and remembered that animals were strictly banned in the facility. Oops. But before he could even process that, Jang Yi unleashed his power. With an icy glare, he put a bullet straight through the guy's forehead. Instant lights out. The other guards panicked and immediately opened fire in retaliation. Jang Yi casually deflected the bullets, waiting for the perfect moment to counter. Ling watched in awe, remembering how twitchy and weak he seemed during their first encounter. Now, he was an absolute monster. His growth literally gave her goosebumps. Reinforcements showed up, but as soon as they recognized the legendary, overpowered mutant Jang Yi, the commander screamed at everyone to scatter. Too late. Jang Yi smirked, using his space power to reverse all the stored bullets right back at them. Absolute aimbot-level precision. The lucky few who managed to use their buddies as human shields thought they were safe, but Jang Yi tossed a few explosive guavas, permanently warming up the freezing soldiers. With the path cleared, they sprinted toward their next objective. Our incredibly handsome lead kept a sharp eye out, knowing they were running out of time. Suddenly, the base lights flickered back on. He sounds the alarm and yells at everyone to escape right now. Meanwhile, back in the office, the boss gets a double dose of bad news. The power is back, but Jang Yi has already breached the base, and he brought the traitor Liang along. The boss gears up in high-tech protective armor, ready to join the fray. Fun and his squad are absolutely furious, practically drooling for revenge against our main character. Suddenly, a soldier spots explosives scattered all over the place. Fun barks orders to get a bomb disposal expert on it immediately, while the rest of them hunt down Jang Yi. But in the narrow hallway, they end up completely cornered from both sides. Uncle Yu steps up, flexing his massive muscles like a human wrecking ball, ready to plow right through the enemy. He charges like an angry bull. Uncle Yu is an absolute tank, letting bullets bounce right off his skin. He tells the other three to run ahead and plant the bombs while he holds the line. He promises he will be fine, and honestly, with that insane regeneration and steel body, he is not lying. But then, elite soldiers show up with swords, prompting Uncle Yu to simply spread his arms wide. He dares them to try and get past him. They lunged all at once, only to get swatted away like bugs. The impact is so brutal, they literally end up splattered across the walls. Jang Yi is loving this, smugly asking if those artificial knockoffs really thought they could match a natural-born mutant. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu himself looks down at his hands, completely shocked by his own power. He barely even tried. He tells Jang Yi he wants to fight a real mutant to test his limits, but our main character thinks that is a terrible idea. In fact, he prefers a peaceful life. He would honestly love to never fight again. Too bad their peace is shattered when one of the base's top 6 mutant leaders ambushes them. This guy is a dangerous powerhouse with a very weird mustache. He stands alone, but he is a beast. Jang Yi strikes first, but Mustache Man easily blocks it, unleashing an insane firestorm that rivals Jang Yi's own power. The heat is so intense, the walls melt. If they stay stuck here, they will get pincered when backup arrives. Acting on orders, our chubby friend Chun sneaks in a stealth attack, sending a barrage of sharp ice stakes flying at their target. The ice nearly impales Mustache Man, prompting him to pull out his secret weapon, a custom fuel that boosts his flames tenfold. He ignites it, daring our heroes to survive his ultimate attack. A massive fire dragon roars toward them, but Chun steps up, freezing the beast solid and injuring the villain. Seeing an opening, Uncle Yu lunges forward to deliver the final, crushing blow. Suddenly, a massive fist slams into Uncle Yu, sending him flying backward. Jang Yi is stunned. Standing there is Fun, the heavy hitter he thought was buried under tons of snow from that avalanche. Looking at the guy who ruined his pride, Fun is burning for payback. Hearing his uncle groan, Jang Yi quickly throws up a barrier to shield him. The tough guy who wanted a real challenge just got his arm completely shattered by Fun's devastating punch. Fun, now totally calm, smiles. He knows the intruders are trapped, and they have to go through him and Mustache Man to escape. A perfect pincer movement. Behind the barrier, Chun is panicking, asking if Uncle Yu can still stand. Jang Yi quickly pulls a special medicine out of his space inventory to treat his injured uncle. This miracle drug will numb the pain and keep him on his feet. Their little mutant cat begins to hiss nervously, but Jang Yi reassures her, telling her that the ladies should just sit back. Fun mocks them, declaring there is absolutely no escape. They are cornered, and payback is finally here. He smugly asks Jang Yi if he seriously thinks he can break through this crowd. Meanwhile, Chun tries to hold off the soldiers while a wounded Uncle Yu struggles to stay upright. Even though they are in the worst spot possible, Jang Yi does not look worried at all. He is totally confident. But wait, you and I are about to see a sneaky move. An illusion-type mutant strikes, casting a powerful, mind-altering spell aimed directly at our main character's brain. The illusion is meant to break his mind. Instead, it hits the little cat girl, causing her to collapse. The residual psychic shockwave is so strong that even the nearby soldiers stumble. Jang Yi laughs it off, saying mind waves are easily deflected by his space barrier. But suddenly, Flower undergoes a giant transformation. The squad grabs onto her massive fur as she charges. They plow right through the dazed enemies. As they escape, Jang Yi drops a welcome gift of grenades behind. Fun tries to give chase, but is instantly swallowed by a massive fireball. Even Chun gets a little too close to the heat. Jang Yi warns his team that the timer is ticking. It is time to blow this entire military base sky high. The enemy soldiers smash through a wall to escape the blast, moving deeper into the complex. Turns out, they have their own giant mutant who transforms into a terrifying, titangent-sized beast. This giant carries his allies, closing the gap fast. Chun screams at Jang Yi to throw more grenades, but our protagonist dramatically claims he is far too honorable for such dirty tricks. His team is completely speechless. Uncle Yu knows his nephew is usually the most ruthless guy alive. If he is holding back now, he must have a very sneaky plan brewing. They leap out of the base into the open snow, with the army hot on their heels. Fun grins, confident that the wide-open battlefield is the perfect place to finally crush Jang Yi. Jang Yi can only block attacks from one direction, meaning they can surround him. Chun is sweating bullets, but our main character is standing there, looking cooler than the freezing weather. Fun notices his calm demeanor but ignores it, convinced he holds all the cards. He challenges Jang Yi to survive, mocking him for no longer having his fortress to hide behind. Jang Yi just chuckles, pointing out that they are about to lose their fortress too. He pulls a small detonator from his pocket and looks them dead in the eye before clicking it. An ear-splitting boom echoes as the entire mountain shakes like a massive earthquake. The exits of the Sichuan military base erupt in a chain reaction of fiery explosions, engulfing the soldiers. Chun is practically cheering, thinking it is game over. But the enemies slowly crawl out from beneath the avalanche of snow. Fun screams at Jang Yi, calling him an absolute demon for this. Jang Yi calmly asks if they remember those high-grade explosives they used before the ones they tried to destroy his bunker with. Fun freezes as reality hits him like a ton of bricks. Those were their own bombs, stolen by Jang Yi and used right back on them. Jang Yi smiles, reminding them they brought this on themselves. Staring at the ruins, Fun feels a crushing guilt. After all, they wanted to do the exact same thing to his home. Still, Fun swears vengeance. Jang Yi sighs, telling him to stop, because a full-scale battle will only cost lives on both sides. Besides, talking about revenge is pretty rich considering the Sichuan base attacked his shelter first. With hundreds of witnesses standing around, there is absolutely no way Fun can deny the truth. So, Fun openly admits he is a thug. But at this point, the world is not big enough for both of them. One has to die. Jang Yi smiles, asking if he only wants to kill him. The furious captain agrees. Jang Yi steps forward, suggesting they settle this personal grudge with a direct duel between leaders, sparing their subordinates from any more senseless bloodshed. Liang is terrified, whispering that Fun is way stronger than he looks and this is a trap, but Jang Yi insists this is the best move for everyone involved. If he loses, his friends can walk away safely. If he wins, he guarantees the safety of his allies. Fun actually respects the offer, finding no reason to disagree with the terms, and so, our main character formally issues the challenge. Chun and Uncle Yu are completely speechless, suddenly remembering a conversation they had right before starting this dangerous mission. Jang Yi had told them this raid would be incredibly dangerous, which is why he planned this solo duel. Little did they know, his true powers were still a complete mystery. Let's see what happens next. Everybody thought our boy was just a coward hiding in his bunker. But look at him now, boldly marching right up to Captain Fun. Meanwhile, Fun's goons are sweating, convinced he's cooking up some dirty trick. They wanted everyone to team up and jump him. But Fun is way too proud, confident he can easily crush Jang Yi alone. Plus, Liang is standing right there, alongside that powerful chubby guy and their giant mutant beast. Fun knows a full-scale brawl would end badly for his side, so he points a finger and demands a one-on-one duel. Our favorite sneaky protagonist is more than happy to agree, telling his squad to back off. Both squads promise not to interfere, keeping a close eye on one another. As the two fighters step forward, everyone else clears out before things get too messy. Little Chun is left wondering if Jang Yi can actually win. Is he really ready to face this total monster? While they wait, Fun's goons start trash-talking Jang Yi's crew. They offer to share a big secret about their captain, mocking that Jang Yi is basically a dead man anyway. They smugly ask if they have ever heard of high-level cannibalism, how a mutant can gain insane power just by eating another mutant. Seeing their blank stares, the girl explains how some special carriers absorb abilities. The more powers they consume, the faster their strength skyrockets. In fact, during his raids on other military bases, Captain Fun hunted down 3 powerful elite carriers, stole their gifts, and made himself completely unstoppable. So yeah, Jang Yi is about to get absolutely obliterated without even realizing what hit him. This smug speech instantly triggers Chun, who snaps back that their leader is absolutely not going to die today. Why? Because Jang Yi is the biggest coward alive. He is literally too terrified of dying to pick a fight he cannot win. The enemy girl just stares, completely baffled by this bizarre flex. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Jang Yi is trying to talk his way out of it. He claims his space power is just utility, not for combat. Can't they just talk it out? This blatant trolling infuriates the captain. He screams that there is no backing out now. Jang Yi just sighs, rambling about how he only wants a quiet, peaceful life in this frozen wasteland. Classic manipulation. But Captain Fun is not buying the fake innocent act. Fun is losing his mind over this passive-aggressive attitude. To make it worse, Jang Yi asks him to promise to spare his friends once he loses. Furious, the captain completely tunes him out and charges forward. No more talking. He goes straight for the kill. Our clever hero steps up, unleashing his spatial portals. But the fast captain easily dodges, knowing these portal attacks can only fire in a straight line. Or so he thinks. Boom! A massive cargo truck drops from the sky, nearly flattening him. Jang Yi just smiles, calling it a warm-up. Remember those dozens of cars and heavy machines he hoarded way back in Chapter 55? Honestly, he never expected to use his giant stash of junk as literal artillery. Fun tries to dodge, but when another truck falls, he slices it clean in half. Still, Jang Yi keeps spamming random objects from his portal. The super-fast captain dodges everything. Because of the portal barrier, he can't shoot Jang Yi either. But the storm of random junk keeps coming, getting weirder by the second. Suddenly, a pile of dirty laundry blinds him. Next thing he knows, barrels of fuel rain down. He cannot slice them without getting soaked. Jang Yi pulls out his trusty rifle, fires a shot, and ignites the fuel. Suddenly, it gets burning hot in this frozen wasteland. Even surrounded by snow, Fun is engulfed in a massive blaze. He seems to have heat resistance, or maybe his gear is special because the flames do not burn him, but he still cannot see through the smoke. Blinded and completely frustrated, Fun is losing his cool. Seizing the moment, Jang Yi starts throwing even more ridiculous trash at the elite soldier. Seriously, who keeps this much random garbage in their inventory? Piles of stinky household garbage bury the captain. He is not physically hurt, but he is having a literal mental breakdown from the sheer disrespect. That is when Jang Yi drops something actually dangerous. More barrels crash down, bursting open with a terrible smell. Seafood. It turns out everyone has a weakness, no matter how invincible they seem. Thanks to his spy network, Jang Yi learned a golden secret. You and I might love a good shrimp cocktail, but Captain Fun is deadly allergic. Exploiting this, our trolling hero keeps distance, dodging close combat while dropping multi-million-dollar luxury cars directly onto his head. Finally, Fun collapses under the weight, completely motionless. But Jang Yi is too paranoid to trust a quiet body. He backs off, sets up a cozy, insulated tent, and decides to enjoy a warm meal. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the freezing captain gets back up, staggering forward in a blind rage. But he is at his absolute limit, unable to close the gap. He collapses, cursing this miserable ant. He could never lose in a fair fight, but to be defeated by cheap, garbage-throwing tactics, it is humiliating. Jang Yi just sets up his tent again. 30 minutes pass, and our full, satisfied hero steps out. Time to make sure he is not playing dead. He puts a bullet right through Fun's skull. No reaction. He slowly walks over, still processing that he actually put down the unbeatable captain of the Shinshan base. Just to be absolutely safe, he drops another massive truck on the corpse. Still nothing. Just in case it is still a trick, he pulls out a sharp blade and performs some highly graphic post-mortem security measures. Okay, he is definitely dead now. Jang Yi kneels down to claim his prize, utilizing his secret technique to absorb Fun's power. His eyes glow a deep, brilliant blue as he drains the ultimate mutant's strength. The strongest ability in the wasteland is now his. He feels an unbelievable surge of energy, but suddenly, his right eye burns with intense pain, blinding him. When his vision clears, everything is different. He looks around in shock. With a simple glance, he can literally distort space itself, crushing solid objects from afar. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He is officially a god. Now, even bulletproof mutants will be absolute joke to him. The insane risk of fighting Fun paid off big time. But there is a catch. This godlike distortion power drains his stamina faster than anything else. He can probably only fire it off 3 times a day before collapsing. Still, it is way more devastating than any sniper rifle. With this deadly new trick, Jang Yi wonders who his next target will be. Cut to Fun's loyal followers waiting in the distance. The telepathic girl wonders why the duel is taking so long. Her partner just scoffs, confident their unbeatable captain is simply taking his time torturing his prey. They are convinced he will walk out victorious. They know that if the battle is dragging on, it means their leader's cheap, annoying tactics are working perfectly. Right on cue, a crackle comes through their earpieces. It is Jang Yi. He tells them to shut up and just listen, wanting to keep his victory a secret from the enemy group a bit longer. They happily play along. Slithering through the shadows, Jang Yi sneaks up on the waiting enemies. He immediately targets the mind control girl, knowing her mental attacks are the biggest threat. He unleashes his terrifying spatial distortion, making her scream in absolute agony as her body violently warps. Having neutralized the biggest threat instantly, Jang Yi steps into the light, holding a gruesome trophy. His cold words leave the survivors completely paralyzed with shock. They refuse to believe their invincible captain was taken down by this seemingly weak guy. But reality hits hard as a chaotic brawl erupts. Facing a desperate counterattack, Jang Yi orders his crew to leave no survivors. Within seconds, the 3 powerful warriors completely shred the entire enemy squad. With the battle over, Jang Yi rushes to the corpses to harvest their natural abilities. Unlike artificial mutants, these guys had premium, original powers. But to his utter surprise, his absorption completely fails. It makes no sense. He literally just drained Fun without any issues. Confused, he calls over Chun and Yu to try and absorb the energy instead, but they fail completely too. Jang Yi realizes the truth. According to the enemy data, only a handful of chosen people possess the rare trait to absorb other powers. Suddenly, a wildcat wanders into the middle of their discussion. The cat walks up to a dead fire mutant and happily starts chewing on the corpse. Jang Yi watches in utter confusion, wondering if the beast is actually absorbing the power. Nope, just a tasty snack. Turns out it was just a nice appetizer. Heading back to the Shinshan base entrance, Jang Yi drops a massive truck right in the doorway. Liang watches in confusion, wondering what his plan is. He just smiles, telling her to watch. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the entrance, sealing it shut. Now, you and I know his real plan. Any remaining enemies inside are officially trapped like rats, ordering his crew to move out immediately. While on the road, Jang Yi whipped out his phone to look up the Xi'an base, searching for any hidden secrets about the place. 1. Exits 1. Suddenly, they ran into a group of runaways. Liang was furious when she recognized the cowardly man leading them. It was Chen Xinyan himself, the leader of the base. 1. Chen was terrified to see how fast they tracked him down, sweating bullets as he wondered why Jang Yi was hunting him. 1. He even abandoned his own wife and kid just to survive. 1. Jang Yi and Liang stepped out of the vehicle, radiating pure menace. 1. Our glorious anti-hero walked up, mocking the once mighty leader by asking why he was suddenly so quiet. 1. Chen Xinyan raised his hands, pleading that his death would throw the city into chaos. 1. He claimed that without his strength, even worse, monsters would swarm the area. 1. Surprisingly, this warning actually made Jang Yi pause, realizing there might be a good chance it was true. 1. But he quickly snapped out of it, refusing to care about the city's future anyway. He coldly told Chen that nobody would miss him, and he definitely wasn't in a position to negotiate. 1. Liang then stepped forward, eyes burning as she promised to avenge her fallen students. 1. The coward argued he only did it to keep his people alive, then desperately turned back to Jang Yi. 1. He begged, saying that with Jang Yi's insane power and his connections, they could easily run the whole city. 1. But our favorite villain was done listening to this trash. 1. He activated his pocket dimension ability, instantly severing Chen Xinyan's head. 1. The remaining soldiers dropped their weapons, realizing survival was impossible. 1. Seeing Jang Yi's total lack of mercy, they pulled out grenades, ready to blow themselves up and drag him to hell. 1. Our overpowered lead quickly crippled their legs. 1. When they lobbed the grenades, he simply absorbed the explosions into his alternate dimension. 1. Seriously, this guy felt like an invincible god. 1. The soldiers begged, but he showed zero mercy, sending the grenades right back to roast them like a wild barbecue. 1. The others were lucky to die even faster. 1. While Jang Yi systematically burned the evidence to ashes, Liang questioned if he was being way too paranoid. 1. But to our main character, this was just standard operating procedure. 1. You leave 0 clues, you get 0 revenge squads. 1. The teacher doubted anyone would even find out, but Jang Yi reminded her that Chen Xinyan was a big deal. 1. He had deep military ties in Tianhai City, meaning some serious heavy hitters would come looking for payback. 1. Even worse, survivors in the base might leak their identities to the higher-ups. 1. Jang Yi dryly remarked that you can never be too careful. 1. If she had actually used her brain, she wouldn't have brought her students to that death trap in the first place. 1. The truth stung Liang deeply. 1. She realized that if she had been as ruthless as him, her kids might still be alive. 1. Now, they were finally free to head back. 1. But first, Liang needed her ride. 1. After a short drive, they arrived at Building 25, where their journey began. 1. The surviving students were waiting anxiously for their teacher. 1. Before parting, Jang Yi mentioned a nearby village with plenty of empty homes left behind by deceased villagers. 1. Liang naturally wanted him to escort her students over there. 1. But Jang Yi shut that down. 1. Transporting them wasn't part of the deal, and any extra work required extra payment. 1. Surprised, Liang asked if they were already friends. 1. Jang Yi smiled and offered her a special friend discount, but firmly reminded her that nothing in this world is free. 1. Since she had absolutely nothing left to trade right now, Liang sighed, deciding she would manage the kids on her own. 1. Our lead waved goodbye, letting her know he lived close by and that they would definitely cross paths again soon. 1. As she walked away, Jang Yi's expression shifted, revealing his true calculated nature. 1. He didn't care about those kids, but Liang was a powerhouse he wanted to keep close. 1. His ultimate goal? Bringing her into his bed or his faction, either worked fine. 1. Meanwhile, Liang returned to Building 25 and found her students burning furniture for warmth. 1. She asked how they were holding up, but they immediately complained about Jang Yi leaving. 1. They whined, wondering why he wasn't feeding and babysitting them. 1. Liang had to explain that he would return to take them to a peaceful farming village with houses and fishing. 1. But instead of being happy, the ungrateful students got incredibly outraged. 1. They demanded to know why girls like Karen and Xingshin got to live in luxury with Jang Yi while they got dumped in a rural village, complaining about the unfairness of it all. 1. They demanded Liang negotiate a better deal so they could live in the warm bunker too, complaining that fishing in the freezing cold was too much work. 1. Hearing this, Liang finally snapped. 1. Sick of their endless entitlement after she literally risked her life saving them from the Xi'an base, she yelled that the discussion was officially over. 1. She told them they were free, and anything was better than that hellhole of a base. 1. Liang sat down, telling them to rest because tomorrow Jang Yi would help them relocate. 1. The next morning, we see Jang Yi driving and advising Uncle Yu to pack up and move to his luxurious bunker community. 1. He figured it was much safer to stick close. 1. His uncle agreed completely, admitting that after surviving such a brutal clash, he truly understood the power of teamwork. 1. Plus, the veteran confessed that living alone in that massive building was creepy. 1. Our chubby teammate found this hilarious, wondering how a certified military badass like his uncle could possibly be afraid of anything. 1. But Jang Yi totally got it. 1. He explained that Chen's final warnings held some real weight. 1. Tianhai City has several other powerful military factions lurking around, which is definitely a major cause for concern. 1. Then again, their trio literally wiped out over 1,000 enemies in a single night. 1. Honestly, they are the real monsters here, and moving in together just made sense. 1. With that decided, they headed into Building 25 to pack up. 1. Back at the main bunker, everyone breathed a massive sigh of relief when our overpowered lead finally walked through the door. 1. He assured them he was completely fine. 1. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu got a sweet welcome from his wife. 1. Jang Yi then noticed Karen standing quietly, pulled her in, and whispered sweet nothings. 1. He credited her bombs for making the victory possible. 1. But as they hugged, Xingshin watched from a distance, feeling a bit left out of the affection. 1. Noticing her pout, Jang Yi quickly chimed in, giving her major props because her incredible hacking skills were what kickstarted the entire operation. 1. He then called a family meeting. 1. His uncle asked about the next move, and Jang Yi declared they were moving back to the luxury villa community, where they could claim the massive mansions for themselves. 1. Zhao Hani was overjoyed, as she had worked her entire life to buy an apartment there. 1. Jang Yi explained that while they were leaving, they would keep this place stocked as a backup base. 1. As the girls packed, our lead prepared to lock up his very first shelter. 1. That is when he spotted Li Jing lurking quite nervously at the end of the hallway. 1. Li Jing explained that the residents were terrified and sleepless after hearing distant explosions. 1. But Jang Yi completely brushed off his concerns, asking only about Li Jing's health. 1. Li Jing admitted he felt fine, but his physical health was so shot that their resident doctor warned him using his powers again would turn him into fertilizer. 1. Jang Yi basically said, "Glad you are not dead," and left. 1. Shortly after, our elite crew finally arrived back at his absolute palace of a bunker, 1. Alright, you and I are starting with a sweet deal. Our main character tells the otaku and his uncle to relax. Tomorrow, they can pick any mansion they want. Then, he heads inside with his cat and locks the door. Can't believe he's finally getting some sleep after a whole month of non-stop torture. But as morning comes, we cut to teacher Ling and her students, who have finally made it to CO Village. Some locals actually managed to avoid being dragged off to the enemy base. But since they hadn't seen Ling since she ran with Fun's gang, they're terrified and immediately accuse her of being a spy. Meanwhile, Ling is seriously stressed because their supplies from Jang Yi are running dangerously low. To make things worse, she knows her pampered students are way too weak to even fish in the local river. Her only option is begging Jang Yi for more food. Speaking of our main character, he is currently chilling in his cozy love nest with Juk, who happily suggests that they should think about having a baby. But Jang Yi shut that down fast. He argues that raising a kid right now is a terrible idea, since they would have to babysit 24/7. Besides, the outside world is still way too dangerous. He tries to comfort her, but seeing her sad face, he secretly admits he has zero plans for kids. For him, a baby is just one more life to stress over. But for Juk, this is everything. She desperately wants a child to secure their bond. With more beautiful girls arriving at this refuge every day, she believes a baby is her absolute safety net to keep her spot in his heart. Reading her mind like an open book, our protagonist offers a very different solution. If she wants to keep her spot in his heart, he tells her she needs to work on her physical fitness instead. Specifically, keeping her body fit, her face gorgeous, and mastering some secret bedroom techniques. Naturally, this gets her blushing super hard, and she playfully scolds him for saying such incredibly shameless things. I mean, how is she supposed to practice those private bedroom moves all by herself? Right as things get spicy, his uncle knocks on the door with some urgent news, looking incredibly awkward. Having overheard their noisy session, the uncle blushes and mentions that Ling is outside asking for him. Our main character heads down immediately, brushes off he politely offers her a seat, playing the absolute gentleman because he wants a favor. She complains about her stressful students, and he acts all smooth, comforting her about her struggles. He suggests she just move in with him to escape that misery. But she instantly reminds him of their deal: team up, crush the Shishan base, and then get food for everyone. She strictly needs rations for her students. And hey, now that their rivals are completely wiped out, he does not even need to hoard his massive food supply anymore, right? Liang knows her students are completely spoiled, so teaching them to survive will take ages. But Jang Yi is skeptical. Did they not suffer enough at that enemy base? She dodges the question, wanting to drop the subject. She just begs him for temporary food supplies while she figures things out. Lucky for her, our main character actually keeps his promises. He summons a mountain of food straight out of his magical pocket space. He explains this stash should feed her lazy crew for about 2 weeks, earning him some massive gratitude. He shrugs it off, saying she earned it. But then he drops a reality check. Is it really safe for one woman to carry all those useless kids? Cue the heavy sigh. His words clearly strike a nerve. Ever since the world ended, she has played the heroic guardian, exhausting herself for these students. And the worst part? None of them are actually grateful. Despite their selfishness, she insists she cannot just dump them to die in this freezing wasteland. Her conscience would absolutely destroy her if she walked away from her own students. Jang Yi thinks she is totally crazy for throwing her life away for parasites, something he would never do. But then, a brilliant, devious idea pops into his head. If he can help her ditch those freeloaders without feeling guilty, maybe she will finally join him. She is just too nice to dump those useless parasites on her own. He schemes to give her a perfect excuse to abandon them, envisioning a cozy, happy future together. Plus, he knows those students are secretly absolute monsters under their innocent acts. He still remembers them threatening poor Shengxin with literal death. Snapping back to reality, he points out a glaring fact to Liang. Most of these spoiled brats are adults. They are over 18, yet they cling to her like toddlers. Once this food deal runs out, how are they supposed to survive? This truth bomb leaves Liang totally stressed. She desperately hoped their trauma at the enemy base would make them grow up. But she was dead wrong. Seeing her struggle, Jang Yi steps in with a charming smile to offer help. A stunned Liang cannot believe her ears. Confused, she asks what he is plotting. Jang Yi simply smiles and reminds her of the massive advantages he currently possesses. He has more than enough resources to feed her and her students forever. But Ling knows there is no such thing as a free lunch. She looks him in the eye and asks, "What is the catch?" Jang Yi explains he just wants to help the kids. He has years of food and gear stockpiled anyway. Plus, to be honest, he just cannot stand seeing her push herself to the absolute limit like this. The catch is, he wants her. Yes, he wants Ling for himself. Horrified and blushing, She snaps back that she would never sell her own body. This guy has officially lost his mind. But wait, Jang Yi tells her she did not even let him finish. He wants her as a martial arts teacher. How could she possibly think of something so dirty? Our sneaky main character loves teasing her. He asks what is really going on in her head. Is she a teacher or what? Dying of embarrassment, Ling quickly apologizes. But Jang Yi plays hurt, claiming if she thinks he is that evil, no deal. Desperate, she begs for forgiveness and agrees to teach him martial arts, even if it is in bed. Meanwhile, little Xing is eavesdropping on the whole thing, wondering if this guy is trying to date their master. Ling is ready to sacrifice anything to save her students. So our totally shameless main character drops the terms. She has to train him 2 hours every single day, and he will supply the food. The deal? Food for 10 people daily. But wait, Ling has 16 students in total, so she immediately starts bargaining for more. But our smart guy Jang Yi smooth talks his way out, claiming he just wants her students to learn independence. After all, if they are always spoon-fed, they will never learn to survive. Hearing this, Liang accepts the deal, saying 10 people is better than 0. The moment she leaves, Jang Yi finally lets his guard down. He was totally exhausted, but rest? Yeah, that is not happening today. Xing and Karen suddenly show up, and he tells them they missed their teacher. But Jingshin reveals they did not actually come for her. Now Jang Yi is curious. Why are they here then? Well, showing up earlier would have totally ruined his negotiations. Jingshin then drops a bomb, asking if he plans to win over Liang too. This completely catches our favorite villain off guard. Why on earth would they think that? Karine teases her brother about wanting their teacher, while Xingshin snaps back, explaining that throughout history, doing favors has always been the ultimate way to build alliances. Jang Yi listens as Xingshin points out how strong their teacher is, and honestly, she is pretty good looking too. The girl in the wheelchair then praises him for being so clever. Jang Yi is absolutely loving this. He loves how practical they are, cutting straight to the chase. He definitely wants Liang on their side for the chaos ahead. But do not worry, there is zero romance here. Xing decides she will play matchmaker to help him win Liang's trust. Since Karen and Xingshin know exactly how their teacher ticks, they know just how to pull her strings. Our villain insists he has got this. In her desperate state, bringing her over to his side will be a breeze. Plus, Xingshin is looking way too mischievous, and he cannot risk turning Liang against them. Once the girls head out, Xingshin warns him that she is going to spend the next few days dissecting all the crazy data they swiped from the 6-in base. That database is packed with highly classified, dangerous military secrets. She warns him that the network connected to this database is massive, hiding some seriously shady stuff. But for now, the biggest takeaway is that there are massive, powerful organizations hiding in Tianhai City, and some of them might make the Shikian base look like a playground. Jang Yi shrugs, having already expected this. Tianhai is a massive metropolis, so there is no way one group is running the entire show. That is when Xingshin explains there is plenty of bad blood between these rival factions. She then asks Jang Yi what they would do if all those forces suddenly teamed up to crush them. He laughs it off, saying they are not that unlucky. Besides, he is not scared of anyone and has absolute faith in his squad's strength. Together, they are a terrifying force to be reckoned with, and any enemy would have to be insane to fight them. This speech totally pumps Xingshin up, and she promises to organize all the data for him. He is definitely looking forward to that. Next, Jang Yi calls Karen over for a highly important discussion. Once they sit down, our main man explains that he refuses to be caught off guard again. He wants to be fully prepared for any surprise raid. He needs her help to turn his 3 mansions into absolute fortresses. Karen replies that drafting the blueprints is the easy part, but she is highly skeptical they have the heavy machinery, materials, or workforce to pull off such massive construction. But our main character has got a plan. He can teleport any material. Uncle Yu has the strength of 100 men, and their chubby friend controls the snow. Hearing this, she realizes that while they are small in number, they are insanely overpowered. They can absolutely build this. Corinne gets to work on the blueprints, and later, Jang gathers the whole squad. He lays out the blueprints, showing everyone where they will be staying. By grouping everyone together, they can fortify their homes in one go. Besides, the rest of the village is totally defenseless compared to his mansion, so they must move fast. Chun realizes that even as an overpowered otaku, if a sneaky enemy invades his home, bashes his skull in, it is game over. No anime in the afterlife, guys. Uncle Yu then points out that while defense is great, they also need to craft serious weapons for offense. Jang Yi admits he missed that detail. Defending such a massive perimeter is going to require insane firepower. He suggests they scavenge the wreckage of the destroyed military base for useful gear. His uncle agrees, suggesting they dismantle the leftover defense turrets and rebuild them here. After a massive brainstorming session, our genius protagonist gets a wild idea. They can use our chubby otaku's snow magic to construct a massive wall of solid ice. He points out the exact layout. With Chun's powers, they will have a frozen fortress. While the tactical brains plan this defensive perimeter, Jang Yi notes that you can never be too safe. Chun is surprised to hear there are other dangerous factions out there. Jang Yi confirms it, adding that to those massive organizations, they are just small fry. That is exactly why they must rush to establish a powerhouse base. He orders the squad to immediately begin reclaiming materials from the ruins. But right then, an unexpected guest arrives. Liang is waiting at the door. Chun instantly wonders if Jang Yi scored another 3D girl for him, but our main man quickly clears his name. He explains to the squad that she is only here daily to teach him martial arts. Nothing more, guys. His uncle, however, jokingly asks if this private tutoring involves any naughty games. Meanwhile, our otaku is totally lost in his own wild private tutor fantasies. Their degenerate thoughts make Jang Yi visibly cringe. He invites Liang inside, and she is stunned to see such a huge, cozy crowd. Feeling like she just walked into a big family, she spots some familiar faces, too. It has been ages since she saw her former pupils. Xingqian and Karen chip in, praising how safe they always feel around Jang Yi. Xingqian even offers to ask her brother if Liang can move in. This is a total trap, but the teacher refuses to abandon her other students. Xingqian does not back down, though, arguing that she can live here and still support them. If she stays out there, babying them, they will never grow independent, and she will basically be their nanny forever. Hearing this, Liang asks if Jang Yi would even welcome her. She still worries that leaving her other students behind in the village is too selfish, but Xingqian promises she can easily convince Jang Yi. As for those students, Xingqian points out that their conditions will not magically change anyway. Plus, staying here means she can actually secure way more food to help them out. Xingqian knows she is tempted, so framing this as a selfless act for her students is the ultimate move. Looking around this insanely cozy mansion, it is natural Liang wants in. Xingqian knew the boss's master plan: lure her in, leave her students unprotected outside, and then, when the time is right, let the harsh world wipe those students out. Liang says she needs time to think, and the girls happily wait. Once the chat wraps up, Jang Yi escorts Liang to their first official training session. Noticing her tattered clothes, he generously gifts her a fresh new outfit. All this luxury makes her feel a bit self-conscious, prompting her to take a quick shower before training. When she steps back out looking fabulous, her confidence is through the roof. Jang Yi signals they are ready, and she tells him to brace himself like a real man. 2 hours later, Jang Yi is absolutely wrecked, while his beautiful teacher has not even broken a sweat in her new clothes. She reminds our exhausted hero that martial arts takes years, but he just wants basic self-defense skills. Liang remarks that since he already defeated Ling Fong, nobody around here can match him anyway. At that, Zhang's eyes turn ice cold. In this post-apocalyptic world, anything can happen, and she had to be prepared. After ending today's session, Stinson handed her some takeout. Liang thought to herself that if Jang Yi had offered this, she'd immediately suspect an evil conspiracy against her students. She believed a sweet, innocent girl like Stinson could never have bad intentions. Oh, poor, naive teacher. Little does she know that Stinson is actually way more unhinged and degenerate than our main character. But you and I need to remember, this girl literally gets off on being mistreated, right before ordering her giant mutant cat to eat people. Talk about toxic. Anyway, as her crazy new student leaves, our teacher seriously doubts if she can ever fit in here. Meanwhile, our main character bumps into Chun outside, who suggests bringing Liang along on their upcoming raid to the Shishan base. Even though they literally blew that place to smithereens, Chun is still sweating bullets. Uncle Yu tells him to grow a spine, calling him out for having godlike powers but acting like a terrified little rat. Our main character chimes in, saying caution is smart, but acting like a coward is just pathetic. He promises to invite Ling when the time is right. Meanwhile, let's check back in on our martial arts teacher. On her walk back, Liang ponders Jang Yi's proposal, wondering if she should share it with her students. But the second those freeloaders spot the food she brought, they swarm her like hungry zombies. Sighing in relief, Liang asks how their first day of river fishing went. One of the students, who used to slave away for that greedy lady at the Xi'an base, immediately starts complaining. He whines about how hard it was pedaling bicycles all day. Now that they have freedom, nobody wants to freeze their butts off working outside. Their grand total for the day? Exactly 3 fish. She expected as much. Of course, the greedy guys aren't happy with 3 fish and demand more. Luckily, one sensible student reminds them that this feast actually came from Jang Yi, thanks to Ling. They really should be working for their own meals. But then, another student gets a bright idea and asks if Ling can convince Jang Yi to let their entire group move into his cozy shelter. They promise to eat less and help with chores. The others jump in, complaining that if Karen and Xingxin get to live there, why can't they? Our teacher shuts them down with a serious look. She tells them straight up that they are nothing like those two girls. Xing is related to the bride, Karen is her best friend, and both possess genius-level intellects. None of these lazy students can compete with that. Yet, the entitled brats still pressure Ling to beg harder for them. Seeing their selfishness, Liang realizes she can never tell them about Jang Yi's offer. It is just too risky. Fast forward 3 days, and you and I see Jang Yi's squad gearing up to head out. Karen goes over the checklist of crucial resources they need to salvage. Salvage plans set, they hit the road. On the way to the base, Chun nervously points out that the giant flower cat looks completely different lately, like it is mutating into something else entirely. Jang Yi knows exactly what is up. The others have no clue that this killer kitty can actually absorb the powers of other mutants. During the last siege, she feasted on quite a few. Naturally, she is insanely overpowered now, and Jang Yi can't wait to see this beast in action. Right on cue, Xingxin calls our favorite anti-hero, asking if they've reached the base yet. He's got some massive news to share. Jang Yi tells her to go ahead, and Xing reveals that Tinhai actually has 4 military bases scattered around, with each commanding its own territory. These bases control different areas. Built years ago, they were heavily militarized after the apocalypse. They are easily as deadly as the Excision base, and all of them are built completely underground, stocked with heavy weaponry. Jang Yi is glad to know what they are up against, but even though they are far away, there's no guarantee they won't expand. They might try to claim more territory and come knocking on his door, but Xingqin cuts his thoughts short, revealing there is one more mysterious faction out there besides those military bases. Not much is known about them, except that they have an insane number of people. Jang Yi thanks her for the valuable intel, making our sweet wheelchair-bound girl absolutely beam with pride. She promises to dig up even more secrets for him. Meanwhile, Chun is practically shaking in his boots, praying these scary bases never notice them. But for Jang Yi, this is actually good news. With 90% of the city's population gone, there should be plenty of resources left for the remaining 10%. He is pretty confident they can avoid pointless fights over food. But while the future is always unpredictable, Uncle Yu knows that Murphy's Law is very real. Still, Jang Yi remains completely unbothered, confident that they can handle whatever comes next. He is sure the 4 of them in this car can obliterate any army. Soon, they finally reach the Shishan base. But as they approach, they spot 2 rival factions already loitering near the entrance. And of course, they are busy arguing. They find the entrance completely blocked, never imagining the previous leader, Qin Xinyan, was foolish enough to get this place obliterated by a barrage of missiles. One of the gang leaders snorts, saying Qin Xinyan's massive ego was bound to get him killed. Meanwhile, the group led by a red-haired guy is looking pretty bummed out. Their entire trip was a total waste because getting inside is impossible. Clearing all this heavy rubble and steel blocking the entrance would take massive effort, which they just can't manage right now. Even so, they know the base is packed with valuable loot. The red-haired man suggests they should use their mutant powers to blast a path through, but then another problem pops up. How would they transport all those heavy supplies back to their homes? The first leader's base is literally 200 kilometers away, making a massive haul nearly impossible in this freezing weather. The red-haired man admits they are in the exact same boat. He only came here to see if the Shan base was actually wiped out. Finding everyone dead is already a major win. Even if they can't loot the place, they start bickering over who gets to claim this prime piece of territory. Little do they know, Jang Yi and his squad are watching this play out. Uncle Yu realizes these must be the rival bases Xingxin warned them about. Our main character tells his crew to keep quiet and follow his lead as he casually walks toward the 2 groups. He is wearing a fake uniform with the Shishan base logo on his chest. Since these scavengers thought everyone from this base was dead, seeing him walk up completely shocks them. Since Jang Yi now claims ownership of the area, the red-haired man quickly backtracks. He claims he was only looking for info, and since he has it, he will be leaving immediately. In his head, he knows the leader of the Qingchong base knows starting a fight over loot they can't carry is stupid. But unlike them, the representative of the Qiyu base is a complete idiot. He shouts that he doesn't believe our group is from the Shishan base. Jang Yi couldn't care less about his doubts. He coldly orders them to pack up and get lost if they are done. They are trying to avoid a pointless fight, but this loudmouth yells for them to wait. This guy clearly has no survival instincts whatsoever. He claims that any survivors have no rights left to this base or its land. The guy flexes, claiming he is a powerful mutant who is taking over the territory. Oh, buddy, you messed up. Chun is surprised to meet another mutant. The loudmouth fires up his powers, bragging about how he squashes his enemies like bugs. He is fully confident that these weaklings won't dare to resist. Jang Yi sighs, saying he really wanted to play nice, but since this guy insists on a fight, he decided to show him what real power looks like. Instantly, the fire mutant's head flies clean off. Before anyone can blink, the flower cat transforms into a demon, snatching the remaining soldiers in her jaws. But she immediately spits them out because she doesn't eat trash. She only wants mutant powers. He tries to absorb the fire guy's power, but he was so weak and newly awakened that it barely made a difference. Chun just shakes his head, joking about how these arrogant rookies always overestimate themselves. Superpowers really make people feel absolutely invincible. While keeping watch over the bodies, Jang Yi notes that this weak base never faced a real fight. So, our hilarious band of good villains immediately marches straight inside to raid the place using their ridiculously broken pocket dimension power. The path is completely clear, with zero threats in sight, so they confidently head right into the main hall. Inside, the place is a total disaster zone. Reaching the first checkpoint, Chun starts shivering, complaining about creepy vibes, but Jiang Yi just rolls his eyes and says, "We have nothing living or dead to fear here." Pushing deeper into the facility, they finally stumble upon the weapons warehouse, and when they slide that door open, their jaws instantly hit the floor. This place is packed with heavy military gear, from actual combat helicopters to rocket launchers. Jiang Yi is amazed, saying, "This must be the main military depot for the whole city from before the apocalypse." Chun points out that with all this thick snow outside, these toys are useless. Jiang Yi agrees, saying, if they actually worked, the enemy would have used them to blast their mansion. But they can still strip the weapons off these rigs. Uncle Yu immediately spots a giant toy he loves. Jiang Yi vacuums everything into his pocket dimension, telling Uncle Yu he can pick his favorites later. Just remember, these are for base defense and not for playing around. The squad loots every single item using their seemingly infinite inventory space. Moving along to other areas, they hit a section where the path is completely blocked by heavy rubble. Uncle Yu flexes his muscles and easily clears the way. Deeper in, they find servers. Jiang Yi figures there might be juicy info for their tech genius, Xing Xin, so they grab those too. Suddenly, our resident scaredy-cat otaku gets jump-scared by cockroaches in the rubble. He kicks a rock, unleashing hundreds of those disgusting little things. Apparently, his courage is basically non-existent. Staring at the creepy machinery used to turn humans into literal food, Jiang Yi wonders if he should gift it to Karen. Sure, it is dark, but everything has a use. Into storage it goes. Exploring further into this creepy underground base, even their mutant cat gets totally spooked. They cannot pinpoint any threat, but Jiang Yi has a bad feeling that he is being watched from the darkness. Eventually, they hit a vault door so thick that even Uncle Yu's max strength punches cannot dent it. Jiang Yi steps up to handle it in the old-fashioned way, reminding them not to look down on old tech just because they have cheat codes. He tells Uncle Yu to take the lead. Chun figured the boss would handle the heavy lifting, but our lazy protagonist has never done manual labor in his life. Uncle Yu rolls up his sleeves and puts in some serious muscle, finally forcing the vault open. This massive room looked very promising. Uncle Yu spots some weird curtains hanging in the back. Tearing them away, they find basic building supplies that seem totally useless at first. But seeing this, Jiang Yi knows Karen can turn this junk into high-tech masterpieces. Grinning like a kid on Christmas, he hoards it all. Suddenly, another room nearby catches their attention, packed with food that the base had raided and stolen during its missions. Uncle Yu suggests Jiang Yi should keep almost all of it, since he did the heavy lifting to crush the enemy. It is way too much for them to carry and eat on their own. But Jiang Yi laughs, saying he has enough food to last several lifetimes, and always shares with his allies. No need to act so formal, like they are strangers. His crew gets nothing but the best. By the way, during this chat, we learn their cute flower kitty is actually a brave male cat. After finishing their massive raid, they seal the entrance shut. Chun piles up heavy rocks, then blankets the whole thing in a thick layer of ice for extra security. And with that, they head back, home in their ride. Meanwhile, Ling shows up at the mansion for her daily training session with our main character, but Juer breaks the news that he is still out. He even left a message canceling today's class. Ling is absolutely devastated, knowing she has to go back to her starving students empty-handed. Noticing her despair, Juer asks if she is hungry, inviting her inside to grab a bite with them. Even though Ling is practically starving, she declines and says she will return tomorrow. Juer feels bad she came all this way, but Ling tells her not to sweat it, claiming the student always dictates the master's schedule. Then, she quickly runs off, totally embarrassed. Xing Xin watches her leave, joking that it must be a martial artist thing. Juer sighs, wishing Ling had at least accepted some takeout, but Xing Xin points out that would only make things worse. Her greedy students are lazy, selfish freeloaders who do not deserve it, would just fight over every single crumb, which is why Liang refused to bring anything back. This gets Juyer thinking, did Jang Yi pull a fast one on purpose? Did he purposely forget to notify her, letting her walk all this way only to return empty-handed to those parasitic students? All to give them false hope and teach her a harsh lesson about the ugly reality of human nature? Our wheelchair-bound genius squeals, convinced that is exactly what happened, praising his brilliant, calculated cruelty. Xingxin is absolutely head over heels for his ruthless style, while Juer nods, agreeing it sounds like her fiancé. But plot twist. On the ride home, Jiang Yi suddenly facepalms, realizing he simply forgot to tell her he was canceling today. Meanwhile, Ling walks back to the village and notices the hard-working locals. She is genuinely impressed by what she sees because even toddlers are out there doing chores, while her own grown-up students just sit around waiting to be spoon-fed. She finally admits that Jiang Yi was right about letting them struggle. When she gets back to her students, they swarm her, demanding their dinner. She coldly tells them Jiang Yi was out, meaning no handouts, and commands them to go fish for themselves. They get completely outraged and start screaming that if the rich guy has so much food, he should have left a stash. Ling snaps back, trying to teach them to stop crying and start working. But her lazy students whine, complaining they are not fishermen and their hands hurt. Others start blaming Xingxin and Karen, calling them heartless for enjoying the luxury life while ignoring their old classmates. The entire crowd starts gossiping, claiming those girls were always terrible people anyway. Liang is absolutely disgusted seeing them badmouth the very girls they previously tried to get killed. Hearing their delusional entitlement makes her blood boil. Liang roars, telling them to shut their mouths, before dropping a massive bomb on them right then and there. She announces that from now on, she is packing her bags and moving into the luxurious bunker with the girls. No more babysitting. The freeloaders cheer, foolishly assuming she is bringing them along. Liang instantly crushes the happy little delusion of these spoiled brats. They are staying behind to learn how real life works. Since Jiang Yi promised 10 food portions for her teaching martial arts, she will send that over. Even knowing she is giving up her own food for them, her ungrateful students throw a fit, calling her selfish for leaving them behind. Used to their toxic behavior, Liang ignores their whining and walks away. Within 30 minutes, she leaves that den of screaming and selfish drama behind, arriving at her warm, welcoming new home. Juyer treats her fiancé's master like absolute royalty, guiding her straight to the girls. Catching up, Karen excitedly explains that life here is so luxurious that Jiang Yi does not even let them lift a finger for chores. Karen even got her own high-tech research studio. The bubbly girl beams, saying she has never been happier than, "Our boy Jiang Yi is such a simp, he won't even let them touch a broom." Plus, Karen got a whole research studio to play in. Safe to say, she's never been happier. After a lifetime of teaching, Ling is finally waking up. Xingxin, enjoying her cozy bunker life, asks if the teacher wants in on this luxury. Liang admits Jiang Yi was right. She has to let her students learn to survive on their own. No more sugarcoating. Xingxin gets straight to the point and asks if Liang wants to move in. Deep down, the teacher is dying to abandon those freeloaders and start living for herself, but she is too proud to admit it. Luckily, Xingxin gives her the ultimate green light, reminding her that everyone deserves to chase their own happiness. That completely breaks Liang. Cue the dramatic tears as they share a wholesome moment of pure, emotional release. After crying it out, Liang begs Xingxin and Karen to pitch her to Jiang Yi. Karen is sure the boss won't say no since the teacher actually has useful skills, but Xingxin drops a major warning. There is one golden rule in this paradise: total obedience to the boss. Liang immediately gets flustered, her mind wandering to the dark side. Does obeying his orders mean satisfying his wildest, most questionable fantasies? She blushes furiously, praying he does not want a fifth woman in his harem. Oh, please. Xingxin is literally daydreaming about sneaking into the leader's bedroom herself but gets rejected daily. Liang is stressing over absolutely nothing. Xingxin clears the air, telling the teacher she is completely overthinking this. Ever since Karen and she moved in, Jiang Yi has been a total gentleman, never once making any sketchy moves on them. Turns out, the only one with a dirty mind here was the teacher herself. Xingxin reassures her that the big brother is no perverted predator. He is actually a highly respectable guy who only cares about one thing. All he wants is their strength and utility. Relieved, Ling declares she is ready to follow any order. And speak of the devil, our handsome, slightly devious protagonist finally arrives home, welcomed by his favorite hacker. Jiang Yi is surprised to see Lang visiting so late. Xingxin quickly pulls him aside to explain the whole situation. Behind closed doors, our two devious masterminds smirk as they realize Jiang Yi's master plan worked flawlessly. Liang is totally done with her selfish students and is begging to move in. Now, Jang Yi just needs to play along and accept her. Xingxin did all the heavy lifting to set this up, feeling pretty proud of herself. Jang Yi pats her head, praising his clever little hacker. He then tells the others to wait in the next room because he needs to discuss some very important matters alone with the lovely teacher. Karen serves them drinks, and the private meeting begins. Liang is super tense, still clueless about Jang Yi's true intentions. She feels incredibly small, knowing she is the one begging for a massive favor. Seeing her struggle, Xingxin starts her little act, casually asking if Liang can move in with them. Jang Yi plays hard to get, immediately frowning and saying that makes zero sense. He points out that Liang has her precious students to look after, so why would she want to stay here? The teacher panics, remembering how she stubbornly rejected his first invite, and he never asked again. Determined to secure her spot, she realizes she must prove her worth to earn a second chance in this safe haven. Meanwhile, Karen serves her master a fresh drink and chimes in to help. Karen points out that those selfish students are just leeching off Liang's good nature and do not deserve her loyalty. Hearing this, Liang takes a deep breath and speaks up with absolute resolve. He begs Jang Yi to let her stay so she can help her students from a distance. She promises to follow every single rule, carry out any chore, and obey his every command without question. Jang Yi agrees to let her stay, but doubts she has the stomach for his strict commands. Shaking, Liang insists she will obey, though she quietly hopes there are some lines he won't make her cross. Jang Yi notes that her kindness is a beautiful flaw. He looks her dead in the eye and asks if keeping this bunker and everyone inside safe required taking an innocent life. Could she actually do it? Knowing how brutal the apocalypse is, she swallows her fear and says yes. However, she draws the line at senseless cruelty or satisfying dark, evil desires. Despite her caution, she secretly believes he is a good man. Xingxin eagerly backs this up, claiming their big brother is practically a pacifist who only fights back when provoked. Jang Yi nods along, emphasizing that he absolutely never harms his own people. He flashes a warm, reassuring smile, acting like the perfect leader. Why would he ever ask them to do something so wicked? That is his public pitch anyway, but behind that calm mask, our savage protagonist reminds himself that he handles the dirty work personally. After all, in a frozen wasteland, fatal accidents happen all the time. Plus, his loyal girls will always have his back. With a firm handshake, the deal is sealed. Liang is now officially a member of our protagonist's cozy bunker family. Honestly, you and I both know the boss won't even need to lift a finger here. Those useless freeloaders are going to take themselves out. Liang, however, is just relieved. She thinks she can still protect her ungrateful students while living in absolute warmth and luxury. Xingxin just smirks, knowing her former teacher is incredibly naive. It won't take long for those idiots to ruin themselves. Meanwhile, Gucci and Yang Mai welcome the newcomer with open arms. They enthusiastically offer to throw a massive welcome party and ask for her favorite food. Liang is utterly overwhelmed by their warmth and generosity, struggling to process this sudden shift in her life. But behind the smiles, the girls realize the harem is growing. Jang Yi's massive bed is starting to look a little crowded with all these incoming beauties. Let the unofficial competition begin. Jang Yi breaks the playful mood, announcing a mandatory meeting for everyone. He explains that this is a serious war briefing where critical, urgent decisions about their survival must be made immediately. It is not just a drill. They have located rival military shelters, and they are definitely hostile. Liang immediately gets it. With the previous dominant base wiped out, a dangerous power vacuum has formed. Now, everyone wants a piece of this territory. Luckily, Xingxin has just finished hacking the enemy's database. Jang Yi gathers the entire team so they can review the newly recovered intel together. They might be living comfortably inside their high-tech bunker, but danger is looming right outside. Conflict is inevitable. Xingxin steps up to break down the rival factions ruling this frozen city. She drops a bombshell. There are 3 other massive, heavily armed factions operating nearby, shocking those who thought they were alone. Now, you and I are about to meet the real competition. First up is the Yang Sheng base, sitting on a massive stockpile of oil and fuel. Their leader, Xiao Honglen, manipulates fire, while his second in command, Zhu Qing Tuang, wields lethal wind abilities. Next is the Qiu Yi base, controlling the city's entire naval fleet. Jang Yi is immediately skeptical, wondering how on earth anyone could possibly navigate ships in this insane, sub-zero weather. Xingxin explains that only the sea's surface is frozen, as the deep ocean cannot freeze entirely. This instantly sparks Jang Yi's interest, leading him to ask a very strategic question. If the water is still flowing, does that mean they can fish? Xingxin nods, confirming that this maritime base practically monopolizes the city's seafood supply. But there is a catch. Those massive ships require tons of fuel, forcing them to raid the mainland. Looking closely at the data, Jang Yi suddenly realizes the soldiers he slaughtered earlier belong to this very group. The final powerhouse is the Qingpu base, led by a mysterious figure named Saint-Tian. He possesses a bizarre support ability that buffs his allies' stats, but his actual face remains a complete mystery. With almost zero intel on their territory, Xingxin notes that these massive factions have avoided direct clashes so far, keeping their specific powers hidden to avoid showing their hands. Jang Yi finds this completely logical. In this brutal dog-eat-dog world, no smart leader would ever reveal their trump cards unless they are backed into a corner with absolutely no other choice. With resources scarce and rivals everywhere, one wrong move means getting overthrown. Xingxin keeps explaining, pointing out that each of these powerful bases has a highly unique specialty that keeps them afloat. Each base has a unique specialty. The Zixin base is feared for its massive army, the Yangqing base controls energy, the Chui base rules maritime transport, and the Qingqing base monopolizes metal manufacturing. Most other factions lack armies, relying entirely on elite, overpowered mutants. And as you and I know, the Jixin base, so the strongest enemy was already beaten. Once Xingqin finished explaining, everyone sighed in relief since the new threat seemed like a joke compared to what they had already survived. Even our paranoid main character, Jang Yi, finally chilled out a bit. But wait, the teacher noticed a math error. Xingqin only listed 3 factions, so what about the 4th? Well, the girl in the wheelchair revealed a hidden group called the Snow Worshippers, led by some crazy cult leader who can literally turn people into mutants. This 4th faction was not some normal military stronghold, but a straight-up fanatical religious sect. They call themselves the Ice Servants. Their cult leader claims he is the reincarnation of ice itself, begging everyone to join him for salvation because he is supposedly the chosen savior. Their influence was spreading fast, making them the ultimate rivals for the Jixin base. Jang Yi started overthinking things, realizing that a massive religious army of mutant super soldiers would be a total nightmare. So our main character asked the room for their thoughts on this mutant menace. Since everyone was dead silent, Jang Yi put his uncle on the spot first because he is the local mayor around here. The military veteran suggested they prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. Step 1. Construct the ultimate defense system right here. Armed with all the heavy weapons they stole, they can handle any attack. Jang Yi agreed that building a solid defense should be their #1 priority. Chun, who was practically shaking in his boots over a potential raid, totally agreed with putting defense first. Then Jang Yi turned to Karen for her take. She recommended scavenging for high-grade construction materials to build their walls. Her logic was simple: if they move fast before other bases expand, they can avoid running into rival factions altogether. Jang Yi loved this idea and agreed they needed to head out immediately to grab more supplies. But then, Chun looked over at the teacher, curious about her opinion, since she looked incredibly stressed. Xingqin told her mentor to relax, pointing out the Shishi base as a perfect example of why they should not worry. Despite being the strongest base around, they could not fully conquer the region. The other smaller factions definitely cannot risk expanding either, since their armies are way too small. Because of this, they have all the time in the world to explore and search the city for valuable loot. Sure, upgrading defenses is great, but they should first seize this golden opportunity to gather easy resources. Xingqin asked if her mentor agreed, but the teacher was pacing back and forth, worried sick about her beloved students. If an attack actually happens, won't those kids in the village get totally wiped out? The girl bluntly replied that she cannot baby them forever, and if a real battle starts, she is helpless. Still, there is no need to panic yet since no enemies have reached this area. Jang Yi realized that if a raid ever went down, that helpless village would be the very first place to burn. The teacher, Liang, then desperately asked if her students could help build the defenses. Jang Yi shut that down fast. If those useless kids cannot even catch a single fish in a village surrounded by water, what could they possibly build? It was a brutal truth she could not deny. Xingqin chimed in to comfort the crying teacher, saying the bad guys might never even show up. Then, our main character surprised everyone by saying he would find a solution if things went south. His sudden kindness shocked the whole room. Jang Yi announced that if real danger arrived, he would actually let her students shelter in his secure refuge. But their stunned faces made him ask what was up. Sure, they were strangers before. But now, Liang is practically family, and if she wants to save her students, then he will protect them too. Talk about a major glow-up in character. These words made the emotional teacher burst into happy tears. He told her to skip the thank yous because it was the bare minimum. Liang realized she had completely misjudged him this whole time. Jang Yi was actually a sweetheart deep down, even if he plays the cold villain when dealing with dangerous outsiders. Ultimately, the meeting wrapped up with defense as their top priority. While the crew got to work, Jang Yi and Karen headed out to hunt for rare engineering materials. Right after the meeting, Zhou announced that Liang's welcome feast was finally served, making Xingqian smile at how excited her teacher looked. The poor teacher inhaled the gourmet food like she had been starving for years. She stuffed her face so fast that her stomach instantly revolted. Zhou laughed, noting her digestive system could not handle heavy meat after weeks of eating garbage. Liang had to go lay down because she literally ate herself sick. Talk about living in absolute paradise. Later that evening, Jang Yi pulled Karen aside for a private chat. He noticed she looked pretty annoyed during their little defense meeting earlier. She tried to brush it off as nothing, but Jang Yi gave her a playful forehead flick, reminding her they are family. With a pout, she finally asked why on earth he wanted to save those awful students. He knew exactly how horribly those jerks treated Xingqian and her back at school. But our main character just smirked, told her to trust his big brain plan. Long before any enemies attack, those greedy little parasites will gather in one place and starve to death. Karen's eyes lit up, realizing her brother is a genius. Jang Yi warned her to keep this scheme under wraps and absolutely never mention it inside the house. Tomorrow, while they are out hunting for materials, they can gossip about the details all they want. Now happier than ever, Karen happily skipped away to grab the construction checklist. Jang Yi chuckled, knowing he only needs to keep his own crew in line. As for the foolish outsiders, we shall see. Bright and early the next day, Karen pointed out the sweet spots for harvesting. Our favorite petty villain teleported the massive ice blocks, and Liang used her skills to slice them with perfect precision. Uncle Yu flexed his monster strength to lift the heavy ice slabs and metal barriers. But while everyone was sweating, Jang Yi spotted two sketchy figures sneaking into an abandoned house in the distance. Seeing a golden opportunity to cause some drama, he smiled. Chun was curious about his creepy grin, but Jang Yi ignored him, walked straight up to Liang, and said there was something she needed to see. He sarcastically apologized for always calling her students selfish, claiming he just saw one of them selflessly helping out a local villager. Hearing this, the gullible teacher sprinted over to investigate. Inside the abandoned house, a male student was hurriedly locking the door. Turns out, he and a local village girl were about to make a highly questionable business transaction. Food in exchange for, well, adult favors. As things started heating up inside, Liang arrived outside and heard some very weird noises. Without hesitating, she kicked the door wide open, completely crashing their little private party. She caught them red-handed. The sight made her absolutely furious, but the student just shrugged, saying he is a grown man with needs and she should mind her own business. Plus, it was totally consensual. The girl nodded, confirming she wanted the food. Heartbroken, Liang grabbed the rations she had lovingly provided and crushed them in her fist. Was she working her fingers to the bone just for this trash? The boy snapped, telling her to shut up, hand over the food, and stop playing hero. He made it crystal clear that she has zero authority over his life. Even though Liang was completely devastated, the ungrateful brat literally ordered her to get lost. Defeated, she turned around and walked out. Jang Yi was already waiting outside with a smug grin, reminding her that reality is often brutal. Liang quietly asked if he thought she was a massive idiot. When she sadly admitted she must be, Jang Yi told her not to hate him for revealing the ugly truth. He was not here to judge her. Devastated, she requested some quiet time alone. Chun, being the curious gossip he is, asked Jang Yi what went down, and the juicy details left the chubby guy with his jaw on the floor. Liang locked herself in her room, drowning in regret over how foolish she had been. Her entire life's purpose felt ruined. But soon, a gentle knock echoed. It was Jang Yi checking up on her. She sniffled, claiming she just needed a brief moment before returning to work. However, our smooth-talking protagonist insisted that her health was way more important than any chore. He was genuinely worried about her. Hearing those sweet words made her cheeks burn bright red. Jang Yi smoothly asked if he could step inside for a private chat, and she shyly agreed. He sat beside her on the bed, comforting her gently. This was a massive reality check for her, but he hoped she could move past it since they had a long road ahead. Jang Yi even offered to be her personal therapist whenever she needed to talk. The woman sighs and asks if he thinks she is just a hopeless idiot. Jang Yi is honest, maybe a little, but he understands why she kept hoping. Liang finally lets her guard down and shares her past. She had trained in martial arts since childhood, dedicating her entire life to it, with dreams of becoming a famous action star. But being a woman in the traditional martial arts world made standing out nearly impossible. So, she abandoned that dream and started working as a bodyguard, which she loved. She calls those years the absolute prime of her life. After making a name for herself, the academy hired her as a gym teacher to secretly protect their wealthy, spoiled students. But her expression darkens, realizing all her happiness is locked in the past. When the apocalypse hit, she lost everyone she loved, leaving her with nothing but a lingering duty. Her only motivation to keep breathing was protecting those kids, and now she feels like a fool. She sighs, admitting she cannot live a selfish life like Jang Yi does, a guy who always puts himself first. Tears stream down her face as she pours her soul out. She has just lost the final anchor of hope that kept her going in this frozen, brutal world. She sees no point in living just for herself anymore. But our hero steps in, telling her she is carrying too much weight. If she was alone before, she now has people she can call family. The crew in his shelter are nothing like those ungrateful brats. He gently takes her hand, telling her she needs a fresh purpose, and smoothly suggests she make him her new motivation. His bold words send a rush of heat straight to her cheeks. She cannot believe this guy is telling her to rebuild her life and lean on the shelter crew for emotional support. Plus, he admits he hates seeing her look so miserable. Flustered, she pulls her hand away and insists she feels better. Jang Yi smirks, asking if she is actually okay. Liang nods, though she admits those students still disappoint her and need to grow up. Jang Yi stands up and walks away, deeply reflecting on their conversation as he leaves her behind. Heading into the living room, he finds Qinshan, who immediately asks if he ate the teacher. Well aware of his hacker friend's teasing, Jang Yi casually says he has zero interest in her. Qinshan is not buying it, pointing out that Ling is drop-dead gorgeous. Jang Yi agrees she is pretty, but complains that she is high maintenance, and he absolutely despises drama. Our lead whispers that at least Ling won't be blinded by those students anymore. He explains what she witnessed inside that cabin, making Qinshan spit out that those kids are utterly repulsive. Jang Yi plots his next move, aiming to convince Ling to abandon those parasites. Once she lets go, he can wipe them out with zero hesitation. Hearing this, Qinshan smiles. She gladly offers to help with the plan, leaving our petty villain highly satisfied. The next morning, they gear up for a supply run, with Karen rocking tactical military gear. It is a uniform from the military base they are pretending to represent. Uncle Yu offers to tag along, but Jang Yi declines, saying his little battle kitten is all the backup he needs. She waits eagerly for her commander's orders. He playfully pinches her nose, calling her a little troublemaker. Karen asks if she looks cute in uniform, and Jang Yi smoothly agrees. The girl blushes red as a beet. Handing her a weapon, he asks if she knows how to handle it. She confidently nods, and the duo finally sets off on their mission. During the drive, Karen asks about Liang's situation. Jang Yi counters by asking why she hates those students so much. She snaps that she wants them nowhere near herself or Qinshan. She cannot even stand looking at them from a distance. Jang Yi agrees, reassuring her that they will not be bothering them for long. He reveals a rather twisted plan to her. He will let them in during an attack to appease Lang, but first, they must break her urge to protect them. Karen worries Lang is too soft-hearted to let them go. She might bring them inside anyway. Jang Yi smirks, saying that is where she and Qinshan come in. He points out that Ling cares way more about them than those parasites. Karen gets excited, asking if they should completely steal Ling's affection. He nods. If they play their cards right, they will crowd out those students, leaving them with absolutely nothing. As they approach the industrial zone, they spot a convoy of vehicles. Peering through his binoculars, Jang Yi notices heavy-duty snow trucks fitted with mounted weapons on their roofs. Karen takes a look herself, filled with curiosity. It turns out they underestimated the rival bases. These guys are already creeping around, looting the resources that belong to their sector. He quickly assesses the threat, knowing that picking a fight with an unknown armed squad is incredibly risky. But while he is planning his move, Karen pipes up with some facts. She explains those are just basic, poorly modified trucks. Their performance is garbage, barely reaching 20 kilometers per hour, and the heavy weight makes them absolute gas guzzlers. This solid intel catches our hero off guard, and he asks if she is absolutely sure. She nods, and Jang Yi quickly pieces it together. Fuel is incredibly scarce nowadays. Driving such heavy, inefficient junk out here means they are absolutely desperate for gas. Jang Yi deduces they must belong to the rival Yangsheng faction. He warns Karen that things might get messy, so she needs to be ready. Telling her to stay put in the vehicle, he slowly walks out toward the armed convoy. He steps out with his hands raised, playing the ultimate peaceful survivor card. The armed guards hold their fire, instantly recognizing the elite emblem on his uniform as the destroyed base's symbol. They mutter in disbelief, wondering how anyone could have survived that absolute massacre. Seeing his high-grade gear, they assume he must be a top-ranking officer with insane combat abilities. He does not look remotely bothered by all their aimed rifles. Noting his calm demeanor, one of the guards decides he needs to speak with their squad leader once he returns. He tells Jang Yi to wait, and our hero casually agrees. He looks up at the warehouse roof and notices they broke in using ropes, the exact same way he does. Just then, The squad captain slides down. Jang Yi sizes him up, figuring that if this guy is not an awakened mutant, he is at least a highly trained warrior. This is chapter 27 of Global Freeze, guys. Smash that like button, and if we hit 10,000, I will drop the next part way faster. When we last left off, our devious lead was out scavenging with Karen when they ran into a rival squad from the Yangsheng base. Now, their captain steps up, asking if he is really from Shishan. Jang Yi smoothly introduces himself as the special ops captain of the Shishan faction. The rival leader nods, saying that explains why he has the guts to walk up completely alone. He then asks what his business is. Did he come to chase them off? The leader mocks him, pointing out that Shishan was destroyed, so they cannot back up their threats. He warns Jang Yi not to try anything stupid. But our crafty villain simply smiles, playing dumb and acting like he is just here to split the loot peacefully. He says it is just a supply warehouse, and they can take whatever they want. But since this is technically his territory, he wants his own fair share of the loot. Surprisingly, the rival captain agrees and gives him 30 minutes. Satisfied, Jang Yi tells Karen to tag along, making her blush instantly. She gets super close to him. Shaking off the distraction, she asks if it is safe to just leave the car here. Shouldn't he guard it? But Jang Yi assures her it is perfectly fine. Little does she know, real reason is he cannot show off his secret powers in public. So they head inside the factory. But the moment they are distracted, Captain Goyen draws his weapon and fires straight at Jang Yi. But our heroic flower kitty leaps to the rescue. She instantly transforms into her massive monster form and blocks every single bullet. The soldiers are absolutely terrified of this giant beast, yet they keep firing away. The captain yells at his men to aim for the eyes. As the bullets pepper her face, the giant kitty decides she is done playing nice and attacks. She easily scoops up the first course of her lunch. Seeing this, the other soldiers inject themselves with some weird serum and enter a total frenzy, growing huge and muscular. Talk about instant steroids. This is literally every gym bro's ultimate dream. Jang Yi quickly realizes they are using some cheap combat enhancer. With their new buff bodies, 3 soldiers charge at Flower, managing to go toe-to-toe against our giant mutant kitty. While they are watching the cat fight, some sneaky guy creeps up behind them and fires. Seriously, how did they not notice him aiming at their backs before the gun went off? Talk about bad situational awareness. Somehow, they whip around just in time, and our main character blocks the bullets with a portal. Captain Goyen instantly realizes Jang Yi is a mutant. And since they started this, Jang Yi stops hiding his powers and goes full combat mode. He fires a barrage of shots at his enemies, declaring that their time is up. Terrified, Goyen screams at his men to split up immediately, but they had no idea our boy has a cheat code that makes bullets curve. They scatter, but everyone gets a free delivery straight to the skull. Nobody could dodge this trick. Even the captain, who had no special skills, gets knocked out cold. Karen is totally swooning, saying Big Brother looks incredibly handsome while fighting. Meanwhile, after devouring the soldiers, the giant kitty spits them out. Turns out, these guys had zero energy to absorb, making them taste awful. Our self-proclaimed pacifist sighs, complaining that they forced his hand. Why do these greedy fools always choose violence? They shot first without even having mutant powers, so they literally dug their own graves. Karen is practically sparkling, praising Jang Yi for being so cool. They couldn't even touch him. Looking over the bodies, our cheeky hero realizes just how insanely overpowered he has become. His battle experience is massive now. But while gloating, Jang Yi gets curious about that strange combat stimulant they took. Is this the secret drug of the Yangsheng base? Since it is super valuable, he decides to bring it to Juk. She can analyze it, and it might just save their lives someday. Plus, he can clone it and hack into the Yang base's communication network. You can never be too prepared. Jang Yi then explains to Karen that the enemy base definitely won't be sending any backup since they completely lost signal with this squad. Besides, the base is 200 kilometers away. They will just write them off. He then casually vacuums up all the dead bodies and vehicles into his pocket dimension. Even if a search party comes, there is zero evidence of where they vanished or what happened to this empty factory. The base will just assume squad got jumped by some rival base while loaded with loot. Now, they need to grab their own supplies quickly and secure their shelter. It is time to prepare for a future war. Last time, Jang Yi had to sneak in through the roof. But now, he has a much louder entrance in mind. He orders Flower to make a door. Our giant kitty happily smashes a massive hole, allowing them to rappel down. It is a long drop because the snow outside is insanely deep. Once inside, Karen just points at whatever machinery she wants, and he sucks it all into his storage. With their pockets full, they hop back into the car and cruise back to the mansion. Jang Yi lets out a dramatic sigh, muttering that the chaotic war games are about to begin again. He is already brainstorming his next genius move. On the drive, Jang Yi warns Karen to keep this run-in with the Yangxiang base a total secret from the others. Naturally, she is confused. Our main character explains that only the two of them need to know. He will make sure no one wanders outside carelessly, but he also wants to prevent unnecessary panic. For now, the entire crew needs to focus solely on reinforcing their defenses. He promises to spill the beans when the time is right. Karen is quickly convinced that he always knows best. She is left swooning over his brilliance yet again. Back at the mansion, everyone is still hard at work on the fortifications. Spotting them, Uncle Yu jogs over and asks if they ran into any trouble. Our favorite schemer smooth-talks him, claiming they did not find a single trace of danger. He even lies that the enemies are too busy cleaning up their own territory to bother coming this far. There is absolutely no reason for them to travel all this way. We soon see why our clever protagonist is playing this card, as Professor Liang is overjoyed to hear the fake good news. She genuinely believes her beloved students are safe out there. Jang Yi agrees there is no immediate threat, but urges everyone to focus on upgrading their shields. He then pulls the professor aside. He tells her he would theoretically let her students shelter here if things got truly desperate. However, he drops a truth bomb, saying it would be incredibly unfair to make Karen and Chinsen live with them. He reminds her of how terribly those ungrateful students treated the two girls back in the day. The guilty teacher looks down, completely speechless. Meanwhile, our plotting mastermind signals Karen to play her part. The girl steps in, asking how the teacher could possibly expect them to welcome those classmates. Does she not remember their school days, and how horribly those jerks treated them back then? Does she not remember the constant cruelty they had to endure? This trip down memory lane forces the professor to back down, admitting she remembers, and simply hopes they can manage on their own, but she still cannot help but worry about them. Swooping in like a tactical genius, Jang Yi cuts the conversation short, telling everyone they must focus on construction. He drags Karen away while giving the teacher a subtle, apologetic nod. Liang totally misinterprets this, thinking he is graciously stopping Karen from fighting with her, and feels incredibly grateful. Later, our main character finally gets to work on the defenses Karen designed. Dumping out the mountain of supplies, he asks how she wants it built. Karen explains that if aesthetics do not matter, they can fully reinforce these outer walls in just 3 days. Big Brother laughs it off, saying beauty is useless in an apocalypse. Only absolute, cold-hard defense efficiency matters here. He asks if she needs any hands-on help. Stretching dynamically, Karen says she has it covered. She might work a bit slow, but the quality will be top-notch. Our scheming hero then heads over to Jensen's room and knocks. The girl in the wheelchair is thrilled to see him. Jang Yi smiles, telling her that his little trip with Karen yielded some incredibly interesting results. After catching up, he drops the bomb that they ran into a squad from the Yangxiang base and completely wiped them out. Contrary to their hopes, the enemy is actively lurking nearby, waiting to strike. He reassures her that he is not the least bit worried about them. Chinsen agrees with his logic, pointing out that unlike the local Chihan base, these distant invaders will not have heavy artillery or missiles. Since they lack heavy weaponry, she makes a clever deduction, asking if they can use this perfect opportunity to finally get rid of those annoying students sheltering over in the nearby village. Jang Yi grins, saying it will look like a total accident. Nobody could have predicted it or done a thing to stop it. He pulls a high-tech signal jammer from his portal and plugs it in. He admits it is a bit of a hassle, but keeping the professor happy and loyal is absolutely worth it. So, what do you think of our main character's cold-blooded plans? Is this too cruel, or is it just survival of the fittest? He hands her the dead soldier's satellite phone, suggesting she hack into it to dig up some sweet intel on the enemy base. She promises it'll be a breeze. Once it's running, Xingxin can easily sift through all the incoming data and organize everything for her brother. Now, let's head over to the Yangsheng base inside a refinery. 2 runaways are chained up and interrogated by guards. The soldiers report that 5 tried to flee, but only these 2 were dragged back alive, while the other 3 got wiped out. Looking at these captives honestly, are they trembling in fear or just staring at the massive melons in front of them? Pretty sure it's the second option. Our gorgeous boss asks why she should spare them. They get food and a warm bed just for working, yet they chose to run. Why should she trust them? The captives beg for mercy, claiming it was just a stupid impulse, but she presses further, asking where they'd even go in this frozen wasteland. The men just freeze, too terrified to speak. With a terrifying glare, she asks if they plan to join those hypocrites in the snow worship sect. Terrified, the men slam their heads on the ground, begging for one more chance. Hearing their desperate pleas, she asks her assistant for his thoughts. The 4-eyed guy smiles, suggesting they test their new miniature collar explosives right now on these useless runaways. Anyone who tries to flee again gets turned into fireworks. Intrigued, she clasps a collar onto one guy's neck, eager to see how it works and what the range is. The guard explains it works up to 5 kilometers. One press of this button, and the runner gets a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Our busty boss smiles wickedly. He graciously grants them a second chance. They can stay and work, or try their luck running with the new collar. But since it's just a brand new prototype, she isn't even sure if it works yet. If they flee and the bomb fails, they're free. The men pray for a miracle, hoping they can outrun the 5-kilometer range. She generously gives them a 10-minute head start before pressing the trigger. When her assistant checks the radio to ask about the test results, the guard reports the news. One blew up, but the other collar failed to detonate. Wait, is that Sakura Haruno? No, our bat it's Xiao Honglian, and she always keeps her word. Since the second guy survived, she wishes him luck finding the snow worship sect to save his hide. But before heading out, she cold-heartedly declares that since the gear failed, the entire technical department has 3 days before they are executed. Man, why are the villains in these stories always so gorgeous? Her assistant immediately begs her to reconsider, arguing that their tech team is just as elite as the top bases around. They just need one more chance. Sure, these weapons have bugs, but their other projects are highly competent. He points out they only recruited top-tier geniuses from major universities since the winter apocalypse started. But our stunning, busty leader just scoffs at the excuse. Why stress over escaping slaves? She knows that fake Saintus from the Snow Sect only wants these refugees as brainwashed bait anyway. Her assistant then pivots back to business. They need to capture the coastal territory to solve their severe resource crisis. Xiao Honglian agrees, but insists the tech department must first fix those explosive collars. Securing their own borders comes first, before invading others. She warns him to move with absolute caution and send out scouts to monitor any potential threats. She then checks on their deployment, asking how many exploration squads have returned. Her assistant reports that almost everyone is back safely except for one crucial group. The squad sent to the outer limits has gone completely dark with zero communication. Intrigued, she wonders if they were ambushed by some rival military faction. The assistant doubts it. In this harsh apocalypse, major bases avoid full-scale war at all costs. Nobody wants to start a massive conflict with rivals right now, especially not with the terrifying snow worship sect looming over everyone. He tells his highly endowed boss that a smaller, rogue faction probably hit their squad, but if they uncovered a super rare resource, a rival base might have secretly broken their peace treaty to steal it. That makes her curious. What resource could be worth sparking an all-out war? Still, she admits she'd rather deal with rival military bases than those creepy cultists. Suddenly, a guard rushes in, yelling that they found traces of the missing team. Xiao Honglian is desperate for answers. She knows their captain is arrogant, but surely he wouldn't dare defect with their vehicles. She demands to know if they can trace his satellite phone to his last active location. But the tech team drops some seriously bad news. The signal is completely jammed and untraceable. He just vanished off the grid. This bizarre mystery makes our pink-haired boss realize they are dealing with someone highly prepared. Whoever took them out didn't do this on a whim. This was a calculated, cold-blooded ambush. Striking their elite squad like this is basically a declaration of war. Now, who is the actual culprit? Our well-endowed leader wonders if the rival Chaoyu base or the Qingpu base is behind this. Or maybe those pesky survivors from Shishan. Her assistant points out the disappearance happened right near the Chaoyu base's border. Without wasting another second, she grabs her radio and dials their rival base directly. She coldly demands answers, explaining that her elite captain is missing. His last known coordinates were right near the Hongyuan factory. Do they know anything about this? The leader of the Chaoyu base scoffs, stating that the captain passed through their territory without any trouble. If he went missing later, it has absolutely nothing to do with them. But then, he drops a massive bombshell. One of his own squads went missing too. This is deeply alarming because all the disappeared soldiers are powerful mutants. There are barely any mutants in Tianhai City, and none of them could take down well-trained elites. He suspiciously asks if she had anything to do with his missing men. Xiao Honglian flatly denies it. She notes that in all of Tianhai, almost no military force possesses the raw firepower to wipe out their elite superhuman mutant squads. The Qingpu base has no interest in starting a bloody war. So, there is only one terrifying option left. The Snow Worship sect must be behind these attacks. The Chaoyu base leader growls, declaring that if those ice-cold cultists laid a single finger on his elite men, they will pay a price 10 times worse. Seizing the perfect opportunity, she suggests a joint alliance to crush the cultists. But while these rival bosses plan their revenge, the real mastermind is chilling in absolute peace. Safely inside his massive, impenetrable steel fortress, Jang Yi is busy setting up the heavy military gear he looted from the elite military shelter. Our wonderfully villainous main character plans to wire these high-tech weapons into a central computer, allowing full remote control with insane, deadly combat efficiency. All of this automated defense is thanks to Liu Karan's genius tech skills. Meanwhile, Jang Yi notes that both rival bases have been dead quiet lately. Not a single scout has ventured near his territory. Are they plotting something? Later, the cozy family enjoys a massive feast together. Afterwards, teacher Liang prepares to deliver leftover food to her students. Zhang Yi kindly helps pack up the bags. But Jingxin notices the teacher's sad expression and gently asks if something is wrong. Wait, these students are actually mistreating her? Talk about ungrateful freeloaders. Xinshin complains that our sweet teacher is wasting her precious kindness on these absolute losers. She does her absolute best to remind the teacher that her school days are over, and she owes those ungrateful brats nothing. Meanwhile, our main character is just chilling. He is watching the drama from a safe distance, totally fine with letting his harem handle their own business. Later, back at training, Yoongi asks Liang if the neighborhood is safe. If things are good, they might actually bring the students over. But wait, he points out that since those freeloaders hate Karen and Shinshin, they need to talk this out. Basically, they need a family meeting, and everyone has to vote yes. Hearing this, our lovely teacher gets super sad, knowing Shinshin and Karen are definitely going to vote no. She completely respects their choices, because honestly, who would want toxic ex-classmates ruining their peaceful life? But just when you think she is going to cry, she cheers right up. Liang reassures her that the whole area is super peaceful right now. Maybe this quiet life will last forever, so there is no point worrying. Hearing this, our main character finally relaxes. He gets ready to start his training. Slowly but surely, his master plan is working. Liang knows the other girls hate the students, but she thinks he is totally on her side. She believes he wants to help her protect those annoying idiots. She has absolute faith that if things go south, our guy will do whatever it takes to save them. Hilarious, right? Our handsome schemer is way too clever. Now, Liang is ready to show off her martial arts skills. It is time for him to learn some serious close combat, and she absolutely dominates him. With every hit, our guy starts feeling some very spicy and unexpected sensations. He notes how much she has changed. Once she forgets those annoying people, she will be his perfect pawn, a completely loyal partner. After a long day of flirting and fighting, our guy lies in bed scheming. He could easily turn on the phone to cause absolute chaos. He could drop that tracked phone in the students' village, baiting the scary enemies right to them. They would wipe those annoying freeloaders off the map. But wait, there is a catch. That move might draw the enemy's attention right to his own nearby hideout. On the other hand, maybe the bases will never trace it back to him or invade his cozy territory. After weighing his options, our master manipulator decides that hoping for permanent peace is for losers. He needs to take control. It is time to execute an absolutely wild and chaotic plan. He hands the tracker phone to his cute little cat companion, ordering her to hide it in the nearby village. The little kitty sprints off to set the ultimate trap for him, and just like that, the evil scheme begins. Meanwhile, the grand leader of the snow worshippers is holding a massive cult meeting, lecturing her brainwashed followers with absolute confidence. She claims snow is pure, and their souls belong to the winter. Also, if you like this video, you will get cheat code powers too. Now, she demands absolute loyalty from them. Suddenly, a follower brings a sick child, begging for a miracle. The holy leader places her hand on the kid, and it starts glowing like a legendary gacha pull. Just like that, the sick baby is crying and fully healed. The crowd goes wild, chanting blessings for their glorious queen. Her name is Yuan Kong Yi, and her mutant power is insane. She calls it the blessing. After the show, she is totally exhausted, and a follower begs her to rest until tomorrow. But our hardworking cult leader refuses and insists on pushing forward. Suddenly, a massive earthquake hits, throwing everyone to the floor. Total confusion. The second-in-command screams to protect their precious bishop, while the rest prepare for an incoming attack. The holy leader starts praying for a divine shield to protect her people from this sudden war. But prayer time is over, because the enemies are already right outside the gates. Outside, a fleet of armored cars is firing at the entrance. The cult followers grab their own guns and start blasting back in a chaotic shootout. Bodies are dropping everywhere. Some extreme cultists even strap bombs to themselves and charge right into the enemy troops. Seeing this, the rival leader, Xiao Honglian, is completely disgusted. He curses their brainwashed minds, shouting that they have lost all fear of death. Today, She promises to drag this fake religious queen off her throne. The priests enter the battlefield as soldiers continue to spray bullets everywhere. But these are no ordinary priests. These holy mutants use their powers to shield themselves. Bullets bounce right off their magic shields like nothing. The priests scream, demanding to know why the military bases are breaking their peace agreement. This makes Honglian absolutely furious. She demands their leader show her face, yelling that the cult broke the treaty first, so they need to shut up and fight. She chugs from her giant gourd and literally breathes a massive wave of fire. Honestly, in this freezing snow, a little heat feels kind of nice. But then, a priest reacts. He telekinetically throws cars to block the fire blast. The flames are blocked, but the nearby soldiers are roasted like barbecue, which actually smells kind of delicious. Wait, is that wrong? The priest begs, claiming they are neutral. But Sakura Big Melons is not hearing any of it, ordering her troops to wipe every single one of them out. Now, the badass leader of the Choya base jumps in with a massive explosion. Emerging from the mist, he conjures cool ice armor and floating ice spikes all around him. He moves like lightning, launching freezing projectiles everywhere. Now, base soldiers and cultists are locked in an incredibly intense and bloody battlefield. Soldiers are charging with guns and blades, but they stand zero chance against these crazy mutants. However, these brainwashed cultists have one final insane trick up their sleeves. They literally turn themselves into human bombs, blowing up right in the middle of the army. These fanatics are so wild, they are actually dealing massive damage. Seeing this, Honglian gets worried. She yells at the other boss that they need to team up immediately to take down the cult leader, Jang Yi. She takes a massive gulp from her flask, activating her epic Purgatory Forge state. Jang Yi is shocked, but before she can even blink, the enemy boss sneak attacks. He pops out of the ground, grabbing her leg. Right on cue, Honglian appears and punches her straight in the face, triggering a massive, fiery explosion. But our holy queen is tough, and she barely survives. Her shocked followers quickly rush forward, forming a protective wall of bodies in front of their heavily bleeding leader. Honglian was so close to finishing her. Meanwhile, the fanatical cultists keep swarming them like angry flies, successfully overwhelming a bunch of professional soldiers through sheer numbers. Honglian knows they will win, but too many casualties will leave them completely defenseless against the rival Qingpu military base later. They need to end this fast. The lives are lost by the dozen. Honglian screams that her cousin and 10 top officers were murdered, and all clues point to this snow cult. The other boss, Wei Dinghai, also roars that his favorite general was killed near the base. In this entire city, only the cult would do something so crazy. Both leaders demand immediate answers from Jang Yi, threatening to slaughter every single cult member right here if she does not start talking. As the night dragged on, a hot-tempered snow sect soldier finally snapped. These guys refused to negotiate from the very start, and now they suddenly wanted to have a friendly chat? Thinking he could end it right there, the soldier attacked the arrogant woman. Too bad he failed. Shu Hongyan easily dodged him. That is when Jang Yi stepped in to clear their name. He claimed the snow sect never attacked anyone without reason. But Wang Hai was not buying it. He insisted that no one else in this entire frozen city could have done this. 2 nearby shelters were completely wiped out without leaving a single trace. This was a targeted strike, and they were absolutely sure it was not the doing of the Qingpu base. Jang Yi then turned to the 2 mutants and asked a simple question. Did they ever consider that a secret, third force in Shanghai City might be running the show behind their backs? Both leaders immediately yelled that it was impossible. No way. But Jang Yi stood his ground. He asked if they had already forgotten the terrifying events that shook the Lujiang region. A month back, Lujiang City was wiped off the map by a massive missile strike. But right before that rocket hit the Xianyang base, endless gunfire and explosions echoed through the area. Even after the main blast, loud battles raged in the distance. The mere thought of it sent shivers down their spines. If a hidden faction really did that, then nobody is safe. Not even the mighty Shan base could survive their wrath. Still, the leaders laughed it off as a fairy tale. They accused Jang Yi of trying to invent a fake enemy. If the snow worshippers were truly innocent, they had to prove it immediately. The cult soldiers grew furious, but the young lady, Jang Yixuan, stepped in and told them to back down. They needed to keep playing their cards right. Zhang Yuan explained that one of their men was actually at the Zan base and ran into Xian's cousin during a chaotic supply run. Their squads were literally fighting other scavengers over the leftover resources of the ruined base. That is when they discovered there were actual survivors who managed to escape the carnage. If they did not track down these mysterious survivors, the Snow Sect would be in serious trouble. Seeing the rising tension, Zhang Yuquan quickly stepped in to calm his nervous men. They were ready to fight, but they were not true enemies here. The leader ordered the soldier to only speak about what he witnessed outside the Sishan base on that fateful day. Their troops had also investigated the ruined Shan base and crossed paths with Wang Zhangguan from the Chuyu shelter. Wait, wrong photo. The soldier continued with his shocking eyewitness account. Alongside Xiao Hamlian's cousin, they spotted heavily armed troops in advanced combat gear at the Shi base. Those are the cold-blooded assassins they have been searching for this entire time. Wasn't that base completely flattened by a missile? Could they really be hiding in the shadows to rebuild their forces? Xiaoan was skeptical and questioned her allies' theory immediately. If they were secretly recovering, they would never be bold enough to wage a double war against both of us. Besides, even before the destruction, the Zan base never targeted them. Jang Yiquan pointed out that just because the Shan base lacked the guts, it does not mean other factions are harmless. What if there is another hidden power? Suddenly, Megumin remembered something. There were other massive shelter bases located far outside the Shan and Lujiang districts that they knew nothing about. This intriguing theory immediately caught the attention of Xiaoan. It explained everything perfectly. The two rival leaders decided to investigate those distant sectors to confirm the rumors. For now, Xiaoan agreed to withdraw, leaving Megumin with a final warning. The cult soldiers were furious. This arrogant woman had marched into their territory, attacked everyone without proof, and walked away like she owned the place. Finally, the two groups parted. Wei Dinghai announced that his cult would absorb all the dead bodies and wounded survivors. Xiaoan scoffed, knowing his brainwashing tactics would turn these poor fools into loyal, obedient puppets. He then asked the cold-hearted woman what her next move was. If they joined forces, they could easily rule the entire region of Gishan Bay. Xiao Hamlian ignored him completely. She simply walked away. The cult leader admitted she was incredibly powerful, but if he could somehow defeat her, the entire city would be his to rule. His men suspected her, but Wei Dinghai found it completely normal. Trust was a luxury in this frozen hell. He was more concerned about rumors of a man named Zhenya, who looted the city's largest warehouse. Later, back at her headquarters, Xiao Honglian and her trusted scout closely analyzed the Shan base area. Their intel pointed to two specific zones where groups of survivors were still active. Her scout explained that this was a wealthy district in Qinghai City, with thousands of survivors hiding there. The mysterious force that took down the Shan base was likely hidden inside. She decided to send a stealth scout to investigate the area first. Her assistant suggested teaming up with Wei Dinghai for backup, but she immediately shot down that terrible idea. Even if this mystery faction managed to destroy the powerful Xian base, they must be heavily wounded and depleted after such a brutal fight. They would be at their absolute weakest. If they were not as strong as rumored, she could easily sweep in and take everything for herself. Still, she noted that their target had single-handedly eliminated two powerful leaders. So, she chose to deploy Dong Hu, her most cautious agent. She warned her assistant not to worry about Wei Dinghai, calling him a sly, untrustworthy fox. They ordered the spy to move. Their target was this mysterious man named Jang Yi. Meanwhile, back at the Snow Sect base, Megumin was suffering from critical wounds. Her fanatical followers gathered around, deeply panicked. The priestess told them to focus on more urgent matters. Looking out, the soldiers were horrified by the battlefield. Wounded allies lay screaming in pain, covering the frozen ground. The cult members began gathering the survivors. But in this unforgiving frozen wasteland, medical care is a luxury. Only those strong enough to fight again would be granted treatment. One girl cried over her fallen comrade, but not out of grief. She congratulated him on earning the right to meet their god, a privilege reserved only for those dying in battle. He casually assisted in ending his life, smilingly admitting she could not wait for her own turn. The commander then ordered the useless, critically injured soldiers to be dragged away. The corpses and the useless survivors were piled outside a dark warehouse. As soon as the guards left, massive, horrifying tentacles emerged from the shadows and dragged them inside. Inside the creepy facility, the piles of bodies were wrapped in fleshy cocoons and hung from the ceiling. As strange gas filled the air, bizarre, fleshy fruits rapidly began to bloom. You and I are not ready for this. Outside, the fanatical cultists chanted their prayers, while their priestess prepared for a sickening purification ritual on the innocent. She called the children forward. The brainwashed parents told their kids to trust the priestess completely, explaining that this holy baptism was necessary to serve the great snow god. She placed her cold hand over a young boy's face, telling him to stay perfectly still. Pulling out a sharp, terrifying medical tool, she prepared to perform a sickening operation. She dragged out writhing, parasitic worms. The shocking sight froze everyone's veins. She instantly healed the wound, whispering that without the pippy parasite, they would never become impure demons. The mindless parents wept with joy, thanking the holy representative of the snow spirit. The priestess smiled, promising that the children would now be sweet, quiet, and completely obedient. They would never cause trouble again. The other children watched in absolute terror, dreading their own turn. But in this twisted cult, their brainwashed parents were already pushing them forward. These cult leaders demand absolute loyalty to the god of snow. To prove you are pure and obedient, you must pass their bizarre baptism and toss your pet into the trash. Honestly, this crazy cult leader seems to love doing this. He smugly asks who wants to be purified next. The mother is actually thrilled to see her brainwashed son's state. They offer their thanks and leave. Meanwhile, after a brutal shift, Megumin finally goes to see her master. The high priestess frets over her badly injured servant and rushes to heal her. But Megumin stops her, saying her master has already drained too much of her own energy. She insists she doesn't need healing today. After treating Megumin anyway, the cult leader asks for their latest intel report. Megumin spills everything. It turns out a ridiculously powerful new threat has just popped up on their radar. This threat is tied to the total ruin of the Zine base. A mysterious guy named Jang Yi apparently joined forces with outsiders to launch a massive raid on the stronghold. Megumin adds another wild detail. This same guy looted a massive city warehouse right before the global freeze hit. With a dead serious look, she warns that his raw power is on another level. He is top tier, even by Changhai city standards. How else could he survive fighting the Xi'an base for so long, eventually wiping them out completely? But here is where it gets weird. Evidence suggests a missile fired from the South Yungan region actually leveled the Xi'an base. Still, no matter who pulled the trigger, we know Jang Yi is mixed up in it. The guy clearly wields massive power. The Grand Leader admits our main character is a real threat and needs close monitoring. Still, Megumin thinks they should take action right away. She urges the leader to dispatch an elite squad to test his strength immediately. Megumin argues that while he uses parasitic leeches to generate food through sacrifices, that won't last forever. She bitterly admits that without their massive army of loyal servants, those two enemy groups alone would have wiped them out. That is why the High Priestess demands they build a solid defense. Grand Sect leader finally gives in and tells Megumin to do what she wants. She has permission to send scouts to test this mystery man. And with that, you and I cut back to our favorite shelter. Jukir is busy analyzing the medical samples Jenna retrieved from the enemy soldiers. It turns out to be a heavy-duty combat stimulant. The effects are incredibly potent. It dramatically boosts physical performance and keeps a soldier wide awake for 3 days straight. Gina mentions she saw this compound back in her old lab, though she has never seen it used. This version is over 10 times stronger than anything she ever made. But there is a catch. It only works by burning through the body's energy reserves and hyper-accelerating metabolism. It is a reckless shortcut that easily ends in sudden death if they are not careful. Honestly, there is no free lunch. A magic drug that boosts power without consequences just does not exist. Gina asks Gear if he remembers that toxic poison he used on the pests. She wonders at what point this drug becomes lethal. The doctor explains the threshold is extremely small, while a tiny trace can be flushed out. Exceeding the dose by just 5% triggers horrific side effects. In this brutal frozen wasteland, that basically guarantees a slow, painful death. Jewar is confused though, they do not have rats in the shelter. Why ask? Our devious main character simply smiles and says the rats are outside. Cue the scene cutting to those actual pests. Over at the student camp, the survivors huddle around a weak fire. These ungrateful kids actually start whining that being slaves was better. Sure, they pedaled all day, but they stayed warm and got yogurt. Only Shu Tian keeps a level head. He snaps that if they had endured the brutal human experiments he survived, they would shut their mouths. The girls quickly apologize, but wonder why Ling is acting so cold. One boy scoffs that she is probably just a toy for the shelter master now, trading her body for food. Shu Tian is forced to listen to his terrible classmates trash his respected teacher, but the parasites shut up fast the moment Ling actually walks in. They immediately fake sweet smiles. She warns them the wasteland is getting highly dangerous. There are hidden cellars with supplies nearby, but safety is key. The terrified students immediately beg to hide out in her master's shelter. Knowing how selfish they are, Ling ignores their begging. She just hands over some food, tells them to stay alert, and leaves them to their fate. She is finally done coddling them. The students immediately tear into the rations like hungry rats, eating as if it is their final meal. Suddenly, figures sneak into the village. Only Shu Tian senses the danger, but before he can react, a hand clamps around his throat, commanding him to freeze. Shu Tian cannot break the grip, but he manages to land a sharp kick, forcing the attacker back. The stranger is shocked by his power. Before Shu Tian can bolt, the intruder cuts off his escape route. The boy tries to strike his way out, but a single, devastating punch lands, shattering his internal defenses instantly. Just like that, their strongest fighter goes down in one shot. Rewind a few hours, these elite soldiers arrived by vehicle and began scouting the area on foot. That is when they spotted it, the massive fortress wall. Seeing this structure, the scout realizes whoever built it has the power to destroy the Xeon base. Their bald commander orders the squad to stay highly alert. This target is extremely dangerous, and one mistake could cost them their lives. Moving into the nearby village, they track the satellite radio signals left behind by their missing comrades. Playing it safe, they send a scout ahead to ensure they are not walking into an ambush. The soldier reports no movement and zero organized defenses. Still, their commander remains paranoid. The bald leader warns that a high-tier fighter could strike at any second, ordering an immediate retreat if things go sideways. But the scout's next update leaves him completely baffled. The report says the village ahead is totally empty. No cameras, no guards, and absolutely zero signs of life. They easily pinpointed the radio signal without raising any alarms. Is the real power hiding behind those walls? Why is the signal coming from an empty village? Is it an ambush? Amidst the confusion, they stumble upon the students' hiding spot. The squad rounds them up, ordering everyone to be taken prisoner. Meanwhile, our mastermind's trap is working perfectly. He soon notices the tracking signal at the student camp has shifted. Jang Yi looks out the window at the frozen ruins, highly anticipating the chaos he just unleashed. Later, he heads down to the command center to check in on Qin Chen. She is relaxing with a movie when her boss walks in. Jang Yi teases her for watching films all alone, then asks if she has pulled the tracking data on the enemy's satellite signals. She explains the intruders are incredibly careful, keeping their radio transmissions brief. But she managed to dig up the identity of the squad leader Jang Yi previously took out. His name was Gyuan, a captain and the cousin of Xiao Hamlin, the boss of the Yang base. Even our protagonist is slightly concerned. He accidentally offed a relative of a warlord. This could trigger a massive retaliation. Shinshin points out he was only a cousin, not a brother, but Jang Yi refuses to take chances and orders the defenses prepped. Intercepted radio logs between the Yangsheng base and another faction are highly suspicious. Even without full transcripts, Qin Chen warns that a major storm is brewing. She warns they might soon face a coordinated siege from two massive factions at once. Jang Yi calmly mentally prepares himself for the absolute worst-case scenario. These factions have joined forces to hunt the shadow survivor of the Zan base. But trust me on this, you and I know Jang Yi is not sweating these guys in the slightest. Unless they possess tactical military missiles, they do not pose a real threat. In fact, our badass main character is actually eager to crush them on his own terms. On the battlefield, they must learn a harsh lesson. They need to understand that the West Mountain base now belongs to Jang Yi. Qin Chen watched closely as he laid out his cold, calculated plan. A final battle is necessary to show everyone the absolute power of his family. Only after that can they enjoy a peaceful life. Qin Chen realized that to secure their future, they must act. They had to crush their enemies completely, or make them fear Jang Yi forever. Seizing the moment, Qin Chen brought up the Sacred Snow Sect, sharing the juicy secrets she had recently eavesdropped on. It turns out the Yang base absolutely despises the Sacred Snow Sect. Because of this hostility, Qin Chen is certain a major conflict is brewing. Hearing this, our handsome villain turned to his helper. He asked his lovely intelligence chief for her advice. Qin Chen suggested that if the Yangshang base attacks, they might want to team up with the Snow Sect. She actually liked the idea. Having another ally is always better than facing another enemy, right? But Jang Yi did not survive this long by being naive. Our clever villain pointed out that known allies can be dangerous. An ally can be more terrifying than a foe, but he is totally fine with exploiting them. Meanwhile, over at the Yang base, scouts sent to track the satellite signal finally returned. They brought back a stolen phone and a group of prisoners for questioning. The gorgeous female leader of the base was relaxing in her room when she got the news about their return. They found the lost phone in Sujia town and captured some students from Tianqing Academy. Interestingly, the scouts reported that the student's teacher is currently staying with none other than Jang Yi. While they missed Jang Yi, they discovered a massive fortress made of ice and snow across the river in Sujia. The bald commander believes that Jang Yi and his core group are hiding right behind those walls. That frozen fortress is the exact stronghold they used to repel the assault on the West Mountain base. Pleased with this critical intel, the beautiful Xiao Honglian immediately demanded to see the prisoners. Her subordinate suggested she interrogate them immediately. And there they are, the innocent, slightly clueless students of teacher Liang. Seriously, this villainous woman is gorgeous. But is she going to be nice? Will she play nice with these spoiled brats? The bald captain mentioned that one student must have ties to a major base, since they found signs of advanced body modification tech on him. Xiao Honglian ordered her men to examine him later. She then sat down, showing off her stunning legs to the captured students. Honestly, these fools do not deserve such a spectacular view. She demanded they confess everything. She warned them that if they did not speak, things would get very painful, very fast. Right on cue, the most arrogant student in the group crumbled. He screamed that he would tell her absolutely everything if she just spared his life. His cowardly display instantly triggered a chain reaction, and soon all the students were begging to talk. They happily sold out both Jang Yi and teacher Liang. When asked how they got the phone, they looked totally blank and claimed they had never laid eyes on it, which annoyed her. Sensing danger, the arrogant student quickly lied and said Jang Yi left it behind. Xiao Honglian remained highly skeptical. She then demanded to know Jang Yi's total troop strength and their exact abilities. She wanted a full inventory of his weapons and resources. Unfortunately, these pampered kids had spent their days eating and sleeping. They knew next to nothing about Jang Yi's actual operations. All they could offer was that Jang Yi had some kind of spatial power and very strong allies. They also mentioned a lazy girl who was a genius hacker, and another girl who was incredibly smart. Her assistant noted that this vague gossip did not help them measure Jang Yi's actual power. Xiao Honglian coldly asked if they had anything else, warning them to think very carefully. She made it clear their lives were on the line. Terrified, the students cried out that their beloved teacher Liang cared about them deeply and would never leave them to die. Losing her patience, Xiao Honglian ordered her guards to throw them into a cell to reflect on their uselessness. She warned that if they did not come up with useful info soon, they would be executed. The assistant then suggested using the prisoners as leverage. Since these students were close to teacher Liang, who lives with Jang Yi, they might serve as the perfect bargaining chips. This hostage situation could force Jang Yi to show his hand. Xiao Honglian questioned the logic of threatening him with these kids, pointing out that in this harsh world, only valuable people are worth saving. She scoffed at the idea of trading anything valuable for a bunch of lazy parasites. In her eyes, anyone who would swap even a single slice of bread for them is a complete fool. Her loyal assistant agreed, but noted that not every woman is as logical as her. He suggested that teacher Liang might have a soft heart and actually care about these useless students. The fact that they were allowed to live near the shelter proves Liang still feels responsible for them. Xiao Honglian wondered if Liang was just an idiot, but decided to try the plan anyway. He ordered her men to contact Jang Yi, slap shock collars on the kids, and throw them into the dungeon. The next morning, Liang announced she was heading out to check on her students. Jang Yi calmly told her to bundle up and stay warm. Of course, our cunning villain already suspected what happened to those bratty students, and he wondered how she would react. He knew she could never be as cold and heartless as him. He just hoped she would not cause a massive headache for him, or he might have to kick her out. Meanwhile, the sweetest, most pure-hearted woman in our story was carrying out her daily routine of bringing food to her ungrateful students. But when she arrived, the village was completely empty. There was no sign of life anywhere. Realizing they had been taken by a powerful enemy force, a panicked Liang ran straight back to Jang Yi. She knew this was no random event. She was the real target, and she could not bear the thought of them dying because of her. Meanwhile, our villain was lazily playing on his phone when she burst in with the news. She breathlessly explained that all her students had vanished. While Chinchin looked genuinely concerned by the sudden news, we all know that our favorite little hacker girl did not care at all. Liang explained that she had searched everywhere without finding a single clue. She suspected that one of the aggressive nearby factions had finally made their move on the area. Jang Yi agreed it was likely, but found it strange that the kidnappers left absolutely no demands. Our sneaky villain wondered aloud if Liang had some secret enemy holding a major grudge. Liang insisted she had no enemies. After subtly teasing her, Jang Yi told her to relax, promising they would solve this together. They just needed to look for clues around the perimeter. They quickly reviewed the security feeds, scanning through hours of footage at high speed to spot any suspicious movement near the shelter. But the screens showed absolutely nothing. With no intruders in sight, their only option was to wait for the kidnappers to make their first move. Jang Yi knew that while 4 major organizations ruled the city, a smaller group could be responsible. Taking direct action right now was impossible. But if the kidnappers went to the trouble of taking Liang's students, they definitely had a bigger plan. All they could do was stay patient. Liang agreed, but she was deeply confused about what she possessed that would make her a target. What could these people possibly want from her that would justify kidnapping innocent kids? Jang Yi suggested they targeted her simply because she is incredibly powerful. This logic only made the sweet, kind-hearted woman feel even worse, blaming herself for her students being taken. Now, as selfish as Jang Yi can be, he is also a master tactician. He gently took her hand, comforting her by promising that her problems were his problems now, and he would keep his word. He assured her he would act the moment they got word. With that smooth move, he earned her deepest gratitude, bringing her just one step closer to finally visiting his private room. By the end of the night, those students are staying put. But our guy warns his 2 lovely ladies that an attack is coming. He gets close, lays a hand down, and reminds them that peace in this frozen wasteland is just an illusion. Fighting is the new normal. He tells his gorgeous team that taking on 2 enemy groups is a walk in the park. But if all the local factions team up against them, yeah, that is a whole different nightmare. That gets Jur asking if he feels any pity for Ling. But our cold-hearted king is completely clueless. Pity? For what? Gear then pushes further, desperately wanting to know if he has any feelings for her. Jang Yi admits he needs her, and sure, being trusted allies sounds great. But first, she has to survive this trial. One look at his terrifyingly grim face, and it is obvious what survival really means. Next, he breaks the bad news to Yu and Chen. Honestly, they already saw this coming. You cannot just delete an entire squad and expect their friends to not come knocking for some classic revenge. Jang Yi is firm. If you want to rule, you have to wipe out every single threat nearby to sleep soundly. Our main character points out that not everyone can be as relaxed as them. Still, no need to panic. Once the enemy tastes his overwhelming power, they will think twice about invading. While his uncle is hyped for another round, Chen is the only one whining about the upcoming battle. Why? Because fighting means less quality time with his beloved inflatable wives. Priorities, right? Suddenly, the sound of an approaching engine cuts the comedy short. They sprint up to the second floor to check it out. Peeking out, they spot a solitary vehicle creeping toward them. Jang Yi aims his sniper rifle, watching a few sketchy guys pull up, shoot a message-bearing arrow straight into his wall, and pull a quick U-turn. They think they can just deliver mail and drive away? No way. Our favorite villain snipes their tire, sending the car flipping through the air. Time to collect the package and interrogate the survivors. Jang Yi leaps from the second floor, landing as smoothly as a feather. Talk about showing off. Those messenger boys picked the worst day to play mailman, and now they are stuck inside a crushed vehicle. Jang Yi casually rolls up riding his giant mutant cat. Majestic. One soldier tries to drag his buddy out, but instantly gives up to save his own skin. A clean sniper shot to the leg stops him cold. Down he goes. Everything is locked down, but then these soldiers do something completely unexpected. They bite down on poison capsules hidden in their teeth to take their secrets to the grave. Talk about extreme loyalty. Now Jang Yi is completely in the dark about their actual goal. To make things weirder, Chun rolls up, looking absolutely goofy, holding the very arrow they fired into the wall. Jang Yi instantly screams at him to freeze. What if it is booby-trapped, you idiot? He orders the chubby guy to slowly let go of the arrow, and then swiftly stores it inside his dimensional space. Inside his pocket dimension, he can analyze everything perfectly. Seriously, this inventory skill is the most broken thing in the entire apocalypse. But since he is still not entirely sure it is safe, Jang Yi tells Chun to throw away his gloves and grab a fresh pair. No shortcuts. Not when there are crazy mutants with weird abilities running around. Later, they head straight to the lab. Jang Yi delivers his latest sketchy sample to their resident doctor. He knows it is just a written letter, but he wants the ink tested for any toxic surprises. Talk about being ultra cautious. Our main character explains that slipping up for even a second gets you killed in this world. His uncle totally agrees. Juko accepts the sample and runs a full chemical analysis. Sure enough, the results are deadly. The arrowhead is covered in poison. If our chubby friend had touched it with bare hands, they would be planning his funeral right about now. The doctor realizes how lethal the tiniest details can be. She points out some writing visible through the glass. It is a virtual communication address, and Xingchen immediately recognizes the format. This address connects directly to the Yanning base. The tech girl confidently asks if she should dial them up. Our main man gives the green light, trusting her completely to keep them unhackable. Leon gets super hyped. These are the exact people who kidnapped her students. It has to be connected. But before they dial, Jang Yi pulls her aside to deliver a quick reality check. He warns her that dealing with these guys is not some friendly chat. Show even a hint of weakness, and they will tear you apart. She needs to keep quiet and just observe. Do not let them know we care about the students. If they think we hold all the cards, we win. She is soft-hearted, but she is no fool. They all assemble in the living room. Xingchen fires up the call. Imagine getting a Discord invite from a post-apocalyptic warlord and his harem. The connection goes through, and a woman appears on the screen, ready to talk business. She asks if he is truly the infamous Jang Yi, ruler of Ju Village and the impenetrable mansion. The woman introduces herself as Xiao Han Lian, commander of the Yangshan District Shelter. She gets right to the point. What happened to the squad she sent to the factory? Did he wipe them out? Our resident villain does not even blink. To him, it was just another Tuesday. Totally natural. This answer absolutely triggers her. She fumes, boasting that in all of Shanghai City, nobody has the guts to challenge her or the sheer might of the Yangshan base. She claims Jang Yi is a dead man walking, but our guy just laughs it off. He casually mentions that the last person who talked that big got turned into a pile of ashes. Specifically, the former leader of the Shan base. But the lady on the screen is not buying the hype. She calls him out, saying everyone knows a missile destroyed that base, not him. She tells him to stop taking credit for a random missile strike. Jang Yi just smiles and asks her a simple question. Why exactly do you think that missile got launched in the first place? Both are trying to flex their power. Our villain warns her that if she plays nice and stays far away, she might actually survive. Otherwise, wiping out another amateur group is child's play. Riding the wave of his own hype, he demands she hand over the prisoners. No tricks, no games, or she will face the consequences. This alpha move makes her absolutely lose her mind. She screams that if he were really that strong, he would rule the city already. To save face, she threatens to send the hostages back, piece by piece. Jang Yi quickly protests, and hearing him panic makes her smug. She thinks she finally found his weakness. This arrogant kid actually cares about these worthless captives. She asks if they have any value, or if she should just execute them right now. Only because Leon is watching does Jang Yi pretend to care and offer to make a deal. Smug as ever, she says she will consider it. Since Jang Yi killed her cousin and her troops, she is holding all the cards. And what she wants in exchange is highly valuable. She wants his massive stockpile. Specifically, the legendary warehouse supplies from before the world froze over. Her demand? Hand over half of everything, and they can call it even. Do that, and she will return the students. But obviously, our protagonist is not an idiot. He flat out refuses. That is a hard pass. Hanian immediately declares war. She warns him he is also in deep trouble with the Cho Yi base. Can he really fight off two massive factions at once? Spoiler alert, her threats do not faze him at all. He confidently tells her she clearly has no idea who she is messing with. If she wants to get crushed, be his guest. His loyal crew watches their leader deliver the ultimate flex. Jang Yi promises 0 survivors if they dare cross his path. As for the students, he claims them as his property and demands she hand them over. Cold, calculated, and classic Jang Yi. The woman spits back that the more he demands them, the worse she will make their lives. They will beg for death. Ling is visibly terrified, but internally, Jang Yi is actually cheering her on. He was practically begging her to do it. Honestly, keeping up this fake concern was getting exhausting. The moment she hangs up, our guy wins an Oscar, instantly dropping the act. He laid it out. No more playing defense, it was time to pack up and go. Jang Yi warned his top fighters that this was nothing like the battle at the Zan base. Their position was terrible for defense, and risking their lives for a fight that wasn't theirs was stupid. Still, the Haram leader was determined to charge in alone while his crew tried to hold him back. They begged him to cool off. Going alone meant certain death. Even Chun whispered that overacting would make him look highly suspicious. Our villain had to play it cool, though he was still furious. He pretended to be the ultimate good guy, desperately wanting to rescue Ling's students. The teacher fell for the act, hook, line, and sinker, comforting her ally and thanking Jang Yi for doing his absolute best. Ling declared that from now on, her personal crusades were hers alone. She would handle this herself. She wore a strange, chilling smile, ready to face whatever came next to find peace for her soul. It felt like she was ready to die just to keep her promise to protect those kids. Juk realized the same thing. Even after putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, Jang Yi could not sway her. Chun joked that while the boss's performance was great, it felt a bit forced. Honestly, anyone who actually knew him would never buy such heroic nonsense coming from his mouth. Everyone knew Jang Yi never fought a losing battle. Still, at least he showed some support. His uncle agreed this mess wasn't his fault. In reality, only Ling actually cared about those useless students. They were incredibly lazy and could not survive on their own. Keeping them around was just a massive burden for both Jang Yi and Ling. His crew knew exactly what our villain was plotting. It might sound selfish, but this group survived because everyone brought top-tier skills to the table. Karen knew Ling was heading for disaster and was sick with worry. Jang Yi ordered them to stop Ling before she did something incredibly stupid. Meanwhile, in her room, the stubborn teacher was clutching her sword, preparing for a final showdown. Shin and Karen rushed in. They desperately tried to make her see reason. Shin confronted the soft-hearted woman, begging to know why she was throwing her life away, leaving her and Karen behind. Aren't they her students too? They had no powers of their own and needed Ling to keep them safe in this brutal world. Ling's heart was completely torn. She wanted to rescue those selfish students, but seeing Shin cry broke her. The girl begged Ling not to act on impulse, pointing out they could still negotiate with the Yangsheng base. Completely swayed by the tears, the soft-hearted teacher agreed to wait. Once they left, Karen asked if it was her or Jang Yi who cared so much about Ling. Shin laughed it off, admitting she just played her. Emotional people are way too easy to manipulate. They get confused and lose control. Shin was determined to keep her here by any means. Honestly, people who constantly try to sacrifice themselves are just plain foolish. Plus, keeping her around was smart. Jang Yi had zero tolerance for freeloaders, so they had to prove their worth. They reported back that the mission was a success. Ling was staying. Our villain smirked, calling it perfect. The poison he slipped them would start working any minute now. Meanwhile, over at the Yangshang base, Xiao Hong Ling received some intriguing intel. A student leaked that Jang Yi had incredibly strong followers. She realized that if she could recruit them, their base's power would skyrocket. Her assistant agreed it was only a matter of time. They needed to shatter Jang Yi's hold over his people. Hong Ling wanted to seize his entire army and resources without ever lifting a finger in actual combat. Going all out was too risky with rival bases watching their every move. Her assistant argued they should storm his fortress, but she believed caution was the far better option. Making no move was better than making a fatal mistake. Instead, she ordered them to film a video to threaten Jang Yi. Meanwhile, our villain was highly amused by his next sinister plan. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The useless hostages started vomiting and collapsing from extreme dizziness. It hit every single one of them at the exact same moment. They immediately recognized the textbook signs of poisoning. But how? There was no way they got poisoned inside their base. The panicked assistant quickly called his leader to report the situation. She demanded to know if they could be saved, but the doctor had terrible news. They had been fed slow-acting poison for days. There was absolutely zero chance of survival. Suddenly, it clicked. This whole thing was a setup. Jang Yi had used these people as bait. It was a massive trap, though the logic of it completely baffled Hong Ling. Jang Yi poisoned them just because he couldn't execute them himself? Either way, she ordered her men to film them while they still drew breath to use them as hostages. Even if they could not blame Jang Yi for the poison, a hostage video was still a powerful leverage. Shortly after, Shin received a call from the rival base. The assistant demanded to know if Jang Yi was ready to trade food for the students' 1 ton of food per head. Our villain watched the brutal hostage footage, completely unfazed. He demanded live proof they were actually breathing before making any deal. The smug assistant scoffed, saying they did not need to prove anything to him. But our villain snapped. He made it clear no proof, no food. He was not trading a single grain of rice for corpses. In truth, he just wanted an excuse to hang up, which he promptly did. Back in the shelter, Jang Yi knew they were already dead. A curious Shin asked how he pulled this off. He revealed he had slipped a rare toxin into their food supply. He warned her to keep it secret and focus on keeping Ling's spirits high. Once the teacher realized they had all gone straight to the grave, she would be completely devastated. Shin was thrilled she would never have to deal with those freeloaders again. Meanwhile, at the Yang base, the assistant reported that the hostages were dead and Jang Yi had rejected the deal. The only option left was war. 2 days later, Jang Yi received another video from the Yang base. Xiao Hongling declared it was an eye for an eye, a total declaration of war. She claimed she took their lives herself to start the battle, promising Jang Yi would soon join them. Despite the graphic threat, our villain didn't blink, watching the screen in absolute calm. He was actually pleased to eliminate the dead weight without dirtying his own hands. But seeing Shin sigh, he realized his little sister was quietly struggling with the grim scene. She despised them, yes, but seeing their corpses brought her no joy. Her heart ached with a deep, creeping dread. She feared that in this lawless world, she might face the same fate. To Jang Yi, those people were worthless, and their deaths meant nothing. But Shin was still just a child. No matter how tough she acted, her heart wasn't completely hardened like his. Pay attention to our villain's promise here, guys. He told her not to worry, because as long as he was breathing, he would make sure she survived too. The girl possessed a brilliant mind, but being wheelchair-bound made her fiercely determined not to be a burden. She swore to become incredibly useful to her brother, especially after seeing the horrific fate of the others. She secretly feared she would be discarded if she couldn't help him in combat. After reassuring her, Jang Yi decided it was time to prepare Ling for the devastating news about her beloved students. Shin was told to mentally prep the teacher, using a calming medicine to steady her nerves. Later, our villain gathered the entire group to reveal the response from the Yangshang base. Ling watched anxiously, hoping it was a trade offer for her students. She was ready to do whatever it took. But when the screen flickered to life, the reality shattered her soul. The sight was pure horror. Their lifeless bodies hung cold, lighter than air. Her mind completely shattered, and she collapsed. Honestly, the crew was far more terrified by her breakdown than the video. Then, Jang Yi explains he gave her sedatives. Classic move, he saw this coming. Now, she just needs some sleep. Even without a direct bond, the crew felt deeply for her, realizing that Liang was a truly devoted teacher, and this tragedy absolutely shattered her. So, our main character carries her off to bed. Now, the girls must watch over her and help soothe her pain. He warns Jukir that the sleeping pills will keep her out for a while. Still, trouble is brewing. A brutal fight with the Yang base is coming, and even the Choi base might join. Fighting two massive military bases at once is going to be a nightmare. They need to stay sharp and stick to their training. Honestly, guys, I love how intense this gets even without massive explosions. It is just great storytelling. But while the bases are plotting, the mysterious snow sect finally makes a move. From miles away, a strange figure unleashes a bizarre psychic ability. This creepy old woman can actually sense spiritual energy from a distance, and what she detects nearly breaks her mind. Someone inside that fortress has a power so monstrously massive, it defies anything she has ever witnessed before. A god among men, right here in the city. See, this granny cannot just view life energy. She can actually force dormant mutants to awaken their hidden abilities. Now, she needs to run back fast to warn the High Priestess about what she just found. This target might literally be a god walking the earth. Meanwhile, over at the Yang base headquarters, a shady new guest arrives. This guy claims he actually knows Jang Yi and used to work under him. Back then, Jang Yi hired his firm to build the ultimate safe house. Because of that, he knows the entire layout inside out. Yes, this is the very salesman who helped our hero at the start of the series. They were never friends, but his inside info is gold. Now, he is gladly selling out Jang Yi to the Yang base. He is ready to lead the raid. In exchange, Hongan promises him a team leader position. They honestly think our favorite villain is just holed up in a basic armored department. Oh, this will be hilarious. I cannot wait for them to get absolutely wrecked. The traitor boasts that with heavy-duty tools, he knows exactly where to slice the steel walls to break inside. It sounds perfect, but Hongan has doubts. If breaking in is that easy, why did the mighty Sixen base fail so miserably? Why did they not just blow it sky high? The lady is clever. She suspects Jang Yi's true shield is not the reinforced concrete, but his own monstrous powers. Maybe his crew was so incredibly strong that they wiped out the Sixen army and counterattacked them. Fearing a trap, Hongan decides not to raid the shelter alone, reaching out to a rival faction instead. She contacts their leader, Wei Dinghai, warning him that Jang Yi is a beast who crushed the Sixen troops single-handedly. Fighting him alone is suicide. So, she proposes a joint alliance to bring him down. But Wei Dinghai is a proud guy. He wonders why two top-tier leaders even need backup for one man. She fires back that pride is a fast way to get killed, and taking risks is foolish. She suggests that if they team up, they can pull the heavy-hitting Qingpu base into the mix too. Sharing the danger makes the most sense, and the loot will still be massive. Wei Dinghai is impressed by her clever, cautious planning and agrees to the deal. He only has one greedy condition. He wants first dibs on all the fuel for his transport ships. Meanwhile, we cut to the Qingpu base, an industrial powerhouse run entirely by hardened factory workers and their cold-hearted leader. This guy loves relaxing by feeding his pet wolves. He tosses a scrap of bread, amused as they tear each other apart for it. Suddenly, a scout reports that the Yang base boss wants to chat. She did not state her business, and while he hates dealing with outsiders, curiosity gets the better of him. He picks up. Now, let us look at the Qingpu base. It turns out, the boss's sweet, innocent daughter is guarded by a massive, terrifying mutant wolf. Even though he is a ruthless dictator to his men, he is a total softie for his little girl. Warmly tells her to bundle up tight before playing in the freezing snow. Honestly, I have a feeling this giant beast is going to clash with our hero's overpowered mutant kitten very soon. Place your bets now. Back in the office, the messenger has been sweating for hours, waiting for the boss. Finally, the leader answers the call, asking what Hongan wants. She does not play around. He drops the bombshell. The Sixen base has been completely wiped off the map. This is old news to the Qingpu chief, and frankly, he does not care since their territory is too far. He suggests they can just split the vacant land later. But Hongan cuts him off. It is not that simple. The entire zone is now controlled by a terrifyingly powerful new player. This guy has already slaughtered soldiers from both the Yang base and Wei Dinghai's camp. Hongan explains that while his squad is tiny, every single member is an elite mutant super soldier. On top of that, his bunker is tougher than a real military fort. The Sixen base did not stand a ghost of a chance. Hearing this, the Qingpu leader realizes this is serious. He points out that marching troops across freezing wastelands just to fight in hostile territory could wipe out a third of his army before the battle even begins. And that is her exact point. They must launch a massive, coordinated strike. The Chaoyang and Yangshan bases are already locked in. The moment Qingpu signs up, the hunt begins. But wait, there is even more to this plan. Once the three major factions unite, the zealots of the Snow Temple will join the party too. The four strongest armies in the city are teaming up to crush one guy and split the spoils. He cannot bear the thought of missing out on all that sweet loot. Still, he asks a smart question. What if they cannot even pierce the shelter? That is when Hongan plays her ace card. She reveals that her new recruit is the exact builder who designed the fortress. He knows every single weak point. Yet, despite the perfect setup, the Qingpu chief still hesitates to jump in. Hongan tells him to take his time, but reminds him that this is a gold mine they cannot afford to ignore. She ends the call and forwards him the detailed dossier on their mysterious target. Looking over the files, the leader freezes. A wild grin spreads across his face as he mutters that this cannot be a coincidence. Meanwhile, far away, we visit the icy snow sect base. The spy they sent to scout out Jang Yi has finally returned with shocking news. Prostrating herself, the old woman begs the high priestess to believe her. This mysterious man possesses the power of a literal god. He might actually be the chosen champion of the heavens. The priestess thanks her and sends her away, but her mind is racing. If this guy really is that strong, everyone has severely underestimated him. The priestess realizes that even if the four bases band together, they will get absolutely slaughtered. So, instead of fighting a losing battle, she decides they should try to ally with him instead. Meanwhile, back at his cozy fortress, our favorite villain gets a random text from an old high school buddy. To his surprise, Jang Yi actually remembers the guy and asks how life is treating him. The classmate boasts that he is now running the massive steel plant in the city. If that is true, then his old friend, Xing Tian, is literally the leader of the Qingpu base. He is terrible at texting though, so he just calls Jang Yi directly. Jang Yi laughs, pointing out that the Qingpu boss goes by the name Xing Tian now, meaning he must have changed his name. The guy chuckles, saying Xing Tian just sounds way cooler. Our hero knows this connection is a massive win, and asks why he is calling out of the blue. Turns out, his buddy just wanted to catch up. Back in school, Xing Tian was kind of a nerd and definitely not as popular as Jang Yi. But life is crazy. Who knew they would both end up as powerful warlords in the apocalypse? They plan to meet up eventually, but first, it is time for some real talk. Xing Tian warns him that the Yang and Chaoyang bases want his head, and they are begging Qingpu to join the raid. They think a four-way alliance will destroy him. But thanks to this call, our hero is already 10 steps ahead of them. Jang Yi casually asks if this call is an official declaration of war. Xing Tian scoffs, pointing out that in this apocalypse, people do not warn you before they strike. He just wanted a nostalgic chat. The real motive? Xing Tian wants a favor to sit this conflict out. If Jang Yi coughs up 10 tons of food, he will stay home. This ridiculous demand leaves our resident villain completely speechless. This guy is seriously bold to demand that much during an icy apocalypse. To anyone else, 10 tons is an impossible fortune. But to Jang Yi, that is basically just a single shelf from his Walmart heist. But to avoid showing off his massive stash, Jang Yi plays it cool and says he needs time. After all, demanding that much food instantly is crazy. Our villain gets one day to make his final decision. After hanging up, Jang Yi starts calculating. 10 tons is actually a joke compared to what he looted from the Shishan base. Honestly, he has so much random food lying around that donating it is nothing. But can he actually trust this guy? To play it safe, our MC decides to offer half of the food up front and the rest after the battle. This way, he can prepare for total war without getting scammed. With his plan set, Jang Yi gathers his crew for a strategic meeting. Looking closely at the battlefield, things might not be as terrible as they look. While the four factions seem united on paper, they are not. They all secretly distrust each other. Right now, the only factions truly itching for a fight are the Yangqing and Shu Yu forces. Uncle Yu chimes in, pointing out their biggest and most glaring issue. He warns that they are heavily outnumbered. If they try to defend every corner, they will get crushed. But Jang Yi confidently counters, explaining that the massive snow actually forces the enemy into one path. Because of the deep snowdrifts, the enemy can only attack from a single direction. That is exactly where they will focus their firepower. Our villain outlines his plan, making one crucial thing very clear. The goal isn't to wipe them out, but to scare them so badly they retreat. Once they are terrified, he will negotiate. However, Chun Chun raises a concern, believing the enemy might still break their outer line. Even if it takes all three enemy armies, they might eventually breach the outer perimeter, forcing the crew back into the shelter. She fears they have special tricks up their sleeves to crack the building's defenses. If the enemy gets past the walls, they will surround the house from all angles. Karen completely agrees with this worrying theory. Chun Chun adds that with such a massive army, the attackers definitely have hidden tricks. They probably brought serious heavy machinery and some highly dangerous mutants to tear down their walls. The stakes are incredibly high, but Jang Yi calmly shrugs, saying any unexpected problem will just be solved with raw power. Before they can even finish the meeting, the white cat suddenly senses someone approaching the base. Jang Yi raises an eyebrow. He definitely was not expecting guests today. Who on earth could it be? Looking closer, he realizes it is just a single person. Grabbing his golden weapon, he goes to check. Peering through his binoculars, he spots an old lady from the snow cult walking up entirely alone. He knows that anyone surviving out here alone and in perfect condition is incredibly dangerous. Suddenly, Uncle Yu freaks out. He recognizes her as the very same old woman who visited the residential building earlier. She was the one who granted Lin Jian his mutated powers in the Yulu neighborhood. However, this only raises more questions. Jang Yi has absolutely no clue what this mysterious cult wants from him now. Qinshan suggests that if they want to sabotage the enemy alliance, this is a golden opportunity. If this cult actually has any real value, they will only find out by talking to her first. Our villain orders the chubby one to go out and speak with her through a megaphone. Understandably terrified, the poor guy whines that he is by far the weakest member of the entire group, but Jang Yi calls him out, pointing out that his ice powers actually make him extremely strong in this frozen world. He promises to protect him, keeping a sniper aimed right at her forehead. He just needs to prevent her from getting close to their defenses. Wanting to keep their layouts hidden, Fatty Chen nervously heads out. The old lady, also known as the Blue-Eyed Dragon, introduces herself. She instantly recognizes that he isn't the real Jang Yi. This confirms she came explicitly for RMC. Uncle Yu warns that she has the unique ability to perceive people's innate potential and talents. She used this exact power to awaken Lin Jian. Jang Yi is genuinely impressed, saying how well her talent would pair with the cult leader's holy water. What a perfect combination. He then instructs Chen. He orders Chen to say that the boss has no interest in seeing her. Any message she brought must be delivered through him. The old lady is deeply amused by how incredibly paranoid our protagonist is. She reveals that she was sent directly by their leader with a vital warning. In 3 days, a massive coalition from Yangqing, Chaoyang, and Xingtian's faction will launch a brutal assault on his shelter. She cheerfully calls those invaders miserable sinners for wanting to attack this beautiful home. Chen is genuinely startled by her wild, fanatical words. She goes on to declare that their gods only spread love across the land. Since these evil invaders must be stopped, the Snow Sect wants to help. Hearing this, Jang Yi flashes his signature, delightfully wicked grin. This plays right into his hands. In this frozen city, the 4 major factions have absolutely zero unity. They only cooperate for mutual benefit, meaning they are constantly prepared to betray each other. The more he divides them, the easier they will be to crush individually. Speaking through Chen, he mockingly asks if this ice cream cult is also joining the assault. She immediately corrects him, stating they are the Snow Sect, not ice cream. She claims their sole mission is fighting evil and spreading pure love, and helping him will bring ultimate peace. She adds that the other factions desperately fear their growing influence, just like they fear him. They are all being oppressed by brutal tyrants, so they must band together to resist the absolute hegemony of these power-hungry groups. Unimpressed by the speech, our villain demands concrete proof of their sincerity before signing any alliance. The old priestess smiled, fully expecting Jang Yi to be this incredibly cautious. Because of this, she brought a special gift he will absolutely adore, a sacred item called Ice Soul. The team instantly wonders what this strange object does. She explains its power is actually very straightforward. It can trigger standard humans to awaken their inner essence, turning them into mutants. For existing mutants, it unlocks hidden potential, boosting their overall power. The old lady then claims that a powerful guy like Jang Yi must already understand this concept of upgrading abilities. Naturally, he does not buy her mysterious claims and bluntly demands the absolute truth from her. But she stands her ground, swearing that this Ice Soul essence is perfectly safe with zero side effects. In fact, all 4 major bases have already used it, which is how they earned their recognition. If this holds up, Jang Yi is looking at an unbelievable opportunity. He immediately orders Qinshan to search through the captured Jishan base files to see if there is any record of this. She reports that the files do mention Jishan base, developing mutants using a mysterious energy source. According to their notes, this substance is exactly what allowed them to clone and replicate mutant abilities. The files prove the major bases all wanted Ice Soul to breed mutants. These cells contain no toxic substances and cannot be secretly manipulated once inside a host. This means the crazy cult lady was actually telling the absolute truth. Since this is a massive win, Jang Yi instructs Chen to ask if standard, unawakened humans can use it. He is still highly skeptical of something this perfect. The priestess explains that results entirely depend on a person's latent potential, so she warns to test it on outsiders first. Chen then asks if her sect is not worried that Jang Yi will just pocket the gift and reject their alliance. But the Snow Sect is playing the long game here. They know the other factions will attack regardless. Making Jang Yi stronger so he can slaughter more of their mutual enemies is a massive win for them. She then reveals their plan. Her clan will pretend to join the massive coalition force. They will launch a fake joint attack, but the moment an opening appears, they will ruthlessly stab the other bases in the back. This shady deal makes Jang Yi a little uneasy, but his pragmatism always beats his morals. He agrees to work with them. So, what exactly does the Snow Sect want from him? The lady only asks for one thing: the right to preach her divine snow religion in his territory. This goal makes absolutely no sense to our guy. Just recruiting followers? Really? Jang Yi agrees. If that is all they want, he is down. With this deal sealed, he secures King Poo's neutrality and officially turns the Snow Sect into his new ally. Things are getting spicy. Chen approaches the door, asking if it is even safe to bring the package inside. Jang Yi simply sucks the box right into his pocket dimension. From his dimensional space, he senses that the contents inside are not dangerous. Deciding to take a rare gamble, he opens the box to inspect the mysterious object directly. Inside are spheres that look just like ice. Could these actually unlock superhuman abilities? He finds it hard to believe things could be this easy. But if they really work, then what? If this has the same effect as it did on Lin Jian, he cannot ignore it. Unlike that hero though, Jang Yi only cares about using this power-up to benefit himself. With these 2 ice crystals, he can create 2 new mutants. Naturally, his harem of girls is already surrounding him, eagerly waiting to see who gets to be the lucky test subject. One of his wives immediately steps up, asking who gets injected first. Jang Yi warns the ladies that everyone who used this before suffered bad side effects, and he does not believe in miracles. To play safe, he wants to test the first orb on a stranger. But check this out, guys. Despite his warnings, Young Mi boldly steps up to be his lab rat. As soon as she says that, the rest of the harem chimes in, wanting to do it too. But since our fiery redhead shows the most determination, she gets the green light. She is absolutely thrilled. Out of all the girls without powers, Young Mi feels like the most useless in a fight. And honestly, our cold-hearted main character's next words are kind of savage. He says that since this is just a test, he is glad it is on someone insignificant. Brutal. Next, Jang Yi warns everyone not to trust King Poo or the Snow Sect at all. Betrayal is highly likely. Because of this, our leader declares they must prepare for war on all fronts. That way, if things hit the fan, they will not be caught off guard. Later on, it is time to fuse the orb with Yang Mi. He presses it to her forehead, and the reaction is wild. The ice ball sprouts tentacles, wrapping right around her face. The massive surge of energy immediately knocks the poor girl out. Jang Yi tasks Gucci with monitoring her, telling her to inject tranquilizers if she wakes up acting crazy. Gucci obeys, but she looks pretty downcast. Our boy is easily one of the sharpest leads out there. He tells her she is foolish if she thinks he spared her just to favor Young Mi. He explains he was actually terrified of the dangerous side effects, which is why he kept her away from it. To Gucci, this basically sounds like a straight-up romantic confession. He points out that as their star doctor, she is far more valuable than any mutant. Young Mi, however, is a different story. She desperately needed a chance to prove her worth. With that smooth talk, he charms his main wife. Now, let us see what his next move is, as he calls King Poo to suggest a little tweak to their agreement. He offers to double the food King Poo requested. In exchange, King Poo must send troops to assist the Yangsheng, Chaoyu, and Snow Sect bases. Naturally, the leader has no clue what is going on. I mean, the guy already admitted he is illiterate and not the sharpest tool in the shed. Jang Yi tells him he does not need to understand. Just show up and play along on the battlefield. Even scratching his brain, King Poo cannot fathom how this helps more than just staying home. But hey, free food with 0 downsides? He accepts and immediately sets up a crew to collect. Jang Yi promises to pay 1/3 up front, and the rest once the war is over. With the terms set, he hangs up. Our boy now has deals with 2 out of the 4 factions. Still, he is not ruling out the worst-case scenario where everyone teams up to destroy him. If they do, he will happily abandon his outer base and retreat into his impenetrable underground bunker. Out there, his defenses are absolute, and if it comes to that, he will make sure those betrayers pay the ultimate price. Suddenly, a knock on his door breaks his train of thought. It is news that Young Mi is finally awake. Jang Yi rushes over with Zhou Kei to her room, finding Young Mi sitting up, heavily panting. Honestly, she looks like she is having some very spicy thoughts. Jang Yi is immediately worried about any horrible side effects, but despite our redhead's wild expression, her vitals are totally stable and out of danger. He gently asks how she is feeling. He asks if she can tap into her new powers yet. The girl concentrates, trying to feel her new ability, and replies that she can. Make food. Yes, you heard that right, guys. Apparently, Her destiny is straight-up housewife duty. Her special food completely restores the energy of anyone who eats it. She is super bummed, though, thinking she is still useless for actual combat. Jang Yi shocks her by explaining that this is incredibly overpowered. If she can instantly restore their energy, they can fight forever. Our favorite villain then tells his main wife to give her some space. He treats her so gently, telling her to rest up today and show off her real potential tomorrow. As he carries her bridal style, he smiles, knowing this power-up is an absolute win. He is thrilled with the upgrade, and she is loving all the sweet, pampered attention. The next day, Jang Yi makes a call, telling his ally to meet him directly on his turf. The ally is anxious, but our favorite villain reminds him that he is the one under siege here. Totally confident, Jang Yi heads to Chen's village, which is now completely abandoned. Soon, Xingtian arrives with his battle army. Leading the charge is his badass daughter, riding a massive, imposing giant wolf. Our team's resident cat girl immediately gets aggressive, hissing at the beast. Xingtian's daughter tells her Twilight Wolf to keep it cool. Xingtian steps forward, laughing that he never expected them to meet like this after 10 long years apart. He is genuinely happy to see Jang Yi, and our boy agrees, welcoming his old classmate. Xingtian remarks on how Jang Yi used to be a nobody in high school, yet now runs this town. Jang Yi hands over the food as payment. Delighted, Xingtian tells him he will not regret this deal, promising that partnering with the Qingwu base is the best move he could make. Our cheeky villain then asks if Xingtian remembers the time he fought with the neighboring class. His ally laughs, recalling it was because the prettiest girl in school had a crush on Jang Yi. Exactly. Jang Yi grins, remembering how 5 guys jumped him. Knowing he could not win, he singled out their loudest talker and knocked out 3 of his teeth before they beat him down. That is his point. Jang Yi warns him that if he takes the food and breaks the deal, he will gladly sacrifice his own life just to drag Xingtian down to hell with him. Looking dead serious, our badass lead hopes the Qingwu base keeps their end of the bargain. Xingtian, confident in his own strength, replies that loyalty is his entire life code. He promises to go all out when the time comes. Jang Yi nods, saying he also wants to avoid hurting his old classmates. With the meeting finished, both squads head off to prepare for battle. Uncle Yu warns that those guys might still betray them when things get messy. However, Jang Yi is confident that Xingtian's solid character has not changed one bit, even after 10 years. So what do we take from this? Xingtian just has to sit back, let the war play out, and walk away with the ultimate prize. Getting in the car, our favorite villain knows betrayal is always on the table, so preparation is key. Honestly, guys, I am so hyped for this. Meanwhile, back at home, Youngmi brags that she finally mastered her food-making powers, inviting him for a taste. Karen already tried it and loved it, though she might be craving a different kind of snack, like Jang Yi himself. Also, those watermarks are totally ruining the best views. Anyway, Liang is magically cured of her depression and looking cheerful, making Jang Yi wonder if this is all because of Yangmi's cooking. Turns out, it is not a joke. This food actually restores energy, cures debuffs, and boosts focus like a cheat code. She hands him a bowl to try, but our paranoid lead tests it on his kitten first, just in case. The cat absolutely loves it, so he finally takes a bite himself. And wow, it is actually incredible. And the kitten agrees. Once he finishes the soup, he asks if these stat boosts eventually wear off. She has not tested the duration yet, but she knows that fresh food gives the ultimate buff. Naturally, he decides to hoard a massive stash of her meals in his infinite warehouse. But while our main character is enjoying his feast, at home, his enemies are plotting a massive, final raid against their biggest threat. One assistant is sweating bullets because their flag fell down this morning, a classic bad omen. But the leader, Hungen, laughs it off as silly superstition, even though the kid disagrees. Honestly, this is the first time since the apocalypse that they have mobilized such a massive army. The future of the entire Yangshan base is on the line. Still, Hungen refuses to believe a tiny shelter with less than 10 people can survive the city's combined forces. She is totally confident, claiming the power of the 4 great families is absolute. But the assistant actually has a very good point. What if their allies are totally useless? She just laughs at that. Obviously, they are snakes, but everyone loves an easy target to bully. Especially one that has been getting way too much attention lately. On that point, they both agree. There is no way they can lose today. She tells him he is just being paranoid, and promises a special celebration after they win. She even hints at showing him some other rewards later. Yeah, I think we all know what kind of celebration she means. Meanwhile, back at the coziest shelter in town, our favorite mastermind gets a call from his spies revealing the exact attack time. Now that he knows they are striking at 2 p.m., Jang Yi is completely prepared, and so is his squad. He hands Teacher Lang a special weapon he acquired, telling her to use it. With that, everyone moves out to their defensive positions. Jang Yi knows he is best as a long-range sniper and tactician. His 4 top fighters hold the front lines, waiting for his orders. Inside the base, the ladies prepare to do their part. Shui is on medical duty, Yang Mi is cooking buff food, and Qinchin is ready to control Karen's automated turrets. If anyone gets close, she will blast them. Qinchin is actually super excited about this. She cannot wait to take out the bad guys herself and prove she is useful to her beloved big brother. As they disperse, he warns everyone that this fight could be a sprint or a marathon. Either way, their lives are on the line. After this pep talk to his harem, he climbs up to his sniper nest. Secured behind bulletproof glass with his trusty rifle and endless ammo, he commands Qinchin over the radio to raise the defensive shutters. Looking through his scope, he checks on his team. Jang Yi notes, they only have 2 main tasks today, and once done, they can all retreat back inside. Right on, cue, the enemy convoy appears on the horizon 5 kilometers away. The leader of the Caillou base realizes the other factions are late, so he decides to move his siege trucks up to the walls immediately. His second-in-command laughs at the shelter's ice walls, claiming their heavy weapons will blow right through them. Plus, this is a dream setup for Wei since he has ice powers. The more ice around, the stronger he gets. The boss is totally confident he can crush Jang Yi. But just as his men are setting up their weapon to blast the ice wall, a bullet strikes one of them right between the eyes. Talk about instant karma. Before anyone can even yell for cover, another soldier takes a bullet straight to the heart. Wei immediately sounds the alarm, but how do you fight back against a sniper you cannot even see? Bullets are literally raining down on them from nowhere. Their own sniper tries to scan the walls, but there is absolutely nobody there. He spends a few seconds searching, only for Jang Yi to send another deadly hint. Realizing his men are being picked off like flies, Wei starts panicking. He conjures a thick ice fog to hide his troops. Watching the mist rise, Jang Yi hilariously compares Wei's ability to someone hugging an anime waifu pillow. He is not worried at all, knowing the guy cannot hold this skill forever. Indeed, Wei is already feeling the strain, desperately yelling at his assistant to pinpoint the shooter. The assistant quickly points toward the far side of the shelter. But when they realize the shots are coming from over 3 kilometers away, they are completely terrified. Wei immediately orders a full retreat out of the sniper's insane range. The panicked soldiers try to use the snowy terrain as cover as they fall back. But the moment they step out of the fog, one of their truck tires gets sniped, leaving them completely stranded. The soldiers inside start screaming for help on the radio. They know once the mist clears, Jang Yi will turn them into Swiss cheese. They beg their leader for backup, terrified of getting extra breathing holes in their chests. Wei tells his assistant to slow down so they can rescue the stranded squad. The men ditch their ride and sprint toward him, clinging to the fading fog. Too bad for them, because Jang Yi clearly has aimbot active, dropping them one by one. Wei yells at them to keep running. Only the lucky ones survive. The wounded are left behind. Feeling bad for the grunts, Wei's assistant leaps from the vehicle. He stands in front of them, activating his strength enhancement power like a true loyal shield. Honestly, his defense is almost as solid as your love for your waifu. He deflects a few shots, but Jang Yi's custom ammo hits like a truck, hurting him badly. Meanwhile, our main character keeps firing until they flee beyond his range. He figures out they are just waiting for the main army to regroup before launching a full assault. He radios his squad, letting them know he just racked up dozens of kills and forced a retreat, though they will definitely be back with reinforcements. Chun is totally amazed. He asks what his epic kills-to-deaths ratio is. Jang Yi just smirks, saying sniping is his bread and butter. If they actually manage to breach the walls, they will have a real fight. But he calmly notes he can always unleash his space powers up close, so he is totally chill. Meanwhile, Wei is horrified to hear that they have already lost over 35 men. Plus, 1 vehicle is destroyed, and 3 others are ruined. This is a disastrous start. Jang Yi's forces are no joke. Having such a deadly sniper is a massive headache. Wei wonders if there are top-tier mutants appearing in Tianhai City, but concludes that everyone must face this. Jang Yi must have trash defense, Wei reasoned. He told his men that once they stormed inside, that annoying sniper would be totally blind. But his assistant was definitely not buying this. That sniper was honestly giving main character vibes, way too scary for a head-on charge. So his right-hand man suggested a classic flank, sneaking around back to dodge his line of sight. Wei liked the idea, but wanted to play it slow. He ordered them to find a temporary hiding spot first, leaving Jin super confused since Jang Yi already knew their exact location. But Wei was just being a petty troll, wanting Hong Lian to get blasted by that sniper too. If he was suffering, everyone else had to suffer. Soon enough, Hong Lian's army rolled up. He was instantly welcomed by a barrage of lead. But surprisingly, her loyal werewolf subordinate managed to deflect the shots. Our main character finally found a toy worth playing with. Even the Twilight werewolf was shocked at how far away this shooter was. After locking eyes with the furry mutant, Jang Yi just laughed and kept pulling the trigger. Sniping is easy. Pressing a button is way easier than blocking 1,000 bullets. And soon the big wolf was covered in bruises. He was reaching his limit, but at least their missiles were ready. Their heavy artillery was locked on our boy. Within seconds, the first massive rocket screamed towards the shelter. A normal wall would have been absolutely obliterated by this thing. Too bad, Jang Yi literally cheats. He opened his giant pocket dimension and just swallowed the rocket whole. Then, the panic set in as he prepared to send it back. The terrified soldiers screamed to fire everything they had left, knowing they were dead meat if they hesitated. So they launched a massive, coordinated barrage all at once. They felt pretty good about it, until the entire barrage vanished into thin air again. Jang Yi laughed at their confusion, preparing to show them how useless their tactics were. He spat their own rockets right back at them, bringing absolute chaos. Now, the poor werewolf had to upgrade from catching bullets to literally deflecting exploding missiles with his bare hands. The explosive impacts shook the earth, barely missing their rides but leaving massive craters. Our werewolf hero was completely out of breath, suffering from major physical burnout after that stunt. Worried about her furry bodyguard, Hong Lian quickly ordered a full retreat. The panicking soldiers popped smoke grenades to block the sniper's line of sight, trying to scramble away. They hopped in their vehicles to run like scared little mice. But our main character wasn't letting them off easy, calling them cowards just like Wei's pathetic squad. He rained lead all over their fleeing cars until they finally got out of range. Hong Lian realized this guy's ego was totally backed up by actual power. Once safe, she started thinking, this base had a hacker sniper and some insane rocket reflection defense. Whether it was one overpowered monster or a duo, both of those abilities were honestly nightmare fuel. No wonder a tiny squad of survivors could take on the entire Zashan base. Her deep thoughts were interrupted by Ting, who asked what the game plan was now. They had enough bombs to level the walls, but they were stuck 7 kilometers away with no cover. Hong Lian decided to pause, wanting the other factions to act as cannon fodder first. Let them trigger the sniper traps and drain his energy. She gave Wei a ring, asking for his location. Wei lied, claiming he was still on his way and asking if she arrived. She played along, saying she was miles away but moving fast. Both of these toxic leaders were totally lying, hoping the other would run face first into the sniper's line of fire. While these selfish bosses were busy playing mind games to balance their losses, our boy Jang Yi was happily farming kills and boosting his total score. Chun suggested their boss wipe out as many mutated beasts as possible during the chaos. Jang Yi agreed, telling them he always goes all out and expects the same from his team. Those beefy mutants were too tanky for basic bullets anyway, though the normal grunts were barely worth his effort. But then, he revealed he let them see his powers on purpose. By showing off, he made them too scared to use their heavy artillery. This guaranteed his massive 10-meter ice walls would stay safe, keeping his fortress nice and cozy. Breaking through those giant frozen barriers would be a nightmare. Wearing a sneaky grin, he waited for his next victims, who showed up right on cue as the ice worshippers. Now, 3 major armies had gathered, leaving only the Qingpu faction missing. Uncle Yu got curious, asking if those snowy cultists from the other base were supposed to be friendly helpers. If they joined the raid, did they need to die? Jang Yi basically said business is business. Even allies get blasted if they cross his personal boundary line. Uncle Yu was practically drooling to test his new toy. Meanwhile, Mayim arrived with her crazy cult followers, prepping a backdoor attack to see if our boy was actually worthy of surviving. If he failed, her sect would happily join the dog pile. At the same time, Tien was marching his own squad over, deeply intrigued by our main character's weird team-up request. He ordered his soldiers to keep their hands off the base unless he gave the word. Their job today was strictly spectator mode. Meanwhile, Hong Lian got the update. All 4 armies were officially in position, ready to launch a massive 4-way assault with Tien taking the rear. But Wei pointed out there was a giant mountain back there. How could they climb that? Tien joked that his giant wolf would make it an easy stroll, letting them surprise the target. Hong Lian chimed in to warn everyone about the scary sniper, plus that annoying defender who literally sends attacks back. Wei nodded, crying inside about his lost troops. They agreed to coordinate and strike together at exactly 2:30. As they moved in, Qin Shen called to report a surprise army scaling the mountain. Jang Yi realized it was Tien, laughed because the guy was a coward, and told her to ignore him. He told her to focus entirely on the main front. Soon, the countdown hit 0 and the vehicles rushed forward. But this time, they were swarming in from literally every angle. This multi-directional push was actually kind of annoying, so our boy decided to bring out the big guns. He called Qin Shen and gave the order to activate their secret weapons. She had been dying to press that button all day. Within seconds, heavy automated turrets popped out from the frozen walls, catching the invaders completely off guard. They opened fire, raining a massive wall of lead upon the advancing troops. Vehicles were detonating left and right, turning the entire snowy battlefield into a chaotic war zone. Mium was absolutely shaking in her boots, seeing this tech. While her top guy realized this was a death trap, Honglian was equally stunned, immediately recognizing where those guns came from. Those heavy artillery units belonged to the elite Shishi base. This meant Jang Yi had somehow robbed them blind. Shaking off the shock, Honglian tried to regain her composure. She ordered her crew to spread out and keep pushing forward. She figured it was just basic snow and ice, meaning they could easily smash through if they just got close enough. Taking down that barrier was their only ticket inside. As the battle turned into absolute madness, Tien watched from safety and decided it was time to fake some effort. He literally ordered his troops to start shooting at the sky. When one confused soldier asked if they were fighting birds, Tien smacked his helmet, telling him to just shoot. He warned them that those clouds looked super threatening. The guy was determined to keep his promise to Jang Yi, ensuring none of his shots actually did any real damage. On the battlefield, the fire intensifies and bodies keep dropping. Hongian realizes they are outmatched and contacts the other leaders, crying that Jang Yi's firepower is too insane for her to reach his defense line. Wei suggests they team up to smash the massive ice wall. Honglin agrees, knowing that if they shatter that barrier, they can win since Jang Yi is garbage close up. Wei offers to lead the charge directly into the defense line, while Hongan and her soldiers provide cover. She agrees instantly, ordering her troops to draw Jang Yi's deadly fire to help him. They have to block those crazy shots, so Wei has a clean shot at the line. Right on cue, Wei leaps from his ride, activates his giant ice shield, and charges forward fearlessly. With Hongian's troops drawing fire, this guy literally starts swimming through the snow to avoid defending. Talk about weird tactics. Either way, you and I are about to see him reach the barrier. Boom! One massive strike from his overpowered ice shield, and the barrier completely shatters. This plays out right before Otaku and Uncle Yu, who instantly realize a brutal brawl is about to start. The barrier is gone, and the invasion is officially on. Wei's soldiers start pouring into the gap on his command. To make even more room for his army, Wei clears out the remaining ice. He literally dissolves the rest of the wall in seconds. Even Jang Yi is shocked. Recognizing that Wei's ice magic makes Otaku's pillow-loving skills look like a total joke, Jang Yi warns everyone. Suddenly, Wei's danger senses scream. He barely dodges a lethal strike at the very last microsecond by jerking his head back. But he does not walk away completely untouched from this attack. The heavy impact knocks him flat, forcing him to draw his dragon sword. He's badly hurt and completely rattled. Since his ice shield got pierced, he sinks straight into the deep snow to escape. He tries to flee, but Otaku uses his powers to yank him right back out of the ground. Wei has to break free and jump. That's when Liang charges in with her sword, determined to kill. She is so blindingly fast that he cannot dodge, taking a nasty hit. Bleeding out, he admits he had no idea Zhang's crew had such a monstrous swordsman. He thought this would be easy. With the barrier broken, he decides to slip away alone. His job is done anyway. The path to the palace is wide open for his troops. But seeing the massive wave of incoming soldiers, Liang gets furious. She charges straight into the army without fear. Otaku tries to hold her back, but Jang Yi knows she's fueled by rage over her lost students. He tells them to let her fight. They'll guard the barrier while she goes wild. Seizing the moment, Hongian unleashes a torrent of fire, taking full advantage of the fact that Jang Yi's squad is completely distracted by the wall. She orders her troops to storm the barrier, led by their tanky werewolf commander. Meanwhile, Jen frantically tries to conjure a fresh ice wall. While the weird kitten-dog hybrid starts screaming its lungs out, that sonic meow bark completely deafens the charging soldiers, slowing them down and buying Jen precious seconds. And that's exactly when Uncle Yu decides it's his time to shine. He grabs his machine guns and goes full Rambo, making the poor enemy soldiers go completely numb. Meanwhile, Liang is so consumed by pure rage that she leaps past the barrier to hunt. She carves a path of absolute destruction through the battlefield. Suddenly, a pair of razor-sharp claws lunges at her with terrifying speed. She is shocked by the velocity, but reactively prepares to block. With a swift flick of her blade, she easily blocks the strike. It is the angry werewolf leader. He roars that he won't let her chop up his loyal boys like salad. Facing a real challenge, Liang goes absolute Super Saiyan with fury, channeling all her power. The werewolf just licks his chops, finding it interesting. He knows she is as cold as ice. Figuring the best defense is a savage offense, he leaps forward to strike. But Liang stands completely still, a cold-blooded assassin waiting for the perfect split-second opening to counter. The instant his guard drops slice, she clean cuts the werewolf's arm off, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. She doesn't even let him process the pain, unleashing a blinding flurry of slashes. This wolf is about to get turned into soup. Liang is getting sweet, bloody revenge for her students. Meanwhile, Yu runs dry on ammo, just as a weird rubbery mutant wraps around him. With Yu completely pinned, Floor unleashes a deafening sonic blast that rattles both of them. But Yu has insane healing and pain tolerance. He shrugs it off and grabs the rubber mutant tight. Before he can crush him, Jang Yi broadcasts an absolute order. Everyone fall back to the shelter. Liang grabs her trophy and retreats, with the rest following suit. From afar, Jang Yi spots some weird enemies. These ice worshippers are just standing there, completely still. Weirded out by this, Jang Yi tells Qinshan to blast them with heavy artillery. They take heavy hits until Megam throws up a shield. Absolutely furious, she screams that their time is coming. Megam yells at her crew to fall back to safety, and they scramble inside the smoke-filled base. Back inside, Uncle Yu has a question. He asks if they are abandoning the upper floors to hide underground. Jang Yi tells him to chill, there is no rush. This shelter is built like an absolute fortress. It won't break that easily, but their chat is cut short by a roaring engine. Looking out, they see a massive excavator rumbling forward, explaining why these enemies were so confident in breaking through. Honestly, it just gets him excited. He grabs a handful of grenades and starts lobbing them with sniper precision at the troops and the excavator, blowing a ton of them to absolute smithereens. He mocks them, shouting that breaking a silly ice wall doesn't mean they get a free pass. He keeps raining explosives, wiping out entire squads of soldiers pushing toward the palace. As the heavy machinery rolls closer, Jang Yi spots Weirin at the wheel. Now the enemy's cockiness makes perfect sense. But just as Zhang tries to lob another grenade to blow up the excavator, that bouncy rubber mutant stretches his body to block the blast. It is Chen Jingguan, and the grenade literally bounces right off his rubbery skin. Right after, Haiyan guns the engine. He rams the excavator straight into the palace's weak spot, drilling hard to make a massive breach. Seeing the machine reach the wall, Hongyan orders all troops to swarm Jang Yi. They need to distract him so he can't stop the drill. But get this, our main character, or should you and I call him the villain, gets a sudden, shocking alert from his home's AI. With the outer walls failing, he urgently asks the system how long the barrier can hold. The AI reports he has about an hour and a half before they break through the first floor. Meanwhile, the drilling noise is deafeningly loud. Otaku nervously asks if they should finally pack up and head to the underground bunker. On the other side, Wei and Hongyan are grinning. Their plan is working perfectly. They're on the verge of invading their ultimate rival's base. Sure, they lost a ton of men, but securing Jang Yi's massive stash makes it totally worth it. But just when defeat looks guaranteed, the ice cream sect pulls an absolute wild card. One of their members charges the enemy soldiers, heating them up so fast they instantly vaporize. Talk about a plot twist. The leaders are completely blindsided. What the heck is going on? Wei and Hongyan get a frantic radio call from their troops, reporting that the ice sect is suddenly turning on them. Now Wei realizes this war is going to be way more of a headache than he bargained for. Looking over, he's stunned to see a girl floating in the air, telekinetically lifting 2 cars. With smug confidence, Megam hurls the vehicles straight at the enemy. Obviously, a slow attack like that is easy to block, and they deflect it without much trouble. But she's still grinning. She yells that they're all going to pay today, promising to drag them to hell and save the city. Quite the heroic speech, right? Meanwhile, Jang Yi watches the explosions on the battlefield and smiles. Inside the shelter, everyone is just eating. Thanks to Youngmi's legendary cooking, our crew gets a massive energy boost and rushes back out to help the ice sect delete the remaining faction soldiers. Meanwhile, Tien is absolutely losing his mind. He just realized the ice sect pulled a fast one and joined Team Jang Yi. But our favorite villain is secretly celebrating. Without this handy alliance, his own men would have ended up as popsicles, too. Once the other groups are wiped out, Qian's faction will easily rule the city. Out on the battlefield, Tien and his long-range squad are busy raining absolute hell from a safe distance. While Liang handles the messy, close-quarters grinding, Jang Yi is just standing back with a devious grin, completely sure of his win. He pulls out his high-tech sniper to pick off the strongest elite troops. One shot, one vaporized elite. Talk about explosive power. Meanwhile, Hongjian notices Tien is still a total no-show, wondering if the coward ran away or straight up betrayed them. Wei points out that the ultimate nightmare would be Tian flanking them just like the ice sect did. Sensing total doom, Lang desperately orders a full retreat, but escaping this mess won't be easy. Why? Because the ice sect is blocking their escape route. In a wild move, Hongjian literally chugs gasoline to supercharge her fire powers and blast a path, but the sheer numbers quickly drain her energy. Exhausted but stubborn, she keeps fighting with Wei's backup. They somehow scramble to the getaway vehicles and escape, leaving behind a few unlucky souls, including Huron, their excavator driver. Poor guy tried to run for his life, but Jang Yi coldly ends him with a clean headshot. With the dust finally settling, Magam's ice sect starts celebrating, while our villain watches them closely. These cultists are absolutely unhinged, literally blowing themselves up to take down enemies. Jang Yi notes that fighting suicide bombers is a massive headache, so he should probably avoid poking this nest in the future. It is just not worth the trouble. Jang Yi calls up Tian to hand over his loot, but Tian claims he is busy with something important. Our boy then heads down to check on his squad. Seeing everyone safe, he tells them to relax and celebrate. But amid the cheers, Ling is still vibrating with pure rage. Jang Yi tries to play the comforting hero, reminding her that her students are finally avenged. Suddenly, she faints, and Jang Yi catches her in a classic mock-romantic save. What a lunatic, taking on an entire army solo. Realizing she is heavily injured, he carries her inside and yells for Shukir. Shukir gets the operating room ready, and immediately begins her examination. With the patient secured, Jang Yi turns his attention to the Ice Sect, laying down the law about who owns the Zan-based territory now. Basically, trespassers will be shot. The Ice Sect's representative happily agrees and thanks him for securing the win. Per their deal, absolutely no one from the Snow Faith, except for active missionaries, can enter. She speaks for the entire sect, hoping they can all coexist peacefully. And our villain? He flashes his most trustworthy grin and totally agrees, claiming he is a massive pacifist himself. Yeah, right. A pacifist who snipes people for sport. Jang Yi realizes this sect is already huge despite earlier recruitment bans. Now that they are free, their numbers are going to skyrocket. It's definitely a problem for future Jang Yi, but he had no other choice to crush the military factions. Shifting focus, he walks over to the corpses of the fallen ability users. Strangely, he can't absorb their powers at all. Shrugging, he chucks the bodies into his dimensional storage for a rainy day, and tells his followers to finally head inside and rest up. While they relax, he goes to clean up the wounded enemy survivors. Right on cue, his adorable kitten hops onto his shoulder, loving her overpowered master. Meanwhile, far away, the retreating soldiers take a breather. Wei is absolutely livid over the Ice Sect's betrayal. Hongyan is also seething, convinced that Tien got paid off with mountains of loot in exchange for turning his back on them. She grabs her phone to call and scream at him, but Wei stops her, urging her to chill. He points out that only the Ice Sect technically betrayed them. Tien just watched. He did not fire a shot, just spectated from a safe distance. Wei is not defending him, but he knows Tien is a massive coward who hates getting his hands dirty. She snaps back that a broken contract deserves payback. Wei drops a harsh truth bomb, reminding her that they are heavily battered. Picking a fight with Tien right now would be suicide. They would be completely wiped off the map. But before they can argue further, a loud rumbling and aggressive dog-barking echo from Tien's approaching army. Hongyan stomps out, ready to fight. She confronts Tien, demanding to know what he wants. The smug guy calmly explains that their base is loaded with sweet resources, and he just wants to tax them a tiny bit. Wei tells him he could have had all that by actually siding with them. But Tien explains that his base is too weak to sustain a massive expansion or defend against heavy hitters. So, he gladly took Jang Yi's offer of 10 tons of resources instead. Now, he is generous enough to offer them a peace deal in exchange for food. Or, they can settle it with a bloody fight right now. Back at our villain's cozy bunker, a massive celebration is underway. Jang Yi humorously tells his followers to eat until they literally explode, poking fun at the self-destructing Ice Sect. He then brings some snacks to Shukir while checking on Ling. Shukir proudly reports that the surgery was a total success, and thanks to her special powers, Ling will heal up in no time. The terrifying demon of the battlefield suddenly cups Shukir's cheek in a sweet, mock-romantic moment, telling her she is absolutely irreplaceable because of her incredible skills. Meanwhile, at the Ice Sect headquarters, the big boss eagerly waits for Megam's return. Megam reports they completely wrecked their targets, inflicting heavy losses on the Chao and Yangshan bases. Yuan is thrilled and praises them. But Megam is feeling down about losing so many devoted members, including 2 high priests. Yuan just smiles, calling their deaths noble, heroic acts. True heroes live forever, right? She is incredibly hyped to expand their territory now that the rival bases are crippled. Her master plan? Convert literally everyone in Shanghai City into the cult. Back at our favorite cozy bunker, the girls are just relaxing and chilling in their own ways. Looking at them, you and I can definitely see some romance brewing between Otaku and Karen soon. Just then, Ling hobbles down to grab something. Chun kindly asks if she is feeling any better, but Ling just stays dead, silent, and leaves. Karen points out she needs time to heal. Jang Yi notes that the rival bases took such a massive beating that they won't be moving anytime soon. But as they talk, he looks out the window and spots something highly unusual. The entire battlefield is spotless. No bodies, no blood, nothing. In less than 10 hours, every single corpse vanished. Confused, Jang Yi grabs his binoculars to scan the snowy fields. He is shocked to find the entire area completely ghosted. Not a soul in sight, living or dead. He starts wondering if this apocalypse is about to transition into a zombie horror movie. To test his crazy theory, he gears up and slips outside, hiding the truth from the girls so they don't panic. He just claims he is running a quick errand. Once outside, he spots massive trails of footprints in the fresh snow. Over 1,000 people walk straight away from his shelter, and not a single track leads back in, meaning nobody entered, but a massive crowd definitely left. This leads to only one terrifying conclusion. The dead actually got up and walked away. And right then, a sound echoes behind him. He spins around, heart in his throat, but finds absolutely nothing. Realizing he is just letting the zombie hype get to him, he calms down. He can easily kill the undead too. Seriously, if he can slaughter the living, a few mindless ghouls are nothing. He tracks the prince a bit further, confirming that they are all heading straight away from his shelter. Eventually, he heads back inside to break the news. But before he starts, he tells everyone to take a deep breath. And trust me, you and I are about to get a major shock. This felt straight out of a horror movie. Hundreds of frozen corpses outside the shelter had completely vanished without a single trace. Could those dead bodies have actually stood up and walked away? Shukir gasped, begging Jang Yi to say it was all a bad joke. Chun figured some enemy took them as a prank, but Jang Yi was dead serious and totally freaked out. To uncover what was going on, Jang ordered his powered allies to gear up right after breakfast. Together, they piled into the car and tracked a trail of mysterious footprints stretching across the endless snow. The trail led them straight to a dark underground tunnel. Stepping out of the vehicle, they crept forward, hearts pounding with dread. But as they neared the entrance, they found human tracks inside. Chun whispered that a necromancer might be pulling the strings. Ling agreed it was a theory, but highly doubted it. Controlling 1,000 bodies at the same time was practically impossible. Shivering, Chun asked if they were facing a real-life zombie apocalypse. Jang Yi muttered that he actually hoped so, because mindless monsters are way easier to handle than a brilliant, hostile mastermind, especially in this freezing weather where monsters would herd together and be easy targets. Honestly, dealing with brainless ghouls was a luxury compared to facing a shadow controller pulling all the strings. Just then, Yu realized where they were: the Jiwan residential complex, his old neighborhood. He pointed out that this very tunnel connected directly to a subway station, making Jang Yi raise his eyebrows. It all made sense now. The old underground tunnel could have easily swallowed up wandering corpses by accident. But Ling had a darker theory: someone was controlling them and hiding down there, using the subway to escape the freezing surface. Unsure of their next move, Yu turned to Jang Yi for answers. Charging in blindly could mean waking up a terrifying army of the dead. Fighting thousands of ghouls at once was a death sentence. Even if they were just wild monsters, thousands of former Tanhai residents in a tight space would overwhelm them in seconds. He knew the price of a mistake here was too high, so they backed off. Meanwhile, over at Jang Yi's old apartment building, Lin Zhen received a sudden visit from a mysterious old lady. She possessed the strange ability to read the snow sect's power, and everyone treated her with deep respect. She revealed that Lin Zhen was destined to wield a gift from the snow god himself. The honest survivors of this frozen city were ready, and the sect's high leader demanded to see him right now. She promised they were on the verge of building a perfect, icy utopia. She told Lin Jian he was worthy of joining their paradise and should bring his family along. The Grand Leader valued his rare talents and considered his power absolutely essential to their cause. Deeply honored, Lin Jian bowed low, praising the snow deity and offering his full loyalty. But as he turned to pack his bags, the old messenger stopped him with a sharp warning. The leader demanded his presence immediately, with zero delays. Lin Jian wanted to wait for his wife and child to pack, but the old woman insisted the sect would handle his family later. His loving wife agreed, urging her husband to answer the holy call without worrying about them. Reassured, he departed and was led straight to the massive cathedral standing at the heart of the village. Inside, the divine representative of the snow god awaited him. Ling Jian gasped when he realized the legendary leader was actually a woman, and she read his shocked expression like an open book. He calmly explained that the divine takes many forms depending on who is looking, telling him not to sweat the details. Swallowing his doubts, he bowed deeply and offered a respectful greeting. He thanked her for the mercy that kept him alive. Smiling, the high priestess acknowledged his immense potential, confirming that the reports of his extraordinary power were indeed true. With those words, Lin Jian was officially named a high priest of the Order of Snow. Feeling a rush of excitement, he bowed again, promising to dedicate his entire life to her teachings. She gestured for him to follow her deeper into the temple, leading him to a shocking sight. A colossal, alien tree stood before him, its massive trunk slowly expanding and contracting like a breathing lung. The leader proudly explained that this was a sacred tree she had cultivated. Its massive roots stretched deep into the frozen earth, sucking up rich nutrients to grow mystical, life-giving fruit. She offered him a taste of this vital harvest. Lin Jian hesitated, feeling a strange, forbidden temptation, almost like the ancient story of Eve offering the fateful apple to Adam in the garden. Shaking off his fear, he took a bite. The flesh inside was dark, a color that uncomfortably reminded him of the dead bodies used as fertilizer. Yet, a sudden wave of incredible energy washed over him. All his hunger and biting cold vanished instantly. Yuan Kong looked at him and declared that his ultimate duty was to use his unique powers to help this sacred tree grow and feed their followers. Accepting the command, Lin Jian stepped up to the gnarled roots and sliced his finger. Despite the tiny cut, his blood began to pour out rapidly, and the hungry tree devoured every single drop. It pulsed with a brilliant, eerie green light. Yuan quickly healed his wound, warning him that he must offer his blood to the sacred tree every single day as his ultimate, glorious duty. Meanwhile, back at Jang Yi's base, things were warm, lively, and active. The team was training relentlessly to level up their strength. Chun, feeling like the weakest link, pushed himself to the absolute limit. Surrounded by absolute combat monsters, the chubby otaku was desperate to turn his fat into pure muscle. Seeing his struggle, our main character approached him with some crucial advice about awakening true potential. Powers grow stronger with constant use, but raw strength is useless without sharp focus. Jang Yi explained that abilities are just weapons, and training the mind to control them is what truly matters. Chun listened, completely mind-blown. Jang Yi pointed out that a simple pebble flicked by a master packs more deadly force than a shuriken thrown by an amateur. Hearing this, the otaku froze in realization. He had been far too obsessed with raw, physical, brute force. He suddenly remembered how his leader had effortlessly dominated Captain Fun during their previous battle. Unlike other brainless mutants, Jang Yi owed his insane strength to pure cunning. Now, he was locked in his bunker, pushing his broken powers to the absolute limit. A whole month of hardcore training flew by, filled with unlimited apples from the snow sect. But peace never lasts. Deep within the frozen ruins of the Shang base, something terrifying was clawing its way through the debris. A massive horde of zombies, born from the leftover corpses. Meanwhile, back in Jang Yi's literal harem paradise, Qin Shen was busy discussing the Qingpu base with him. It looked like that faction was playing it super safe, focusing only on defense. They had zero interest in invading anyone else, and were perfectly happy with their own land. Plus, after getting absolutely wrecked in the Battle of Five Armies, their leader, Ding Hai, was badly hurt and became way more paranoid, constantly retreating behind defensive walls. His cowardice actually let rival groups pop up in his own territory. Meanwhile, the Snow Sect was easily the biggest winner of that massive war. Their numbers were absolutely exploding, easily reaching tens of thousands of devoted followers. Qin Shan, sensing trouble, tried to warn her boss about the massive threats these other bases still posed, but Jang Yi was totally unbothered. He did not see the Snow Sect as a threat, and honestly, he did not believe their leader had the charisma to control that many people. That is when Qin Shan had to whip out her big brain IQ to convince him. She pointed out that this is the literal apocalypse, which is way harsher than any normal war. In times like these, the world order always gets completely flipped upside down. She knew her boss had no real ambition other than living a cozy, quiet life, but other ambitious, powerful leaders out there definitely did not share that peaceful mindset. She warned him that the Snow Sect would soon dominate Tianhai City without firing a single bullet. Once they recruit enough brainwashed followers and spread their peaceful propaganda far and wide, even the three major bases would end up getting completely absorbed. She was convinced they were trying to build a brand new world order, but our overpowered main character just laughed it off. He thought the whole idea was absolutely ridiculous. But Qin Shen pressed on, telling him this was no laughing matter. In an extreme survival situation, people will desperately cling to any hope they can find. Jang Yi admitted she made some solid points, but he still argued that sheer numbers do not mean everything. Facing rival factions loaded with high-tech, modern weaponry, a cult of peasants stands no real chance. Qin Shen then reminded him that the enemy leader, Yuan Kangyi, could literally awaken new mutants. Jang Yi shrugged it off, saying mutants are just slightly stronger humans, and very few are actually scary. Suddenly, all of Qin Shen's big brain arguments completely shattered because she realized something obvious. Her boss was basically a cheat code. He did not see any of them as a threat because he was literally a god compared to them. But hilariously, the moment she agreed with him, Jang Yi did a complete double-take and decided he should probably keep an eye on the Snow Sect anyway. Just then, he spotted something highly unusual on the base's security monitors. A massive swarm of zombies was marching straight toward their high-tech bunker. He instantly told Qin Shen to sound the alarm and get everyone geared up for battle. He headed out to check what triggered the security sensors. Qin Shen was utterly baffled, wondering where hundreds of zombies suddenly came from. Had the rival bases teamed up for another desperate raid on their bunker? Uncle Yu quickly rushed in, asking what the hell was going on. Peering through the scope, our ruthless main character realized these intruders were not humans at all. They were flesh-eating zombies. Liang Yu refused to believe it until she saw it with her own eyes, and even then, she was in total denial. Staring at them, she asked if these frozen corpses wearing the military uniforms from Xi'an base were truly undead. Jang Yi confirmed it, but noted how bizarre it was. In this extreme sub-zero weather, dead bodies should be frozen solid. They should not be walking. But then, the resident genius Qin Shen chimed in, suggesting a mutant virus might have broken out. Jang Yi bought the theory, but stayed completely chill. Sure, they look creepy, but they are just weak trash. Drawing his weapon, he smirked and announced it was time to make these dead guys die a second time. Karen got super hyped and begged for a gun to join the fun. Jang Yi handed her a basic rifle, warning her not to shoot any allies. With that, everyone unleashed their unique fighting styles. Liang sliced with her sharp blade, while Jang Yi casually fired with his finger. To make it spicy, Karen challenged Qin to a high-stakes zombie killing contest. And the grand prize? Well, stay tuned to find out. But then, to everyone's absolute shock, after taking direct headshots and dropping to the ground, the zombies just stood right back up. Since bullets failed, the melee fighters jumped in, but these freaky zombies actually dodged and resisted sharp stabs. This was some classic movie nightmare fuel. They do not die, they run incredibly fast, and to make matters worse, they attack in massive swarms to corner and bite their prey. Uncle Yu did not have a fancy sword, but using his superhuman strength, he chopped a zombie clean in half with a simple shovel. Crazy enough, both halves kept crawling. Suddenly, a zombie sprinted toward Qin and Karen like an absolute wild titan. Jang Yi reacted instantly, spawning his dimensional portal and sucking the creature into his pocket dimension. The girls were stunned. While his broken powers impressed Qin, something else shocked Jang Yi even more. The zombies actually showed basic reasoning, backing away the moment they saw the dangerous, glowing portal. These brain-dead mutants should not have a single brain cell, yet they sensed danger and stopped. This made absolutely zero sense. Could some bizarre mutant out there actually be controlling them? It would explain why all those dead soldier bodies vanished without a trace last time. Thinking fast, Jang Yi realized everything clicked. He literally summoned a massive tank from his space, ordering Uncle Yu and Liang Yu to await his signal. On the count of 3, they had to jump as high as possible. He hopped inside the heavy tank, counting 1, 2, and on 3, he blasted the cannon. A massive explosion literally warmed their backsides mid-air. They quickly retreated from the surviving zombies. Maybe Jang Yi ran out of tank ammo because he hopped back out to test some other gear. And honestly, you can probably guess what weapon he is bringing out next. Our main character unleashed a roaring flamethrower, turning the closest zombies into crispy ashes. But to his absolute surprise, the rest of the horde started backing off. This confirmed his theory once and for all. Someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. Once the secret puppeteer realized they could not win, they ordered a retreat to save their zombie army. Liang shook her head in disbelief, saying she could not comprehend how any human could mind control thousands of frozen corpses at once. Plus, they were fully frozen and survived decapitation. With an army like that, whoever was doing this could easily become king. But while everyone listened to her deep analysis, nobody pointed out the obvious. If mutants can literally open dimensional portals, why is controlling a few frozen corpses so hard to believe? Jang Yi wanted answers. To study these bizarre things, he tried absorbing the zombie remains directly into his special spatial inventory. Since they were dead, they did not count as living beings, just raw organic material. Yet, incredibly, even shredded into pieces inside his space, they kept twitching. Deciding to put an end to it, Jang Yi pulled out multiple flamethrowers and handed them to the crew so they could help burn them to ashes. Later, they briefed the rest of the bunker crew. Young Mi freaked out, claiming evil ghosts were possessing the dead. Haim sighed, telling her to stop embarrassing natural redheads with that nonsense. Jang Yi interrupted, confirming that a master puppeteer was definitely behind this. The zombies actively dodged his dimensional portal and fled when outmatched. That requires high-level intelligence, meaning a powerful enemy was targeting them. As everyone listened intently, Joyer raised the most important question. Why did this mysterious controller target their bunker in the first place? Out of all the targets in the city, why come here? Qin Shen pointed out that their only real enemies were the Yang and Xiaoyu bases. But that raised another massive mystery. If those factions possessed this insane power, why did they not use it during the previous battle? Why wait until now? With no clear answers, they decided to lock down the shelter. It was perfectly secure inside anyway. Jang Yi ordered Qin Shen to keep a close eye on the other factions to see if these zombie hordes were attacking everyone or just them. Finally, he turned to Uncle Yu and Liang Yu, telling them to do a thorough physical check. First rule? Do not get scratched by those things. You and I know what that means, but they were still trying to figure out if being injured by them would cause an infection. He had some business to wrap up first, while she focused on studying the zombies. Honestly, his brilliant girlfriend always had a plan. They needed to find out what made these creatures tick. Were they carrying some kind of freak virus, or was a puppeteer with crazy powers pulling the strings? If it was a virus, then a massive disaster was about to go down. It would completely swallow up the entire city of Tianhai. Honestly, our main character believed that if this really was an infection, the whole world was going to end up in ruins. But if someone was controlling them, that meant a monster far worse than their past enemies was lurking nearby. The thought of this absolutely terrified his lovely waifu, Joy. They had not even had time to settle down and have a baby, and now the world was ending. Being a good partner, he told her to stop stressing over it. Their only job was keeping themselves safe. As long as their shelter stood strong, they would be fine. Later on, he decided to run some tests on a zombie specimen. Seeing the creepy thing up close was wild. He warned his fiancée to watch her step since the tissue was still twitching, and they still lacked answers. She carefully took a sample. She needed some quiet time to run the analysis, which was totally fine. They could handle these monsters, but Juar worried about what would happen if these beasts targeted weaker settlements. Places like the Snow Order would get absolutely crushed, and that was a terrifying thought. Well, her prediction came true almost instantly. Over at the Yang base, a massive horde attacked. Thousands of zombies swarmed the gates. Fortunately, Honglian possessed incredible fire powers to clear out wide areas, but the sheer volume was just too much for one person. That is when a soldier brought her a special package. She swallowed the strange liquid inside, and suddenly unleashed a fire-style attack that would make the Uchiha clan super jealous. After burning them to a crisp and leaving a lovely barbecue smell in the air, she inspected the remains. They did not act like normal beasts, so she ordered an investigation. Was there a mastermind behind this madness? Meanwhile, at the Rainy Morning base, also known as Yangshen, another massive horde of thousands of zombies was launching a relentless attack. Their leader, Wei Dai, lacked any cool powers to counter them easily. He had no clue where they came from or who was behind this. Meanwhile, over at the Snow X base, people were chilling by the fire, eating apples from the sacred tree, but outside, those frozen monsters were launching an assault on the worshippers. Screams of pure horror echoed everywhere. Creatures straight out of fantasy books were now wreaking havoc in reality. The soldiers tried to fight back but quickly realized they were outclassed, retreating back toward the safety of the palace. As the terrified guards ran inside, Megumin finally showed up to do what she does best: blow things up. Her fiery powers gave her a massive advantage against these icy freaks. She ordered Tongjian and Ginglei to lock themselves in the church, guard the master, and protect the followers at all costs. The rest of the crew joined her in battle. One of her fighters shifted into a werewolf, though he kept his ridiculously out-of-place human hair. Still, he was fast enough to decapitate several monsters in the blink of an eye. The others noticed these freaks could still move without heads, so they started chopping them into tiny bits. Within 30 minutes, their leader had blasted the rest into piles of meat. She ordered them to dump the remains in an abandoned building. The command went down the chain of logistics, soldier to soldier. First order of business: check everyone for injuries. These things are extremely weird, possibly carrying a bioweapon virus. They need to be quarantined immediately. You and I both know these are definitely not your typical television zombies. They actually have brains and know when to run away. He was absolutely livid, convinced this was a coordinated attack by rival bases. They were going to pay, big time. She agreed, but keeping their people safe from the next wave had to come first. Megumin warned that a massive storm was coming. Meanwhile, Jang Yi got a call from Qingpu. They had also been hit by the horde, losing over 100 lives. His buddy was freaking out, asking if this was some Resident Evil level threat. Nobody had any real answers. Decapitation did not even slow them down, hinting that a master controller was calling the shots. Hearing this detailed report, Jang Yi realized the situation was getting way more complicated. They were over 100 kilometers apart, yet both bases got hit. If someone was secretly directing an entire army of the undead, they definitely were not operating alone. The buddy screamed so loud it practically blew out our main character's eardrums. Over 10 million people lived in that city, and if they all turned, they were completely doomed. His friend mentioned the Qingpu shelter could not handle another major assault. Jang Yi panicked, thinking the guy was about to beg for a spot in his base. Luckily, He did not. He simply told him to stay safe and keep him posted. Right after hanging up, he spotted yet another wave of monsters heading their way. This time, they were ready. Chun unleashed his powers, whipping up a heavy fog to blind the enemies. Jang Yi figured there was a puppet master, and without clear vision, the monsters totally lost their way. Uncle Yu seized the moment, burning them to a crisp with heavy flamethrowers until they looked like overcooked barbecue. Watching from her window, Joy analyzed the whole battle. These things carried a cold-loving virus that absolutely hated high heat. Once they caught fire, they instantly lost their mobility. As the flames spread, the remaining creatures began retreating. Watching them run, Jang Yi felt like something was off. Chun did not catch the vibe but could tell his boss was deep in thought. Jang Yi pointed out a major issue. Sure, they handled yesterday's group, but today's wave was vastly larger. This proved the virus was spreading at an alarming rate, turning newly deceased bodies into fresh recruits for the horde. Just hearing that sent chills down their spines. He ordered everyone back inside so they could break down the situation. Once they gathered safely in the living room, he got real. He warned that at this rate, the entire city of Tianhai would eventually fall to the undead. It was a bleak future, and he honestly could not picture how they would survive. Thinking it over, Qinchan noted that things were not that bad yet. If they were, the enemy would be sending way more than just a few thousand at a time. But if they did not uncover the truth behind these creatures soon, it would definitely become a massive nightmare. Karen wished it was hot summer instead, since the heat would easily rot the corpses down to the bone. But our main character quickly brought them back to a much scarier reality. The real threat is not their numbers, but the fact that they have a brain directing them. They are not mindless beasts. Plus, putting them down permanently is incredibly tough. Only fire or complete hacking to pieces works, making things 10 times harder. Qinchan chimed in, saying their absolute priority had to be taking down the masterminds, pulling the strings. Easier said than done. Jang Yi sighed, because finding them was practically impossible. They always ran away before getting caught. Discouraged by the grim outlook, they felt completely stuck. There were too many wild variables that defied all logic. Nobody had a solid plan, but then Joy spoke up with a theory. Over the last 2 days, she had been studying them. Nothing made sense anymore, and basic logic was completely out the window. None of these guys had a clue, but our girl Shakir claimed she had a solid guess after spending the last 2 days on it. So she is researching these zombie bodies and finds something super weird like some ancient virus. It survives freezing cold, withstands 100 degrees Celsius, and hijacks the nervous system of living creatures to control them. But honestly, modern biology cannot even define this thing. It is stuck somewhere between a virus and a cell, yet it completely dominates and multiplies inside the host. Now, I bet you and I would agree with our guy Jang Yi. Can we get this in plain English? Nobody here has a PhD in zombie science. Basically, she means that gamma rays during the apocalypse totally broke the rules of biology. So let us just call it a zombie virus. Simply put, it behaves like a creepy giant fungus colony or a pack of wild animals. When they huddle up in a massive horde, they move in sync and actually act smart. But the specimens trapped inside the laboratory are losing all basic instincts, getting slower by the minute. Our scientist, Joe Keir, suspects this entire viral network operates like a colony ruled by a single biological mother. Basically, the viruses talk to each other inside the hosts, sharing a shared consciousness that allows them to hijack and steer these dead bodies around like puppets. Janky asks the golden question: if we kill the Queen Mother, do all the zombies drop dead too? Hard to tell, but it definitely explains why these brain-dead corpses are acting so smart. Our resident villain says he gets it now. Over the last 2 days, the undead have been attacking like crazy, showing some actual brain power. But honestly, the Horde's actual combat strategy is kind of hilarious. They instantly run away the moment a few of them get taken down. It is like watching a 2-year-old toddler learning how to speak, going word by painful word. Liang starts catching his drift. These things are either mutants that turned after dying, or just empty human shells hijacked by a mutated strain of the virus. This whole theory starts making total sense to Jang Yi. Think about Itto become a mutant. You have to be right on the edge of death, so maybe someone died right as they mutated, and then the zombie virus infected them, causing the virus itself to mutate too. Either way, they need to watch every single move these monsters make to figure out how to destroy them. Step 1. Wipe out any zombies loitering near their base, because having them close is a massive hazard. But Liang points out another issue: if a corpse is getting smart, how is it causing chaos all over Tianhai City at the same time? Nobody has an answer, until Qinchan reminds them that the nearest zombie hotspot is actually the local subway station. The Tianhai subway system connects every single corner of the city. Yes, even the zombies are using public transit to commute between districts now. Jang Yi realizes this, explains why they only had to deal with a tiny crowd. Their base is way out in the boonies, with only a minor subway line nearby. He tells Shinshen to keeping tabs on other shelters. In the meantime, they need a permanent way to put these things down. She promises to follow his lead. Honestly, they cannot afford to worry about other survivors right now. If people do not want to make tough choices, they can keep fighting zombies. Jang Yi feels pretty relaxed about it, especially since those annoying snow sect cultists are growing way too fast. Having them suffer some losses in this mess is actually a win for our guy. Sometime later, the undead launch a night raid. A total shift from their usual daytime schedule, but the team is locked and loaded. Is it just a coincidence they attacked at night, right when fighting during the day favors Jang Yi? He splashes fuel all around the bunker, and surprisingly, the zombies refuse to step over the fuel. Bad news because they are actually learning, but great news because it proves their theory. Now, he has to test one final thing. They must annihilate every single zombie Hirano survivors. Jang Yi hops onto his giant cat mount, planning to flank the monsters from behind so they cannot run. That leaves just 2 people holding down the front line. Uncle Yu jokes that with so many moving targets, it is perfect sniper practice. Meanwhile, our resident otaku charges up his magic to start freezing the undead. Ling unleashes an epic sword slash, and just like that, the front line clashes with waves of monsters. Meanwhile, Jang Yi dashes around to flank them. Once in position, he provides sniper support. Targeting their joints, he easily cripples several zombies. His giant cat starts smashing through them like an absolute unitalk about a fun game of zombie bowling. Even with him blasting them from behind, the zombies ignore him completely. His battle cats corner and tear apart smaller groups. After a brutal, long battle, every single monster is down, and the group huddles up. After analyzing this test wave, Jang Yi concludes, the Corpse King is not physically in the crowd, yet somehow still pulls the strings. It turns out, their main objective was not even to destroy the base, they were just scouting to send data back to their king. If they let this slide, the monsters will decode their combat patterns and send a massive army. Jang Yi decides they must strike first instead of just hiding behind walls. And this captured zombie is going to be their ticket. They will track it right back to the subway line. Ling asks if the plan is to sneak into the deep subway tunnels, locate the main nest, and blow it sky high. Exactly if the chance pops up, they take it. He knows the best defense is a relentless offense. To prove his point, he kicks the downed zombie, letting it think it can escape. It runs right back to its master, and now, they wait. Later, Jang Yi boots up his monitor, which is linked directly to a camera planted on the creature. Talk about a live-action horror movie. Just as predicted, the subway is packed with thousands of undead. Our resident otaku is sweating bullets, terrified that dying means joining their ranks. Honestly, that is way worse than normal death. Shinshin tries to calm him down, pointing out they do not even know if they are infected yet. Jang Yi pipes up, saying that even if they wanted to burn all the corpses to prevent new mutations, searching for 10 million dead bodies across the city is physically impossible. Their only real choice is to find and eliminate the Corpse King. But as he speaks, a bizarre figure in the crowd catches his eye. What on earth is that freak? It looks like some creepy alien avatar. Honestly, even I am getting chills just looking at it. The monster literally realizes it is being watched and stares straight into the lens. Jang Yi nearly ruins his pants right then and there. But hey, it proves their theory was totally right. The Corpse King is down there, and they just spotted it. But how do you assassinate a king when he is guarded by an endless sea of monsters underground? Charging and guns blazing would take forever. Chun is absolutely losing her mind, terrified and wondering how they can possibly fight millions of bloodthirsty zombies trapped inside a claustrophobic, dark underground subway tunnel. Plus, Shinshin points out that the subway lines run through the entire city. That smart Corpse King will definitely bolt the moment things go south. They are facing a ton of issues here, but Jang Yi is not backing down. We are doing this. The horde size is not the issue, but they absolutely cannot let the boss escape. They need to lock down the subway. Liang suggests sealing off the main exits first to block any potential escape routes. Remember, the only real target is the Corpse King. If they trap him, the rest is easy. As for the other zombies, there are plenty of creative ways to roast them. Uncle Yu agrees they have to make a move, fully supporting the strategy. The boss gives the final order gear up, because tomorrow, we ride. Shinshin, despite being scared out of her mind, brings up a good point. Are they rushing blindly into a death trap without enough intel? But trust me, our boy has a solid plan. You and I both know they had no reason to feel confident yet, but as long as our resident villain could bail them out of this subway, they were safe. He was recklessly risking their lives, but Shinshin was super curious and begged him to share his secret. Of course, Jang Yi shut that down immediately. Liang accepted it, realizing they did not need to stress anymore. With that settled, Yang Mi prepared some delicious meals to recharge everyone for tomorrow. Meanwhile, over at the Yang base, Hong Lian just crushed another zombie wave using her powers and troops. She knew they could not keep sitting around just playing defense. Soon, a scout reported that the threat was cleared, but they had lost 67 of their enslaved soldiers. Hearing this, bad news made her absolutely certain they had to strike back. Her assistant nervously asked if they were really going on the offensive. Honestly, Hungen realized these mindless monsters were clearly being controlled by someone. They needed enough intel to figure out how to stop this. But that is way too risky, warned her advisor. Rushing in to investigate could result in a complete catastrophe for their army. He suggested waiting and watching. Maybe some other faction would solve it. But she snapped back, telling him to look at the massive size of that undead army. There was no way this would end well, especially for the Snow Sect. Those idiots packed over 10,000 people together like a giant buffet for the monsters. Hongyan declared they could not trust anyone else. They were basically on their own. If they wanted to survive, they had to save themselves. So, she ordered Donghu to take 2 outsiders and 30 elite troops to scout the zombie nest. Meanwhile, over at the Snow Sect, Meguman received some grim news. Their casualties from the last wave topped 1,000, and there was a high chance those corpses would rise as new monsters. Even worse, the newer recruits were having a massive crisis of faith, threatening to abandon the cult entirely, which would absolutely destroy the morale of everyone else. Meguman smiled and mentioned she already had her agents spreading specific rumors among the crowd. The plan? Just convince them that almost every single survivor out in the outside world had been slaughtered by the undead. Basically, without the divine protection of the snow cult, they stood zero chance. It was far better to die in absolute faith and finding salvation than to rot outside as a mindless monster. Meguman suggested telling them that all other survival shelters had already been completely destroyed, leaving more than half of their total populations dead and eaten already. Her lackey was thrilled, realizing this fear tactic would keep everyone in line. Meanwhile, at the nearby bases, massive piles of rotting corpses lay scattered. Even if people felt safe behind their massive walls, they had no clue what was really happening. All they saw were mountains of dead. Meguman ordered them to spread this panic, saying people only complained because their devotion was way too weak. This psychological trick would make them feel blessed just to be part of the cult. Her loyal assistant promised to get this propaganda out immediately while praising her genius. Information was leaked everywhere, hailing the brilliant Grand Priestess. Meanwhile, you and I need to check back on our favorite villains. They just arrived at the dark subway entrance to hunt down the King of the Dead. Jang Yi promised that if they located the boss, he would personally crush him. But he stressed that survival was their priority, meaning they should not waste energy fighting the endless zombie waves. It was pointless to rack up a high body count. Jang Yi tossed a glow stick down and sent Uncle Yu ahead as their meat shield. Descending the stairs, the place was a complete mess, but thankfully, no monsters in sight. For this raid, our core group and the giant mutant kitty tagged along. The scenery was grotesque, but they had no choice but to push ahead. Jang Yi pointed out that these zombies only cared about feeding, not turning corpses into more undead. Chun, acting like an expert, noted that these things had an insane appetite. He added that Tianhai City now had way more dead than living. Remembering that the city once had over 10 million residents, he hoped they just ended up as zombie lunch, not new monsters. Chun wondered what would happen when the food ran out. Would they migrate to other cities? Our boy Jang Yi calmly replied that none of that mattered. Right now, the goal was taking down the zombie king to keep their shelter safe. Suddenly, as they sprinted through the dark, the mutant kitty hissed. Something was stalking them from the shadows. Instantly, Teacher Lang hurled a knife, hitting the creature dead on. But when they approached to see what she hit, they discovered a mutated rat. It was basically the size of a large dog, which completely shocked Chun, considering he was already a giant of a man himself. Jang Yi joked that since their own kitty grew to monstrous proportions, a giant rat was not all that surprising. It was totally mutant. He realized those shredded bodies they saw earlier were actually torn apart by these pests. Chun shuddered, saying that with so many eaten corpses, a massive nest of rats must be lurking around here. Jang Yi warned they were closing in, and right on cue, thousands of mutated rats began flooding out of the corridor doors. Thankfully, their zombie-burning flamethrowers were ready, and they proved highly effective against the pests, too. They roasted those zombie rats alive, blocking their advance to clear a path. After all, they were here to hunt the zombie king, not play exterminator. To show off his upgraded skills, Jang Yi opened 2 massive dimensional gates on both sides of the corridor, vacuuming the rats right in. Teacher Ling watched in utter amazement, realizing his power had reached an entirely new level. He explained that after constant practice and his last big fight, he had finally mastered opening 2 portals at once. Hearing this, the teacher acknowledged how insanely useful that was. With the rat swarm cleared, they sprinted deeper into the subway, checking their maps while wondering about the strange relationship between these rats and the zombies. Were they cooperating, or did the rodents just eat them? Jang Yi shrugged it off. All that mattered was tracking down the zombie king. Sure enough, after a while, they stumbled upon a massive horde. The mindless corpses drifted through the tunnels, completely oblivious to their presence. They could not see, only feel. Whispering quietly, Uncle Yu crept closer and whispered that they seemed to be sleeping. Jang Yi explained that without direct orders, these zombie hosts hibernate to save precious energy, even though they are technically dead, but are just walking corpses. Uncle Yu eagerly suggested burning the whole bunch while they slept, but Jang Yi noted they still kept some basic biological traits, meaning they had sleep. Naturally, any loud noise would startle them awake. Right on cue, a clumsy zombie stirred, letting out a screech that woke the entire horde. Suddenly, thousands of dead eyes locked onto our group. The horde charged like a tidal wave. Jang Yi quickly summoned his void portal, sucking dozens of them into another dimension. Amazingly, the remaining creatures showed some actual brains, stopping short and refusing to cross the barrier. Instead, they began screeching at the top of their lungs to call the rest of the horde. Seeing this, Jang Yi pulled out the flamethrowers and gave the green light to roast them. Since stealth was officially off the table, Uncle Yu and Chun unleashed a torrent of fire. Terrified by the heat, the zombies actually fled, showing they could react to impending danger. As they pursued the escaping horde, Teacher Ling warned that those giant rats were still hot on their heels. But Jang Yi told her not to worry, since finding the king and taking him down would instantly solve the rat issue too. Blasting waves of fire as they ran, they worried the boss might have already escaped, but Jang Yi was determined to push on. Anyway, her crew kept pushing deeper. Meanwhile, in another section of the subway, a separate 3-man squad clashed with a horde of giant, creepy Mickey Mouse-like creatures. A bald mutant with flaming fists absolutely pulverized them. Seriously, you and I probably cannot tell what is more lethal: fire fists or those unused weapons they are holding. Smiling, their leader ordered them to keep pushing forward. And, first, we check in on the scout team sent by Hong Lian to investigate the threat. As they push deep into the subway, they stumble upon a horde of frozen, sleeping zombies. Sensing living warmth, the dead eyes snap open. The horde immediately locks onto their prey. Terrified, the bald leader screams for a retreat, unleashing his fire fists to hold them back. He yells at his team to run while he buys them some time. But as they turn to flee, someone spots something bizarre. A strange, unknown entity quickly looms over them. In a flash, this bizarre monster splits 2 soldiers into 4 mini versions of themselves. Just like that, the fiery bald guy is the sole survivor. Now, let's check back with our main squad. Chun complains that things are getting messy. Since they cannot pinpoint the zombie king, choosing a path is pure guesswork. They are stuck at a crossroads with way too many exits. But Youngie relies on his sharp instincts, sensing the threat is extremely close. Sure enough, a massive shadow begins to stretch across the dark subway tunnel just ahead of them. Outsteps a grotesque, dinosaur-like zombie. Uncle Yu wonders if this freak of nature is the zombie king itself, since it looks completely different from anything they have ever faced. But the real shocker? 4 identical beasts walk out together. Youngie jokingly asks if they are mass-produced in some factory. Clueless, Uncle Yu turns to our main guy for a plan. Youngie calmly tells them that fighting is the only option, but warns everyone to stay tight. They cannot afford to scatter now. They must stick together to survive this massive swarm. The dino zombie lets out a deafening screech, summoning a massive wave of monsters from the darkness. Immediately, Uncle Yu and Chun unleash walls of fire to block the incoming rush. They seal off both ends of the hallway. Meanwhile, Teacher Liang uses her precise, razor-sharp strikes to slice the approaching dead to ribbons. But then, the battle gets downright bizarre. Giant zombies literally begin throwing smaller ones like projectiles at our team. To defend against these flying flesh bombs, Youngie quickly conjures a dimensional portal, swallowing them whole. Seeing this, the massive dino zombie charges forward to lead the assault. Chun yells like a maniac, blasting it with flames and asking if the monster wants a molten lava bath, but the giant hurls a pile of corpses to pin Chun down. Luckily, Youngie deploys portals at both ends of the tunnel, managing to hold the line against the double-sided siege. Though they are temporarily safe inside this tunnel, they are still in deep trouble. There is definitely a mastermind calling the shots from the shadows, but they are completely pinned down. If they cannot even clear these minions, how will they ever reach the king? Youngie urges everyone to relax. In chaos, keeping a cool head and observing is the only way out. He can sense the boss close by. Spurred on, Uncle Yu unleashes his full power against one giant beast. Simultaneously, Teacher Liang lunges at another dino zombie with a fierce strike. She lands a devastating blow right to its chest. But how do you kill something that is already dead? The monster barely even flinches, leaving her wondering how to stop this thing. Yoongi tells her to back up Uncle Yu once he gives the word. His eyes glow with raw power as he prepares to evolve his ability. He screams for her to run back. As she retreats, Yoongi smirked, shouting a cold goodbye. A massive void tears open right inside the beast, shredding it to pieces and scattering them across another dimension. With the elite monster gone, Chun rushes forward to burn the remaining stragglers. Watching this, Teacher Liang is completely awestruck and terrified. Yoongi's reality-bending powers are simply on another level. He notes that no other survivor in this entire city could hold off a horde like he just did. While she showers him with praise, Yoongi casually brushes it off as basic training, but he quickly warns them not to celebrate yet. Uncle Yu is still struggling with a stubborn giant down the hall. Worse, more feathered dino zombies are currently stomping their way. Stunned, Chun wonders if these freaks really are coming off an assembly line. How many more are down here? His brief moment of excitement quickly turns into absolute dread. Panicking, they wonder what to do next. But our smug protagonist stays cool, realizing that whatever is creating these things wields a power that might actually rival his own. Because of this, he immediately orders Uncle Yu and the group to fall back. Naturally, the massive horde senses their movement and surges forward, hungry for some brains. But Yoongi shows exactly why he is so confident. Snapping his fingers, he opens a massive portal and steps right through, telling the rest of the gang to follow his lead. As they escape, the leading zombie slams face first into the empty wall, leaving the confused horde wondering where their dinner went. Meanwhile, our group pops out safely on the surface. Yoongi jokingly gasps, calling it a close shave. Liang immediately asks if this teleportation trick was his secret weapon. Our smug hero clarifies that it is more like an upgrade. He simply unlocked a better understanding of his dimensional space. An exhausted Chun pants, complaining that his boss almost gave him a heart attack by keeping this a secret. Yoongi just laughs it off, saying he wanted it to be a surprise. Chun clearly did not appreciate the near-death experience. Still, Yoongi admits he did not expect to use it. This zombie threat is turning out to be far more complicated than any of them anticipated. Honestly, even he does not know how this is going to play out. Faced with extreme stress, our guy decides to puff on a cigarette to relax his lungs. He admits he does not have a solid plan, but they need to act fast. Liang sighs, calling that a terrible excuse for a plan. Yoongi smirked, explaining that wiping out this horde is not as difficult as it looks. Despite the virus, their bodies cannot handle freezing temperatures. If kept out in the cold, they will stiffen up and freeze completely solid. He has a brilliant strategy in mind. The local subway layout is actually simple, with only a minor secondary line running through. The zombies use these deep tunnels to hide away from the freezing winter cold. Drawing a quick map on the dusty floor, Yoongi explains his plan. There is only one fast, foolproof way to trap and neutralize every single zombie inside the tunnel. He plans to flood it with seawater. Liang gasped, realizing how genius this is. Since the tunnels are straightforward, pumping in ocean water would submerge everything in no time. Uncle Yu listens closely as Liang explains that a total flood will drown the horde. Even if the zombie king is some living entity, it will not survive underwater either. Yoongi decides they must consult their base engineers before executing this massive project. They need to head back to headquarters immediately to verify if this crazy plan can actually work. Meanwhile, over at the Yangsheng base, Hong Lian is furious. The final transmission from her elite squad showed them being brutally torn apart by the subterranean horde. Her assistant sweats nervously, completely blindsided by the sheer volume of monsters lurking below. If that massive army decides to march to the surface, they are completely doomed. He frantically suggests abandoning their base. But Hong Lian snaps, refusing to retreat. If they lose this refinery, their primary source of survival, they will not last a week. Slamming the table in frustration, she declares they must defend this base at all costs. Her assistant asks how they can possibly survive if the undead launch a full assault. He commands her men to pour every single drop of crude oil around the refinery perimeter. The second those monsters crawl up, they will spark the oil and incinerate them all in a massive wall of fire. Taking a dark turn, her assistant suggests sending the soldiers' families down there first so they can act as a shield if things go wrong. She simply shrugs, giving her cold approval to his ruthless plan. Back at the mansion, everyone returns safe and sound. His wife, Gucci, is right there waiting to welcome her husband with some warm tea, eager to hear all about their latest mission. Ah, nothing beats a hot drink from your lovely wife. He mentions a few hiccups, but promises they will fix it soon. Right on cue, Qin Chen and Karen slide in to get the update. Jang Yi drops a heavy question, asking for their expert advice. He needs a quick way to freeze massive amounts of seawater. Any ideas? Karen immediately steps up to the plate to answer. She says there is a simple chemical trick to make water freeze way faster. But why the sudden science lesson? That is when Jang Yi drops the bomb. They are freezing the entire subway. Freezing the whole subway line under the city sounds wild, but he says it just takes some solid prep. He tells Karen there is no rush, as long as the final results are guaranteed. She is super excited and promises to whip up a massive batch of coagulant. Luckily, Chin has the perfect chemical factory to source the materials. Jang Yi decides they will head out this afternoon. First, they need to gather that seawater. A few hours of driving later, they finally hit the coast, and Teacher Ling is absolutely blown away by the gorgeous, completely frozen ocean views. Uncle Yu shrugs, saying this frozen ice sheet is child's play compared to surviving deep winter snow. But Jang Yi says they have to keep driving right onto the ice to find open water. After 2 agonizing hours of driving across the ice, our favorite otaku finally spots open waves ahead. Honestly, our main character is getting pretty nervous right about now. This ice is totally unstable. One wrong move and they all plunge straight into the freezing ocean depths. No time to waste. They jump out, and Jang Yi immediately unleashes his crazy spatial portal power. He starts vacuuming up tons of seawater directly into his infinite pocket dimension. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu rubs his cold hands together, wishing he had brought his trusty fishing rod along. That silly comment actually sparks a brilliant idea in Jang Yi. Why not build their own private lake back home and stock it with fresh ocean fish? Talk about post-apocalyptic luxury. He even dreams of building a beachfront property later. Our resident crazy otaku chimes in, suggesting that if zombies overrun their bases, they can just hop on a boat and sail away. Jang Yi agrees that backup plans are nice, but they need to handle the disaster right in front of them first. Once he vacuums up the last drop of water, it is time to move. He orders everyone back to the car instantly, but as they turn around, a literal nightmare rises from the ice. A giant killer whale. And get this, it has mutated legs to walk on land. Talk about a terrifying city-invading monster. Luckily, they make it back home safely. Jang Yi immediately heads down to Karen's lab to see if her special chemical mixture is ready for action. Karen proudly smiles, explaining it is actually super easy to make. She points to some buckets, explaining that throwing this stuff into the seawater will cause the salt to precipitate out fast. Once the salt content drops, the water will freeze up instantly in this sub-zero weather. They just have to mix it in and let the chemicals work their magic for 2 days. 2 days fly by, but early in the morning, loud alarms shatter the silence of the mansion. They are under attack. Our main character wakes up to a system alert screaming in his head. His base integrity has dropped by 0.1%. He quickly slides open his reinforced window to look outside, only to find a massive army of giant mutant rats gnawing on his walls. To make matters worse, dozens of zombies are tagging along too. Did the rats team up with the undead, or are these zombie rats? Either way, the screeching noise is absolutely deafening. Calmly analyzing the situation, Jang Yi knows these pests cannot break through his ultimate defenses anytime soon. But as they say, constant dripping eventually wears away even the hardest stone. Plus, he is definitely not letting a bunch of ugly rodents leave chew marks all over his beautiful mansion. That is just bad aesthetics. Jang Yi has only one choice left here. This is clearly a sneaky probe from the Zombie King to test his defenses. Gearing up in his warmest winter clothes, he calls the squad out to defend their territory. The team jumps straight into action, completely wiping out the zombie and rodent wave. Still, our main character calculates that daily attacks like this could breach his outer walls in 2 years. He calls everyone back inside, confidently telling them this whole mess will be sorted out in 2 days. Meanwhile, across the snowy wasteland, the leaders at the Chuyu base make a major move. The local boss watches the undead swarming their shipping docks. They make the extreme call to completely abandon the port and move their entire community onto giant cargo ships instead. Sure, they had to ditch a ton of valuable supplies, but at least the zombies can't swim out to get them. Meanwhile, those brutal rat attacks hit the snow-sect base hard. The onslaught completely devastated their lower-ranking servants, but the survivors actually found a silver lining. Free meat! These giant mutant rats are apparently incredibly juicy once you cook them up. Nobody cares about the zombie virus when they are starving, and one giant rat feeds them for days. 2 days later, Jang Yi is finally ready to freeze the entire subway system. He does a quick trial run first. Sure enough, the moment the treated water hits the freezing air, it solidifies. With his theory proven, he calls the squad to start the real operation. They head to the subway outlets. Before pouring a single drop, Jang Yi blocks off every other escape route so the zombies cannot run and the water cannot leak out. He literally blows up the exits with explosives to seal them shut. One click, and boom. Chen worries this might tip off the zombie king and give him time to run away. Jang Yi shrugs. Honestly, that would actually work in their favor. The goal was always to force them out into the open anyway. If the king flees, they can just pivot to plan A. The bottom line is keeping these monsters far away from his home. If they think they can crash in his neighborhood, they have another thing coming. But then, Li Ying asks a deep question. What if the entire human race turns into zombies? How will they survive then? Our pragmatic lead lays out his cold logic. If a virus or ice age wipes out the planet, who cares? Nature will eventually balance itself out. In an apocalypse, you only look out for number one. Surviving is the only goal. If that means locking down our base, so be it. Arriving at the main entrance, they unleash the floodgates, pumping tons of water into the tunnels. The terrified mutant rats scramble deeper into the dark to escape the freezing wave, but nothing outruns a roaring torrent in a closed tunnel. The rushing water quickly catches up to the zombies deep underground, completely submerging the entire undead horde in seconds. Once the tunnels are flooded, they dump in Karen's special chemical solution. The freezing reaction triggers instantly in the freezing cold. Within minutes, the entire subway turns to solid ice. Just like that, problem solved. Jang Yi tells his crew to go get some rest while he personally cleans up the remaining surface rats. The team can only marvel at his insane power. It is honestly terrifying. Li Ying asks what their next move is, and Jang Yi smirked. Simple. Kick them while they are down. Whether it is zombies or rats, they are still threats. In this frozen hell, you can never be too safe. Thinning out their numbers is always a win. Their mission now is to slaughter every last zombie to keep them from spreading. Of course, some lucky zombies manage to escape the freezing flood and start giving chase, alongside some weird new variants. And that is when we catch our first glimpse of a white monkey zombie. This creepy, highly intelligent beast actually commands a bunch of zombies dressed in dinosaur costumes. Suddenly, he gets a mental transmission, muttering that his master has a new command, and marches off. Meanwhile, over at the Yang base, Hong Lian is busy surrounding her entire perimeter with fuel from her factory. Her master plan? To spark an endless wall of fire around her base. These flames will keep any zombie from even thinking about crossing. Sure, burning a massive fire in deep snow sounds a bit wild, but hey, who cares if it melts everything around? Will it cause a massive flood? Who knows? Next up, we check out the underground shelter of the Qingpu base. Their leader is totally stressed because fighting endless zombies every single day is exhausting, so they just decided to hide underground and let the zombies run wild upstairs. Honestly, they do not even want the base equipment, mostly because they have no idea how to use it anyway. Finally, we return to the shelter that actually matters. Our main character's base. Qin Qin arrives with a highly unexpected email. He is genuinely shocked because honestly, who even sends emails during an apocalypse? But the message itself is way more shocking than the delivery method. A special military team has arrived in the south of Tianhua City, demanding everyone show up at the meeting point at precisely 2:30 p.m. The guest list includes the big bosses from all the major refuges, the leader of the Snow Church, and our very own Jang Yi, who gets introduced as the leader of some beautiful girls. Jang Yi immediately realizes these guys are backed by the military, a massive powerhouse from another city. Still, he cannot help but wonder if this invitation is just a clever trap. Fortunately, Qin Qin is on the case. He confidently assures him that this email is the real deal from the Southern forces. Since she installed an incredibly strong firewall on their network, anyone trying to reach them must bypass her strict security. This message bypassed her defense layer entirely. Only elite hackers or major government institutions have that kind of high-level capability. Qin Qin admits she has no idea why they suddenly showed up in Shanghai. Jang Yi starts worrying that their shelter network might actually be vulnerable if someone could bypass it so easily. But Qin Qin explains that their main servers are completely offline, so hacking them remotely is impossible. To truly breach their system, someone would have to physically break into the shelter. With that worry out of the way, they assume these military folks are only here because of the massive zombie crisis. Qin Qin agrees with his theory. Realizing the scale of things, Jang Yi decides it is best to accept the invitation. In an apocalypse, it is definitely not smart to pick a fight with the government. Even though he is confident it is not an ambush, he is still not taking any chances. For safety reasons, he plans to bring his most heavily armed security force along to the meeting. After gathering his crew to discuss the situation, some are naturally worried. Qin Qin admits he is terrified of what will happen once these massive outside forces start meddling in their city's affairs. But Jang Yi shuts down his worries. Compared to the massive southern military district, their city is practically invisible. There is nothing in their ruined town that would attract high-level attention anyway. Let's be real. Chin is mostly just terrified of losing his comfortable lifestyle with his beloved inflatable wives. Uncle Yu chimes in, advising them to trust the invitation and attend the meeting. He points out that the southern leaders definitely would not want a major city like Shanghai to remain overrun by a massive zombie outbreak. Lei Ying agrees with Uncle Yu's logic completely. With everyone on board, Jang Yi officially greenlights the mission. Chin will stay back and monitor the entire area online, helping them identify any high-profile figures who show up at the venue. When the big day arrives, the southern representatives step out of their vehicle, absolutely shocked by how deep the ice is. The female officer mutters that the frozen disaster here is a complete mess. A mysterious boy smugly replies that this is only temporary, promising to clear the entire mess. He immediately shows off some wild, almost anime-like powers as he easily parts the giant wall of snow. Thanks to his skills, they easily gain entry into the building. Soon after, another vehicle pulls up. It is Hong Lian's signature red truck. Seeing only one car, she deduces they kept their numbers low. With no directions left behind, she only finds a massive tunnel carved through the snow. Using her high detective intelligence, she realizes this clean hole was definitely not made by any normal tool. She knows a powerful mutant must be responsible for this. Sure enough, the culprit stands at the end of the tunnel, asking if she represents a local faction. She proudly introduces herself. She announces that she is Xiao Hong Lian, the leader of the Yangshang base. The guard immediately recognizes her as the former head of the local police brigade. He welcomes her, but sets some ground rules. Only leaders are allowed inside. Her men must wait out in the cold. Hong Lian agrees to go in alone, dismissing her soldiers' concerns about potential traps with absolute confidence. She knows that even if they are plotting something, nobody here can easily take her down. A bit later, another refuge leader, Wei Dinghai, approaches with his top lieutenant, only to get stopped. The guard repeats the rule. Only the main boss gets access. Dinghai is clearly annoyed by this and asks if they are hiding something shady, but the guard remains completely unmoved. The rules are simple. Leaders only, no exceptions. Though deeply annoyed by the restriction, Dinghai ultimately accepts the terms and orders his loyal right-hand man to stay behind. Quietly, Dinghai warns his companion that the guard is a dangerously powerful mutant, so they should avoid starting any unnecessary fights. His ally nods, promising to wait patiently outside. Meanwhile, the waiting guards laugh at the lieutenant who got shut out despite acting so important. Next up, our absolute star of the show, Jang Yi, arrives in style. Armed and ready as always, he immediately spots several familiar faces from the enemy factions he clashed with weeks ago. The hostile soldiers glare back, still harboring massive grudges against him. Despite their anger, they can only watch as he walks past. Before he even reaches the door, a guard yells out, confirming his identity and reminding his team that only Jang Yi can enter. Our sly protagonist has absolutely no objections. He only brought a small escort anyway, and they are fine with waiting. Calm as ever, Jang Yi simply asks where the meeting is taking place. The guard directs him to the 5th floor, left side, the 3rd conference room. Jang Yi finds it instantly. Inside, alongside two familiar faces, sits a mysterious stranger he has never seen before. Internally, Jang Yi wonders why on earth this guy is wearing sunglasses indoors. Is he blind or just trying to look cool? Taking a seat, the newcomer politely introduces himself to the room. His name is Bian Junwei, sent directly by the southern region to investigate this massive zombie crisis. Naturally, everyone plays nice. Up next, another familiar face enters the room. It is our main character's old classmate. He immediately greets Jang Yi and starts complaining loudly about how fighting these relentless zombies every single day is driving him absolutely insane. Hearing this, the other leaders are secretly thrilled. If even the powerful Jang Yi is struggling with the zombie outbreak, it means he is not as invincible as they thought. The rivals share a look of quiet relief. Seeing their competitor face the exact same struggles gives them renewed hope. Little do they know, Jang Yi has already completely wiped out his zombies. He has no intention of revealing his secret triumph just yet. Finally, the last guest arrives. Instead of the grand sect leader, she sends her loyal right-hand representative to sit in. With everyone assembled, the meeting begins. The investigator addresses the room, stating that a massive zombie crisis is overtaking the city, and as local leaders, the burden falls on them. He raises his voice, asking if they even understand why these official shelters were built. They took over these government-funded bases and claimed all the resources for themselves. He points out that hoarding all those state supplies while refusing to protect the city is the literal definition of incompetence and cowardice. One of the leaders speaks up, claiming that his accusations are not entirely fair. After all, they have been fighting tirelessly just to keep their own bases from falling apart, and things are looking bad. The horde of zombies popping up this time is just way too massive, leaving the entire area in pure chaos. Honestly, their current resources will not save them. Wei basically admits they do not have the high-tech weapons or the elite troops of the South. Hearing this confession, the representative from the South just bursts out laughing like a maniac. He quickly snaps back to a cold glare and demands, since you weaklings cannot handle this crisis anyway, you will obey my orders. This smug guy is stepping up to take full charge. He claims he will manage the entire zombie outbreak, demanding total, blind obedience. Talk about a power trip. Our main character immediately realizes that agreeing to this is a terrible idea. No way anyone is playing puppy dog to some random outsider. Even Wei argues that just because the South is powerful, they cannot simply boss everyone around like this. They are vastly underestimating the locals if they think a few snobs can rule them all. Hongling adds that absolute control would only work if they actually sent a massive army here. An army that could actually wipe out the monster threat. The Southern representative just sneers at their complaints, asking if they seriously doubt his ability to handle a few brain-dead zombies. He scoffs, pointing out that they only think that because they are useless on their own. The four-eyed representative asserts that this city's disaster is now affecting the entire surrounding region. Their failure to clear the threat is putting nearby territories in grave danger. He slams his hand on the table, warning them never to forget that this city does not belong to them. Greater South is the ultimate authority in this country, making him the boss here. He is standing right before them representing the highest power in the land, so they better show respect. Jang Yi calmly watches this little performance. The arrogant rep threatens that if they dare to disobey his command, the resulting consequences will be extremely painful for all of them. Hongling is not buying the drama. She sarcastically asks if he plans to send an army to wipe them out, flashing a mocking smirk that says, "We are not scared of your empty threats." Wei silently nods along with her bold attitude. Glasses guy sighs, asking if she truly thinks this is all a joke, before revealing they actually arrived with two very specific directives. The first directive is to cooperate and contain the outbreak before it spreads further. But the second directive? It is much darker if things spin completely out of their control. If cleanup gets too costly, they will simply abandon the entire city to rot. This revelation catches Jang Yi off guard. If they truly discard the city, his plans are ruined. A total abandonment means his secure sanctuary would be in direct danger. But wait, maybe leaving these desperate people behind and relocating is actually a smart move for him right now. The four-eyed representative reiterates that if they finally grasp the stakes, every single faction must fall in line immediately. The leaders are visibly shaken but keep their mouths shut. While everyone hesitates to speak up, our main character unexpectedly breaks the silence. Jang Yi steps forward and smoothly declares that he is fully on board with supporting the Southern orders. He points out that since the locals clearly cannot handle the zombies and rats alone, accepting outside help is just logical. However, he adds a sneaky little twist to his proposal. What if a leader could easily clear the monsters in their own territory? The arrogant Hongling immediately scoffs at his words, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he is hinting at. She mockingly asks if his tiny shelter can seriously handle millions of filthy creatures. Wei jumps in to support her, laughing that kids love playing hero, but this is real life. The entire room doubts Jang Yi's claims, assuming his cleared region is a total bluff to dodge the order. But our favorite cheeky villain has a flawless response ready for them. He tells them to go ahead and inspect his zone themselves, because every last monster has been kicked out. This absolutely triggers the other leaders, making them look completely incompetent. Hongling slams the table in a rage, screaming that he is a dirty liar. Jang Yi just smiles, telling her she is free to send scouts to double-check his claim right now. His absolute confidence catches the attention of the Southern representative, who curiously asks how he achieved this feat. Jang Yi smoothly explains that the brainless monsters only go where the food is. Naturally, they swarm the most populated areas. He then asks them to think about where the crowds are in this city. This simple logic completely blows these small-minded leaders away. Our main character points out that his remote region has very few humans, meaning it naturally attracts fewer beasts. Still, he claims the final showdown was an incredibly brutal struggle for survival. He has to act like he struggled, remembering how he complained about the awful smell earlier. So, he spins a wild tale, claiming he discovered a terrifying secret behind the monster horde. A highly intelligent king of the dead is pulling the strings, creating elite commanders to direct the brainless hordes. By hunting down these specific leaders, he broke their entire chain of command. Jang Yi explains that his team stormed the dark underground tunnels, wiping out the threat using the heavy arsenal they looted from the military base he took over earlier. He proudly declares his 2 districts are fully secured and zombie-free. He then cleverly reminds the glasses guy that his own rules state independent leaders do not need direct Southern intervention. As long as they maintain absolute stability, they get to keep their independence. But since he is such a nice guy, Jang Yi offers a friendly compromise to keep them happy. He is willing to cooperate and help them out whenever they ask. Of course, he humble brags that his tiny squad only consists of a hot teacher, a nerdy otaku, and one retired soldier, claiming they are way too small to be of any real use to the mighty South. After this brilliant display of manipulation from our protagonist, the Southern leader praises his incredible work. He acknowledges their exceptional skills, saying the South will definitely rely on them later. The rep respects Jang Yi's independence, thanks him, and immediately turns his cold gaze back to the others. He commands the rest of the leaders to obey unconditionally, demanding they share all intelligence and put aside old grudges. Megumin is the first to agree, ready to talk business. They finally start planning how to tackle this massive crisis, but as the meeting heats up inside, loud shouting and chaotic screams begin echoing from the snowy courtyard outside. Wei's men are clashing with the arrogant Southern guards, who are actively looking for a fight. Recognizing the voice of his right-hand man, Wei wonders what that idiot is doing. Annoyed by the noisy distraction, the Glass's representative demands to know what is going on. Surprisingly, Jang Yi's companion chimes in, explaining that their guards are just having a little dispute. The Southern leader shrugs it off, saying boys will be boys. Let them settle it themselves while they focus on the bigger threat here. Meanwhile, outside in the freezing cold, the tension is reaching a boiling point. The Southern guards mockingly ask why they are so tense, but the blonde fighter refuses to back down. His companion sneers that he absolutely hates being looked down on, especially by clueless bumpkins from small-town factions. This insult pushes Wei's already angry subordinate right over the edge. Furious, he roars, asking if they honestly think they are the strongest fighters here. That is all it takes to trigger the Southern elites, who decide to teach these country bumpkins a lesson. We'll show them the massive gap between Southern elites and everyone else. The duel officially begins as Wei's guard activates his body-hardening skill, but Uncle Yu thinks this is a bad idea. He warns that the arrogant Southern kid is in for a beating because Chen is a beast in close-quarters combat. But Liang counters, pointing out that the opponent is no amateur either. You could tell how tense he was just by his breathing. Once the commentators finished yapping, the fight finally kicked off. And Chen? He immediately threatened to put his finger somewhere highly inappropriate. Gumu did not take that threat lightly. He teleported right behind Chen, aiming a brutal, pinpoint kick to his back. It looked like a clean hit, but then things got weird. See, Gumu's body stretched like literal rubber, completely absorbing the impact. So, Chen decided to get cozy, wrapping himself around Gumu like a clingy boyfriend, claiming nobody escapes his grip. He told him to surrender and be a good boy. Talk about romantic tension. But instead of playing along, Gumu literally pulled a sharp knife out of thin air. He slashed Chen, but Chen just laughed it off. Apparently, his skin behaves like tough fabric. It cuts, sure, but it does not hurt. He warned Gumu to tap out before his bones got snapped. Uncle Yu confidently declared the match was over. A done deal, right? Wrong. Out of nowhere, the rubber man whipped his head around and literally spat a whole sword straight into Chen's eye. Right in the left eye. Talk about a bad day. The poor guy shrieked in agony as the blade sank deep, sending him collapsing to the floor in absolute torture. The attacker mocked him, saying he thought Chen's whole body was rubber. Guess the face was a weak spot. Uncle Yu then had to explain to us simpletons that the guy actually turned his tongue into a dagger. He stabbed Chen with his tongue dagger, boasting that he knew the eyes would be vulnerable anyway. With the match decided, the smug winner told Chen to get medical help before he bled out. Now that everyone saw his insane sword-spitting skills, the soldier started trash-talking the other locals. Meanwhile, a humiliated Chen dragged himself back to his crew to patch things up. Sadly, Chen is going to have to rock a pirate eye patch from now on. Since the remaining fighters suddenly lost their courage, the victor told them to know their place. Back in the briefing room, Aaron gathered all the data from the local chiefs and thanked them. Meanwhile, our main character Gina secretly enjoyed learning exactly what these guys knew about the zombies. He already had a master plan brewing. Aaron then summarized the zombie data for us. Apparently, the brainless hordes love targeting crowded areas specifically to boost their ranks. Even crazier, the rats and zombies share a weird symbiotic relationship. If we wipe out the walkers, the rat infestation vanishes too. Talk about a 2-for-1 special. More importantly, their hordes move with suspicious coordination, meaning someone is pulling the strings. In fact, Jang Yi mentioned there might actually be a literal King of the Dead in charge. Aaron clarified that King of the Dead is probably just a fancy title. It is likely just a mutant with an incredibly bizarre superpower. Either way, they have to take this boss down, because if they do not kill the source, the guy will just keep breeding more undead. Aaron ordered all the major factions to move their populations deep underground immediately to avoid conflict. This keeps the zombies from multiplying, but Megumin was not having it. She spoke up, asking what her group was supposed to do since they did not have a fancy bunker. She got super salty, complaining that everyone else had cozy hideouts while her snow sect was basically being left out in the cold to get eaten. Classic favoritism. Aaron coldly shut her down, saying the snow sect has plenty of people, and it is her own job to protect them. Besides, with so many members, they should have plenty of fighting power. His harsh words made her absolutely furious. She looked ready to drop a massive explosion right there. But Aaron slammed his hand on the table, demanding they work with what they have. Megumin snapped back, accusing them of using her people as meat shields. If everyone else hides underground, the snow sect becomes a giant neon target for the entire zombie army. While she pleaded her case, our main character Jenna just sat back, totally enjoying the show. He was not the only one. The other leaders looked completely relaxed, fully prepared to let her sect suffer. Hungian chimed in, pointing out that the snow sect chose to adopt thousands of useless, powerless civilians. Now they have to sleep in the bed they made and take full responsibility. Aaron agreed they could not shelter everyone from her sect, but suggested they could serve a different purpose. Megumin, highly skeptical, demanded to know what brilliant plan he actually had. Honestly, Aaron had absolutely no clue, but he confidently promised an answer within 3 days. He dismissed the meeting, telling everyone to prep their squads for immediate deployment. As the crowd filed out, the big boss signaled Gina to wait behind. He had a private matter to discuss. Our main character curiously asked if Mr. Ban needed anything. Turns out, Aaron wanted an invite to Gina's place, highly intrigued by this promising young man. Naturally, Gina tried to brush him off, claiming his house was incredibly boring. He called it a total waste of time, explaining he did not even have a proper base, just a heavily reinforced home. This quick rejection made Aaron wonder if Gina was locking him out. Gina claimed it was not like that. Aaron admitted that invading a stranger's territory is a big ask, but reminded Gina that they are allies now and should not be so defensive. Getting dangerously close, Aaron literally whispered in his ear that he only wanted to discuss the plan to crush those zombie hordes. Talk about an intense personal space violation. Plus, Aaron teased that he had plenty of juicy secrets Gina would love to get his hands on. After all that aggressive persuasion, Gina finally agreed to host him. Since the guy traveled so far to help, it was the least he could do. Soon, the pair headed outside, where Wee spotted his buddy sporting a fresh head bandage. He was covering his eye, prompting Wee to ask what on earth happened to him. The defeated Chen mumbled that it was nothing, just a friendly chat with some southern rivals. He called it a tiny little accident. Aaron had strictly ordered his soldiers not to start fights, but clearly, nobody listens to him. The blonde fighter argued it was a necessary duel. He claimed those locals lacked respect, so they needed a friendly match to test their limits. Aaron rolled his eyes and banned eye patches, because they looked completely ridiculous. But their little bickering was cut short when thousands of hungry zombies suddenly swarmed the building. The sentry screamed that an uncountable horde was rushing them like crazy. Tien, who is usually not the sharpest tool in the shed, figured out that their loud fighting earlier had attracted the monsters. With the horde practically on top of them, they had to fight. We ordered everyone to slaughter them all, warning that letting even one escape would expose their plans to the rest of the undead. Everyone braced themselves for a bloody battle, but Aaron calmly stepped up and slowly removed his sunglasses, ready to show off. His eyes began to glow. Gina probably thought this guy was trying to act like a Pikachu, but his power was no joke. He simply ordered the creatures to shut up, then erupted like a literal supernova, blinding everyone in a flash of overwhelming light. While the others covered their eyes, Aaron's close subordinates barely flinched. They were used to his flashy moves. In an instant, the mysterious blast disintegrated the entire horde. Jang Yi struggled to see through the dust, utterly amazed that even the undead could not survive dying twice. The powerful base leaders stood there completely paralyzed with fear. Wee pointed to the empty field, yelling at everyone to look. He thought he was hallucinating, but it was real. With a single, casual move, he erased the entire zombie army. Just who is this monster? How can anyone be this strong? One of Aaron's own men complained that they were supposed to keep a low profile, but their leader just had to show off. Classic flex. Our favorite eye-poking soldier claimed the boss was just showing off his power to force some respect for the 11th city. But you and I know better, right? That ultimate move definitely cost him some life points, and Jang Yi totally caught on. Even the henchmen begged the boss to stop pushing his limits, though Aaron tried to play it cool. Our main character started doing some major detective work. Is the big boss secretly sick? A terminal illness? Or maybe his own crazy mutant powers are slowly eating him alive inside. Either way, with the fight over, Aaron literally told his boys to pack up and go home. Just stay on standby for my call, he says. Meanwhile, Jenny walked over. She noticed the boss looking super exhausted and offered her personal doctor. But Aaron just brushed her off, claiming it was just an old habit and he only needed some sleep. Boom. theory confirmed. Our main character smiled inside and invited Aaron over to his place, since the boss wanted to visit anyway. Next, stop driving straight to the villain's hideout. In the other car, the blonde kid asked the ultimate troll question. Is Jang Yi your long-lost secret son or what? Aaron just sighed and shut him down, saying Jang Yi is actually insanely strong. He is way above ordinary squad leaders. A perfect seed, Aaron called him. But wait, did he mean a seed? Or a vessel? Maybe something to host his failing body? Oh, things just got creepy. Seriously, tell me I'm not crazy. Aaron's soldiers were skeptical. How do we know this Jang Yi guy is actually strong if we've never seen him fight? Well, Aaron had two reasons. Number 1, boss intuition. Number 2, pure battle experience. Think about it, guys. Jang Yi's squad is literally the smallest, yet they still dominate as one of the 4 major powers here. That means his mutants are elite tier. Aaron admitted that without a doubt, Jang Yi is the most capable leader here. Seriously, this guy has a whole list of achievements. Like, he literally cleared out all the zombies around his base by himself. The squad agreed this guy was super interesting, and they couldn't wait to fight him. But Aaron warned them to drop the arrogance. Jang Yi would absolutely wreck them, joking that the kid would end up wearing an eye patch on his butt if he dared to fight him. Talk about a roast. The kid was so annoyed, wanting a sparring match to prove himself. So they asked, what is this guy's actual cheat code? What's his mutant ability? Aaron revealed that Jung has a rare spatial ability. The whole squad gasped because space-type users are extremely rare, even across the entire southern region. Talk about hitting the superpower lottery. A guy with that kind of power is basically a walking cheat code. No wonder the boss was practically drooling to recruit him. Aaron nodded, totally agreeing with his squad. He'd do whatever it takes to win him over, but it all depends on Jang Yi's choice. Meanwhile, in our main character's car, the vibe was completely different. He warned everyone that these visitors are on a whole different level. Even our resident arrogant bad boy, Dylan, agreed they needed to be on their absolute best behavior. Eventually, they pulled up to Jung's massive, heavily fortified mansion. Aaron was shocked. He totally expected some sketchy underground bunker, not this giant, luxurious flex of a house. It was pure luxury. Some random girl in the crowd pointed out that this mansion used to belong to the richest man in China, so of course it was fancy. A gorgeous girl welcomed the guests, asking if these were the reinforcements from the south. Jung nodded, saying they were here to help clear out the local zombie infestation. He ordered her to fetch some refreshments. Since it's the apocalypse, Jenny apologized that they only had beer, fancy cocktails, and soda to offer. Such a tragic crisis, right? The guests were speechless at the flex. Paranoid about getting poisoned, Aaron just asked for plain boiled water, then requested a very private chat with our main character. Jung led him to a quiet meeting room upstairs. Aaron didn't waste any time, cutting straight to the chase about how Jang Yi managed to magically solve that massive zombie threat. Now pay attention, because Aaron made it clear that those fake excuses wouldn't fly with him. He warned that the southern region already had a whole file on Jang Yi. Things got tense. Arrogant, smart guys like Aaron are practically impossible to lie to. Our main character realized his poker face wasn't going to cut it here. He decided honesty was the best policy and spilled the actual story. After chatting for a bit and sipping on that incredibly exciting boiled water, Aaron asked a hard question. Why lie and let other squads get wiped out over petty grudges? He called it unethical and asked if Jung's ultimate plan was to become the supreme king of this city. Our boy didn't even deny it. He flat out admitted he's a simple man driven by pure, unadulterated revenge. And honestly, everyone else in this wasteland is the exact same. Simple math, really. If rival factions lose their ground and get weaker, Jang Yi gets safer and stronger. That's why he kept his zombie-clearing secrets strictly to himself. Let them lose their forces. Besides, the city subway system is too massive for him to clear alone. His real target is the king of the dead, not the minions. He hadn't faced this zombie king yet, but he knew the monster was targeting these specific factions for a reason. Hearing this, Aaron admitted our main character was incredibly smart, but he didn't stop there. Aaron dropped a major bombshell, revealing that Jang Yi is actually classified as a Delta-level mutant. Our main character was completely clueless about that term. Aaron warned him that the ranking system is top secret, so he couldn't share details. Instead, he asked what Jung actually knew about how mutants even started appearing. Jung confidently explained the standard theory gamma rays hit Earth, causing the Ice Age and mutations. But Aaron literally chuckled and told him he was dead wrong. He revealed that human mutation is ancient history. Evolution has been doing its thing since the dawn of time. I mean, dinosaurs literally evolved into birds, right? Humans are no different. He brought up old legends of ancient warriors who trained so hard they unlocked completely impossible, godlike powers. We're talking ancient myths about people with 3 arms. Aaron was absolutely convinced that mutants have been walking the Earth for thousands of years. The recent global apocalypse was just a giant catalyst that speed ran the mutation process. He added that shadow organizations have been secretly researching this for ages. Naturally, a power ranking system has existed for decades. Feeling curious, our main character asked for the list, and despite saying it was classified, Aaron spilled the beans. The top-tier gods are called epsilons. Below them sit deltas, followed by alphas, gammas, and some others. He explained that alpha is basically level 1, no real potential. Next is beta level 2, which has more kick than alpha, but still hitting a hard ceiling. Then you get gamma level 3, now we are talking actual heavy hitters. These guys have insane powers and can easily take down hundreds of enemies. Hearing this, our main character immediately thought of Uncle Yu and Chun, clearly gamma tier. But then Aaron defined the absolute peak of talent delta level 4. Their cheat ability? They can literally absorb other mutants' power to evolve themselves. His jaw dropped. He realized both he and Teacher Liang could steal powers, making them legendary deltas. Tell me in the comments, are you as hyped as I am? Interestingly, Aaron noted that delta-level mutants might start off weaker than level 1, but their unique ability to evolve eventually propelled them to the absolute top. He suspected Jang Yi was delta level 2. Being delta level meant reaching rank 4, an absurd level of power for any living creature. If that was delta, what would epsilon be like? Aaron immediately moved on to the ultimate tier. Epsilon mutants represent level 5, the absolute strongest rank in existence. Aaron explained that this terrifying tier held the power to dominate the world, absorbing energy from other races with a unique power source. Curious, Jang Yi asked if Aaron himself had reached that epsilon peak. Aaron chuckled and admitted he was only delta level. Hearing this, our protagonist wondered what an actual epsilon could do. If a delta mutant was already this ridiculously powerful, how insane would a level 5 be? Aaron asked if they were misunderstanding how these power levels actually worked, explaining a crucial detail. These ranks do not just measure raw combat strength, but the absolute limits of their abilities. Since powers range from combat to support, an epsilon could actually die early under bad conditions. If suppressed or caught in the wrong environment, even a level 5 could be killed before ever growing strong. In short, our protagonist realized that potential is entirely about growth limits. Realizing that power relied heavily on the user's capacity to nurture it, Jang Yi questioned if their level 4 rating was truly correct. It made no sense if they were both delta. If they shared the same rank, they should be equals. But Jang Yi could tell Aaron was far more powerful. Aaron confessed his estimation was purely based on personal experience. Getting an exact reading required specialists and advanced gear, which was currently out of the question. Still, based on everything he saw, Aaron was confident his initial judgment was correct. With those facts laid out, Jang Yi asked if anyone had actually reached level 5 yet. To their immense relief, Aaron confirmed that no one had currently achieved that monstrous level of power. However, he added that over in the massive Shenjing region, there was a strange mutant claiming to be level 5. After sharing this, Aaron explained why humanity must trust those with absolute power. Need powerful guardians to keep evil forces from throwing the world into total chaos. Excitedly, Aaron described how this mysterious figure's power defied all logic, bordering on the supernatural. Rumors say that if he looks at you, even from thousands of kilometers away, you will die instantly from his thoughts alone. A true monster. This revelation made our protagonist incredibly uneasy. Such a terrifying figure could erase him from existence without him ever realizing it. As Aaron kept emphasizing that absolute force, Jang Yi felt a massive headache coming on from the stress. Aaron laughed, calling the monster a cosmic joke. But then, he speculated that an even higher rank was theoretically possible, a level 6 called Omega, a legendary being surpassing reality itself. Just like Epsilon, Omega was a hypothetical class with infinite, massive growth. Aaron warned that anyone reaching that height would basically be a living god. But then, he suddenly paused, leaving a tense suspense in the air as Aaron coughed. Our protagonist noticed his failing health and insisted he see a personal doctor, but Aaron waved it off, refusing his help. He quietly explained he was diagnosed with a terminal, incurable disease just days ago, so recovery was impossible anyway. Even so, Xenia pushed back, offering their top shelter doctor. Xenia insisted their doctor was basically a medical miracle worker, but Aaron's continuous refusal raised heavy suspicions, showing there was something else he was hiding from them. Aaron insisted his remaining time must be spent helping the southern region survive. Taking off his glasses, he finally revealed the dark truth behind his rapidly failing body. His incredible power constantly sacrificed his eyesight and life force whenever it was used. That massive drawback was the exact reason he was locked at Delta level, turning him into a highly restricted weapon. This explanation finally satisfied our protagonist. Eren was blessed with immense power, but cursed with even greater tragedy. Even Xenia realized the man was being completely honest with them. Eren admitted he shared his vulnerability because he truly wanted Xenia's future cooperation. To work together smoothly, he believed both sides needed a clear, honest understanding of each other's limits. This made it crystal clear to Xenia that Eren couldn't overuse his abilities without speeding up his death. Currently, he was nearly blind, forced to use special glasses just to perceive others. Even with them, everyone looked like a blurry red outline. After sharing so many heavy secrets, Eren looked up and asked if Xenia had any interest in joining the southern region. He believed Xenia's incredible potential could easily reach level 5 in the future. However, our main character had zero ambition, wanting neither fame nor grand power. All he wanted was a safe, quiet shelter to live in peace with his girls. Seeing how stubborn our protagonist was, Eren told him there was no need to decide immediately. He argued that the South offered a far safer and better life. They had successfully revived trade networks, and citizens could actually walk the streets at night without any danger. Powerful mutants kept the peace and ensured everything remained fair. They even had luxury apartments. Despite these massive advantages, our protagonist stubbornly preferred his own safe bunker. Since comfort didn't work, Eren warned him that this region was far more dangerous than it seemed. At any moment, absolute chaos could erupt and tear this city to pieces. Was he truly prepared to face the monstrous enemies headed his way? Although the thought made him shiver, Jang Yi calmly replied that he would face those threats when they arrived. He was determined to stay and wait out the storm. With nothing left to discuss, Eren promised to get in touch when the time was right, signaling the end of their meeting. Jang Yi offered them a polite dinner invitation, but Eren politely declined, stating they had urgent tasks and their own supplies. He then ordered his lazy squad to get moving, telling them they had rested enough. They prepared to leave. The men thanked the beautiful women who hosted them, but the arrogant boy couldn't resist challenging Jang Yi to a rematch. Despite Eren's clear warning, the foolish kid was still trying to poke a sleeping dragon. Once they finally left, Shukir shuddered, noting that those men carried an absolute killer aura. Yang Mi agreed, sensing that these people were totally different from anyone they had ever encountered. Jang Yi admitted they were incredibly lucky to not be enemies, or they'd be done for. They only came here to deal with the zombie plague. Intrigued, our hero asked Chen Chen for her thoughts. She doubted even a powerhouse like the South could solve this crisis easily. She suspected they were just a scouting squad. Once they identified where the zombies were breeding, they would likely deploy a massive army to wipe them out completely. But that meant the entire city would be quarantined, affecting their shelter as well. Overhearing the dark prediction, Chen anxiously asked if they would be forced to evacuate. While Jang Yi doubted it, Chen Chen warned that evacuation wasn't even the worst-case scenario. If the zombie threat was too massive, the military might simply decide to sacrifice the entire city. Her chilling words made Jang Yi rethink Eren's offer to move south. That wasn't just a friendly invitation, it was a lifeline, offering them an escape route before the hammer fell. After parting ways with our protagonist, the southern leaders left the luxurious villa. The hot-headed blonde kid was practically vibrating with excitement, dying to duel the famous Jang Yi. As they watched them leave, the girls remarked that these supposed allies were far more terrifying than any enemy they had faced. Later, Jang Yi opened up to Chen Chen about his fears. He realized these people might actually sacrifice the city to exterminate the zombies. It made perfect sense, considering their cold efficiency and overwhelming power. So the leader insisted that Jang Yi should just pack up and move to another city. Sure, dealing with the zombies is priority number 1, but how on earth do they do that without breaking a sweat? Shuchu looked super worried. It turns out the zombies and massive hordes of rats are all throwing a party underground, completely taking over the entire subway system of Chenhai City 2. But with their current power, they stand zero chance unless they take out the zombie king. Since they have no clue how to do that, their best bet is to just wait. They need backup from the southern region. She was clearly playing it safe, but Jang Yi was like, look, fear only comes from the unknown, and our biggest issue is understanding these creatures. What exactly are these walking corpses? Any wild guesses? Naturally, dead silence. But Chen pointed out that the other factions are definitely not behind this, since they are also getting wrecked by them. Still, Chen insisted they cannot let the other groups off the hook. Who is to say they did not create them? Just look at what happened back at the Sichuan base. They ran shady human experiments there. It is highly likely other bases did the exact same terrible things, accidentally unleashing this entire zombie apocalypse on everyone. Since this might be a giant trap, our squad decided to sit back and see if the southern crew actually knows what they are doing. Those guys supposedly have top-tier combat experience. They have advanced tech and crazy backing down south. They should get some results. And if they fail miserably, well, our team will just have to figure out a backup plan. So our main character is letting the outsiders do the heavy lifting first. Meanwhile, over at the Snow God cult base, Maguman reported that the South sent some seriously terrifying mutants to investigate. The cult leader had zero clue who these newcomers were. Her only real concern was whether this would mess with her own cult. Maguman warned her that things could get ugly. If Tingui City turns into a massive disaster zone, the military might flood the area, totally ruining the cult's plans. Plus, the border army sent a very clear threat. If they cannot clear the zombies, extreme measures will be taken. Maguman believed they had to act. The leader knew Jang Yi and the other top fighters would not sit this out either. None of them want their city wiped out, so everyone is gearing up. Meanwhile, the southern leader headed straight to the spot where Kang Yi allegedly froze an entire zombie horde solid. He was super skeptical about the plan, thinking it was totally impossible. But once he arrived, he saw the frozen graveyard with his own eyes. The guy is a straight-up genius. Seeing his master praise someone else, this arrogant blonde kid got totally salty. He claimed it was no big deal, and that his own spatial powers could easily block the subway tunnels too. He even trashed Jang Yi's plan, calling it a cheap, temporary band-aid that just delays the inevitable. But his companion, Wu Di, immediately called him out on his nonsense. Wu Di told him that respecting others does not make him look weak, and he needs to learn some humility. But the kid insisted he would have completely vaporized them instead of just freezing them. The leader smirked and asked, "If you are so confident, can you actually back it up? Do you even know how strong these zombies are?" The kid quietly admitted he had never actually seen one. The leader explained that they are absolute beasts. Yet Jang Yi's squad wiped out dozens of them underground without taking a single scratch. He warned him not to let arrogance blind him. True strength is not just about raw power. It is about brain power, tactics, and fighting smart. The kid finally got serious, arguing that having ultra-strong teammates is what really matters. He boasted that their own squad was far more experienced and powerful. So, the leader decided to show his soldiers the brutal reality and take them to see the zombies firsthand. They drove to the Yangsheng base, using high-tech spy glasses to scan the area. Down there, the base leader was still wearing the exact same clothes, which must smell absolutely terrible by now. She was stuck in a non-stop war, desperately defending her base against the undead. A girl prepared some food and offered it to the leader, because hey, you cannot fight on an empty stomach. The red-haired kid estimated there were thousands of undead out there, likely the maximum they could control. The leader suggested a bold plan. Bypass the horde and strike the zombie king's lair directly. We take out the boss while he is distracted attacking other bases. With that, the leader ordered everyone to gear up for an assault. But then, Wu Di bragged again. He promised to show the master that he is way better than Jang Yi, claiming he would solo the entire horde. The girl had to remind this arrogant clown that they are here for a stealth mission. Their main goal is to infiltrate and assassinate the king, not start a war. Don't be stupid. This is a brain mission, not a brawn one. Soon, they found the subway entrance near Yang Base. Everyone geared up for battle. A girl wearing a scarf, looking low-key like Mikasa, brandished her spear and prepared for a fight. Though, honestly, is that even a girl? Hard to tell. Okay, this next person is definitely a girl, and she headed straight to the entrance. Using her tracking powers, she scanned the entire subway. She spotted a few wandering zombies, but nothing major yet. With the coast relatively clear, they ventured inside. The 5 of them sprinted down the dark subway tracks until they ran straight into a massive wall of undead. The girl warned them that this has to be their main nest. The leader asked if the zombie king was hiding in the crowd, but the girl looked totally confused, staring at a weird creature. Could that white-furred monkey really be the king of the dead? Unsure of what they were dealing with, the leader decided they needed to capture this weird ape alive to get some answers. Bailey, Mikasa, and Wu charged forward to clear the trash mobs. Meanwhile, Xiam kept a close eye on the horde to call out any high-threat, abnormal targets in the crowd. The spear-wielding girl was an absolute beast, carving a path through the monsters. Now, it was time for our resident show-off to prove whether he is actually useful or just a loudmouth. He summoned 3 glowing spheres of light and blasted them forward, impaling multiple monsters instantly. Turns out, his special ability is the floating cannon, shooting concentrated spiritual energy. After wiping out the fodder, the elite monsters Jang Yi warned them about finally showed up. Say hello to bald, blue-skinned freaks with actual dinosaur legs. These things are the heavy hitters, and Wu Di was dying to prove he is better than Jang Yi. But the leader told him to sit down and let the grown-ups handle this. Hey, even if you are a mutant, a good old-fashioned gun still works wonders. The leader opened fire while the rest of the squad rushed in with their own custom weapons. He unleashed a slicing kick that cut the beast, though he complained it was too tanky to split in half. Right after, another soldier whipped out a massive gun. He absolutely blasted the zombie, leaving it looking like a budget Obito Uchiha cosplay. The squad was slaying, and the leader was having the time of his life, asking a monster to taste his gun. He shot it right in the head. They took down 2 dinosaur freaks, but the girl warned that the targets were running. The white monkey and the remaining dinosaurs were trying to escape. With waves of regular zombies blocking them, the leader realized the white-furred monkey is definitely the king of the dead. He ordered a live capture, but a ridiculous horde blocked their path. The four-eyed leader finally took off his glasses, unleashing absolute devastation. In a matter of seconds, the entire horde was completely vaporized. Nothing stood in his path, though that power comes with a price. Meanwhile, back at the Yang base, the attacking zombies suddenly stopped and retreated in unison. Hong Lian had no idea what was happening. But hey, she was not about to complain about a free win. It turns out our soldiers finally cornered that sketchy white-furred monkey. The zombie bosses were actually acting as his personal bodyguards and getaway rides, but one of the soldiers stepped up, bashed the dinosaur mount right in the face, sending the monkey flying. In a flash, our spear-wielding lady rushed in, pointing her blade right at its neck. Game over, buddy. But instead of ending him, they started interrogating the little guy, asking if he was the big boss commanding the horde. Woody immediately started trash-talking this supposed king of the dead. Honestly, they expected a final boss, but got a total wimp. Mikasa agreed, saying it makes sense that someone with cheat code mind control powers would have a totally weak physical body. Like, even a regular human could take this monkey in a brawl. No wonder he needed a massive squad of buff zombies to protect his fragile self. The leader ordered him to stand down, but the monkey's angry roar said absolutely not. To make things worse, the dinosaur zombies behind them started growling. Mikasa was thrilled to show off. Boom. One swing, and she absolutely obliterated all of them. Talk about vice captain power. The leader sighed, telling the monkey that lying to them was a very, very bad life choice. The clean shot right between the eyes, he ended the zombie king right then and there. Mission accomplished. Time to pack up and head home. Or so they thought, anyway, because the moment they stepped out of the subway, a massive horde was still marching straight at them. They stopped at the entrance, just staring blankly. The leader figured it out. Without their boss, they lost all coordination. He assumed they would eventually just rot away on their own, meaning no more organized attacks against humanity. Problem solved, right? Later, they threw the monkey corpse into a truck for some science time. Our resident smart girl started dissecting the brain and running tests. After 24 hours of complex research, she dropped a major bombshell. This thing was never a monkey. It was actually a human once. His system was absolutely loaded with a massive concentration of the zombie virus. This specific virus works like a hive mind. This king can spread the infection to anything, and there is a creepy mental link between him and his mindless followers. That is how he plays real-time strategy games with actual corpses. Even worse, these kings can actually learn and upgrade their attack plans over time. Basically, they are evolving, meaning there are probably way more of these monkey kings out there. To win this war, they have to hunt down every single one. Our scientist girl says that is the theory, but the captain brought up a terrifying point. If there are multiple kings, then where is the original source? Who was the very first king? A regular guy? Or some freak mutation? How did this nightmare even begin? She agreed that finding patient zero is crucial, but tracking down a single person in this chaos is basically impossible. We have zero clues. All they can do is guess their next move by watching how they behave. Either way, the captain declared they just need to keep smashing every monkey king they find. Easy, right? They might have numbers, but they are fragile. Woody even bragged that if someone gathered them all in one spot, he could solo the entire city's horde. Sure, buddy, sure. Captain joked that command should have just sent Woody alone then. Still, even if grouping them up sounds crazy, the boss thinks it is actually a genius plan. And then, now, that is what I am talking about. Wu was absolutely thrilled that the boss finally recognized his power. But seriously, how is this plan even possible? In Shanghai City, the zombie hordes are scattered literally everywhere. Trying to round them up sounds like a total suicide mission. Meanwhile, those cadavers are systematically targeting the city's 5 biggest factions. Even if we do not know whether this is on purpose or just a weird coincidence, those monsters are definitely going to chase humans. So, why not use all the local survivors as bait to lure the entire horde? That way, we can wipe out every single zombie king in one glorious explosion. Plus, our boss claims this will help prove his crazy theories. Talk about a massive gamble. The team was just completely lost. What theory? He did not explain a single thing. You see, the outbreak has only leaked slightly into 6 nearby cities. The massive bulk of the undead are still packed inside Shanghai City itself. Honestly, this makes zero sense. If these brain munchers are driven by a biological virus, their natural instinct should have pushed them to spread out much further by now. They should be hunting in far-off lands, especially since food is running out here. So, why are they lurking in Celestial Sea City and non-stop raiding the local bases? Our main man suspects there is a dark secret here. What if some puppet master in the city is intentionally breeding these zombie kings? He is convinced there is a mastermind pulling the strings. If he is right, this is the perfect trap to eliminate them all. Meanwhile, over at the Yang base, the retreating zombies suddenly froze like statues. The soldiers had absolutely no clue what was happening. Hongyeon was equally baffled, but a free kill is a free kill. She immediately ordered her troops to slaughter them, but her second-in-command wondered if this miracle came from a mysterious investigation team from Jiangnan. Honestly, it was highly likely, but this thought only made her more terrified. I mean, a tiny squad of 7 people pulling this off? They basically cleared a citywide crisis in 36 hours. This was terrifying. Meanwhile, over in the old village where the snow sect gathered, Yan Lai was looking for young Kale. With all the zombies gone, the boy was nowhere to be found, until they finally spotted someone who looked like him, standing right next to a mysterious woman from the cult. But then, they froze in absolute horror. The woman was holding a bloody knife, and it was clear she had just sliced off something very vital from Kale. Lai desperately dashed forward to stop the madness. But the sect leader's powers go way beyond healing. Lai could not even touch her, as she coldly claimed that all impure things must be purified once and for all. Soon, Mangum arrived and frantically tried to calm her master down. The crazy leader was trembling, completely lost in her delusion. Once she snapped out of it, she insisted that sin is unforgivable and she was just helping the boy. Mangum played along to de-escalate, slowly guiding the madwoman away. Finally, Lai was able to rush over and check on poor Kale. Zubabi was trembling in the shadows, absolutely traumatized. She whimpered that after surviving the zombie horde, Kale suddenly kissed her. But the crazy sect leader caught them, and in a flash, she did that to him. Zubabi burst into tears, completely unable to comprehend why a simple kiss triggered such insanity. Later, we see the 2 girls talking in their private room. Connie defends her twisted actions, claiming she is just guiding them toward the pure path. Mangum sighs and agrees, saying the real issue is just that kid. Like, are you serious right now? Apparently, in this frozen apocalypse, romance is banned, and co-ed relationships are strictly forbidden. Talk about the ultimate anti-Cupid. The leader even rants that if all men were like her disciples, the world would finally be spotless. But Connie wonders if Kale, being Legion's son, is going to hold a massive grudge. Mangum smiles cold, confident she can brainwash him into understanding eventually. Talk about a rude awakening. Kale finally opened his eyes, only to find he was completely powerless now. While he was busy throwing a tantrum, Lian went straight to confront Mangum about her excuse. She basically told him to just shut up and work, casually asking if the kid was okay. Lian snapped back, saying physical wounds heal, but the soul is forever scarred. Especially when a man loses his pride, he can never hold his head high again. This completely triggered Mangumim, who screamed that straight romance only ever brings endless drama and chaos anyway. This makes no sense. If people don't give their entire future to the sect, they will never grow. It wasn't just about him, everyone had to follow this exact same path. Lai pretended to agree, but deep down, he hated this twisted logic. Seriously, what's the point of fighting to survive if you don't even have future generations to carry on? Meanwhile, our outsider squad has a plan. The leader points out that the Snow Sect is smack in the center of the map, surrounded by the absolute worst horde of undead. The goal? Gather all allied forces and launch a massive raid. Hong Lian gets a radio call apparently. Every single territory leader is being dragged into this big fight. Mangumin breaks the news to her totally traumatized leader. Everyone is gathering, which means they're about to face a massive wave of zombies. Yeah, she knows this is bad news. More deaths, more danger for everyone. Mangumin suggests they pack up and slip away before anyone spots them, and Kamiya is totally on board with that escape plan. But then a total crazy lady chimed in, claiming the gods will protect them. Okay, sure. Meanwhile, our main character Jang Yi gets a notification while chilling in his living room. Why the snow temple though? Why drag everyone to such a completely trashed, run-down dump of a location? There had to be a better spot for a meeting. Jang Yi instantly realizes this isn't just some friendly chat, it's an all-out war. They must have uncovered something huge to make a move like this. But what? Right on cue, Singham arrives to help him brainstorm. Our guy shares the crazy updates to see what she makes of this whole bizarre situation. First, she asks what this snow sect is even about. Jang Yi tries to explain their logic, but honestly, it's just a bunch of miserable, struggling people lumped together. They have zero power and zero resources, which Singham dryly notes is their only real talent. She figures they're gathering there because it has the city's largest surviving population. That means the goal is to wipe out the zombies right where they breed the fastest. Suddenly, our main character realizes these guys might actually pull off defeating the undead. Singham actually agrees. Those guys are seriously strong. Plus, their information network is way bigger and more advanced than anything they have. With that kind of data, they've probably tracked down the King of the Dead. Jang Yi admits his past run failed simply because they had zero clues about the underground. What are they planning down there? The unknown is always terrifying. To prepare, he calls a meeting with his entire guild for a serious strategy session. Yes, his legendary team of 5 beautiful women and 2 ugly dudes. He breaks the news that the final zombie showdown is finally here, much sooner than expected. He lays out his golden rule. Survival is the top priority. He strictly warns his fighters that their lives come first. No reckless heroics. Got it? Shukira grumbles about how they always head into danger while everyone else chills at home. Jang Yi deadpans that non-combatants are basically useless on a battlefield. She argues that healers are super important and she needs to assist. Our main character asks if she wants him distracted because he will constantly worry about protecting her. Harsh but true, and she knows it. Still, she won't back down. She insists that a massive battle like this absolutely needs logistical and medical support. Other big factions will definitely have backup teams, so why can't they? Jang Yi still isn't convinced, but Uncle Yu steps in, saying her argument actually makes sense. In a long war, logistics and medics are crucial. After weighing the options, he finally gives in and agrees to let her tag along. Shukira is absolutely thrilled to contribute. She showers him with thanks, probably saving some extra gratitude for later. Seeing this, Karen immediately volunteers next. Karen boasts about her improved shooting skills. Too bad regular guns don't do much to zombies. The boss orders everyone except Shukira to stay put inside the shelter. Later, as they gear up to head out, he hands Shukira a sidearm for self-defense. Not for zombies, but to deal with dangerous people. People start rolling into the snow sect, where Manguman is waiting to welcome them. Honestly, why are all the major factions suddenly gathering here? What's the real plan? Some warning would have been nice. But Woody coldly tells them to shut up, follow orders, and not ask any questions. His rude attitude definitely annoys the sect, but nobody is brave enough to challenge this elite squad. One hot-headed soldier tries to speak up against the arrogance. Mangumin quickly shuts him down and politely apologizes, explaining that their cult just suffered massive losses, leaving everyone a bit emotionally unstable. The squad leader gives Woody a look, getting him to back off. They decide to wait inside for the other chiefs to arrive, and then he asks for their exact casualty count. She admits they don't have exact numbers, but estimates around 3,000 to 4,000 dead. That insane number sparks his curiosity, though not for the reason you'd think. He doesn't care about the deaths. He wonders how they fed that many mouths. Mangaman claims they just scavenged nearby malls and supermarkets for canned food. Our clever lead coldly asks if that's really the only way they got food. Cue the awkward silence, until the blonde guy finally speaks up with a sudden realization. He accuses them of eating the dead. With 4,000 corpses lying around, they'd have an endless buffet. Han Chong gets visibly triggered by this disgusting claim. He denies it instantly. Woody sarcastically asks if they're living on fresh air then. Before things get ugly, Junwoo and Mangumin both step in to demand quiet. Once it calms down, Mangumin admits they have a secret, but she can't share it with outsiders. Junwoo pushes, prompting her to reconsider and show them the truth. Han Chong is skeptical, but she tells them to follow. As they head toward a nearby building, Masa complains about a sickeningly strong smell of blood. Junwoo explains his blindness made his other senses hyper-sharp, and this place smells like a literal demon lair. Mangumin uses this to tease them, asking if they're scared. The brave blonde guy scoffs, claiming it's fine. They walk in and find apples? Tons of them scattered everywhere. Junwoo is totally confused by the sight. He asks if this is their secret stash. Mangumin explains the fruit comes from a mutated tree called the blood vine. It's highly nutritious, tasty, and grows using human fertilizer. Yeah, it literally absorbs dead bodies to grow food. Junwoo instantly feels sick to his stomach hearing that. Talk about a twisted recycling system. He plucks an apple and offers it to Junwoo, promising it's totally safe since they've eaten them for months. But that creepy smile of hers? Not comforting at all. He gets the logic, but still doesn't understand how they grow enough fruit for thousands. Mangumin realizes she needs to explain the process. She points to rows of hanging corpses, explaining how they speed up growth. The horrifying sight leaves them frozen in absolute terror. This is how they grow it. Mangumin casually reveals those hanging corpses are just human fertilizer to boost their fruit production. Talk about a dark farming hack. She then leads them to the main room, showing off a massive tree surrounded by cocoons stuffed with actual people. The girl is actually happy their dead allies can feed the survivors. A completely horrified Woody calls out this blatant cannibalism, but Mingyu immediately defends it, claiming it keeps diseases away. Plus, they are not eating the flesh directly, so no guilt, right? Talk about flawless logic. Mangumin insists this creepy secret must stay in this room to protect their cult's reputation. Junwoo, playing along, promises their lips are totally sealed. With the secret safe, they toss the creepy apple around like a literal hot potato. Nobody wants this cursed fruit, so they eventually just dump it and leave. Behind them, Mangumin flashes a highly suspicious, mischievous smirk. Outside, Junwoo corners her, mentioning rumors about her master that have got high-ranking leaders extremely interested. Hearing this, Mangumin is visibly startled but quickly recovers, asking them to wait while she lets her master know they have got some very curious special guests. Left alone, Woody admits he feels a seriously dark vibe here. Another member shrugs, saying shady cults always use dark secrets to keep their followers totally brainwashed. Mingyu figures this master must have some ridiculously broken power. Masa then asks Junwoo why everyone is so obsessed with this Yuan Kami anyway. Junwoo explains she can allegedly awaken anyone's hidden powers completely for free. If that is true, she is basically a cheat code the organization absolutely needs to recruit. But Junwoo warns it might not be that simple, making Masa even more curious. In this cruel world, massive power always comes with a heavy price tag. Since free power sounds way too good to be true, Junwoo reveals their real mission here is to investigate Yuan Kami's actual abilities. Masa wonders what happens if it is legit. Junwoo says she would be ranked level 5 Epsilon, though he highly doubts that is the case. Soon enough, Mingyu returns with the mysterious master. Observing from afar, Masa sees nothing special about her. After a brief chat, the leader heads back. Masa is still dying to know her true power tier, but Junwoo admits talking to her revealed nothing, except that she has some serious issues. When asked what is wrong, Junwoo points to his head. The girl is clearly missing a few screws. Mingyu expected as much, despite her cute face. Masa jokes that running a cult basically requires you to be a total lunatic. The captain tells them to focus, since their main meeting is starting. Finally, our protagonist, Jang Yi, arrives with his squad. Stepping out, he tells Shukir to stay close until he finds her a safe hiding spot. Jang Yi spots Tian arriving late and calls him out on it. Tian jokingly blames his leadership duties, saying smaller squads like Jang Yi's have it easy. Getting inside, they find the other base leaders already gathered. Jang Yi gets his first look at Kami and thinks she looks way too young. Tian chimed in, whispering that she looks underage. Jang Yi quickly warns his friend to keep any weird, shady desires in check. Tian gets offended, reminding Jang Yi that everyone knows he only prefers mature ladies. The meeting kicks off, and Junwoo delivers some massive news right away. They took down a zombie leader, shocking Hong Lan. Junwoo explains their big discovery, kill the brain, and the whole zombie horde loses its coordination. To clear Chanhai, they just need to assassinate the leader. Tian speaks up, noting the intel is great, but they need more details on this boss. No worries, Junwoo has got the visual. The big boss is actually this ugly white monkey, shocking everyone because their coordinator is not even human. Junwoo explains this monkey is surprisingly smart, almost like a human, but physically, it's actually a total pushover in direct combat. Jang Yi compares it to the Insect King, weak alone but a nightmare with an army. Junwoo agrees, adding that this cowardly monkey loves hiding in subways. The plan? Lure the massive horde right here, while an elite team sneaks into the tunnels to take out the king. Hearing this, Megumin looks completely sick. She asks if her snow sect is literally being used as zombie bait. The girls are absolutely furious, but Tian cannot help but mock them. He calls using bait a classic military tradition. Junwoo steps in, admitting it sounds bad, but there is a very solid reason behind it. Since the snow sect is the weakest base, bringing all the top fighters here actually gives them the absolute maximum protection possible. Megumin is still fuming. Junwoo insists this is their best bet, coldly adding that the resulting casualties will provide plenty of useful bodies. The girl goes ballistic. She asks if their followers' lives are just trash to them. Honglan, completely unbothered, tells her she needs to be more flexible. She points out that ending the zombie threat ultimately saves her weak followers, who are always the first to die anyway. Even strong bases are struggling. If they all just hide, they will survive temporarily, but the outer zones will collapse. But Megumin refuses to accept using people as shields. Junwoo shuts her down, asking if she has a better plan or a way to blow up the tunnels. Silence. He reminds her, they came all this way to help, along with the mutants. They are not alone. Jang Yi chimes in, saying that when things get messy, the elites on the front line will bleed first. With the strongest players protecting her, what is she even complaining about? Under pressure, Megumin demands a proper strategic plan. Captain Junwoo then strikes a ridiculously dramatic anime pose, claiming everything is completely under control. The plan? A classic siege. They will sit right here like sitting ducks and wait to get attacked. Jang Yi instantly regrets not supporting Megumin. This plan is absolute trash. Tian asks if they are literally just waiting for zombies to sniff out their food. Junwoo confirms, saying, zombies are brainless anyway. Jang Yi asks how many they expect to pull in. If it is 20,000, their defenses are not enough. Junwoo deadpans that they will just have to fight to the death. Megumin worries reckless behavior will get a lot of people killed. Honglan snarls that her own soldiers are on the line too. Junwoo asks for any suggestions, and Kami proposes something surprising. She wants a safe zone to keep the children away from the horde. Junwoo loves it, but specifies no one over 14 is allowed. They cannot go here because regular clan members are being used as zombie bait. Hongland and her buddy agree, so Kami marks the temple as the safe zone to protect the kids. Junwoo hands out walkie-talkies, warning everyone to gear up for a long siege. Jang Yi just laughs in infinite inventory, but knows he still needs to sneak Shukir into Kami's safe zone. But when he tries to chat privately, Mayumin interferes like a total buzzkill, claiming she can handle any problem herself. She says her master is only focused on praying to her god. So, Jang Yi pivots and brings up his doctor. He explains that he brought an incredibly talented physician who is also his girlfriend, though she has zero superpowers. He asks if she can chill with the kids and the young nun. Mayumin immediately demands more respect when speaking to the Grandmaster, but Kami chillaxed, agreeing and saying bringing a doctor proves Jang Yi is locked in for the fight, so they should return the favor. Our main character thanks her, saying Shukir being safe is his ultimate motivation to defend this area. No zombies are getting past him. As he walks out of the temple, Mayumin whispers to Kami that this guy is a total loose cannon. Better not make an enemy out of him. Outside, Jang Yi spots Li Jian dressed as a priest, lurking around. They go back, but Li Jian dodges him, walking away like he owes him money. Jang Yi heads back to his squad and says Shukir will be bunking in the car with Li and Yu. Once the chaos starts, he will relocate her to Kami. She will stay safe there, acting as their medic if anyone gets hurt. They can visit her. Jang Yi tells Shukir he has some secret tea to spill. He looks around suspiciously and drags her into the car, revealing that Snow Sect leader is sketchy as hell. If she tries to help Shukir, she must reject it. He reminds her there is no free lunch in this apocalyptic wasteland. Every favor comes with a hidden price tag. Shukir smiles, totally relieved. Even though he is surrounded by pretty girls, her man still only has eyes for her. Inside the car, they keep whispering. Back to our lovebirds. Shukir asks if Kami is trouble. Jang Yi sighs, saying Kami's entire existence is a walking red flag. He tells Shukir to spy on her and report any weird vibes. Later, Tian walks up to Jang Yi, completely baffled by how he remains so chill before a massive war. Tian brought his entire army but is sweating bullets, absolutely terrified they will all get wiped out. He is shaking and praying that Junwoo is not playing them. Jang Yi plays the therapist, telling Tian to calm down, trust the plan, and work with what they have. Once the talk wraps up, Jang Yi decides to climb the tallest building for a sweet sniper spot and check the perimeter. But when they try to enter, the guards block them like total party poopers, saying only Snow Sect priests are allowed. Jang Yi rolls his eyes, joking that this feels like some generic fantasy manhwa logic. He tries to smooth talk them, but fails, so he searches for a different building and starts climbing the endless stairs. Junwoo asks why they didn't just teleport up, but with so many eyes around, they can't show off their cheat code skills. Reaching the roof, they find a perfect sniper's nest. Jang Yi immediately claims this spot as his own personal battle station. He tells his crew to skip the front lines and chill inside until they scout the field. Meanwhile, Li Jian is stressing, wondering if he should spill the beans to Jang Yi and beg for a rescue. He runs to his son's tent, begging him to flee before the war starts. His son, completely depressed, says he wants to get eaten by zombies to end his miserable life. He also complains that his girlfriend is ghosting him, all because of what Jang Yi did. Seeing how bad things are, Li Jian decides to crawl back to Jang Yi, since staying here is pointless. Hours pass. That night, a paranoid Jang Yi stays awake, noticing the building is heavily guarded 24/7. Super suspicious. He uses his portal ability to phase inside. He finds rows of plants and fruits, but senses a much darker secret lurking here. Jang Yi slices a plant root, and it literally starts bleeding human blood. Shocked, he spots a giant tree, but there is no time to explore. Fascinated by the weird fruit, he steals a few to test later. Then he spots creepy cocoons hanging on the branches. Naturally, he pockets them in his portal space and dips before getting caught. The next morning, Jang Yi meets with the top brass, reporting that he saw zombies last night, but they retreated back into the darkness. He warns them that this zombie king is incredibly smart, likely sensing their trap and pulling his troops underground. Hongland points out that East's brainpower is terrifying, even suggesting humans might be pulling the strings. She asks if they will just camp here forever if the zombies never strike. Jang Yi replies they are still moving out there. Finally, Junwoo shuts down the debate, insisting the plan stands. All they have to do is wait. Later, Jang Yi meets his doctor, girlfriend, and hands over the stolen loot. She says a real lab would be better, but Jang Yi is too impatient and wants to know what is inside those creepy cocoons. She boots up her portable gear. They cut one open and find a completely shriveled corpse. Jang Yi realizes these cocoons are feeding the giant tree. The high-security tower is actually keeping a mutant, flesh-eating plant, and those red fruits the cultists eat are grown from human soil. No wonder it is off-limits. It is literally a human pantry. Jang Yi tells Shukir to run full tests on the fruit when they return to base. Meanwhile, Junwoo's crew also snatched some fruit and body samples. Mingyu confirms the corpses are just normal humans, completely sucked dry of nutrients. He adds that the fruit is heavily hallucinogenic, a perfect tool for brainwashing cult members. Plus, it is packed with sugar, making it highly efficient survival food. Junwoo demands they steal a piece of the root to grow their own at home. Meanwhile, Mumin inspects the cocoons and notices one went missing. Suspects there might be two. Their strange curiosity seems to fit some plan. Back in the meeting room, Junwoo reveals that the zombies are finally closing in. We are talking over 100,000 undead. This is going to be a bloodbath. Junwoo explains they do not need to kill them all, just distract them to let the scout team sneak out. Jang Yi is not liking this plan one bit. Hongland also speaks up, worried they will get overrun and eaten alive, drowning in a sea of corpses. Junwoo tries to reassure them, saying if things get too spicy, they can rotate out and tag in his own elite squad. Hongland nods, but whispers that Junwoo only has 7 people on his team. Swapping with them is a bad idea, especially with the zombie king lurking deep underground. The leader barks orders for everyone to get in position. Jang Yi approaches Junwoo, suggesting they call for backup on the southern front. Junwoo basically says no way. To him, city trouble is just another Tuesday compared to the absolute nightmare in the south. Plus, with barely any investigative teams left, they are on their own. That means 0 reinforcements, even if everything goes completely south. In fact, he straight up tells Jung Yi to just pack his bags and run to the Central Plains if things get too ugly. Our boy Jung Yi is a massive homebody. He is perfectly happy staying right here in Shanghai. Still, Junwoo makes sure to leave the invite open just in case he changes his mind. They can chat about retirement plans later, though, because right now, a massive wave of zombies is marching straight toward the base, and